Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 508, Rescuing the Female Lead. Fairy Britain, West Coast. Here was already far from the thick, misty region where the nameless forest was located, which made the view here much broader. The sound of waves echoed in bursts, pushing water toward the shore and crashing onto the beach. The scenery here was pleasant as beautiful sights stretched for miles. Unfortunately, there were no seagulls in Fairy Britain, nor was there a blue sky. Otherwise, these charming landscapes would have been even more delightful, and it would be perfectly normal for someone to linger here, unable to pull themselves away. However, such peaceful and beautiful scenery was suddenly interrupted by a strange noise. Boom. A spray of water suddenly burst in the sea, sending droplets scattering through the air and creating waves. From within the exploding spray, a figure shot out of the sea and soared into the sky. Clearly, the reason the surface of the sea had suddenly erupted was because this figure had burst out from underwater. He was drenched from head to toe, and after breaking through the surface, he immediately wore a bitter expression. Seriously, these Fairy Britain ocean currents are really a mess. I got swept away in an instant, almost couldn't find her. He was, of course, Riezel, who had dived into the sea to rescue someone from Chaldea. Soaked from head to toe, Riezel was carrying someone in his arms as he flew toward the shore. Dry. Before landing, Riezel cast magic, instantly drying his clothes. After landing on the shore, Riezel set the person he was carrying down and used the same magic to remove any excess moisture from her as well. Only then did he finally have time to look over the person he had just saved. It was a girl about the same age as Riezel, with a lovely figure and a slender frame. She had slightly pink, shoulder-length hair, with bangs so long they covered one of her eyes, and she wore an outfit that was both somewhat provocative and resembled heavy armor. However, the armor did not cover her entire body. Her lower half was fully armored in a skirt, while her upper half was protected only at the torso, leaving her shoulders, arms, and thighs exposed to the air, but at least her hands and feet were equipped with armored gloves and boots. Needless to say, this outfit was certainly eye-catching. Nonetheless, the item the girl clutched tightly in her hands, unwilling to let go, was perhaps even more attention-grabbing than her appearance. It was a massive cross-shaped shield, as large as an adult, big enough to completely hide a grown person behind it. She gripped the shield with her slender hands, making one wonder if she could even use it or if she could even lift it. No wonder she sank so fast. Even carrying her was heavy. Turns out she's not only armored up but also hauling a big-ass shield. Riezel's face showed a speechless expression. Wait, pink hair and a shield. Mash Kyrie Light. Yes. Mash Kyrie Light was the girl's name. She was a member of Chaldea, a demi-servant who had fused with a servant through experimentation and thus possessed the power of a servant. She was also the protagonist's first contracted servant in the original work, the one who accompanied them all the way, adventuring together through countless singularities and 5 lost belts, finally arriving here as the original work's female lead. If Artoria was only the female lead of this Fairy Britain, then Mash was the female lead of the entire work, spanning multiple singularities and lost belts, undoubtedly the true heroine. I actually saved her. As this thought flashed through Riezel's mind, he realized now was not the time to think about such things, because the girl who had fallen into the sea appeared to have stopped breathing. Did she drown? Riezel's expression changed. He quickly crouched down, pressed his hand against Mash's chest, and started pushing down hard. Unfortunately, Mash had no response at all, looking like someone who had completely died. Her face was utterly bloodless. Riezel couldn't care about anything else, so after a brief hesitation, he began to give Mash rescue breaths, yet she still did not respond. It wasn't just her breathing, even her heartbeat was gradually coming to a stop. TCH. Riezel clicked his tongue in annoyance. Now that the situation had come to this, he had no choice but to use his last resort. Shockwave. Suddenly, the hand pressing against Mash's chest released a surge of force, striking her body. Ugh. Mash finally reacted as her body jerked violently, then she coughed up a large mouthful of water. It worked. Riezel felt his spirits lift and activated his magic again, sending out another shockwave. Ugh. Cough, cough, cough. Mash began to cough violently, and after a while, she managed to expel all the water from her stomach. Thanks to this, although her face was still pale and completely bloodless, her heartbeat and breathing gradually returned to normal. Thank goodness. Riezel let out a breath of relief. He had nearly resigned himself to the idea of using resurrection magic on Mash. If the female lead of the original work had died from drowning, that would have been a joke. I'd better heal her with some healing magic just in case. Seeing that Mash had no obvious injuries, Riezel relaxed a little and used Diaphragm to restore her energy. After finishing everything, Riezel stood up again and pressed his fingers to his temple. Message. Riezel contacted Oberon once more, and before long, Oberon picked up. Where did you go? Artoria's already here, but you're nowhere to be found. She almost thought Morgan snatched you away again, you know. Oberon's half-complaint, half-joking tone made Riezel roll his eyes. How's it going on your end? Riezel got straight to the point. Did you manage to save them? I did, but they're all in a coma and won't wake up no matter what I do. Oberon replied with a helpless sigh. What about you? Did you save her? Yeah. Riezel answered simply. Since you've saved them too, and Artoria's already there, let's meet up at the entrance to the nameless forest like we planned. All right, call me when you get there, and I'll send Blanca to pick you up. Oberon said in a relieved tone. By the way, there are quite a few moss around here. I don't really want to tangle with them, so I'll take Artoria and the others to find a safe place to hide for now. Sound good? Do as you see fit. Riezel replied expressionlessly. It's not like you could ever die at the hands of the moss anyway, right? You sure have a lot of faith in me. Oberon didn't seem to catch the hint in Riezel's words and spoke helplessly. Like I've always said, don't count on me for combat. My fighting power's probably weaker than even a fairy of the Wing clan. If you're looking for help, you're better off relying on Artoria, she's the real future talent. One should know that the Wing clan was the complete opposite of the Fang clan. Fairies of the Fang clan all had beast-like appearances and possessed great strength, so even without deliberate training, they were generally much stronger than fairies from other clans. Meanwhile, the Wing clan was different. They were tiny, about the size of the little fairies in stories, with some even able to sit in the palm of a human hand. They were a naturally frail fairy clan. Because of this, fairies of the Wing clan tended to be very cautious. Like Murian, she rarely left her territory. Even if Morgan herself gave an order, she would dare to openly defy it. Of course, there were strong individuals among the Wing clan as well. Murian herself had blood almost as pure as A-Ray, and while she couldn't fully inherit the power like Gawain or Woodwose, she was still much more special than an ordinary fairy. Unfortunately, those were rare exceptions. Most of the Wing clan were quite weak, which was why they were often looked down on by the Fang clan, causing the two clans to be bitter rivals for generations. Besides them, there was a similar rivalry between the Wind clan and the Earth clan. Fairies of the Wind clan were born beautiful and sharp-eared, much like the elves from legend, while the fairies of the Earth clan were short and stocky by nature, resembling the dwarves from legend. As everyone knew, elves and dwarves in legend rarely got along and often quarreled, which was also true in the world of Danmachi. Maybe the best example was Riveria and Gareth, the top executives of the Loki familia. At first glance, they seemed to get along, but years ago, Riveria and Gareth argued whenever they met, 10 small quarrels a day, a big fight every 3 days. Even now, they still bicker from time to time in private, though it was much better than before. It was the same for the Wind clan and the Earth clan. Even though Aurora and Spriggan had dealings with each other, and Aurora had invited many Earth clan craftsmen from Norwich to help rebuild Salisbury, if it hadn't been Aurora, the famously gentle lord, or if Salisbury hadn't been the most open-minded city in Britain, standing against discrimination, the deal probably wouldn't have happened at all. Of course, the Fang clan and Wing clan's relationship was just as bad, since the two clans had even gone to war in the past, causing heavy losses to the Wing clan, and now, it was rare to see them out in the world. If Oberon's claim that his fighting power was weaker than the fairies of the Wing clan was true, there really wasn't much to look forward to. However, is that even possible? You're known as a powerful fairy, right? Riezel immediately objected. Leaving everything else aside, even in works like A Midsummer Night's Dream, Oberon was always depicted as someone with overwhelming power but also rather capricious. In some stories, Oberon was even portrayed as a powerful fairy capable of granting others' wishes. Given that, just based on legends alone, there was no way Fairy King Oberon could possibly be weak, right? Not to mention, Oberon's origins were far from simple. Are you really using those stories to talk about me? Oberon seemed to be scratching his head, looking troubled. It's true, in all sorts of works, I'm portrayed as someone powerful, but you have to understand, a heroic spirit is basically a shadow from the past, born from people's faith. Only when a heroic spirit has enough faith and legend in the human world can they actually become strong, otherwise, it's a different story, right? And whether it's A Midsummer Night's Dream or any other work, at the end of the day, they're just literary pieces or stage plays. In terms of popularity, intensity of belief, or the strength of their legend, how could they possibly compare to something like the legend of King Arthur? Anyway, I just don't think there's any way I could be more famous than King Arthur or the like. Oberon gave a reasonable explanation, but as for whether it was true, maybe only he himself knew. In any case, don't expect me to fight. I'm only good at gathering information and that sort of thing. By this point, Oberon sounded a bit defeated. If you say so, I'll just take your word for it. Riezel didn't say anything more and simply changed the subject. Let's do as you said. I'll bring people over to meet up with you in a bit. Okay. Oberon agreed readily. I'll take Artoria out of the nameless forest first. If we stay here any longer, I'm honestly worried something might happen to one of us. Riezel nodded and disconnected the message connection. MHM. As if on cue, the girl lying on the beach suddenly let out a soft moan, and her eyelids started to flutter. You awake? Riezel immediately turned his gaze toward Mash, and under his watch, she slowly opened her eyes. At the same time, on the shore of the nameless forest. It's disconnected. Feeling the connection with Riezel had been cut, Oberon finally opened his eyes, only to see Artoria standing in front of him, looking displeased. Are you two done talking? Artoria puffed up her cheeks, clearly sulking. She couldn't help it. Riezel hadn't contacted her and had instead reached out to the newly joined Oberon twice in a row, which made Artoria wonder if Riezel didn't trust her abilities, making him choose to contact Oberon instead. Such a fact left Artoria sulking, still mumbling to herself just a moment ago, looking like she wanted to prove herself but didn't really know how. We're done. Oberon, seemingly amused by Artoria's little tantrum, gave a slight smile. He's already rescued the last person, so we can leave the nameless forest and wait for him outside. All right then. Artoria replied, still looking sulky. If that's the plan, let's get moving. After saying this, she turned and started heading toward where a few others were lying. Oberon watched Artoria for a moment, falling briefly into thought. A moment later, Oberon suddenly spoke, asking a question. Are you and Riezel Brynhard close? Hearing this, Artoria stopped in her tracks. Chapter 509, Suspicious. Aren't you just as suspicious? Oberon watched Artoria for a moment, falling briefly into thought. A moment later, Oberon suddenly spoke, asking a question. Are you and Riezel Brynhard close? Hearing this, Artoria stopped in her tracks. In an indescribable silence, the atmosphere at the scene shifted ever so slightly. Even though the change was minor, for Oberon, being in the midst of it, he knew that it was by no means a good sign. What's that supposed to mean? Artoria turned around and looked at Oberon, the emotion in her eyes was plain as day. It was a discontent. It was an annoyance. Artoria was not quite angry yet, but Oberon understood that she had already figured out what he was trying to say. She knew that whatever he was about to say next was definitely not something she wanted to hear. And that was exactly the case. I know you probably don't want to hear this, and it might even sound like I'm just trying to stir things up. If I could, I wouldn't have brought this up right after joining this group. I know it makes me look like I have some hidden agenda, but there's really no other choice, since the chance to talk about this while that guy isn't here might only come once. Oberon seemed to have already braced himself to be disliked or even suspected by Artoria, as the helpless look on his face slowly faded while he stared straight at the fairy girl. I don't know how you see that guy, but to me, there's no doubt he's a suspicious character. He's not the child of prophecy, not a fairy of paradise. He isn't from proper human history either, not some traveler from another land. And obviously, he's also not from Fairy Britain, so he has no ties to this lost belt. If that's the case, then who is he? Where did he come from? And what's his purpose in coming to Fairy Britain? All these questions were things Oberon had already considered more than once. Even though he had only met Riezel and Artoria in the past few days, Oberon had started paying attention to Riezel long before that. It was only natural. After the battle at Salisbury, Riezel's name spread all over Fairy Britain, so everyone started keeping an eye on him, and Oberon was no exception. Oberon had taken an interest in this so-called child of prophecy who could hold off Lancelot, Gawain, and Woodwose all at once, and had even forced Morgan to leave her all-important throne just to appear in person and capture him. Especially after learning that Riezel was not actually the child of prophecy, Oberon's suspicion only grew stronger. He wondered just who this so-called child of prophecy was, who made Morgan act personally and even managed to force Lancelot, Gawain, and Woodwose to retreat empty-handed. And so, Oberon started investigating. As a result of his investigation, Oberon became certain that Riezel was not a fairy from Fairy Britain. If that was the case, Riezel could only have come from the outside world, which made Oberon start to wonder if Riezel had drifted over from proper human history. Fairy Britain might have been a lost belt, but it and proper human history both existed on Earth, so every now and then, some things from the outside world would wash up on these shores for various reasons, sometimes even humans or fairies from other places. Oberon suspected that Riezel was one of those people, and even considered whether he might have been sent by Chaldea from proper human history. For that reason, Oberon launched another investigation, but found that during the period when Riezel appeared in Fairy Britain, there had been no sightings or signs of any unidentified objects drifting ashore around Britain. Which meant there was a good chance Riezel hadn't just randomly drifted here from the outside world but must have entered this strange world through some other means. Such a discovery made things rather intriguing. If he wasn't from the fairy kingdom and hadn't drifted here by chance from the outside world, then how did Riezel get to Fairy Britain? If he came here on purpose, not by accident, then what was his goal? Was it really just by chance that he met Artoria and pretended to be the child of prophecy? Why would Morgan abandon her crucial throne and make a personal move just for him? Who exactly was he? Where did he come from? All these questions remained unanswered even now. When Oberon realized his investigation could go no further and would not yield any real progress, he chose to meet directly with Riezel and Artoria after they escaped from Camelot and team up with them. Now, Oberon was sharing the doubts in his heart with Artoria, giving her a warning. As things stand, he seems to know a lot about Fairy Britain, about you, about Morgan, and even about me, as if he's got some inside scoop on all of us. Why is that? He's not a fairy from Fairy Britain, nor is he a foreign traveler from proper human history, so how does he know so much? It was as if Oberon wanted to spill all the doubts he had bottled up inside, letting them pour out in a rush. So, I really do think he's suspicious. It's not that I'm saying he'll necessarily turn against us, but the truth is, we don't know where he comes from or what he wants. That's reason enough for us to be on guard. All of this was what Oberon had wanted to tell Artoria all along. He didn't expect to get much information about Riezel from Artoria, since from her reaction, it was clear she trusted and even relied on Riezel for some unknown reason, yet she also didn't know much about him. She had already shown surprise and shock more than once at the things Riezel had done and the tricks he had pulled, but when it came to dealing with someone whose origins were a complete mystery, Oberon felt she should at least keep her guard up a little. From his point of view, it was necessary because all his suspicions were reasonable. After all, Riezel's background truly was a mystery, and in the eyes of people with brains, he really was suspicious. However, if you're putting it that way, Oberon, aren't you just as suspicious? As she asked, Artoria looked at Oberon like she was staring at a professional liar. She couldn't help it. Even though your stance seems to line up with ours, and most of what you say isn't a lie, you still haven't told us the whole truth. You've been hiding a lot from us, haven't you? Artoria called him out directly, leaving Oberon once again with a helpless expression. Ah, it's your fairy eyes, isn't it? Oberon scratched his head. No wonder you're the savior. A power that has vanished from Fairy Britain, you were born with it. Fairy eyes was a type of ability to see through lies that was not unique to Artoria. In fact, at the very beginning, every fairy possessed fairy eyes, so they could see through lies and sense what others truly felt. Naturally, the fairies of Fairy Britain were the same, at least, the original 6 Ares who first came up from the inner sea of the planet to the surface all had fairy eyes. However, as times changed and the fairy kingdom expanded, at some point, the fairies of Fairy Britain began to lose their fairy eyes, becoming unable to tell truth from lies. As a result, fairies now had to rely on magical energy, scent, appearance, and other traits to distinguish fairies from humans. If they still had fairy eyes, Riezel wouldn't have stood a chance of hiding his human identity in front of them. Only fairies like Artoria, who was not born in Fairy Britain but came here from paradise, still retained the eyes that the fairies of the fairy kingdom had lost, which alone proved how genuine she was as a fairy. Knowing this, Oberon had never really expected to easily gain Artoria's trust from the start. Just as Artoria said, while he never lied to their faces, he had seldom spoken the whole truth, or rather, everything he did say was true, but some truths he simply chose not to reveal. For example, when Oberon told Riezel that he wasn't good in a fight and they shouldn't count on him, that was true, at least, in his current state, his combat ability was honestly next to nothing. However, if he were to regain his true form, that would be a different story altogether. Oberon kept things half-hidden like this, which was why he ended up in this strange state of never quite lying but never really telling the truth either. In Artoria's eyes, that was obviously suspicious. I won't deny it. Oberon raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. But it's not like I don't want to tell you, you know. It's just that the time isn't right yet, so I can't just blurt everything out. What he said was the truth, but as far as Artoria was concerned, he was a big liar. In truth, the only reason for this was that, although both Riezel and Oberon spoke the truth, Riezel had never tried to be evasive, completely different from Oberon, who always hid things. Riezel never explained his origins, not because he didn't want to or had some unavoidable reason, but just because it would be too much trouble to explain, so he simply didn't bother. Oberon, on the other hand, purposely concealed things and chose to speak in half-truths. Needless to say, the former was open and straightforward, while the latter was the one who really seemed suspicious all the time. Because of that, Artoria was much more willing to lower her guard around Riezel, but not with Oberon, who technically had never lied. Since you think the time isn't right and you can't just say it, then how do you know Riezel isn't the same way? Artoria argued. Maybe he also thinks it's not the right time and isn't hiding anything on purpose. If you put it like that, I've got nothing else to say. Oberon let out a sigh. I was just giving you a reminder, seeing how well you actually know him, that's all. No other reason, you can see that, right? With fairy eyes, whether his words were true or not was easy to tell. Unfortunately, Artoria had already realized that just because someone spoke the truth didn't mean they weren't hiding anything. Even if Oberon had no hidden agenda, that meant nothing. Maybe Oberon just wanted to see how much she understood Riezel before deciding what to do next. Having no hidden agenda didn't mean Oberon didn't want to do anything at all. If Oberon hadn't been a servant from proper human history, someone who was undeniably opposed to Morgan, and if all the things he said about the crisis of proper human history and wanting to help them, be their ally, hadn't been genuine, Artoria wouldn't even want to deal with him at all. Compared to those fairies who wore one face but had another beneath, who could be easily seen through by her, someone like Oberon, who was completely consistent on the outside but still shrouded in mystery, made Artoria even more wary. In Artoria's eyes, this world was nothing but a storm of malice, while Riezel was the sun that could light up that storm and warm her heart. Oberon, on the other hand, was like a shadow hidden behind the storm and the sun, where you could never tell if that shadow would engulf the storm or block out the sun. For that reason, Artoria wanted to keep her distance from Oberon, but at the same time, she didn't want to end up on opposite sides with him either. As for why? You're really not Merlin. After some hesitation, Artoria asked this question again. At this, Oberon frowned. Ah, the Merlin you speak of. You mean the legendary magus who guided King Arthur and raised King Arthur to greatness, right? Merlin. He was also a figure from the legends of King Arthur. According to legend, he was a magus from paradise, an incubus living in Avalon. He was King Arthur's mentor, and more than that, he was the one who orchestrated the birth, growth, and ultimate ascension of Artoria Pendragon, the one who drew the sword of selection, Caliban, and became the legendary king of Britain. Some saw him as a sage. Some saw him as a calamity. Regardless, it was undeniable that he played a very important role throughout King Arthur's life, as without him, there would never have been a King Arthur. And the legendary King Arthur was Artoria's counterpart in proper human history. Now, the fact that Artoria had brought up the name Merlin again and again in front of Oberon naturally gave rise to all kinds of speculation. Did someone teach you your magecraft? Was it Merlin? Oberon asked, half pretending to understand and half smiling. Well, that's unfortunate. As you can see, I'm not Merlin. He was Oberon, and there was no mistaking that. Whether it was true or not, the answer was clear in the heart of Artoria, who possessed the fairy eyes. In that case, I'll just take it that you're not Merlin. Artoria lowered her gaze, as if confirming something in her heart, and turned to leave. Wait. At least help move these people out. Oberon glanced at the 3 people lying on the shore whom he had just saved and hurriedly called out to Artoria. Artoria paused for a moment, then picked up the smallest one, who looked just like a child, and left with them. Are you serious? Both of them. Looking at the remaining 2, who were both adults, Oberon wore a bitter expression. Looks like our child of prophecy has a bit of a temper. In the end, Oberon could only force a smile and hoist the remaining 2 over his shoulders, heading outside. Buzz. Blanca followed alongside Oberon, fluttering her wings as she flew gently. Chapter 510, Amnesia and First Kiss. Riezel naturally did not know what had happened with Artoria and Oberon, though even if he did, he would not have been surprised. It was only natural for Oberon to begin doubting Riezel's origins. In fact, what was truly abnormal was someone like Artoria, who, despite clearly knowing how suspicious Riezel's background was, never questioned him at all, and instead, for some unknown reason, gradually began to trust and even rely on him. It should be noted that Riezel was neither from fairy Britain nor from proper human history, while the events in this world were a collection of large-scale conflicts between proper human history and the rejected Lost Belt. Yet Riezel did not belong to either side but was a third party with an utterly unknown origin, so it was obvious that anyone who knew about his circumstances would have doubts about him. At the very least, Riezel could be certain that not only Oberon but even Beryl, who had already seen through the fact that he was not the child of prophecy but a human, was also suspicious of his origins and had started making arrangements of his own. Maybe the only exception was Morgan. Even though she knew Riezel was neither the child of prophecy nor someone from proper human history, she still did not suspect or question him at all. One could say that Morgan, who always called Artoria her nemesis, actually, much like Artoria, harbored a strange sense of trust and even dependence toward Riezel. Otherwise, why would she plant that stake within Riezel's body? If that was not latching onto Riezel, then what was it? For that reason, Riezel was not surprised if Oberon doubted him. In fact, it was Morgan and Artoria's trust and dependence that truly left him baffled. Of course, Riezel was in no mood to think about such matters right now because at this moment, another matter required his attention. Mash Kyrie Light, the girl he had saved, had already woken up. However, the real problem was. You are. Mash, having opened her eyes, stared blankly at Riezel, her gaze filled with confusion. Where is this? I. Who am I? Yes, she had some amnesia. She had forgotten who she was. She had forgotten her past. Naturally, she had also forgotten her current situation and the reason she had come to this lost belt. Riezel, not surprised by Mash's condition, maintained his half-crouched posture in front of her and spoke up. I know you have a lot of questions right now, but for the time being, you should check your own condition first. See if anything feels off, and if you notice anything wrong, let me know right away. Hearing this, Mash remained just as bewildered, her eyes struggling to focus, but she still instinctively followed Riezel's instructions and checked her own body. Her body, which felt both unfamiliar and strangely familiar, seemed as if it did not belong to her, and she felt completely weak. Even though there were no injuries because they had all been healed, her stamina had nearly recovered, and even her equipment was fully intact. For some reason, she simply could not move. It was probably due to a sense of dissonance churning inside her head, making her feel dizzy and utterly powerless. I feel like I lost something. Following her own sensations, Mash murmured in a daze. What she lost was likely the source of that dissonance. Lost something. Riezel was momentarily stunned. Mash, clearly lost and confused, spoke with uncertainty. It feels like something really important, something I absolutely can't lose. What is it? She could not remember, she only knew that whatever it was truly important to her. If she did not speak up now, maybe, after she got used to her current state, she would completely forget about it. It was a bit like waking from a dream and realizing the clothes she was wearing were not the ones she wore to bed, but she could not remember, and could only vaguely sense that something was not right. In just a few more minutes, that odd feeling would fade as her mind fully awakened, so she felt she had to say it while she still could. Could it be? Riezel had not understood what the girl meant at first. It was only after a while that he seemed to realize something, and he glanced at the young girl in front of him, who, despite her age, had an exceptionally curvy figure. All right. Riezel did not stare at Mash's attractive body for long and stood up. Just sit here and rest for a bit. I'll try to help you look for it. Seeing that Mash seemed a bit slow to respond and did not answer right away, Riezel added a question. You're okay with that, right? In response to Riezel's question, Mash simply nodded in a dazed manner, which really was not reassuring at all. Riezel felt as if the moment he looked away, the girl before him would wander off in a daze and end up getting lost, or even worse, get snatched away and sold off by someone. In the original work, after Mash lost her memory, hadn't something like this happened to her? Remembering what happened in the original work, Riezel suddenly cast a magic spell. Summon Monster 7th. As the magic was activated, a magic circle appeared before Riezel. Mash, who was lying there in a daze and trying to support herself, saw this scene and immediately looked surprised. Riezel ignored Mash and proceeded to summon some monsters. They were insect monsters the size of a human, resembling spiders, with 8 legs ending in sharp blades. Yes, they were none other than the 8-Edge Assassins. Because the 8-Edge Assassins did not reveal themselves but were summoned from the magic circle in an invisible state, no one could see them except for Riezel. As a result, Mash only saw a magic circle appear in front of him and then disappear, with nothing else happening, which caused her to look confused. Riezel paid Mash no mind and, through a mental link, gave orders to the 8-Edge Assassins. Stay here and guard this girl. Until I come back, don't let her leave with anyone. As soon as this command was given, Riezel immediately heard the 8-Edge Assassins' responses in his mind. Yes. In the next moment, the 8-Edge Assassin stayed invisible and surrounded the dazed Mash, keeping her safe in the center. Fly. Only then did Riezel take off, soaring into the sky and flying toward the sea under Mash's amazed gaze. Recalling in his mind the appearance of the items Mash might have lost, Riezel cast another magic. Locate object. It was a 6th-tier magic capable of detecting the location of a specific item. Riezel cast the magic, letting the image in his mind serve as the basis for the magic's tracking, and used it as a center to spread magical energy outward. In the next second, the magical energy rippled out like a radar, scanning in all directions like an ultrasound and gradually sweeping over the entire area. Riezel even controlled the magical energy waves, allowing the magic to extend as far as possible beneath the sea's surface, increasing the search range. If he could not find it this way, he planned to use teleportation magic to head toward the nameless forest, checking along the way to search for the items as thoroughly as possible. If it were just an ordinary item, Riezel certainly would not go to so much trouble, but the things Mash had lost were not only important to her, in a way, they could be crucial to everything that might happen next. If they really could not be found, the consequences could be unimaginable. Because of that, Riezel intended to do his utmost to find them and only look for other solutions if he was sure they could not be recovered. Fortunately, things did not go that far. Right beneath here. Not long after, Riezel sensed a pulse from his magic and looked down at the sea. In the next instant, without any warning, Riezel suddenly dove down. Boom. A massive wave erupted as Riezel plunged into the sea, vanishing beneath the waves. He jumped in. Mash, who was struggling to get up, was startled by what she saw and stared blankly at the water's surface for a moment before immediately running over, as if instinctively preparing to help. It was worth mentioning that as Mash ran toward the shore, she was carrying her enormous shield, which might have been even taller and heavier than herself. A beautiful, slender young girl like her should have found it exhausting, maybe even impossible, to lug around such a massive shield, but Mash effortlessly hefted it as if she were just carrying an oversized tray. Needless to say, the contrast was undoubtedly striking. Boom. Just as Mash was about to reach the sea, another explosion went off in the distance, sending water spraying everywhere. Riezel darted out from within, but he was not wet at all thanks to a layer of crystal that had formed a barrier around him, acting as a protective shield that covered his entire body. It was the defensive magic called Crystal Wall, which Evil Eye, known as Landfall, had once used in front of Riezel. He relied on Crystal Wall to dive into the sea, so he did not end up completely soaked like last time. When Riezel returned to shore, the crystal barrier finally vanished. "Hey, are you okay?" Mash had just run over, and when she saw Riezel coming ashore, she immediately stopped and asked him carefully. "I'm fine." Riezel shook his head as he glanced at the girl. "I already found your stuff and kept it for you. If you need it, just ask me later." It was not as if he were being greedy about Mash's things, because even though he was somewhat interested in the items Mash had brought, he had no desire to study them. As for why Riezel did not return them to her right away, first, those things were too heavy and cumbersome, and second, in her current condition, Mash could not use them anyway. For this reason, Riezel had stored them in the storage space of the dimensional magic cube for now, planning to take them out for her when she needed them. However, it seemed Mash misunderstood. "If you didn't find them, it's fine. I don't even remember what they were anymore anyway." Mash actually tried to comfort Riezel. Apparently, since Riezel came back empty-handed, she thought he was just saying that to make her feel better, so she ended up trying to comfort him instead. Realizing this, Riezel wanted to explain, but seeing Mash's dazed expression, he doubted she would even understand what he was saying. In the end, Riezel simply shook his head. "Forget it. As long as you remember to ask me for them when you need them, that's enough." With that, Riezel moved on from the topic. "Looks like you've recovered a bit of strength, right? So, can you move?" "Yes." Mash nodded honestly. "I haven't fully recovered, but I can feel it. Right now, I think I can do anything." "You can do anything?" Riezel gave Mash a strange look. Why did that sound so suggestive? As he watched her, his gaze unconsciously drifted to her lips. Even though it was to save Mash, he really had kissed this female lead when he did CPR, hadn't he? He had not thought much of it at the time, but now, as he recalled it, Riezel found himself remembering the moment. Her lips were not sweet, in fact, because of the seawater, they had felt a little cold, even a bit salty. Regardless, it was actually Riezel's first time kissing a girl. Of course, the kiss Riezel had with Morgan did not count, since not only was it inside some kind of dream, but he also couldn't recall the feeling clearly. Meanwhile, in his previous life, growing up in that kind of prominent family, he could have had as many women as he wanted with a snap of his fingers, but Riezel had never been interested in any of that because he had only been passionate about traveling the world, adventuring in different places, and had never once considered falling in love. Naturally, since his current life was no different, he still had no experience in that area. As for the original Riezel, though he had gone out carousing with the other noble students from Spriller Academy, at most, he had gotten a little handsy. As a pure and innocent country boy, the original Riezel had zero actual experience and was teased more than once by the noble boys in their little group because of it. For that reason, after 2 lifetimes, this kind of feeling was still very new to Riezel. As Riezel thought about it, he was not sure whether to feel lucky or just sad. "HM. What's wrong with you?" Mash's voice reached Riezel's ears and snapped him out of it. Looking at Mash's confused and concerned expression, for a moment, Riezel felt a little out of place. "If this ever gets out, your master might actually want to kill me." Riezel gave a bitter smile as he said this. Huh? Mash had no idea what Riezel was talking about and just looked at him blankly. "It's nothing, don't worry about it." Riezel helplessly shook his head. "Since you've recovered a bit, come with me. I'll explain what's going on and tell you why you've forgotten everything." With that, he turned around. "Come on." Leaving these words behind, Riezel started walking forward on his own. Seeing this, Mash hesitated for a moment, then shouldered her shield and hurried to catch up. At the same time, the invisible 8-edge assassins immediately followed in silence, causing everything to return to quiet. Chapter 511, Galahad. After leaving the coast, Riezel did not choose to teleport back to the nameless forest with Mash, but instead walked there slowly with her. Because of her amnesia, Mash had even forgotten her own name. Her mind was blank, and a look of confusion was constantly on her delicate face, so much so that Mash did not even suspect Riezel or worry that this stranger might do her harm and simply followed obediently behind him. If Riezel were to bring Mash directly to the nameless forest now, he was certain she would only become even more confused, perhaps even uneasy. Considering she had not yet figured out what was happening, nor did she remember who she was, if he brought Mash to meet Artoria, Oberon, or even her original companions in such a state, she might not be able to handle all this information at once. For this reason, Riezel decided to give Mash some time to adjust. However, seeing the confusion in her eyes only grow stronger with no sign of easing, Riezel thought it best to speak up first. My name is Riezel Brynhart. While walking along the road to the nameless forest, Riezel suddenly spoke, introducing himself. Just call me Riezel. Riezel's sudden words seemed to startle the girl. Once Mash reacted, she hurried to speak, but did not know what to say. Even though she had forgotten many things, at least some basic common sense remained. Now that Riezel had introduced himself, by all rights, she ought to do the same, given that she still remembered this bit of common sense. However, how was she supposed to give her name? My name is, what? As Mash murmured blankly, Riezel spoke up at just the right time. Your name is Mash Kyrie, and you're a demi-servant from Chaldea. Riezel's simple and clear words made Mash's eyes light up. Mash Kyrie. Was that her name? Indeed, it felt very familiar to her, but... Chaldea. Demi-servant. Mash couldn't help but wonder what those two terms were. Looks like you really did forget everything. Riezel gazed at Mash with a helpless expression. All I can say is, your luck truly is awful. You all had just arrived in Fairy Britain, but you happened to enter near the nameless forest. If you'd arrived somewhere else, you wouldn't have ended up like this. On this point, it truly was just bad luck for Chaldea. Other than the area around the nameless forest, the rest of the coastal regions around Fairy Britain were all safe for entry. At least, in the original work, aside from Chaldea, who entered near the nameless forest, nothing else that drifted here from outside the fairy kingdom ever had any issues. Artoria was the best example. 16 years ago, this fairy of paradise had drifted across the sea to Tintagel in a small boat. She had been just a baby then, with a pile of treasure and the staff of selection at her side, and entered without a hitch. Over the ages, many things had drifted here from beyond Fairy Britain, but there had never been an incident. Only Chaldea, unfortunately, had to enter near the nameless forest, which resulted in everyone falling under the curse of the forest, and probably all losing their memories, including their names. If Riezel and the others hadn't come here on their own, then, according to the original work, Chaldea's people would have had to struggle for quite some time to recover their memories and begin to regroup. Especially that master from Chaldea, the true foreign traveler. In the original work, they encountered Artoria, the child of prophecy, while suffering from amnesia. Now, however, Artoria was sticking with, or rather, following Riezel's side. If things continued as in the original, Chaldea's master would never meet Artoria in the nameless forest. If the child of prophecy and the foreign traveler never had their fated meeting, the plot would probably change dramatically, and the Chaldea group might face even more hardship than in the original. Considering all this, Riezel could only say they had bad luck. Of course, Mash knew nothing about any of this, because all she knew was that the young men in front of her, who seemed to have rescued her, appeared to know a lot about her and her forgotten past. Because of that, Mash mustered her courage and spoke to Riezel. Can you tell me who I really am, and how I ended up like this? As she asked, Mash bowed to Riezel, showing a gesture of genuine request. Of course. Riezel agreed without hesitation. Even if you didn't ask, I would have explained it to you anyway. With that, Riezel explained to Mash, in simplified terms, everything about her origins, the situation at Chaldea, and the reasons why she had ended up in her current state. Naturally, this included information about proper human history, the Lost Belt, the Fairy Kingdom, and why Chaldea had come to this place. All of this information left Mash completely stunned. Proper human history is about to face destruction. So, the world is ending. I'm in another world. Not the world I was born in. I'm a demi-servant. And I'm here to stop this world's destruction from affecting ours. Mash muttered with a dazed expression. It was easy to imagine how much of a shock this would be to a young girl who had forgotten everything. Mash simply stopped in her tracks, blinking blankly, unable to move her legs. What's wrong? Riezel also stopped and looked at Mash, who was staring blankly. You don't want to believe it. No. Mash shook her head and, unexpectedly, calmed down rather quickly, even managing a smile. I believe you, Mr. Riezel. I know you wouldn't lie to me. It went without saying that her trust truly came out of nowhere. Aren't you a little too naive? Riezel raised his eyebrows. Just because I saved you doesn't mean I'm a good person. Maybe I did it on purpose, maybe I want to use you for something. Don't trust people so easily, especially in this place. If you let your guard down around those fairies, they'll trick you into a brothel, and you'll end up living a life worse than death. He gave a blunt warning, but all he got in return was Mash tilting her head. Right after that, she spoke. What's a brothel? Upon hearing this question, Riezel was completely speechless and simply stared at Mash. Mash still had her head tilted, with a completely innocent look on her face. All right, just forget I said anything. Riezel immediately gave up under that pure, innocent gaze. Faced with how genuinely pure this girl was, even Riezel felt he shouldn't say too much, so as not to taint her innocent thoughts. Unfortunately, the girl seemed to misunderstand Riezel's meaning. Sorry, I guess I'm just too stupid. Thinking that Riezel was annoyed and didn't want to explain further, Mash apologized with a look of deep disappointment. However, this only made Riezel feel even more guilty. No, it's not that I'm annoyed and don't want to explain. Riezel said, rubbing his temples instinctively. It's just not a nice word, so I feel awkward explaining it to you. Do you understand? Oh, is that it? Mash immediately understood, then smiled again. I understand, then I won't ask any more. A brothel is a bad word, a brothel is a bad word. Mash repeated this to herself a few times, making sure to remember it. Only then did Riezel get the conversation back on track. In short, that's how things are. You're a combatant sent by Chaldea in proper human history to stop the collapse phenomenon, but because you accidentally wandered into the nameless forest, you were affected by its curse and lost your memories. Riezel summarized for Mash. But don't worry, this isn't something irreversible. As long as there's an opportunity, your memories will come back. For now, you can stick with me. Your companion is also with my group. Let's go meet up with them first, and then we'll figure out what to do next, got it? Honestly, this had been a rather helpless decision. Even though the so-called nameless forest's curse that affected Mash and the others was technically a curse, it was not the same as an ordinary curse. In fact, it did not actually have the characteristics of a curse. If it really had been an actual curse, Diafrattle would have healed Mash long ago. Diafrattle was capable of dispelling curses, and among the tier magic Riezel had mastered, there were several that could remove curses or abnormal statuses, yet none of them worked on Mash. Because of this, Riezel had no solution for her current state and could only let it continue, unless, of course, he used something like Control Amnesia, a magic that could manipulate memories. Control Amnesia could browse, delete, or even alter another person's memories, so Riezel could easily use this magic to retrieve Mash's memories, let her see them, and restore them that way if he wanted. However, using Control Amnesia on someone else could bring about side effects. If he wasn't careful, it could cause memory confusion or other abnormalities, which would only make things worse. In the end, after some consideration, Riezel decided not to use Control Amnesia on Mash. If it were an enemy, it would be a different matter. Whether their memories got messed up or not would have nothing to do with Riezel. Unfortunately, Mash was not an enemy, so just to be safe, it was better not to mess with her mind. Her memories will recover eventually, so it's best to just wait and see for now. Riezel decided to use a wait-and-see approach. Mash, of course, had no idea what was going through Riezel's mind and, as before, did not doubt him at all and nodded right away. All right, I'll stick with Mr. Riezel and won't wander off. Mash still looked just as innocent and obedient as before. Seeing a girl with such a delicate face and a lovely figure being so trusting and compliant with him, Riezel honestly couldn't help but enjoy it a little. Ever since arriving in Fairy Britain, most of the people he liked were on the enemy side, and among his allies, except for Artoria, there was no one he could trust. Such a situation struck Riezel as rather ridiculous. Given all that, Mash's unconditional trust and obedience were genuinely comforting for Riezel. Even if it was just a fleeting feeling, her behavior really did make him like her even more. Just as Riezel was about to speak again, he suddenly frowned. Mr. Riezel. Mash's eyes also widened, and she pointed forward in surprise. What's that? In the direction Mash pointed, a wave of darkness had appeared out of nowhere. They were creatures that looked like some kind of soft-bodied animal, wriggling their way toward them. What else could it be besides moss? They're here too. Riezel frowned as he turned to face the moss. You guys are really persistent. With a flick of his hand, Hermit appeared in his grasp. Buzz. At the same moment, all the moss that formed the black wave stopped moving. Gathering the curses on their bodies, they built up a huge amount of dark magical energy with a buzzing sound, forming projectiles. In the next instant, countless black projectiles rained down in a dense barrage toward Riezel. Clack. Hermit in Riezel's hand slid slightly out of its sheath, but before he could act, someone moved ahead of him. Please step back. Mash suddenly flashed in front of Riezel, her expression now full of determination, completely different from a moment ago, as she raised her shield. Ha! With a loud shout, Mash slammed down her massive shield as a faint light shimmered around her. What? Riezel's hand paused as he looked at the girl in front of him, her whole body now glowing faintly, feeling surprised. At this moment, the presence she exuded was no weaker than the fairy knights Riezel had fought before. Zing! At the same time, the shield in Mash's hand was shining as well, as if it had been blessed by some god. Boom, boom, boom. In the next second, the moss's bombardment poured down, slamming repeatedly into the heavy cross-shaped shield, causing explosions and shockwaves of darkness. Even a true fairy knight would have had to back off when facing such a barrage from so many moss, but Mash surprisingly stood her ground, effortlessly blocking every attack with her shield. In fact, she did not move a single step, her arm holding the shield did not even tremble. Solid as a fortress. Absolute defense. Watching this scene, only these two phrases flashed through Riezel's mind. At this very moment, Mash's back was the very image of a knight in Riezel's eyes. Nothing could have been more fitting. Someone who could protect those behind her. If that's not a knight, then what is? Fairy Knight Galahad, present. Mash's gentle shout suddenly rang out. I won't let you hurt Mr. Riezel. Chapter 5:12, Mixing Breathing Styles. Galahad. It was the name of an important figure from the legend of King Arthur. He was one of the Knights of the Round Table under King Arthur's command, and also the son of Lancelot, the very same Lancelot who was known as the strongest among the Knights of the Round Table. Even though his reputation was not as prominent as famous Knights of the Round Table like Lancelot, Gawain, and Mordred, since his presence did not stand out as much, he was still celebrated as the perfect knight, praised as the youth destined to inherit the next era of the Round Table. It was said that there was an empty seat at King Arthur's Round Table, known as the Seat of Calamity, regarded as the most dangerous seat, where whoever sat in the seat would face misfortune. Yet there was actually one person who sat there openly, without fear, a seat nobody else dared to take. It was said that, in King Arthur's eyes, one of the Knights of the Round Table existed perhaps to correct his own shortcomings, a being more perfect and resolute than himself. And that person was Galahad. Galahad's most famous legend was the quest for the Holy Grail, a miraculous relic said to grant any wish. In Galahad's lifetime, nearly everyone sought the Holy Grail, which could fulfill any desire, and King Arthur himself was no exception, yet in the end, none succeeded. Only Galahad succeeded in finding the Holy Grail that even King Arthur had failed to obtain, yet he made no wish upon it, but instead returned it to heaven. In the end, the unselfish Galahad ascended along with the Holy Grail, leaving behind a silent yet brilliant legacy in the world. Now, Mash called out the name of this legendary perfect knight before the cursed moss of Britain. In fact, there was nothing improper about this because, in the first place, she truly could be called Galahad. One should remember that she was a demi-servant, a being born from Chaldea's experiment that fused the power of a servant with a human, becoming something between the two. Coincidentally, the servant she fused with was none other than Galahad, which in turn made her both Mash and Galahad, both human and servant. In other words, she had the right and legitimacy to claim the name Galahad. However, even as Mash called out Galahad's name, she did not refer to herself as a Knight of the Round Table but called herself a fairy knight. Such a fact not only caused Riezel to narrow his eyes, but also left Mash stunned on the spot. Fairy Knight. Galahad. What are they? Having forgotten everything, Mash had shouted those names out of instinct, and now she was lost in confusion. Of course, the moss didn't care about her confusion. VMMM. With the sound of the air trembling, dark, cursed energy gathered, forming projectiles above the heads of every moss, all aimed to fire at Mash. Mash's defensive instincts were triggered. She quickly cleared her mind, tightened her grip on her shield, and prepared to block Moss's attack once again, but unfortunately, she never got the chance. Bang. A blast suddenly erupted behind Mash. Kia. Caught off guard, Mash let out a startled cry. Amid her cry, a streak of fire flashed past her and shot toward the moss at incredible speed. Anyone who knew Riezel and saw this scene would have been shocked. At this moment, Riezel was clearly using sun breathing, but it felt as if he were using thunder breathing because the explosive speed that only thunder breathing could unleash was now on display. At this moment, there were only two differences between the current Riezel and when he used thunder breathing. 1. What sounded was not thunder, but explosions. 2. What appeared was not a lightning bolt, but flames. Other than that, Riezel's speed, explosive power, and straight-line dash were identical to those of thunder breathing's thunderclap and flash. Sun breathing, first form, dance. With a faint voice, the flames moved at breakneck speed to the front of a moss. Inside the flames, a blazing slash erupted, tracing a perfect circle like a miniature sun will appearing on the ground, and sliced toward the moss. PSSSHHH. A blazing slash, as fast as a lightning bolt, swept through several mosses' bodies, carrying immense heat and force, effortlessly cleaving all of them in two. Scrog. 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 Strangled screams escaped from the moss that were cut in half, and immediately, flames ignited their bisected bodies, burning them completely to ash, leaving not a trace behind. In an instant, silence fell over the area. Mash stared wide-eyed at the scene, stunned, while the remaining moss, filled with dark, cursed energy, seemed frozen for a moment, as if shocked by what had just happened, not moving an inch. Click. Riezel appeared amidst the flames, completely ignoring the countless moss around him, and slowly sheathed his sword as he stood still. A faint smile, tinged with surprise, quietly appeared on his face. It worked. Yes, it worked. Unleashing the explosive technique of thunder breathing while in sun breathing mode really worked. Needless to say, that was exactly why Riezel had just been able to move at such incredible speed, and why it had looked so much like he was using thunder breathing. One should note that the first sword form of thunder breathing, thunderclap and flash, was a quick draw strike. It involved channeling power into one foot, then releasing it all at once, dashing forward at a speed that seemed to tear through the air like thunder, closing in on the opponent at such velocity that even demons couldn't follow, and then landing a lightning-fast strike to sever a demon's head. Thunder breathing placed extremely high demands on the explosive power of both legs, so although thunderclap and flash was the most basic first sword form, it was also the hardest to master among the 6 sword forms of thunder breathing. Given that, if one used sun breathing and channeled power into a single foot like thunder breathing, then released it in an instant for a high-speed rush, what would happen? Riezel had just given the answer. What tore through the air was no longer thunder, but an explosive blast. What burst forth was no longer a lightning bolt, but flames. As a result, the slash unleashed was not thunderclap and flash, but dance. In fact, this was the sun-breathing variant that Tanjiro once used in the original work called Dancing Flash. Riezel had remembered that move right when he thought about boosting his speed while using sun-breathing, so he tried it here, and it worked on the very first attempt. It makes sense. Riezel spoke quietly in his heart. Thunder breathing was always the breathing style I used most, especially thunderclap and flash. I've used it just as much as any of sun-breathing's sword forms. And since I developed the 13th sword form of sun breathing, Blooming Radiance, which, like thunderclap and flash, is a quick draw technique, with that kind of foundation, even if others couldn't do it, there's no way I'd have trouble pulling off thunder breathing's explosive technique while using sun breathing. Even Tanjiro had managed it, so of course Riezel wouldn't fall short, that was the idea. Naturally, this was just the beginning. If I can use the fundamental technique of thunderclap and flash to unleash a sun-breathing sword form, can I do the same with Godspeed? If Godspeed works, then what about Flaming Thunder God? If I could unleash a speed on par with Flaming Thunder God while using sun-breathing, then even in strong attack mode, my speed wouldn't lose out to fast attack mode, maybe I could even surpass it. If this worked, then Riezel's strong attack mode would gain the benefits of fast attack mode, achieving the perfect balance of overwhelming power and incredible speed. At that point, Riezel's strength would skyrocket, and perhaps facing Lancelot or Gawain again would no longer be such a headache. In the original work, Tanjiro even managed to use water breathing together with sun breathing, pulling off that unbelievable hybrid technique. If that's possible, maybe I could go even further, mix thunder breathing into sun breathing, and use both at once. What about wind breathing? Moon breathing? Could those be combined too? Because he had successfully performed Dancing Flash, Riezel's mind wandered with all sorts of ideas. Mr. Riezel. Just as Riezel's thoughts started to drift, Mash cried out in alarm, snapping him back to reality. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, a barrage of jet-black projectiles rained down, landing on Riezel's body, engulfing him and setting off a chain of thunderous explosions. Seeing Riezel, who had charged into their midst, gotten surrounded, and was now standing there absent-mindedly with his sword sheathed, the moss that had hesitated before finally attacked all at once. Bang. A blast powerful enough to send shockwaves through the air erupted, leaving cracks running through the ground, but this time, the explosion was not caused by the moss, it came from an eruption of blazing flames. At this moment, the flames evaporated the air, unleashing searing heat, and even drove away the dark magical energy that carried tremendous cursed power. This scene looked just like holy flames purifying evil, suddenly igniting in the darkness and swiftly blowing away the writhing moss all around. Sun breathing, 6th form, burning bones, summer Sunday. A slashing attack, like a vortex of flames, surged explosively with burning intensity, cleaving through each of the moss that had been sent flying. PSSSHHH, PSSSHHH, PSSSHHH. Burning sounds resounded as the blazing slashes resembled flashes of fire, instantly cutting through every moss before they could even hit the ground, slicing them all cleanly in half and killing them on the spot. Raging flames erupted, engulfing each of the moss, purifying, banishing, and burning them away until nothing remained. Riezel stood with his sword in hand, surrounded by clusters of falling flames, each containing a moss gradually being burned to ashes. In Mash's eyes, the sight resembled a spectacular fireworks display, remarkably sacred and undeniably beautiful. Amazing. Mash was stunned once again. She didn't know what those monsters were or how dangerous they might be, but her intuition still told her that what she was witnessing was something impossible to see in everyday life, something no ordinary person could ever hope to do. At this moment, in Mash's eyes, Riezel was no different from a god. He was the god of fire who commanded the flames. He was the god of the sun who brought light to the land. He was also the god of war and the god of swords, whose sword moved as if it possessed a will of its own. Mr. Riezel is way stronger than Sir Gawain. Mash subconsciously muttered, then suddenly froze. Who's Sir Gawain? Mash tilted her head, confusion written all over her face, the look slightly easing the tension in the air. You okay? Riezel walked over and, seeing Mash's bewildered expression, asked her right away. And no problem. Mash snapped out of it and quickly shook her head. Those things just now were. They were moss. Riezel didn't pursue the matter further and answered her question. I'll explain the details once we're back. All right. Mash nodded solemnly, then asked again. Do you know Galahad and Fairy Knight? You don't know. Riezel gave her a strange look. Then why did you announce yourself with those names? Well, I'm not really sure myself. Mash hesitated, not knowing how to explain. At that moment, I just had this feeling, like a voice inside my heart told me I could do it. Heh, I guess that makes sense. Riezel couldn't help but chuckle. Honestly, no one's more suited than you to use Galahad's name, but it's one thing to call yourself Galahad. I didn't expect you to use Fairy Knight, too. Good thing you're a demi-servant. You might not be a real servant, but you still have servant traits. Otherwise, the fairies in this country might just die laughing. Fairies could distinguish between fairies and humans by their scent, magical energy, and appearance, but they couldn't tell fairies apart from servants, so in the eyes of most fairies, servants were basically just like them. In other words, Mash, just like Riezel, could disguise herself as a fairy and wouldn't be mistaken for a human. Even if she called herself a fairy knight in front of a crowd, it would probably only surprise people, not make them laugh at her. Understanding this, Riezel glanced at Mash beside him, seeing that the faint glow around her had already faded. However, from the moment Mash arrived here, came to Britain, set foot on the land where the Knights of the Round Table lived, the power belonging to Galahad inside her had been completely awakened. Adding her declaration as a fairy knight, Mash had probably received the same blessing as the other fairy knights known as true name redesignation. At the very least, the power Riezel sensed from Mash just now, one not inferior at all to a fairy knight, was definitely not his imagination. Of course, that power wasn't a fake like Tristan's, but rather on par with Lancelot and Gawain. Knights of the Round Table, huh? Riezel murmured softly. He really wanted to see for himself what those famous knights looked like when they appeared on this land. Chapter 5:13, Regrouping. Near the main road leading to the southern center, just outside the nameless forest. In this remote corner, there was a cave that seemed to be home to a wild beast. It was neither too big nor too small, about enough to house a rather large bear. If one could drive away whatever beast lived here, it would actually make for a pretty decent place to stay. It was here that Artoria and Oberon brought the rest of Chaldea's group to settle, and Riezel had been informed of this a few minutes earlier when he contacted Oberon using message. Once Mash had finally accepted her current situation and was no longer looking so lost, Riezel stopped wasting time. He immediately used teleportation magic and brought her to this location in a single leap. Swish. With a faint swish, Riezel and Mash appeared in front of the cave. We're here. Riezel released his hand from Mash's soft shoulder. Mash still hadn't caught up, standing there in a daze, blinking in confusion. All she felt was a blur before her eyes, and then the scenery in her field of vision had completely changed. She had no idea what had just happened. Riezel paid no mind to Mash and walked toward the cave. Wait. Mash snapped out of it and hurried to follow. One after the other, the two approached the cave, and when they were about 10 meters away, they suddenly felt as if they had passed through some kind of invisible barrier. What is this? Mash stopped in her tracks, glancing around in confusion. Seeing this, Riezel explained. Probably a bounded field that my companion set up nearby. Riezel was referring, of course, to Artoria. As a magus, no matter how specialized one's expertise, it was still possible to set up one or two magic barriers, which were known as bounded fields in this world, to deal with the outside world. It should just be an alarm-type barrier, right? Riezel thought to himself, thinking of Artoria. Well, that hopeless fairy magus couldn't set up anything too advanced after all. Honestly, if Artoria managed to create a barrier that only had an alarm effect, that was already pretty impressive. Just as Riezel was thinking this, a resentful voice reached his ears. I get the feeling you're thinking something bad about me, like calling me a hopeless fairy magus or something. As these words sounded, a fairy girl slowly walked out of the cave. Well, considering how rushed things were, being able to set up a barrier that's actually useful is already pretty good. Another fairy appeared behind the fairy girl, stepping out of the cave with a broad smile and waving at Riezel. As for Artoria in front, her face was nothing but full of resentment, which made Riezel smile, and also caused the still glancing around Mash to pull back her gaze, looking at the two ahead with a hint of curiosity. Riezel led Mash forward to join them. Nothing unexpected happened, right? Riezel asked just in case. Nope. Artoria puffed out her cheeks but still answered him honestly. A few moss and magical beasts passed by from time to time, but since we hid in the cave and Oberon sprinkled us with some weird powder, they didn't find us. Hearing this, Riezel raised an eyebrow and looked at Oberon. What do you mean, weird powder? Oberon said with a deadpan look. It's a miracle item that can erase sense, okay. Just so you know, that stuff is really expensive around here. I went through a lot just to buy it in Gloucester. Is that so? Riezel nodded, acting like he understood, but then added coolly, don't tell me you bought it on credit. Instantly, Oberon fell silent and turned away, showing he didn't want to talk to Riezel, but no matter how you looked at him, he just seemed guilty. Seriously? You even borrowed money to buy this kind of stuff? Artoria looked at Oberon in shock. Is that why you owe so many people money, just to buy a bunch of weird stuff? Fairies didn't need food, so there was no need for living expenses. Oberon also had his own territory and place to live, so there were no lodging fees, either. On top of that, Oberon was a servant. Servants could turn themselves into spiritual forms, becoming like ghosts to hide their forms and erase fatigue instead of sleeping, which meant Oberon didn't need to worry about survival and could get by with zero cost. By all accounts, Oberon shouldn't have to borrow money just to get by, yet he had racked up debts in city after city throughout Fairy Britain, making people genuinely wonder where all his money had gone. At this moment, both Riezel and Artoria turned their gazes on him, their eyes deep. Hey, what's with those looks? Oberon instantly got riled up and shouted in exasperation. Do I look like the kind of person who would just spend money recklessly, borrow cash from others for fun and pleasure, and end up drowning in debt? Riezel and Artoria both glanced at Oberon at the same time, then nodded in unison, giving their answer without saying a word. Oi, that's slander. Oberon immediately protested. Sure, in A Midsummer Night's Dream, Fairy King Oberon is willful and childish, but look at me, do I really seem like someone who doesn't know what's appropriate? I don't borrow money just to waste it. Every cent went exactly where it should have. For example, this outfit I'm wearing. Oberon pointed to the white, feather-like formal attire on his body. See, this is absolutely top-tier quality. You won't find 3 of these in all of Fairy Britain. Wearing this kind of outfit, whether it's at Salisbury's Cathedral or Gloucester's auction house, the doormen take one look at me and immediately think I'm some high-status fairy. They wouldn't dare stop me, so I can waltz into places most people can't, conduct my investigations openly, and gather information that others have no clue about. And that powder from earlier, if you sprinkle it on yourself, even fairies with the sharpest sense of smell won't catch our scent. Whether it's for running away or just hiding, it's a piece of cake. Plus, when I'm asking around for information, don't I have to buy people a few drinks as thanks? And if I'm going to some high-class place, I even have to tip the doorman. And then there are all the times I have to sponsor others. Every single thing here costs money. At this point, Oberon even got a little worked up. As a hard-working intelligence fairy, it's already rare that I haven't applied for any operational funds, and yet you're accusing me of wasting money. Unbelievable. You're just too much. Oberon's loud complaining not only failed to gain any sympathy from the people around him but instead drew contemptuous looks from everyone present. What he said wasn't exactly wrong, and the situation really was like that, but why did it sound so suspicious coming out of Oberon's mouth? You didn't use the borrowed money to go to a brothel or something, did you? Riezel asked bluntly. However, the first person to react to this wasn't Artoria or Oberon, but Mash, who was standing by Riezel's side. A brothel. Mash looked at Oberon, her eyes full of surprise and shock, as if she were staring at someone caught in the act of doing something bad. What the? I did not. Oberon yelled, turning red in the face. I have a lover, okay. An imaginary lover, huh? I get it. Artoria added, as if twisting the knife. Can you not make it sound like I've been single for so long that I've started imagining I have a lover? Oberon nearly collapsed on the spot. Not wanting to let his reputation get dragged through the mud, His Majesty the Fairy King quickly changed the subject. All right, this is the Chaldea member you rescued, right? Oberon awkwardly shifted the focus onto Mash. Hello. Mash, ever the honest one, immediately took the bait, bowing nervously and a bit stiffly to Artoria and Oberon. I'm Mash Kyrie Light, nice to meet you. As soon as she said this, not just Oberon but even Artoria looked a bit surprised. You know your name? Artoria asked. So you haven't lost your memory? Oberon also seemed quite surprised. Seeing their reaction, Riezel's eyes flickered. If you're asking that, does it mean you already know what condition the Chaldea people are in? At Riezel's question, Artoria and Oberon both nodded. They've woken up. Riezel understood and asked directly. Yeah, the 3 Chaldea members we rescued have all woken up. Oberon nodded, confirming Riezel's guess. Riezel immediately looked at Mash. Chaldea. Mash mumbled dreamily, as if realizing that the people Riezel and the others had just mentioned were her companions before she lost her memory. Let's go. Let's go inside and have a look. At Riezel's words, everyone nodded in turn and walked into the cave together. Inside the not-so-spacious cave, the ground was covered with a thin layer of dry grass, serving as a makeshift bed. On the grass bed, 3 people sat together, sometimes whispering to each other, sometimes falling silent and spacing out. It was obvious at a glance that they were not in a normal state. Riezel was the first to enter and immediately saw the 3 of them. They were dressed differently, each with a unique appearance, and in every sense of the word, each had a distinct personality. Sitting on the left was a man dressed like a bard, a harp resting at his side, his long, bright red hair striking, and his look stunningly handsome, yet from start to finish, he kept his eyes closed. More importantly, there was a melancholy air about this handsome man, his face full of sorrow, giving off the impression that he had experienced much in life. If one stayed by his side for long, it seemed likely his mood would rub off, making anyone nearby just as gloomy. On the right sat a little girl who appeared to be only about 13 or 14 years old, looking several years younger than Artoria. She wore a cute dress, had a small backpack on her back, and even wore a pair of roller skates on her feet. Her features were delicate and lovely, clearly a beauty in the making, with much promise for the future. As for the person sitting in the middle, he was a young man about the same age as Riezel. He wore a black combat suit, and although he was not exactly handsome, there was something about him that resembled a pretty boy. Even though his first impression was not striking and was quite ordinary, it was the kind of face that grew on you the more you looked at it. However, the most eye-catching thing about him was the back of his right hand. It was a bright red mark that looked like a tattoo. At this moment, these 3, each with such a vivid and unique look, sitting together on the pile of grass, turned their eyes toward Riezel and the others at once as they came in. In the next moment, 2 of the 3 looked confused, while the third simply stared blankly and frowned. "You guys are..." Gazing at the newcomers, the melancholy man sitting on the left was the first to speak. Even though he did not open his eyes, it was as if he could see Riezel and the others enter, and even noticed the unfamiliar faces, so he spoke up, sounding puzzled. Compared to him, the other 2 showed their own reactions. One looked uneasy, and the other remained silent, quietly waiting for Riezel's group to speak first. "Looks like you all adjusted pretty well." Oberon stepped forward and smiled at the 3. "Good, this way it'll be easier to talk. Let me introduce the 2 on my side first." Oberon pointed at Riezel. "He is Riezel Brynhart, our companion. He just went out to rescue your companion, and he was also the one who arrived on the scene right away when something happened to you, so he was the one who saved all of you. If it wasn't for him, you might really have died under those mosses' curse, you know." After that, Oberon pointed to Mash. "And this is your companion." At these words, everyone fell into an odd silence. Mash looked at the 3 sitting on the grass, and the 3 on the grass also looked back at her. Just like that, the 4 of them looked at each other, exchanging awkward glances. "They don't really know each other, huh?" Artoria muttered softly, and the awkward atmosphere in the cave became even more uncomfortable. "Sorry." Mash was the first to apologize, lowering her eyes. "I don't remember anything, so I honestly don't know how I'm supposed to react." As soon as she said this, the 3 sitting on the grass were all taken aback. "You don't remember anything either?" Upon hearing Mash's words, the boy in the middle spoke up, sounding surprised. Mash nodded gently. "If Mr. Riezel hadn't told me my name, I wouldn't have even known that." It was Artoria and Oberon's turn to be surprised this time. "You knew her name?" Oberon turned to look at Riezel and asked in a surprised tone. "Sort of." Riezel gave a vague answer, then looked at the 3 sitting on the grass and suddenly smiled. "I also know the names of all 3 of you. Want me to tell you?" Chapter 5:14, Identities. "You knew her name?" Oberon turned to look at Riezel and asked in a surprised tone. "Sort of." Riezel gave a vague answer, then looked at the 3 sitting on the grass and suddenly smiled. "I also know the names of all 3 of you. Want me to tell you?" Inside the cave, after Riezel spoke, what followed was not a flood of eager questions but rather a subtle silence. At first, the 3 sitting on the haystack exchanged glances with each other, then turned their eyes to Riezel. Among them, one had a sharp gaze. Among them, one's eyes were full of scrutiny. Among them, one seemed about to speak, as if wanting to say something but not knowing how, looking completely conflicted. In this situation, Riezel simply shifted his gaze to the little girl on his right, the one whose eyes were filled with scrutiny. "You are Leonardo da Vinci." Riezel's overly direct words left the girl stunned, and even Oberon looked surprised. "Leonardo da Vinci?" Oberon said in astonishment. "You mean the genius known for mastering everything?" Artoria and Mash, on the other hand, were both at a loss. One of them was a fairy from a lost belt, the other had lost all her memories, so naturally, neither could know who Leonardo da Vinci was. Leonardo da Vinci was originally a man who was renowned in European history, active from the 15th to the 16th century, a genius whose impact on modern human civilization was second to none. Some called him an extraordinary mind. Some called him an omnipotent and universal genius. In life, he was a powerful magus, but his achievements in magecraft were just a small part of his natural talent. Besides magecraft, he also excelled in science, mathematics, engineering, natural history, music, architecture, sculpture, painting, invention, weapon development, and many other fields. He could even be called an authority in all these areas. Especially in painting, he left behind countless masterpieces that would be admired for generations, such as the Mona Lisa and the Last Supper. These were his works from life. As a servant from proper human history, Oberon naturally could not fail to recognize the universal genius whose influence and fame in proper human history were so great, so when he learned that this little girl before them was actually Leonardo da Vinci, he could not help but be shocked, until Riezel added one more sentence. Well, to be precise, she is an artificial heroic spirit, a homunculus created by Leonardo da Vinci, inheriting all of that genius's memories and skills, and was left in Chaldea to work as a backup body. Riezel's frank words made everyone's eyes widen in surprise. Backup body. Everyone looked at Da Vinci in shock, making Da Vinci lower her head, hiding her expression, but this reaction made Riezel's eyes flash as he looked at her thoughtfully. Chaldea had once summoned Leonardo da Vinci as a female servant, but that universal genius had sacrificed herself in a battle Chaldea had to face, and she was no longer in Chaldea now. However, as a contingency, before her death, servant Leonardo da Vinci activated an artificial heroic spirit she had prepared, awakening a homunculus that inherited all her memories and skills. Simply put, this little girl before them was a servant, but different from normal servants, not a hero summoned from the throne of heroes, but rather a shadow of Leonardo da Vinci, a copy of her. As these things crossed his mind, Riezel suddenly stopped paying attention to da Vinci and instead turned his gaze to the melancholic young man sitting on the left. You are Tristan. When this name was spoken by Riezel, this time, Artoria finally reacted strongly. Tristan. He's Tristan. Artoria asked in disbelief. Riezel, the Tristan you're talking about, is that the one I know? Naturally, Artoria only knew one Tristan, and that was the Lord of New Darlington in Fairy Britain, Queen Morgan's adopted daughter, Fairy Knight Tristan. Unlike the name Leonardo da Vinci, this name was well known not only to Oberon but throughout all of Fairy Britain. But he's definitely not the Fairy Knight Tristan you know. Riezel glanced at Artoria and said indifferently. I mean, the name Tristan was his to begin with, and that Fairy Knight only stole his name. Her real name is Beaban Sith, and the name Tristan was given to her by Morgan to strengthen her powers. In other words, the Fairy Knight Tristan we know is only using the real Tristan's name and powers, while the original master of those things is this one right here, a Knight of the Round Table, the actual Tristan. A Knight of the Round Table, Tristan. He was also a character from the legend of King Arthur. He was a knight who loved music and singing, and his harp strings could not only kill but also delight others. He was also known for his beauty, said to be so great that even fairies would fall for him. Countless stories based on this knight had emerged in all kinds of settings and spread widely across the world. Regardless, his life was actually full of tragedy. Not only did his mother die in childbirth, but his romance with his beloved was also seen as forbidden, leading to many twists and turns that all ended in tragedy. Because of that, after the legend of King Arthur became widely known, Tristan became a symbol of tragic love, inspiring many poems and plays with him as the protagonist. In some ways, those might even be more famous than the legend of King Arthur itself. Because of his tragic life, some called him the most sorrowful knight, while others called him the child of sorrow, but one could not deny that he was an outstanding knight, or else he would not have become one of King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table. It was also said that his archery was the best among the Knights of the Round Table, second to none, and his martial skills were so powerful that they even rivaled Lancelot, who was known as the greatest among the Knights of the Round Table. Actually, whether it's Lancelot, Gawain, or even Tristan, these are all heroes from proper human history who followed King Arthur as Knights of the Round Table. They are famous heroes in human history. Riezel continued to explain to Artoria. As for those fairy knights, all of them have different identities and true names. It's just that most of those identities can't be made public, so Morgan used the names of the Knights of the Round Table from proper human history to disguise them, turning them into the Lancelot, Gawain, and Tristan you know. Riezel's explanation successfully awakened Artoria's memory. She certainly knew that the fairy knights' current names were fake. Gawain was one such case. Artoria had a history with the fairy knight Gawain, so she knew Gawain's true name. Because of that, Artoria understood that the names of the current 3 fairy knights were all false. She simply did not know those names actually belonged to the Knights of the Round Table from proper human history. Now, after Riezel's explanation, Artoria could not help but recall the life of her other self that she had dreamed of. Under the command of that legendary king, there truly had been a Knight of the Round Table named Tristan. Artoria recalled the appearance of that knight, and gradually overlapped that image with the melancholy, handsome young man before her. Now, Artoria was certain that the melancholy, handsome man in front of her was Tristan, the Tristan of the Knights of the Round Table. However, as Artoria recalled the matter of this night of the Round Table, a phrase surfaced in her mind. The king does not understand the hearts of men. Upon recalling these words, Artoria felt inexplicably suffocated. As a result, when Artoria looked at Tristan, her gaze shifted slightly. No one noticed this change, not even Riezel, who did not realize Artoria's strange mood and continued speaking. Tristan and Da Vinci, these two are both servants. Of the two, one should have been summoned only recently, appearing after Chaldea landed because of their ties to this land, while the other is technical staff from Chaldea who accompanied Chaldea's master to this fairy Britain. As Riezel spoke, he turned his gaze toward the young man sitting in the middle, who looked the most ordinary and the easiest to fool. As for your identity, there's no need to say any more, right? Indeed, there truly was no need to say more. At the very least, Artoria and Oberon had already guessed it. It was only natural. Unlike Riezel and Mash, this young man could not hide his human identity for any special reason. In the first place, the magical energy and scent on this young man, who looked as though he had never suffered any hardship, had already told Artoria and Oberon from the very beginning that he was human. Given that, his identity was already obvious. You are Chaldea's master. You are a magus who can summon servants, command servants, and make them fight for you. Mash, Da Vinci, and Tristan, strictly speaking, all three of these servants answer to you. Riezel had appeared in front of the boy without anyone noticing, extended a finger, and tapped the crimson marks on the back of the young man's right hand. And this is the proof, the command spells. Yes, the crimson marks that looked like a tattoo carved on the back of the young man's hand were indeed command spells. However, these were not the command spells Morgan used to forcibly drain fairy magical energy, but the crystallization of magical energy that connected to Chaldea's heroic spirit summoning system, allowing their wielder to command, assist, or even strengthen a servant. Simply put, the crimson command spells were the solid proof of the contract and bond between Chaldea's master and the servants from proper human history. Because of this, the human young man before them could only have one identity, Chaldea's master. Your name is Fujimaru Ritsuka, the one who has conquered multiple singularities and 5 lost belts. Riezel smiled at the young man before him, Fujimaru Ritsuka. So, does that ring a bell? Riezel's question, unfortunately, received no response. At this moment, whether it was Mash, Tristan, Da Vinci, Oberon, or Artoria, all fell silent and exchanged looks with each other in shock. Master. Ritsuka simply stared blankly at Riezel, looking completely lost in thought, unable to react at all. Master. Mash, standing beside him, gazed intently at Ritsuka as a familiar feeling slowly welled up in her heart. In the end, the entire cave suddenly fell silent, making the air feel heavy and stifling. No one knew how much time had passed before someone finally broke the silence. So that's how it is. My name is Tristan. Tristan spoke softly, eyes closed, face full of sorrow. Indeed, this name sounds very familiar, almost makes me want to respond instinctively. It seems that all of you are not our enemies. It was not surprising that Tristan said this. In a situation where one had forgotten everything, suddenly being surrounded by people who claimed to have saved you was, after all, not something one could trust so easily. Whether it was Tristan or Da Vinci, up until just now, both had been watching Riezel and the others, trying to judge whether they were friends or foes. Now, with Da Vinci remaining silent for the time being, it seemed that Tristan had come to a conclusion. It's good that you understand. Oberon immediately spoke up at just the right moment, smiling with a hint of emotion. Still, I really didn't expect that after Chaldea arrived in Britain, Tristan was summoned as a servant. Honestly, this is something worth celebrating. It was not strange for him to say this. Nearly every knight of the Round Table was a heroic warrior, and even among these powerful heroes, Tristan was one of the most outstanding, possessing great strength. To be able to summon such a servant as an ally was undoubtedly something to be happy about for anyone wanting to overthrow Morgan. Even if you say that, I don't feel like being praised at all when I can't remember anything. It's honestly pretty sad. Tristan let out a long sigh, the air around him becoming even more sorrowful. Well then, what about this young lady here? Oberon turned to Da Vinci. You've been quiet this whole time, and even when you heard your own name and identity, you didn't react. Could it be that you can't accept it? Hearing this, Da Vinci lifted her eyes and looked at Oberon. Before long, the girl finally spoke, her youthful voice echoing through the cave. No, it's just that it doesn't feel real to me yet. Sorry, I couldn't give you any kind of proper reaction. As she said this, Da Vinci wore a gentle smile that was both innocent and mature, giving off a deeply contradictory feeling. And what about Chaldea's master over here? Oberon gave Da Vinci a deep look, then turned his gaze to Ritsuka. Strictly speaking, this young man was the most important one here because, as the master, Ritsuka was the central figure for Chaldea's side. In other words, Ritsuka was the leader of the Chaldea group. For Fairy Britain, this young man was also of critical importance. It was only natural, since the so-called foreign traveler mentioned in the Mirror Clan's prophecy referred to none other than the seemingly ordinary and unassuming master standing before them. He was the one who, according to the prophecy, would be the foreign magus who would assist the child of prophecy. Having realized this, the look in Artoria's eyes as she watched Riezel changed. Chapter 5:15, Everyone's Responses. After Riezel revealed the true names and origins of Chaldea's members, the situation did not undergo any decisive change. Due to their memory loss, even when Riezel exposed their true identities, the members of Chaldea seemed largely unaffected. Instead, they appeared even more confused. Mash, having gone through some preparation and being rather simple-minded, mustered up her courage and tried talking to Riezel and the others, who ought to have been her companions. Riezel seemed as though he wanted to say something several times, but every time he was about to speak, he stopped himself, ultimately saying nothing. Tristan, on the other hand, did respond to Riezel and the others a few times, but Riezel and the others could still tell that this Knight of the Round Table was still observing them, unlike Mash, who had directly trusted them as companions. As for Da Vinci, although she appeared to be a young girl, she was probably the most intelligent among everyone present, yet she remained surprisingly silent. Under these circumstances, even though Oberon explained the current situation to Chaldea's group and expressed that they held no hostility, the matter still made no real progress. At the very least, the silent Da Vinci finally spoke up with one sentence. We need a little time to sort out our thoughts. In the end, Riezel and Oberon, to avoid suspicion, temporarily left the cave and went outside. Meanwhile, Artoria took a long look at Riezel before also turning to leave. What do you think? As soon as they stepped outside, Oberon immediately asked Riezel. What do I think about what? Riezel pretended not to understand. Don't play dumb. Oberon replied impatiently. I don't believe you didn't notice, they're being wary of us. Hearing this, Artoria perked up and listened. Riezel glanced at Artoria before finally answering Oberon's question. To be more precise, it's not all of them who are wary of us, but her. Needless to say, the one Riezel referred to was none other than Da Vinci. Mash is simple-minded. Ever since I saved her, she's never doubted me. Although this is quite dangerous, at least she isn't guarding against me at all. Tristan has been observing us the whole time, probably still judging the situation. Fujimaru Ritsuka, I'd guess, is like Mash, he doesn't really doubt our identities, which is why he wanted to speak to us several times, but in the end, it was Leonardo da Vinci who stopped him. Yes, the reason Ritsuka repeatedly tried and failed to speak was not because he suspected Riezel and the others, nor because he was unwilling to interact with them, but because someone was holding him back, and that someone was none other than Da Vinci. Da Vinci, although she seemed silent, was actually gathering information, trying to see through Riezel and the others, while also secretly looking after Ritsuka as the master, making sure he didn't recklessly approach any suspicious Lost Belt natives before he had sorted out what was going on. In other words, Fujimaru Ritsuka and the others aside, Leonardo da Vinci has probably already regained her memory, or perhaps never lost it in the first place. Riezel pointed this out calmly, which surprised Artoria, while Oberon nodded in understanding. So my feeling was right after all. It was clear Oberon had also noticed Da Vinci's situation. But why? Artoria asked in confusion. Why is it that only that little girl hasn't lost her memory? In fact, the reason was quite simple. It's probably because this Leonardo da Vinci isn't a normal servant, but an artificial servant, right? Oberon offered his guess and looked to Riezel for confirmation. Most likely. Riezel did not hesitate and nodded directly. It should be noted that the current Da Vinci was a homunculus, a replica created by the true Da Vinci. She originally had no memories at all, but after the true Da Vinci sacrificed herself and transferred her memories to her homunculus, the homunculus Da Vinci gained both the true Da Vinci's memory and personality. In other words, her memories were a kind of backup. Perhaps for this reason, Da Vinci avoided the effects that would have disrupted her memories. In the original work, when Ritsuka, Mash, and Tristan landed in the nameless forest, all three lost their memories. Only Da Vinci appeared with a perfect memory from the very start, proving that the nameless forest had little to no effect on her. Because of that, she was naturally the only one in Chaldea's group who could quickly grasp the situation and provide support for Ritsuka as the master without any hesitation. Right now, she's probably sharing all the information she has observed and gathered with Fujimaru Ritsuka and the others. Riezel said with complete certainty. Do you think she'll trust us and work with us? Oberon asked thoughtfully. What about you? Riezel didn't answer directly, but asked instead. If you were in her place, with all your companions having lost their memories, isolated and needing to take care of several people, would you easily refuse help from a group of people who might be allies? Upon hearing this, Oberon understood. Yeah, if it were me, I'd definitely choose to wait and see for now, gather as much information as possible under someone's guidance, and then make plans for what to do next. Oberon stroked his chin and continued. After all, this land is still a strange, foreign place to them. Even Tristan, who once fought in proper human history's Britain, can't say he understands this environment, especially when he's lost their memories. Fairy Britain was certainly different from proper human history. If nothing else, the national circumstances alone, with this being a fairy-dominated lost belt, were completely different from the Britain Tristan remembered as the one saved by King Arthur. Under these conditions, even if Tristan recovered his memories, he wouldn't be able to act freely within this lost belt. Da Vinci was in the same situation. With little knowledge of Fairy Britain and running into such a major problem right after landing, no matter how much of a genius she was, she couldn't get by without help from the locals. So, they really don't have many options. Riezel glanced back at the cave and said calmly, "Rather than worrying about them, we should be thinking about how the other side will react." The other side? Artoria and Oberon were both momentarily stunned, but quickly realized what he meant. "You mean Morgan?" Artoria said, sounding a little unsure. Riezel did not answer, he only looked up in the direction of Camelot. Camelot, royal palace, throne room. No one knew what kind of magecraft had been used, but after only a few days, the throne room, almost reduced to ruins by Artoria's bomb, had been restored to its original state. At this moment, Morgan sat alone on the throne, eyes closed as if dozing. "Your Majesty." Before long, a respectful voice rang out from below the throne. It belonged to a fairy guard with a horse's head and a human body. "What is it?" Morgan did not even open her eyes as she asked. "A message has come from the observatory." The fairy guard reported respectfully. "They say there are unusual fluctuations in the bounded field on the far side of the sea." Upon hearing this, Morgan opened her eyes. "I see." Morgan narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself. "They have finally come, the tools of proper human history." She had known for a long time that people from proper human history would come to stop her, to defeat her, to overthrow her. After all, no matter how one looked at it, there was no way proper human history would just sit and wait for death. Chaldea, the organization that has restored countless singularities and eliminated the anchors of 5 lost belts. You have indeed, just as Barrelgut said, arrived in my Britain. But my Britain does not need you, and there is no place for you here. As she spoke, Morgan cast a disdainful gaze at the kneeling fairy guard below. "Relay this message to all clan heads and the fairy knights on missions outside. Tell them a new enemy has appeared. Now, the child of prophecy and the foreign traveler have most likely joined forces and are acting together. Tell the clan heads and the fairy knights the location of the unusual fluctuations and have them go there. Except for my husband, all others may be eliminated on sight." Morgan's cold orders were swiftly relayed by the fairy guard, and as a result, the fairy knights and all the clan heads quickly received the message. Salisbury, Cathedral of the Ash Tree. We've already been discovered. Inside the Lord's chambers, Aurora, having received Morgan's order, fell into thought. After a while, Aurora instructed Coral at her side. Pass the message to Oberon as quickly as possible. Coral immediately bowed and left the room to carry out the order. Oxford, Lord's residence. Humph, they actually went to the area near the nameless forest. As soon as Woodwose received Morgan's order, he called for his adjutant without hesitation. "Get the army ready." 2 hours, no. We march in 1 hour. Woodwose's urgent words only made his adjutant more anxious. But Lord Woodwose, what about Oxford? Oxford still needed to protect the Bell of Pilgrimage guarded by the Fong clan. If the army moved out now, Oxford's defenses would be greatly weakened. If that happened, the adjutant was worried that the enemy might take advantage of the situation, but Woodwose had no patience for such concerns. "You want me to just watch those lowly creatures escape again?" Woodwose's bloodshot eyes stared at his adjutant as he growled. "I've finally tracked down that bastard, there's no way I'm letting him go this time." As for the Bell of Pilgrimage, if something really happened to it, Woodwose did not care anymore. After all, it was just one Bell of Pilgrimage. Even if the Bell of Pilgrimage in Oxford was rung, and the child of prophecy rang that bell, that would only make 2, and there were still 4 bells of pilgrimage waiting to be rung. As long as all 6 bells of pilgrimage were not rung, the child of prophecy's pilgrimage could not be completed, so he still had time. Don't think that defeating Gawain means you can relax, Riezel Brynhart. Murderous intent filled Woodwose's bloodshot eyes. As long as I, Woodwose, the Archduke of Exhaust Heat, remain in Britain, don't even think about running wild on this land. About 50 minutes later, an elite unit of fairies from the Fong clan rushed out of Oxford. Woodwose led his army out of Oxford, marching straight for the nameless forest. Norwich, Lord's residence. In a lavish, golden room, Spriggan also received Morgan's orders. It seems they will not have an easy time coming here to Norwich. Spriggan wore a fearless smile, as if watching a grand play about to unfold, muttering as though the matter had nothing to do with him. Child of prophecy and foreign traveler, will they be able to fulfill your expectations and drag the witch down from her throne? Let me enjoy the show. Aurora. Murmuring to himself, Spriggan took no action. He was waiting. He was waiting for those people to arrive, and also waiting to see whether the calamity outside the city would destroy everything before they did. Gloucester, Lord's residence. Oh, the child of prophecy and the foreign traveler have met up. Murian, a small purple-haired fairy who had never left her city, laughed at Morgan's order. Foreign traveler, huh? So, those people you were waiting for have finally arrived. Murian's gaze fell toward the corner of the room, where a figure slowly stepped out. Yes, they've finally arrived, Chaldea. It was a sweet voice, charming like candied fruit. More importantly, the owner of the voice was an exceptionally beautiful and mature woman. She had a graceful figure, full and alluring, with the body proportions of a world-class model, yet the air and beauty she exuded far surpassed any model. Even in a military uniform, not the slightest bit of her beauty was concealed. Her looks could no longer be described as merely delicate, nor could the word beautiful possibly sum her up. If one had to describe her, it would only be like this. A beauty capable of toppling a nation. Unparalleled under the heavens. Peerless elegance. Unrivaled allure. She was a woman whose beauty left people breathless, yet behind such beauty, her gaze faintly revealed a touch of seduction, a danger like deadly poison. Here you are, my friend Koyanskaya. Murian greeted the bewitching and dangerous woman with excessive familiarity. So, did you find any goods that suit your tastes? Hearing this, the woman named Koyanskaya revealed a bright, genuine smile. Well, I can't say it's exactly what I wanted, but coming here wasn't a waste. Koyanskaya smiled. Of course, the new products haven't been tested yet, so I'll have to see how they perform next. Is that so? Murian immediately understood Koyanskaya's meaning, her smile gradually sinking with Koyanskaya's. Then, why not take the noisy fairy knight and her lover, who've been making a fuss at the door, and go together? Honestly, I'm starting to get annoyed with them too. No problem. Koyanskaya's smile grew even deeper, to the point her eyes narrowed, and within them, there seemed to flicker a light and color that no human should possess. Even her pupils changed slightly, causing this stunning woman in a military uniform to exude an aura even fiercer than a returned A-ray like Woodwow's. I've waited so long. It's time to see if you're still as naive and fragile as before. Koyanskaya thought with a smile, gazing out the window. Don't disappoint me, okay? Everyone from Chaldea. Chapter 5:16, A Sleepless Night. Night soon fell. At this time, those wandering the wilderness were no longer just moss, as various wild beasts and magical beasts also appeared, turning the nights of Fairy Britain into a dangerous place crawling with all kinds of monsters. By now, even fairies who were born with mystery would not want to carelessly venture outside the city. Only fairies like those of the Fawn clan, who were confident in their combat strength, would run around recklessly without any concern. Although Riezel and the others were far beyond what ordinary fairies of the Fawn clan could compare to, they did not wish to wander about at this hour either. There was no helping it. Chaldea's group had just woken up not long ago and still suffered from complete memory loss. Even with the universal genius Da Vinci watching over them, it would have been too much to expect them to take action immediately in this situation. Still need to have a proper talk with them, huh? Well, guess I'll just treat it as a chance to bond. Seeing that night had fallen and Chaldea still had not reacted, Oberon simply went into the cave to find them for a chat. It seemed this fairy king intended to rely on his gift of the gab to earn Chaldea's trust. Artoria hesitated for a moment when she saw this, but ultimately did not follow him inside. You're not going. Riezel noticed Artoria's hesitation and asked out of curiosity. He could see that Artoria had become rather interested in Chaldea. After all, Ritsuka was the foreign traveler mentioned in the Mirror clan's prophecy, and Mash and the others were servants who had come to save proper human history. They were not bad people. Chaldea, as the organization safeguarding humanity, had always been the protagonist's faction in the original work, where they saved the world and made many sacrifices for the sake of human history. In terms of character and purity of heart, they were rare examples of genuinely good people. At the very least, they were leagues better than the selfish and egotistical fairies of Fairy Britain. With her fairy eyes that could see through lies and face the truth directly, Artoria must have found them, as precious as national treasures within Fairy Britain, refreshing and comfortable to be around, perhaps because they were honest to a fault like her. As a result, Artoria had grown interested in those outsiders, who, like herself, could even be called soft-hearted fools. However, unlike Oberon, she did not seem eager to approach them or build a relationship of trust, which surprised Riezel somewhat. What Riezel did not realize was that Artoria did not lack interest, but instead felt hesitant. Her first thought was not of anyone else, but of that knight of the Round Table, Tristan. When she thought of that knight, and then recalled the memories of King Arthur she had glimpsed in her dreams, Artoria eventually shook her head. Forget it, maybe it's not a good idea for me to just casually go and interact with that knight of the Round Table. Artoria's words gave Riezel pause. Is it because of King Arthur? Riezel's question was met only by Artoria's silence, which was as good as an answer. Indeed, from King Arthur's perspective, her relationship with the Knights of the Round Table was complicated. Certainly, the knights had all served King Arthur and sworn loyalty to her, but the tragic end of King Arthur's life was inseparable from the actions of these very Knights of the Round Table. Lancelot of the Round Table had an affair with King Arthur's wife, and after being discovered, he slaughtered his own comrades and fled with the wife, leading to division within the Round Table. Gawain, after losing a close relative to Lancelot, bore a grudge and, in the end, stopped Lancelot from rescuing King Arthur, which indirectly caused her death. And there was the infamous Knight of Treachery, Mordred, who outright rebelled, ending King Arthur's reign and bringing her legend of invincibility to a close. One could say that each of the Knights of the Round Table was loyal and devoted to King Arthur, but for various reasons, they either parted ways with her or directly or indirectly caused her death, weaving together countless tales of love, hatred, and legend. And Tristan of the Round Table, his relationship with King Arthur was just as complicated. There was no doubt about his loyalty to King Arthur, but when she made all kinds of unpopular decisions to protect Britain, Tristan left the Round Table, leaving behind a single parting remark. The king does not understand the hearts of men. Artoria had clearly experienced these memories firsthand, which was why Tristan's presence left her feeling uneasy. Seriously, there's actually no need. Riezel shook his head. I mean, that's just a matter between King Arthur and him. In other words, Artoria did not need to be concerned about the proper human history's Knights of the Round Table because of the issues her other self had with them. Of course, Artoria understood this as well. Still, how would Tristan feel about her? Would Tristan see her as King Arthur? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Artoria became dispirited. Whatever, I'll wait until they recover their memories. Leaving these words behind, Artoria ran off to adjust the nearby bounded field. It seems the memories of King Arthur are affecting her more than I thought. Riezel watched Artoria leave, a faint frown appearing on his face, but after a while, the frown faded. Well, that may not be such a bad thing. In the end, Riezel stopped thinking about it, closed his eyes, and projected his senses into the distance. At this moment, if anyone had the ability to see through invisibility and other perception-blocking abilities, they would have seen an invisible eye floating through the sky. Needless to say, it was the invisible eye created by Riezel's 9th-tier magic, God's Eye. Artoria's bounded field was unreliable. Not only did it have limited functionality, but its range was small. If an enemy appeared nearby, the barrier might not even activate in time before the enemy broke through. Worse still, if the enemy included a skilled magus, they could even detect the bounded field's reaction and track down Riezel and the others surrounding them. Because of this, Riezel had no choice but to use surveillance magic to monitor and scout the area, always on guard for possible enemies. Artoria was well aware of this, and for a while, she had even been annoyed by it, thinking Riezel was looking down on her. For this reason, she had gone to fix up the bounded field, determined to make Riezel see her in a new light. Unfortunately, that was never going to happen. Suddenly, the invisible eye under Riezel's control stopped in midair and turned in a particular direction. Over there, without any warning, the space began to ripple, as if a mirror had suddenly appeared. Soon, figures slowly emerged from within the mirror. They've finally arrived. Riezel opened his eyes, a faint, cold light flashing within them. At the edge of the nameless forest, in a corner of the plains, when space unfolded like a mirror, figures instantly appeared on the once empty plains. They were none other than fairy soldiers. They were all clad in bronze full-body armor, wielding long spears, with horse heads and human bodies, clearly dispatched from Camelot. They served directly under Morgan, with no ties to any fairy clan in Fairy Britain, obeying only Morgan's orders and acting under the command of the fairy knights. More importantly, their appearance almost always signified a single thing: the queen of this country had begun to take action. As for the one leading this group of fairy soldiers, it was none other than Tristan. No, she should be called Fairy Knight Tristan or Babe Sith. At this moment, the one who had suffered greatly in the battle between Riezel and Gawain, nearly crushed to death by the aftermath of their fierce fight and known as the disgrace of the fairy knights, had unexpectedly recovered completely from all her injuries. She had also discarded her crimson princess dress and was now wearing an extremely revealing black bondage outfit that exposed nearly 70 to 80% of her fair skin. It accentuated her surprisingly attractive and energetic figure, making it hard not to let one's imagination wander. However, even though this fairy knight had fully recovered from her wounds, her state of mind appeared far from well. Looking closely, dark circles seemed to have appeared under Babe Sith's eyes, while much of her usual enchanting allure had faded, and the aura she exuded was filled with a sense of decay, dullness, and decline for reasons unknown. Is this the place? Babe Sith, radiating fatigue and despair, shifted her dark-circled eyes, glancing aside like a corpse shrouded in an aura of death. Over there, a man approached Babe Sith, moving with silent, almost ghost-like steps. That's right, this is the place. Beryl, gazing ahead, smiled. I've already sensed it, those guys are just up ahead. As he spoke, a new emotion flickered beneath his glasses, one never seen before. It was excitement. It was a sense of being moved. And there was also a dangerous, murderous intent and an incomprehensible love, unnoticed by anyone. Even though it's just a hunch, I'm sure Mash is right ahead, waiting for me, isn't she? Beryl's mood rose to a point where no one else could understand. Bayab and Sith could not comprehend Beryl's excitement, merely thinking that he was just thrilled to run into an old rival, since he had already told her that he stood opposed to Chaldea from proper human history and was undoubtedly their enemy. At this moment, Beryl had already begun to look forward to it, looking forward to a reunion with Chaldea, and even more so to meeting that girl once again. Is that man up ahead as well? Bayab and Sith paid no mind to the people from Chaldea, thinking only of one person. At the mere thought of that person, Bayab and Sith's resentment began to smolder like a pitch-black flame, almost causing her to lose her senses. He should be. Beryl glanced at Bayab and Sith, noticing the shadow growing in her eyes and the deepening aura of despair around her. For some reason, his smile grew even wider. Didn't Morgan already say the child of prophecy and the foreign magus have already joined up? If that's the case, the husband she values so highly is almost certainly there as well. Hearing this, the darkness in Bayab and Sith's eyes and the pitch-black emotions in her heart burned even more fiercely. So what are we waiting for? Bayab and Sith spoke in a deep, ground-rumbling voice. Let's get started already. I will definitely wipe them all out this time. As she spoke, she slipped into the shadows, silently vanishing like a vampire as she crept forward. Why are you in such a hurry? Beryl scratched his head, sounding somewhat helpless. Morgan did give the order. As for the others, maybe it doesn't matter, but her husband must be captured alive, right? However, given Bayab and Sith's current state, it was clear she would not leave anyone alive. Well, this has nothing to do with me. It's all because the young lady lost control, isn't it? Beryl muttered to himself, as if trying to absolve himself of responsibility, but then, an incredibly sweet voice rang out in response to him. I should have known it was you, doing this to a little girl who adores you. People are dirty and lowly to begin with, but someone as abnormal as you, even among humans, is a rare kind of creature, right? As she spoke, a beautiful woman in a military uniform walked out, heels clicking, from the still lingering, opposing mirror. It was Koyanskaya. Seeing Koyanskaya, Beryl's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Oh my, this has nothing to do with me, okay. Beryl spread his hands. I just gave her what she wanted. I did ask for her consent in advance. So, you actually respect contracts. Koyanskaya placed one hand on her hip and gave a bright smile. How about hiring me then? Right now, for a very cheap price, you can enjoy NNF, 9 Fox Foundation's highest level of service. Upon hearing this, Beryl quickly raised his hands. No thanks, I don't want to sell my soul to you. Beryl refused without hesitation, causing the smile on Koyanskaya's face to turn a bit dangerous. What a shame. I thought you wouldn't care about selling your soul. Koyanskaya's voice remained sweet, but a subtle malice lurked beneath it, hard for anyone to notice. Well, if it ever becomes necessary, maybe I will. Beryl responded with a smile, lowering his head so his glasses reflected the light and hid his eyes. Seeing this, Koyanskaya seemed to lose interest in Beryl and turned her head to look ahead. Missing out on a deal is a pity, but testing the new weapon is far more pressing. Coincidentally, the moonlight tonight is just right, perfect for wild beasts to rampage here. Why don't I give you all a taste of what I can do? Koyanskaya's sweet voice lingered, but the shadow of a beast of evil had already spread, covering the entire world. Needless to say, tonight would definitely be a sleepless night. Chapter 517, Nowhere to Run. Enemy. Inside the cave, where a gentle warmth lingered in the air, Chaldea's group, who had been conversing with Oberon, were all left speechless. Why? Simple. It was because Riezel suddenly burst in from outside and, without any warning, threw out a single sentence. Our location has been exposed, so the enemy is closing in on us right now. With just this one line, not only did Chaldea's group fall silent in surprise, but even Artoria, who had followed along at a quick jog, froze on the spot. Only Oberon reacted immediately, rising to his feet. Seriously, that was fast. Who's coming? Oberon frowned, his face turning serious as he questioned Riezel. Fairy Knight Tristan, or rather, Bayab and Sith. Riezel answered right away, glancing at Tristan. As soon as his words fell, Tristan raised her eyebrows slightly, and Da Vinci also showed a look of surprise. What a coincidence. Da Vinci murmured under her breath. No, it's not a coincidence. At Da Vinci's murmur, Oberon quickly shook his head. Fairy Knight Tristan, no, Bayab and Sith, is Morgan's adopted daughter and has inherited Morgan's grand magecraft called Mirror, which allows her to teleport anywhere at will. You all only arrived in Fairy Britain today, so you don't know. Normally, even if the news had reached Camelot, it would take some time for them to send soldiers, so for someone to arrive here so quickly, it could only be Bayab and Sith, who inherited Morgan's mirror. So, it actually makes sense that she's the one who came. After finishing his explanation to the clueless group of Chaldea, Oberon asked Riezel again. Who else is coming besides Bayaban Sith? Clearly, Oberon did not think Bayaban Sith would come alone. Bayaban Sith might be a fairy knight, but among the fairy knights, she was by far the weakest, her power nowhere near that of Lancelot or Gawain. In this situation, there was no way she would try to take on Riezel, who had defeated Gawain, Woodwose, and Lancelot all by himself. If she did, she would be walking straight into her own doom. For that reason, she shouldn't be coming alone. As it turned out, that was indeed the truth. Besides Bayaban Sith, there's Barrelgut, along with a force of a few hundred fairy soldiers. Riezel relayed the intel he had observed with God's eye to everyone. Barrelgut. Oberon narrowed his eyes. It's him. Da Vinci's heart skipped a beat, her brows furrowing. Who is he? Tristan's handsome face now showed a trace of worry as he asked. Barrelgut. At the same time, Ritsuka and Mash were both confused, but something in their minds began to stir, as if they were on the verge of remembering something. Riezel, acting as if he had not noticed any of this, spoke again expressionlessly. Right, there's also a seductive woman in a white military uniform following those two. Judging from her aura, she's not a fairy, not a human, and not a servant, she's some special kind of being apart from all three. As Riezel finished speaking, the faces of everyone except Artoria and Tristan changed dramatically. A seductive woman in a white military uniform. Da Vinci thought solemnly. Could it be her? For the first time, Da Vinci's expression shifted. Let alone Da Vinci, even Ritsuka and Mash seemed to have a profound impression of such a figure and could not help but widen their eyes, even with their lost memories. Even Oberon's face darkened slightly, and he fell silent. As Riezel took in everyone's reactions, he was not surprised at all. He knew the original work well, so of course, he understood just what kind of background that seductive woman truly had. Her origins were even more extraordinary than Lancelot or Gawain, because she could be said to be on par with the very source of Fairy Britain's calamity. Put simply, if that woman ever returned to her true self and revealed her true form and power, she would probably become the most terrifying being in this lost belt. Neither Lancelot, nor Gawain, nor even Morgan herself, could compare to her. In fact, her arrival alone placed a great deal of pressure on Riezel. Fortunately, she was not yet in her complete state, at least, not enough to become truly terrifying. Bearing this in mind, Riezel, as if wanting to cut the situation short, spoke to the group. Our enemies have already formed an encirclement and are closing in on us. If we're not preparing to fight back, then we should retreat while we still can. Hearing this, everyone put aside their shock and started thinking. If we want to retreat, where can we go? Among the group, the first to speak was none other than Da Vinci. In this perilous situation, this genius, capable of anything, no longer seemed prepared to remain silent. Even though we haven't surveyed the area specifically, isn't the terrain here pretty bad? Currently, Riezel and the others were in the hills several kilometers outside the nameless forest, which was part of the coastal zone, with the sea on both the left and right sides and the forest behind them. Since only the road ahead led toward the central region, Riezel and the others could only move forward or fall back, as the sea on either side meant those routes were out of the question. According to Riezel, Bayaban Sith and the others were already spreading their net in front, closing in fast, which meant that if he and the others wanted to retreat, they could only go backward. However, the problem was, not only did the nameless forest, cursed to make people forget their memories, lie behind them, but the forest was also by the sea where Chaldea's group had landed on its shore. If they tried to retreat, they would have to run into the nameless forest and hide there, which meant not only would they become trapped prey, but they would also have to endure the curse of amnesia. In this situation, there really was nowhere to run. Unless we fly away through the sky, but wouldn't that be too conspicuous? Da Vinci pointed out their predicament. Besides, we can't even fly. Yeah. Ritsuka and Mash both replied weakly. Flying isn't a problem, I can take care of that. Riezel said calmly. The question is whether we can break through the encirclement that way. He possessed a magic spell called Mass Fly. As the name implied, Mass Fly was a flight magic that could be applied to several people at once, allowing both the user and the targets of the magic to fly. With Mass Fly, everyone present would be able to take to the sky, so that much was not a concern, but as Da Vinci had said, simply flying into the sky would make them far too conspicuous. Fairies had eyesight far surpassing that of humans, so even if Riezel and the others flew thousands of meters up, they would likely still be spotted as blurry figures in the sky. In other words, escaping by air was not really an option. If it were just Riezel alone, he could use complete invisibility to erase his presence and slip away with ease, but unfortunately, it could only be cast on himself and would not work for anyone else. Meanwhile, the lower-tier invisibility could maybe be used on others, but as a mere second-tier magic, it was much weaker, easy to see through, and could only make someone transparent, unlike the 9th-tier magic, complete invisibility, that could hide their aura, scent, or magical energy. For beings like fairies who could track by scent and magical energy, invisibility was useless. For that reason, escaping by air was not going to work, and all it would do was turn everyone into easy targets for Babe and Sith's forces. What about your teleportation magecraft? Artoria asked with a hopeful expression. Can't you use that to get us all out of here? I can. Riezel answered concisely, but before anyone could look relieved, he continued, as if dumping a bucket of cold water over their heads. Only if they just stand there and let me do it. Upon hearing this, Artoria realized right away. Is it like what happened at the palace last time? Artoria's slightly stunned words were answered by a nod from Riezel. He had already sensed that the space in this area was sealed off, just like when in the royal palace, so there was no way to use teleportation magic at all. It was obvious the enemy had come prepared. In the end, though Babe Sith was weak, she was still Morgan's adopted daughter and had inherited Morgan's mirror, so locking down space and time like Morgan was not such a difficult feat for her. In short, we only have two options now, either we fight, or we retreat into the nameless forest. Riezel explained calmly. If you aren't afraid of the curse of amnesia, retreating into the nameless forest isn't actually such a bad choice. Given that the nameless forest bordered the sea, they could escape by sea, taking the water route directly, since Riezel did possess magic that allowed someone to breathe underwater. Even if he did not, with creation-type tier magic and structure system magic at his disposal, he could easily make a ship if needed. As long as they could escape onto the sea, they could circle by boat and land somewhere else, getting away cleanly. Unfortunately, the nameless forest was cursed. Aside from Riezel, Artoria, Oberon, and Da Vinci, the other three, Ritsuka, Mash, and Tristan, would all be affected by the curse and lose their memories. In that case, the path of retreating into the nameless forest was not feasible, since it would only escalate the trouble they already had. So, we can only face them head-on. Tristan looked even more troubled but remained composed. Or we could retreat to the left or right. I mean, both directions are also close to the sea. Oberon rubbed his temples. But those routes are barely used by anyone, so there are probably a lot of moss built up there. It must not be forgotten that there were plenty of moss nearby, especially in places people never visited. In those areas, no one cleared out the moss, so if they ran into them, they would be slowed down. At that point, Babe Sith and her group could catch up at any moment. In the end, Riezel and the others still only had one choice left. Let's just fight them. Oberon said helplessly. We have no other choice. Everyone held their breath and nodded, some quickly, some slowly. Are you all up for this? Artoria, a little concerned, asked Chaldea's group. They had lost their memories, so whether they could fight or not was truly uncertain. Fortunately, even with their memories gone, the servants of Chaldea did not seem to be in bad condition. I'm technical staff, but if it's just dealing with a few small fry, it shouldn't be a problem. Da Vinci smiled faintly. It feels like the way to fight is already carved into this body. Even if I've lost my memories, once a fight breaks out, I can still use my strength. Tristan loosened up his body and gave his answer. I should be okay, right? Mash said hesitantly. She could feel that she was able to fight, and not just that, she even had the feeling that she might be stronger than before. Even though she was confused about this feeling, that was what the power flowing inside her body told her. Since she had lost her memories, there was no way for her to know what had changed compared to before. Only Da Vinci quietly glanced at Mash, a thoughtful look in her eyes. She seemed to have some idea, but kept it to herself. I can fight. Saying this, Ritsuka showed a determined look, but was quickly shot down by Da Vinci. You're the master. Your combat style is to stay in the back, give orders to servants, and provide necessary support. There's no need for you to fight on the front lines yourself. Da Vinci gave Ritsuka a stern warning. Out of everyone present, Ritsuka was clearly the weakest. Even though he was a magus, he had barely learned any proper magecraft, and his physical abilities were only at the level of an ordinary human. Compared to Artoria before she rang the bell of pilgrimage, he would be completely outmatched, let alone against Morgan's forces. If Ritsuka's combat power were measured by the levels from the world of Danmachi, he probably would not even reach level 2. On the other hand, as a master who commanded servants, he could provide his own magical energy to his contracted servants, helping them unleash their power. He could also use all kinds of magecraft, mystic codes, and command spells to strengthen and support them, allowing the servants to perform even better. With all this in mind, Ritsuka absolutely must not be on the front lines and had to stay in the back. If necessary, he even needed bodyguards. In that case, Oberon was about to say something when Riezel suddenly looked up and interrupted him. All right, it's too late to retreat now, even if we wanted to, since they're already at the door. As soon as Riezel finished speaking, before anyone could react, a wave of pitch-black magical energy gathered outside the cave. In the next second, a massive, pitch-black magic bullet blasted into the cave. Boom. An explosive sound instantly rang out, startling everyone inside the cave. Chapter 518, Vampire Fairy Baobin Sith. Boom. When the deafening explosion echoed through the night sky, the cave that had served as a temporary shelter was blown apart by the strike of a massive magic bullet, shattering into pieces. Nonetheless, since this cave had never been spacious to begin with, it was now completely destroyed after the bombardment, as countless rocks crashed down and the interior collapsed, gradually becoming buried. If anyone had still been inside at that moment, their fate would surely have been grim. Fortunately, those staying in the cave were not ordinary people. Bang. Almost in the very next second after the cave collapsed, a shockwave burst outward, blowing away the rubble and blasting apart rocks, so that those inside the cave crawled out of the debris one after another, emerging into the night sky. Immediately after, everyone jumped out, escaping the ruins of the collapsing cave. Is everyone okay? Da Vinci landed from midair, skates on her feet, calling out to her companions. I am fine. Ritsuka looked thoroughly rattled, currently being carried by Tristan, making it obvious that he had been protected by Tristan. I am okay too. Mash, clutching her heavy shield, wore a tense expression as she stood in front of the others, shielding them. Needless to say, this was a reflexive action. Mash's instincts told her that this was what she should do and this was the place she ought to stand, no, the place she must stand. As a result, Mash stepped forward without a moment's hesitation. As for Riezel, he had not landed in the same direction as Chaldea's group but had held Artoria, who still had not processed what had happened, and landed on the other side. Oberon, on the other hand, had disappeared at some point, no one knew where he had gone. In this way, everyone managed to escape danger one after another. However, the enemy did not relent but instead intensified their assault. Buzz. With a buzzing in the air, wave after wave of pitch-black magic bullets rained down from the sky. It was a massive bombardment. It was a barrage that blotted out the sky. As those black magic bullets fell from above like artillery fire, they instantly covered the entire ground. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Before long, the ground was subjected to relentless bombardment. Amid the thunderous explosions and constant shaking, the onslaught of magic bullets struck as fiercely as artillery fire. Watch out. Mash had already raised her shield, dazzling light shimmering around her as if she were possessed by a god. A faint barrier spread around her, blocking all the magic bullets falling from the sky. Force Sanctuary. Riezel also cast defensive magic, creating a protective barrier so that the magic bullets struck it one after another, erupting with violent explosions and shockwaves. Starlight. Artoria finally came to her senses, hurriedly jumping out of Riezel's arms and raising the Staff of Selection to unleash her magecraft. In an instant, brilliant starlight gathered on the Staff of Selection and burst forth. What is this? At this moment, everyone from Chaldea wore looks of shock as they felt the power within them surging endlessly while standing bathed in starlight. Needless to say, they had grown stronger after receiving Artoria's reinforcement. What is this power? Is it magecraft? Da Vinci immediately looked at the fairy girl with the meaningful name, full of curiosity. Artoria. Castor. Tristan was also watching Artoria, and for some reason, a strange tremor stirred in his heart. Artoria. Mash seemed to feel the same stirring and excitement inside as Tristan. It was understandable. Even though she was not a Knight of the Round Table, the power of a Knight of the Round Table resided within her. Only Riezel, seeing Artoria grant everyone reinforcement, immediately turned his gaze to the sky. Over there, a figure hovered in midair, unleashing countless magic bullets at the ground, creating a barrage, but then. Maximize magic, call Greater Thunder. Riezel immediately cast offensive magic, and a spinning magic circle appeared before his raised palm. Boom. A bolt of thunder, woven from countless lightning bolts, crashed down from the sky and struck the floating figure. Ayah! A piercing, anguished wail rang out in the air, sending a chill through Ritsuka and the others. They couldn't help it, since that wail was just too unsettling. Rather than a human's wail, it was more like a demon's. Struck by the thunderbolt, the figure that had been crying out fell from the sky. Only then did the pitch-black barrage cease, the earth no longer ravaged, and the explosions stop. All then fell silent, only clouds of dust drifted, shrouding the pitted ground. Now that the figure had fallen from the sky, it drew everyone's attention, and all eyes turned toward it. Riezel. Brynhart. Suddenly, the wailing voice rang out once again, but this time, it was not a scream of pain, but a roar of anger and hatred. As the figure landed on the ground, its true appearance gradually came into view. A revealing, black, bondage-like outfit. Skin unnaturally pale. Long, crimson hair. A surprisingly beautiful figure and delicate face. If not Baobin Sith, then who else could it be? Is that you? Artoria cried out in surprise. What happened to you? Why do you look like this? Her voice was full of disbelief. Riezel also frowned slightly, gazing coldly at Baobin Sith. Now, the Baobin Sith standing before Riezel had changed a great deal compared to before. Her eyes were empty, dark circles beneath them, and a sense of decay radiated from her so strongly it was like the aura of death from a corpse. At first glance, she hardly seemed alive, more a dead thing than a living being. Her former allure and beauty had vanished, replaced by the ominous and fallen appearance of a demon. She. Fairy Knight. She's Fairy Knight Tristan. Ritsuka, Mash, and Da Vinci looked at Baobin Sith in shock. Even though they had never seen what Baobin Sith used to look like, her current demonic and ominous appearance truly stunned them. Clearly, they had never imagined that the Fairy Knight named after Tristan would end up like this. Tristan even slightly opened his eyes, which had remained closed, and a sharp glint appeared in them. However, Baobin Sith paid no attention to anyone's reaction and did not spare a glance for Artoria, whom she had desperately wanted to kill just moments before. She seemed to have become the embodiment of resentment as her gaze fixed solely on Riezel, her expression and the look in her eyes both twisted and insane. Riezel. Brynhart. Baobin Sith, now transformed into a demon of resentment, moved without warning. She crushed the ground beneath her feet, kicking up an explosive cloud of dust and shock waves, and charged at Riezel like a blood-soaked arrow, cutting through the air. Her speed was so fast that even Artoria, Da Vinci, Mash, and the others failed to react in time. Clang. A fierce metallic collision rang out. In front of everyone, and right in front of the nearby Artoria, Baobin Sith fiercely kicked at Riezel, who stood beside Artoria. Anyone who saw this could tell that this kick was both heavy and sharp. Baobin Sith's feet were no longer just unprotected flesh and blood, as at some point, they had become steel. A blow from her steel-clad feet, like a strike from armored boots, crashed down on Riezel, landing squarely on the black sword he had drawn in an instant, producing that violent clash. Kia. At the same time, the shockwave sent Artoria, who was standing too close, flying through the air with a startled cry. You. Meanwhile, Riezel, who had managed to block with his sword just in time, showed a hint of surprise. He couldn't help it. He could feel that the force transmitted through his sword was far greater than he expected, as the power shattered the ground beneath his feet and pushed him back several steps before he finally managed to steady himself. Needless to say, this power was on a whole different level compared to the past Baobin Sith. Riezel Brynhart. Ignoring Riezel's surprise, Baobin Sith, as if she had completely lost her mind, charged at him again. Swish, 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 swish. Swish, 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 swish. In the next instant, countless claw slashes flew toward Riezel as Baobin Sith's hands transformed into razor-sharp weapons, unleashing a storm of attacks on him. Seeing this, a flash of clear light appeared in Riezel's eyes. Instead of retreating, Riezel advanced, dashing straight toward Baobin Sith. Bzzz. Bolts of lightning appeared on Riezel's body and then on his black sword, making it, already burning hot, seem to burst into countless arcs of electricity and sword light as it clashed with Baobin Sith's attacks. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Clang, cling, clang, cling. In an instant, the sounds of violent collisions echoed again and again, scattering sparks everywhere. Riezel's slashes, crackling with lightning, collided furiously with Baobin Sith's blood-stained claws, sending both lightning and blood flying. In just a single second, dozens or even hundreds of fierce collisions erupted. It was a storm-like, ferocious exchange of blows. Neither Riezel nor Baobin Sith held anything back, attacking each other with all their might, one calm and precise, the other mad and relentless, making the scene almost dizzying. Amazing. Ritsuka, Mash, and the others all widened their eyes at this spectacle. He's actually this strong. Powerful. Da Vinci and Tristan were both shocked. Baobin Sith was already terrifying enough, but the strength Riezel now displayed truly astonished them. Among them, only Artoria was not surprised by Riezel's performance, and instead was shaken by Baobin Sith's. She got way stronger all of a sudden. As Artoria thought this, Riezel also thought the same. Baobin Sith had indeed become much stronger, but this sudden surge in power truly did not make sense. Her current state seemed to indicate she had already reclaimed her true name. However, by rights, revealing her true name should not make Baobin Sith stronger, but rather make her weaker. She was, after all, different from Lancelot and Gawain. Unlike those two fairy knights, Baobin Sith was not a terrifying and powerful existence sealed by being named, because she had originally been weak and only grew stronger after being given the name of Tristan. Her origin lay in Scottish legend as a female fairy, and the name, Baobin Sith, itself simply meant, fairy woman, in Scotland. It was said this female fairy would appear at night and drain the life from humans, causing their deaths. She was also known to be fond of blood like the vampire in legend, even having the same weakness, sunlight. Given that, it could be said that Baobin Sith was both a fairy and a vampire. If Lancelot was a dragon fairy, then Baobin Sith was a vampire fairy, possessing the traits of both vampires and fairies. Unfortunately, in Scottish legends, such vampires were not powerful at all, in fact, they were very weak. At the very least, compared to other fairies, the Scottish vampire fairy was extremely weak. Like those demons in the world of Demon Slayer who feared sunlight, they could be eliminated by slightly stronger humans using special methods, which showed just how weak they were. Because of that, Baobin Sith had always been despised and bullied by other fairies, suffering torment countless times. If fairies did not normally vanish after dying but instead returned to the earth and nature to be reborn as offspring after some time, Baobin Sith would have long since disappeared from fairy Britain. It was only about 100 years ago that Baobin Sith met Morgan, who adopted her as a foster daughter, gave her the name of the proper human history's Knight of the Round Table, Tristan, and bestowed his power upon her, allowing her strength to finally increase greatly. Under such circumstances, if Baobin Sith's true name was revealed and she lost Tristan's power, then even if she could still use Morgan's magecraft, she should have grown much weaker. Yet, not only did the current Baobin Sith not grow weaker after her true name was revealed, she had actually become much stronger, probably equivalent to an adventurer at level 7. Needless to say, in Riezel's eyes, this was clearly abnormal. However, what was even more abnormal was Baobin Sith's current state. At this moment, the thick aura of death she exuded made her seem nothing like a fairy. She now resembled a kind of being Riezel was familiar with, an undead. Is this because Baobin Sith has regained her vampire side? Or is it just a side effect of this abnormal surge in power? As this thought flashed through Riezel's mind, Baobin Sith moved again. Ayah! Baobin Sith let out a roar, and her claws no longer carried simple energy but instead unleashed a wave of blood. Boom! Riezel was struck by the wave of blood and sent flying. Chapter 519, Sneak Attack. Riezel. Artoria, who saw Riezel being sent flying and crashing not far away, could not help but cry out instinctively. Mr. Riezel. Masha's expression changed as well, then she bit her lip and actually prepared to rush over. Riezel was her savior. Even though Da Vinci had told her before that she should be cautious around Riezel and the others, given their unclear identities, she was just too pure-hearted. It was simply impossible for her to stand by and watch her savior die without trying to help. However, just as Mash was about to rush over, the enemy reinforcements finally arrived, though belatedly. Target sighted. They're with the Child of Prophecy. Hurry! Surround them. One after another, horse-headed fairy soldiers arrived with loud, forceful steps. Seeing that Baobin Sith was already engaged with Riezel, they immediately spread out to encircle Artoria and Chaldea's group, charging toward them. Artoria was the first to be surrounded, immediately trapped by a considerable number of fairy soldiers. It was only natural. Artoria had infiltrated Camelot and attacked the throne room, so she was already on the blacklist of the Queen's army. In the eyes of the fairy soldiers, her priority was much higher than the relatively unfamiliar Chaldea. For that reason, quite a few fairy soldiers encircled Artoria. Some raised their spears, stabbing at her, while others hoisted their halberds and summoned a huge wave of flames, blasting them toward Artoria. TCH. Seeing this, Artoria clicked her tongue, raised the Staff of Selection, gathered magical energy, and prepared to fight back. Soon, Chaldea's group was also surrounded by fairy soldiers and had no choice but to fight. Fujimaru. Get back. Da Vinci quickly pulled the unarmed Ritsuka back, retreating behind the others. Seeing this, the fairy soldiers wanted to pursue but Mash blocked their way. Bang. Mash glowed faintly and, like a tank, charged at full speed, smashing her shield into a fairy soldier and sending him flying high into the air, not coming down for quite some time. Bang, 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 bang. She showed unexpectedly impressive strength, dashing back and forth among the fairy soldiers. Her shield spun fiercely in her hands, sending a fairy soldier flying with each swing, and dull noises rang out continuously. Ting-ling-ling. Tristan also joined the fight, plucking the strings of his harp without hesitation, which released invisible attacks that struck down the incoming fairy soldiers one by one. Given that the power Baobin Sith had just used originally belonged to Tristan, this combat style of firing invisible attacks from harp strings was something he could use naturally, much more skillfully than even her. Baobin Sith's attacks were too monotonous, focusing only on killing power and cutting force. In contrast, Tristan's attacks followed complex and unpredictable trajectories, sometimes striking from the sky, sometimes shooting up from the ground, sometimes rushing in from either side, and sometimes even coming from behind, weaving a web from which there was no escape. In terms of threat, Tristan far surpassed Baobin Sith. Because of that, Baobin Sith, even after using Tristan's power, still could not reach level 7. By contrast, Tristan himself displayed true level 7 strength, if not even stronger. Needless to say, this was the true strength of the legendary Knights of the Round Table, or more specifically, the true power of Tristan, the Knight of Lamentation, one of the strongest among them. With the two Knights of the Round Table unleashing their power, the fairy soldiers' offensive was finally blocked, making it much safer for Ritsuka and Da Vinci, who had retreated to the rear. This made Da Vinci abandon any thought of joining the fight and instead focus on protecting her master, Ritsuka. Everyone. Ritsuka really wanted to help, but knew that rushing in would only cause trouble, so he gripped the hand bearing the command spells tightly, took several deep breaths, and concentrated, ready to support at any moment. It went without saying that with things like this, no one could go help Riezel. Of course, Riezel did not really need help. Bang. As the ground beneath him cracked, Riezel, who had been knocked away by Baobin Sith's blood energy, finally steadied himself. So that's how it is. Feeling waves of pain from all over his body, Riezel raised his head from behind his black sword, his clear, glassy eyes full of calm. Is this the confidence you have to face me alone? Even though he did not know what had happened, Baobin Sith had clearly grown stronger, there was no doubt about that. Now, she might even be slightly stronger than a fully armed Shaltir, or else she would not be able to perform so well. Unfortunately, it seemed there was a price to pay for this power. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Baobin Sith was clearly not in her right mind, as the way she looked at Riezel was full of hatred and anger. If it weren't for you, Mother wouldn't have scolded me. If it weren't for you, Mother wouldn't have hit me. It should have been enough with just me. I was enough. Aura of death and blood energy surged from Baobin Sith's body like steam, enveloping her entirely. What husband? A husband who gets more of Mother's love than me is not needed at all. I don't need a father, I just need a mother. If I kill you, if I get rid of you, Mother will go back to the way she used to be, she'll love me again, like before. Baobin Sith's tiny, iron-souled feet stepped forward one by one, closing in on Riezel. Kill you. Kill you. Kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you. Her hatred and anger lashed out like a storm, pounding against Riezel's body as if to slice him into 1,000 pieces, making his skin sting sharply. Yet Riezel's gaze at Baobin Sith remained calm, even cold. I have no interest in playing some twisted house game with a lunatic like you. Riezel stepped out of the cracked ground, walking toward the approaching Baobin Sith as he spoke indifferently. Besides, do you really think that by becoming this half-human, half-demon monster, you can actually threaten me? Funny. With that, Riezel activated Message and spoke to Artoria, who was still in the midst of battle. Remove your reinforcement from me. With Artoria's reinforcement in place, Riezel could not use sun breathing. What? Not knowing about sun breathing's usage details, Artoria was momentarily stunned, almost getting hit by the flames from the fairy soldiers. However, she did not have time to think about it, so she just did as Riezel asked and removed reinforcement from him. Ooh. HAAA. At almost the same moment, Riezel's breathing rhythm changed. It became powerful. It became fierce. It became scorching. Soon, the lightning bolts flashing over his body were replaced by firelight, causing blazing flames to ignite all over him. Baobin Sith suddenly froze, her twisted expression changing instantly. Clearly, she sensed a threat. Riezel, on the other hand, did not stop moving, still walking straight toward Baobin Sith. In the next moment, his voice slowly drifted to her ears. Even if you've gotten stronger, you still can't compare to Gawain or Lancelot. Don't even talk about them regaining their true forms, just in their weakened, named state, they're both far stronger than you are now, and not just by a little. If one of those two had shown up tonight, I'd actually be in danger. But you. At best, you're only good for a warm-up. As Riezel spoke these words, his tone remained calm and steady, yet the contempt and disdain in his voice could be felt completely, provoking Baobin Sith. You damn human. Awa. In an instant, the hatred and anger in Baobin Sith's heart exploded all at once, making her ignore the warnings and danger in her mind as she charged madly toward Riezel. Boom. Her speed surpassed what it was before, easily breaking the sound barrier as sonic booms thundered through the air. As the aura of death and blood energy around her grew even more intense, surging outward like a hurricane, the blood-soaked Baobin Sith shot forward, tearing through space as she closed in on Riezel. Yet, Riezel actually sheathed his sword, putting it away. However, Riezel's hand never left the hilt, in fact, he gripped it even tighter. Bang. In the next moment, with a loud explosion, Riezel, wreathed in roaring flames, shot into the air like a streak of fire. The flames flashed through the night sky like a meteor, vanishing in an instant. The fire whirled, roaring like a tornado. In her frenzy, Baobin Sith saw nothing but a burst of flame filling her entire vision. Right after that, a blazing slash, followed by the sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath, cut through everything before her eyes. Dancing flash. With a low voice, Riezel appeared from within the flames, landing behind Baobin Sith. Hermit, the black sword in his hand, had already returned to its sheath, and the flames gradually died down. Time itself seemed to freeze in that instant. Riezel stood facing the wind, his back to Baobin Sith. Baobin Sith also stood with her back to Riezel, completely motionless. It was as if the two had suddenly swapped places, causing the rest of those locked in battle to pause and turn their eyes this way, frozen in place. In this silence, no one knew how much time had passed before Baobin Sith finally moved. Splurt. With a sound like tearing fabric, Beoban Sith's body split apart. A burning, fiery wound appeared on her abdomen, severing her upper body from her lower body. Blood burst forth. Fresh blood surged. Split cleanly in two, Beoban Sith fell, one half to the left, the other to the right, both collapsing into the pool of blood beneath her. Ah! Broken sobs spilled from Beoban Sith's lips. Moth. With this final call, the vampire fairy finally lost all trace of aura and any further movement. Silence instantly spread across the whole battlefield. All the fairy soldiers stopped fighting, staring at Beoban Sith's fallen body, gripped by fear. Dead. Fairy Knight Tristan is dead. Her Majesty's daughter is dead. She's dead. As Beoban Sith died right in front of them, the fairy soldiers seemed to see their queen's wrath looming before their eyes. In no time, every single one threw down their weapons and fled in a panic. Artoria and the others also stopped fighting, their eyes drawn to Beoban Sith's body lying behind Riezel. Some looked conflicted, others exchanged glances in silence. Beoban Sith. Artoria's face was filled with complicated emotions as she stared at the once proud girl who had shouted about killing her, but now remained silent. Meanwhile, Chaldea's group did not know how to react, only exchanging glances for a long while, unable to speak. They were new to this land, not understanding what a fairy knight truly meant here, nor the past of the girl who had inherited Tristan's power, and so had no idea how they should feel. Ah, that's one problem solved, I guess. Hiding in the shadows, Oberon muttered quietly, feeling no particular emotion, only relief as he loosened his shoulders. Soon, Riezel finally turned to look at the girl lying in the pool of blood. He knew that this girl had a tragic past. He knew she used to be kind, always showing goodwill before Morgan became queen, so much so that Morgan, who cared nothing for the life or death of any other fairy in the kingdom, saw this girl differently from all the rest. However, because of her kindness, she was bullied and abused countless times by the other fairies, dying over and over. For that reason, Morgan demanded she become cruel, demanded she become violent, shaping her into the bloody creature she was now. Yet no matter how tragic her past, he could not simply ignore her murderous intent. She hated him. She resented him. She wanted to kill him, torture him, cut off his limbs, turn him into a dried corpse, and hang him on the wall. This was what he faced. Because of that, no matter how pitiful Beoban Sith's past, Riezel could not show her mercy, even if this would enrage Morgan. You've only got yourself to blame. Riezel withdrew his gaze from Beoban Sith and walked toward Artoria. Riezel. Artoria put aside her conflicted feelings and ran toward Riezel. Meanwhile, Chaldea's group did not follow and stayed where they were, relaxing their guard as they watched Riezel with smiles. However, none of them noticed a figure silently appear behind them, visible only to the one person who had started walking their way. Watch out. Riezel's pupils contracted as he shouted loudly toward Chaldea's group. Unfortunately, it was too late. Splurt. A hand shot out from a spray of blood, tearing through its victim's body. Ritsuka stood there in a daze. A gaping hole had opened in his chest, blood soaking the front of his clothes. Chapter 520, Ritsuka's Death, Tamomovich Koyanskaya. Master. Fujimaru. A sudden and shocking turn of events caused everyone from Chaldea to cry out in alarm, their voices full of fear and panic that had not been present before. Especially Da Vinci, who was closest to Ritsuka, her face turned pale because she had failed to react in time and protect him. Ah. It was only then that Ritsuka seemed to feel the pain, finally letting out a pained sound. Behind him, as a hand pierced through Ritsuka's body, a man whose palm was jutting out from Ritsuka's chest let out a low chuckle. Well, how can you let your guard down just because the fight is over? A master like that will never be able to save humanity, you know. As he spoke, the man pulled his hand out of Ritsuka's body right in front of everyone, and a spray of blood followed. Ritsuka immediately collapsed to the ground, just like Beoban Sith, staining the ground beneath him red as he gradually lost his aura. At this scene, everyone from Chaldea was deeply shocked, and soon, it ignited a storm of emotion in their hearts. Mash, now shrouded in a faint light, completely lost her innocent appearance as if she had been pushed past her limit and lost all reason, shouting through her tears and charging at the men. Barrel gut. Da Vinci also shouted at the top of her lungs, throwing her backpack as she wept. In the next moment, that backpack morphed in midair, sprouted several mechanical arms, and then shot toward Beryl with a heavy roar. Ting-ling-ling. Tristan did not say a word, but his closed eyes opened, now flashing with a cold light as he strummed his harp, unleashing countless invisible attacks that formed a giant net, covering the sky to swallow Beryl. Boom. In that instant, Mash's shield, Da Vinci's mechanical arms, and Tristan's harp strings all struck Beryl's position at once, setting off a tremendous explosion that sent a raging shockwave sweeping outward. Dust billowed up, instantly shrouding the spot where Beryl had stood, but it couldn't fully cover the ground, which was starting to crack and collapse from the immense force. After the attack landed, no one paid Beryl any more attention as they all rushed to Ritsuka's side. Fujimaru. Fujimaru. Da Vinci cradled Ritsuka, calling his name again and again. Master. Mash dropped her shield and knelt before Ritsuka, also shouting his name non-stop. As for Tristan, he had already placed his hand on Ritsuka's neck, and after a moment, he shook his head with a heavy look. He no longer has any vital signs. Everyone instantly understood what this meant. Chaldea's master is dead. Artoria, who had rushed over, stood there in a daze. No way, that's a lie, right? Oberon, hiding in the shadows, was also stunned at this moment, unable to believe what he was seeing. Dead? Chaldea's master was dead. Chaldea's master, who had restored so many singularities, saved humanity multiple times, and even cleared 5 lost belts, died just like that. What about the Mirror Clan's prophecy? What about the foreign traveler who was supposed to help the child of prophecy? What about proper human history, which was facing a threat and on the brink of collapse? What about Fairy Britain? All of these were the thoughts flashing through Oberon's mind, leaving him in a daze. Until... Move. A cold voice sounded from behind the crowd surrounding Ritsuka's corpse. Riezel. Artoria stared blankly at the speaker, unable to react. Mash, Da Vinci, Tristan, and the others were all taken aback by Riezel's sudden voice, looking up at him. Riezel walked to the back of the group, his brow deeply furrowed, but he did not lose his composure like the others. He passed Artoria and Mash, knelt on one knee in front of Ritsuka, and then placed a hand on him. True resurrection. Riezel immediately cast the highest tier resurrection magic without a moment's hesitation. Zing. In an instant, dazzling, radiant light burst forth from Ritsuka, turning into particles of light that merged into his body. As the light particles fused with him, the gaping, bloody hole in Ritsuka's chest began to wriggle and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once the wound closed, the aura that had left Ritsuka began to return. Cough. Suddenly, Ritsuka coughed hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet upon seeing this, everyone was delighted instead of shocked. Fujimaru. Master. Da Vinci and Mash both cried out in joy. He actually came back to life. Tristan opened his eyes once more, even wider than before. Resurrection. Magecraft. Artoria, who thought she would never be stunned again by Riezel's magecraft, was left stunned once more, only this time, she was stunned in an entirely new way. Of course, she was not the only one left stunned. Oi, seriously. Resurrection. You can't be serious. A voice full of disbelief came from the other side. He actually got resurrected. Is that really something magecraft can do? I've never even heard of it. At this, not only Riezel and Artoria, but everyone present turned furious once again. Beryl gut. Mash shouted in the direction of the voice. Over there, Beryl, who should have been utterly destroyed by the attacks of 3 servants, had reappeared completely unharmed, which should have been impossible. Against the combined wrath of 3 servants, a normal human could never have escaped unharmed. Compared to servants who appeared in all kinds of myths and legends, people from the modern age could not possibly measure up. And Beryl was, without a doubt, a human. Even if he was a magus, in this world, magi who could contend with servants were exceedingly rare. Considering that, for Beryl to sneak up behind Ritsuka and attack without being noticed was already astonishing, but to come out unscathed after taking the full brunt of 3 servants' wrath. It should have been impossible, yet Beryl had done it. In fact, the reason was simple. Looks like I won't get to see your faces twisted in despair after all. What a shame. Suddenly, an enchanting and beautiful fox woman, who had one hand resting on Beryl's shoulder, spoke up with a bright smile. It was obvious that Beryl had managed to escape safely, all thanks to this fox woman. Koyanskaya. Da Vinci called out her name. Hello, everyone from Chaldea, long time no see, how have you all been? Koyanskaya, now with fox ears and a fox tail, waved at Chaldea's group as if she were reuniting with old friends, her smile dazzling, yet there was not the slightest hint of laughter in her eyes. Instead, they were filled with coldness and malice. Who is she? Artoria could not help but take a step back upon seeing the fox woman. In her fairy eyes, it looked as though something extremely terrifying was emerging behind the breathtakingly beautiful fox woman, roaring at her. It was a presence of pure evil. It was also an overwhelmingly massive evil. In the presence of such thick evil, Artoria felt as though even her own world, made up of swirling storms of malice, was being crushed and replaced by an even more dreadful and terrifying malice. Not knowing what Artoria was seeing, Da Vinci merely responded with an unpleasant expression. She's called Koyanskaya, an enemy who once crossed several lost belts and has always stood against us. In short, she was like Beryl, an enemy of Chaldea. She was neither a being from proper human history nor a life form from the lost belt, but something even worse, even more hostile, and fundamentally antagonistic to humanity. She had appeared in the first 5 Lost Belts as well, so the members of Chaldea had actually already prepared themselves mentally for the possibility of encountering Koyanskaya, Beryl, and others hostile to Chaldea here. What they had not expected was for her to appear in such circumstances. However, what made them angriest was that Koyanskaya greeted them as if nothing had happened, and even Beryl raised his hand in greeting. "Long time no see, Mash. I'm really glad to see you here, safe and sound." Beryl, as if he had completely forgotten everything he had just done, and even forgotten the current state of Ritsuka, acted as if it did not matter whether Chaldea's master was dead or alive, smiling as he greeted Mash. Seeing this made Mash furious, while Da Vinci's expression turned even uglier. "Beryl." Saying this, the now revived Ritsuka opened his eyes before trying to sit up. "Don't move." Riezel frowned and pressed Ritsuka down. "You just came back to life, so the weakness in your body hasn't completely faded. You need to lie down and rest for a while." But Ritsuka, however, seemed unwilling to listen. Regardless, if he refused to listen to Riezel's words, Riezel had no intention of listening to his, either. "I didn't save you with your consent." Saying this indifferently, Riezel pressed his hand against Ritsuka's forehead. "Sleep." Riezel used a first-tier magic that was capable of putting someone to sleep instantly. Under the effect of sleep, Ritsuka's eyelids immediately grew heavy, slowly closing against his will. Soon enough, the just-revived master had fallen into a deep sleep. Riezel handed Ritsuka over to Da Vinci, then stood up and turned toward Koyanskaya and Beryl. "So you finally decided to show yourself?" Riezel, speaking flatly, glanced at Koyanskaya first, then looked at Beryl. "I thought you wouldn't dare show your face in front of me again, loser." Hearing this, the smile on Beryl's face froze, and he quickly turned visibly sullen. He hated being called a loser more than anything. Riezel knew this, which was exactly why he said it. My, so you're the child of prophecy everyone keeps talking about." Koyanskaya actually seemed surprised as she looked Riezel up and down, then let out a sneering laugh. "Hey, so the so-called child of prophecy is actually a human." It seemed Koyanskaya had already seen through Riezel's true identity. Human. It was Mash, Da Vinci, and Tristan who reacted to this, turning to Riezel with shocked looks. In truth, they had no idea Riezel was a human, and none of them had ever considered that possibility. Because the strength Riezel had just displayed was far too overwhelming, not inferior to a servant at all, and easily crushed the majority of them. Even famous knights of the Round Table like Galahad and Tristan, in terms of raw strength, could not compare to Riezel. And now, they were being told Riezel was a human. No wonder they were so shocked. Riezel himself, on the other hand, remained utterly indifferent. "I never once claimed to be the child of prophecy. In the first place, that was just something those foolish fairies decided for themselves." Riezel spoke calmly as he stared at Koyanskaya. "What? Does it bother you to know that I'm a human? Well, you are humanity's enemy, a being born from humanity's evil, after all. Humans must seem even lower than beasts in your eyes. To you, they're no better than trash on the roadside, right? You can't stand seeing humans become strong, can't stand seeing humans excel, can you? Tamamovich Koyanskaya." As soon as Riezel called out this name, the smile vanished from Koyanskaya's face. Koyanskaya stared at Riezel, her pupils turning into golden beast eyes. "So you know my true nature?" In that instant, everyone present felt a primal fear run through them. Something deep within their bodies screamed at them, warning that a terrifying being had been awakened. Only Riezel remained as calm and indifferent as ever. "I don't just know your true nature. I know exactly what you are." Riezel looked at Koyanskaya as if she were a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. "Shall I expose everything about you right here?" As soon as Riezel said this, the feeling of terror among everyone there grew even stronger. Even Beryl quietly slipped away from Koyanskaya, putting some distance between them. "Hey! Ha 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 ha!" Koyanskaya began to laugh. Her smile was stunning. Her laughter was especially vicious. "I only came here to test out my new weapon, not to show my true colors or fight, but now it seems I need to give you all a demonstration of what it means to be a beast. Wouldn't you agree? Human." As soon as Koyanskaya's words fell, the storm of malice in Artoria's eyes gradually became tangible. Chapter 521, Beast of Cherishment, Beast 4. It had been mentioned before that this world was incredibly vast, with a setting far grander than what Riezel had seen so far. Even though this time, Riezel's dimensional travel had brought him to Fairy Britain, a lost belt, Fairy Britain was only one of many lost belts in this world. In other words, the collapse occurring here, which had a disastrous effect on proper human history, was just one among countless disasters threatening humanity. It was precisely because of this that an organization like Chaldea, dedicated to safeguarding human history, had come into existence. Its purpose was to repair the foundation of humanity, protect proper human history, and ensure its survival and development in the face of various threats. For a master like Ritsuka, encountering events that threatened proper human history was nothing new. Before coming to this lost belt called Fairy Britain, Ritsuka had already faced many such crises, some even more perilous than the one threatening Fairy Britain. Not just one, Ritsuka had repaired multiple singularities that could have had disastrous impacts on humanity and had cut off 5 lost belts that endangered the continued existence of proper human history before Fairy Britain, so to him, such events were no longer unusual. Yet, every one of Ritsuka's brilliant victories meant that a disaster had once occurred. Barrelgut was merely an enemy of Chaldea and could not even be considered a true disaster to proper human history. However, Koyanskaya was different. She was a true disaster. She was humanity's enemy. She was one of the 7 calamities rejected by human history, an existence known as an evil of humanity. As for what the evils of humanity were, they referred to incarnations of disasters that threatened human history, disasters capable of destroying mankind that were born from human civilization itself and grew ever stronger alongside humanity's development. They would corrode civilization from within, akin to a cancer in the world. They were humanity's stain, the sludge settling within human history, evils that must be destroyed by humanity itself. They were born of mankind's bestial nature, which was why people called them beasts. If heroic spirits were beings who responded to the call of the world and mankind in times of crisis, fighting to protect humanity and the world, then evils of humanity were their opposite, existing solely to destroy mankind and the world. It could be said that the relationship between the evils of humanity and the summoning of heroic spirits was like that between humanity's self-destruction mechanism and its safety device, completely opposite in nature. Koyanskaya was one of the evils of humanity, known as the Beast of Cherishment, Beast 4. More precisely, she was a juvenile form of Beast 4, an incomplete evil of humanity, not yet a fully formed Beast 4. Yet, even incomplete, when this juvenile beast revealed her true nature, she remained a terrifying disaster capable of threatening all of humanity. Chaldea had once faced 2 fully formed beasts, Beast I, who governed the principle of pity, and Beast II, who wielded the law of recurrence. One of these beasts had incinerated all of human history, turning the earth into a sea of flames, while the other had rampaged at the end of the Age of Gods, nearly eradicating all life. To defeat those 2 beasts, Chaldea had overcome countless obstacles and received the aid of many heroic figures. Only by surviving desperate circumstances had they managed to finally defeat both beasts. In other words, these were not enemies a single person or even a single organization could hope to defeat, perhaps not even all of humanity, unless they gathered every possible condition and all the strength they could muster from human history itself, joining forces with one will. Otherwise, there could be no chance of victory. Now, one of these terrifying existences had appeared before Riezel. Boom. When the world itself let out a wailing roar, a pitch-black storm began to form. That was a curse unlike the one from Moss. That was the manifestation of power from another dimension. In no time, the terrifying black storm, like darkness devouring the world, spread rapidly outward from Koyanskaya as its center. Watch out. Everyone, get over here. Not good. Artoria and the others shouted in alarm, but before anyone could even act, the pitch-black storm swallowed the world, dragging everything into darkness. As the black storm raged within the darkness, the howling wind drowned out everyone's voices. Riezel's expression grew grim, his eyes growing more serious. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented pressure and a deadly crisis unlike anything he had ever experienced before. In the past, the more dangerous the predicament, the more Riezel would feel excitement. Even when facing enemies stronger than himself and in the worst situations, he would feel a rush of adrenaline, driven by his instincts and desires, never retreating but always charging forward into danger, fighting to the bitter end. But this time, despite feeling a pressure like never before and a deadly crisis he had never known, Riezel realized he could not summon any excitement at all. He knew this was because the threat before him was not a danger aimed at him alone, but a catastrophe targeting the entire world and all of humanity. He could sense, feel, and completely understand that malice, hostility, and murderous intent were directed equally at the whole of humankind. In other words, in the eyes of this enemy, he was not an individual, but merely one insignificant part of all humanity. Pity, protection, affection, contempt, slaughter, tenderness. Sometimes exterminating with fire, sometimes toying with a careless hand. This is what you humans are, what your species is. That is why the Beast of Cherishment could be born, and why it sits upon your end. In the darkness, the breathtakingly beautiful fox woman seemed to dissolve and disappear with the sweeping storm. In her place appeared a giant beast, hidden in the shadows and beneath the storm, its full form unseen, its body invisible, only its many tails swaying. This is a beast's roar. This is a beast's weeping. Beast 4, Beast of Cherishment, Tamamovich Koyanskaya, now descends upon you. Humanity, feel despair. When this distant voice echoed as if from all creation, the beast hidden in the darkness vanished. Everyone present, Riezel included, felt a bone-chilling fear rise in their hearts. Bad. Danger. Da Vinci and Tristan, already sensing the danger, cried out, faces ashen. Ugh. Artoria, acting on instinct, raised the staff of selection, feeling she had to act. Riezel was even quicker than the others, raising his hand before anyone else could move, yet there was someone even faster than him. Manifest yourself. Mash had already reached the front and raised her massive shield. Lord Camelot. Needless to say, she had unleashed her noble phantasm. A noble phantasm was the ultimate armament of a servant, a miracle given form. It was a weapon, symbol, or technique possessed by heroes in countless legends, celebrated by people in later generations. It could be a weapon or a special skill, and its power far surpassed anything a modern magus could hope for. Once invoked, it would unleash effects just as described in the legends. For example, King Arthur's Excalibur, famed in the modern world, was her noble phantasm. A noble phantasm was a servant's trump card. A noble phantasm was a servant's ultimate move. Back in Salisbury, when Fairy Knight Lancelot was about to settle things with Riezel in a single strike, she intended to use a noble phantasm forged from her own power and that of the Knights of the Round Table's Lancelot. When Fairy Knight Gawain fought Riezel in the Camelot Royal Palace, her gigantic transformation after breaking her horn was also a noble phantasm, formed by fusing her own power with Fairy Knight Gawain's strength. Now, Mash unleashed her own noble phantasm, allowing the shield in her hands to reveal its true power. Bang! As Mash brought her shield down with great force, the castle engraved upon it began to glow. A white-walled castle quickly appeared around Mash, growing outward and taking form. Anyone who knew the tales of King Arthur knew this was the legendary Castle of White Walls, Camelot. In proper human history, this castle was also the capital of Britain, home to King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Mash's noble phantasm was, in fact, the Round Table, which the Knights of the Round Table would gather around, transformed into a shield. Once activated, it summoned the heart of Camelot, providing absolute protection that could block any attack. Because its strength resonated with the user's mind, as long as her heart remained unyielding, the castle walls would never collapse and could even reflect enemy attacks. In an instant, Mash's noble phantasm protected everyone present, surrounding them within the castle walls. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Almost at the same moment, a terrifying attack struck the castle walls. Raging like a storm and blazing like pitch-black fire, the source of the attack was unknown as it lashed out like a beast and slashed like a tail sharp as a massive blade. When it landed upon the castle walls, not only did the entire castle of white walls shake violently, but even the world engulfed by the dark storm trembled fiercely. Ugh! Mash let out a muffled groan as blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Mash! Da Vinci called out in alarm at the sight. I am fine. Mash shouted back without turning her head, but right after, she fell to her knees. Boom! An unidentified attack suddenly crashed down on the castle walls once more, causing a deafening roar to reverberate throughout the pitch-black world. Cough. Mash coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her face quickly turned pale. Starlight. Artoria could not bear to watch, so she immediately used reinforcement on Mash. Diaphragm. Riezel also activated a chantless spell, sending particles of green light into Mash's body. Boom. 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 However, the onslaught did not cease as the unknown attack battered the white walls over and over, intent on destroying, shattering, and tearing them apart. Judging by the force of the blows, Riezel could say with certainty that, without any defensive measures, even he would be gravely injured and collapse on the spot if hit directly. Mash was a shielder-class servant who specialized in defense, so when it came to pure defense, none present could compare. In fact, to Riezel's memory, among all the people he had encountered so far, none could match Mash's current level of defense. Yet even so, after using her noble phantasm, Mash was still easily hurt. No, that was not right. It was precisely because she used her noble phantasm that Mash alone was injured. Riezel remembered that Mash's noble phantasm, while incredibly strong and capable of blocking even attacks that could wipe out the surface of the planet as long as she did not give up, did not protect Mash herself. In other words, Mash could protect everyone except herself, so right now, she alone was enduring the attack from the juvenile beast. O word spirits, fulfill my wish. Vale of the Woods, my name is Alf. Live Illugio. Assemble, breath of the land, my name is Alf. Veil Breath. Riezel cast both Live Illugio and Veil Breath on Mash without a second thought, then continued casting other magic spells. Sanctuary Protection. Field of Force. Reinforce Armor. Harden Steel. Indomitability. Infinity Wall. Greater Hardening. Mantle of Chaos. Protection from Evil. Elemental Form, Holy. He unleashed defensive magic on Mash one after another, causing her defenses to soar rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Boom. 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 As the relentless attacks continued to hammer the castle walls, shaking both the castle and the world cloaked in darkness, Mash, now shining with magical energy, gradually realized she could withstand the enemy's assault thanks to Riezel, who kept casting defensive magic on her. How are you holding up? Can you keep going? Riezel placed a hand on Mash's shoulder, gazing at the girl who stood firm with her shield, protecting everyone. Feeling the pressure lessen and her wounds slowly heal, Mash turned to meet Riezel's eyes and nodded resolutely. Riezel nodded with a faint smile, but that smile vanished from his face a moment later. Bang. In the next instant, Riezel disappeared from where he stood, transforming into a flash of fire that soared upward. Soon, the fire illuminated the darkness, driving away the storm as it rose from the castle of white walls like a star of hope, shooting toward the beast hidden in the shadows. Boom. As Riezel's black sword fell, purifying crimson flames descended from the sky and crashed down onto the beast. Rohair. A roar that shook the world echoed up to the heavens. Chapter 522, Riezel vs. Beast of Cherishment. Boom. It had been a battle with few spectators, yet it was one that could shake the soul of anyone who witnessed it. At this moment, the Beast of Cherishment, Koyanskaya, hidden within the pitch-black storm, swung her blade-like tail again and again at the surging flames in midair, which had turned into a blazing sun. Yet each time, a black sword within the flames deflected her attacks, sending them back without success. Boom, 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 boom. Every collision between the sword and the massive tail sent thunderous roars through the black storm. Flames and storm clashed repeatedly, setting off explosive waves with every impact, while the blazing sun, bright enough to illuminate the world and scatter the black storm, hung high above, radiating heat without pause. Meanwhile, the pitch-black storm, fierce enough to ravage both sky and earth and destroy everything, continued its rampage, swallowing all in its path. Such was this battle, a battle as if a myth had come alive before their eyes. Boom. Riezel, his body ablaze in the flames of the sun, suddenly dove downward and delivered a wide, sun-shaped slash at the Beast of Cherishment hidden in the darkness. Clear blue sky. Boom. In an instant, the blazing sun-shaped slash struck the beast's face, releasing an explosion of flames that seemed to burn the beast, making it let out a furious, pained howl. Riezel did not relent after gaining the upper hand, as right after his attack, he once again became a streak of fire, closing the distance to the giant beast and unleashing a flame-wreathed slash. Dance. A perfect circular slash swept across. Clear blue sky. A downward strike crashed from above. Raging sun. A clash left a burning trail in the air. Fake rainbow. Riezel's figure flickered like a mirage. Fire wheel. An arcing vertical slash spiraled past. Burning bones, summer sun. A vortex of fire exploded with a thunderous roar. Sunflower thrust. A ring-shaped thrust of flames burst out at incredible speed. Solar heat haze. Riezel's sword tip shimmered with fire as it slashed forward. Setting sun transformation. Blazing flames, as intense as the sun, hung inverted in the air. Beneficent radiance. A spiral slash exploded like blossoming fireworks. Sun halo dragon head dance. A dancing fire dragon crashed into the black storm. Flame dance. Two perfect circular slashes linked together, forming a new wave of attacks. In the blink of an eye, Riezel had unleashed all 12 sword forms of sun breathing, one strike after another, blow after blow, raining down on the pitch-black beast. Each slash set the flames roaring, tore apart the storm, and made the beast howl in pain and rage, again and again. Boom. Furious, the beast swung her sharp claws, whipped her tail, and even bared her massive, fanged jaws, lunging at Riezel. Like a wounded beast gone mad, she threw the dark world into violent tremors. It went without saying that the Beast of Cherishment's attacks were truly terrifying. Even though she had not fully matured and was still a juvenile, each strike was powerful enough to shake the earth and sky. If such an attack landed, it was clear what fate would await any ordinary mortal body. At the very least, Riezel felt pain all over his body whenever Koyanskaya's attacks brushed past him. Even with some distance between them, the sheer force in those blows was enough to make him feel as if his flesh had been torn open, to the point that he often wondered if his body had actually been ripped apart. For someone like Riezel, whose level had reached level 7 and whose END was maxed out at SSS rank for every level, to feel such pain just from the aftershocks showed just how overwhelming the Beast of Cherishment's attacks were. In the past, Riezel would have done everything possible to layer himself in defensive magic, just in case he accidentally took a hit and was killed on the spot by the Beast of Cherishment, but now, he no longer needed to. Bang. Amidst the explosions of fire, Riezel's figure kept turning into a fleeting streak of light, weaving through the Beast of Cherishment's earth-shaking attacks like a meteor. Using the burst speed technique of thunder breathing, Riezel's speed was now far beyond what he could manage with sun breathing alone, allowing him to dodge Koyanskaya's relentless strikes narrowly. Zing! In the next second, the origin ring on Riezel's hand activated, boosting his strength. A red light flickered in Riezel's eyes, and wild energy surged around him, signaling to everyone that he had invoked Helfenegas, pushing his power to the limit once more. Clearly, even when facing a juvenile beast, Riezel dared not lower his guard and went all out from the very start, unleashing his full power. Time stop. Riezel even tried using time magic, aiming to freeze time and halt the Beast of Cherishment's attacks, but as expected, he failed. At this moment, the time magic that could be considered overpowered in the world of Overlord or the Akasha continent did not even cause a ripple when cast on the Beast of Cherishment. Do people in this world all have counters for my magic or something? Riezel could only dodge the storm-like onslaught while sighing inwardly. It was not just that fairies generally possessed high magic resistance, even beings like servants typically had resistance to magic and magecraft. For someone like Riezel, who had mastered many debuff and hindering magic spells, this situation was truly vexing. Not to mention, many servants possessed magic resistance as a skill. Yes, servants had skills as well. Just like the players and NPCs in the world of Overlord, servants recorded in the Throne of Heroes each had various skills capable of producing special effects. Magic resistance was a rather common servant skill, allowing them to be immune to or resist magecraft or magic. At a high rank, it could even grant perfect resistance, rendering all magecraft and even magic completely ineffective. Because of that, in this world, both fairies and servants posed a challenge for magi, which was also why magi were not highly regarded in Fairy Britain or certain other regions. So long as one had a skill like magic resistance or the special divine protections that fairies enjoyed, most magecraft would simply be nullified. Among all the beings capable of ignoring magecraft or magic, the resistance possessed by the beasts, incarnations of the evils of humanity, was among the strongest. In such circumstances, almost all of Riezel's debuff and hindering magic that targeted enemies would be rendered ineffective. Even low dash, mid dash, and high rank offensive magic would struggle to do any damage. If one hoped to hurt such an enemy with magic, it would be impossible without pulling out super tier magic, tactical class magic, or even strategic class magic as a trump card. Even though Riezel's magical strength had skyrocketed since he received Morgan's ring, and the magic he used had become much stronger than before, ordinary magic could still only tickle Koyanskaya. Since that's the case, Riezel, surrounded by blazing flames, soared into the sky once more to evade an attack powerful enough to stir up a raging storm. In that instant, a flash of hesitation appeared in Riezel's eyes. Should I use that? What he meant by that, in his mind, was none other than the trump card acquired after fulfilling Morgan's condition. If that grand magecraft was used, even the Beast of Cherishment would not be able to ignore its effects. However, the problem was that Riezel was unsure if he could actually use it successfully. One should know that even Morgan herself could only turn it into a mystic code and install it in Camelot's royal castle, using it as a weapon, not using it directly. In other words, without external support, even Morgan could barely unleash it. Even though Riezel had obtained this trump card, he also had no confidence he could pull it off. Just as Riezel was hesitating, the beast hidden within the storm seemed to lose all patience. She whipped up an even fiercer storm, then charged forward madly, her tail raining down like a tempest and slamming into his body. Body of effulgent barrel. Boom. Riezel, with his pupils contracted, only had enough time to activate a defensive magic capable of nullifying blunt attacks before he was sent flying. In an instant, an incredible force struck his body, making him feel as if he had been hit by a mountain, his form becoming a blurred bullet as he hurtled backward until he crashed straight into the castle of white walls. Cough. Riezel could not help but let out all the air in his lungs. Mr. Riezel. Riezel. The cries of Mash, Artoria, and the others rang out, reaching Riezel's ears. However, even faster than their cries was the beast's assault. Die, human. Koyanskaya's icy voice echoed through the pitch-black world before several thick tails, as massive as heavenly pillars, struck out through the storm. Boom, 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 boom. With terrifying power, the tails landed strike after strike where Riezel was, unleashing deafening booms that shook the earth. Anyone could see that as the Beast of Cherishment relentlessly ravaged a tiny human, it was as if she intended to toy with him until death, giving no chance for a comeback, launching a horrifying assault. Riezel. Mr. Riezel. Artoria and Mash could no longer bear it and tried to rush forward, but Tristan stopped them. Don't. At this moment, this renowned knight of the Round Table appeared even more grave than anyone present, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This is already a battle we cannot interfere in. As soon as we step out of this noble phantasm, we will die. Needless to say, the gap in combat power was so overwhelming that it gave rise to a sense of despair. Tamamovich Koyanskaya. Da Vinci bit her lip and whispered. She's not in her final form yet, but she should be about to enter her pupil stage, right? She stared hard at the beast in the black storm, focusing on those thick tails swinging relentlessly. By her estimation, there were 6 in total. According to Chaldea's analysis, Beast 4, the Beast of Cherishment, was based on the legendary pale-faced, golden-haired 9-tailed fox, so Koyanskaya's completed form should have 9 tails. In the past, Chaldea had seen Koyanskaya reveal her true nature. At that time, she had 4 tails, but now she had grown 2 more, becoming a 6-tailed fox. If she grew 3 more tails, she would become a complete, matured beast, an apocalyptic threat capable of destroying all human history. Even now, as a 6-tailed beast of cherishment, she was almost ready to mature, so once she broke out of her pupal stage, she would become a true 9-tailed fox. Faced with such an enemy, Da Vinci had to admit that a human like Riezel had already performed far beyond her expectations by being able to fight like this. Facing a foe of that level, even a grand servant summoned by the counter-force specifically to hunt down beasts might not be able to stand against her alone. As for ordinary servants, it would take at least 6 or 7 working together to stand a chance, but among them, at least half needed to be top-tier servants, with the rest possessing powerful support abilities. Unfortunately, such combat power was impossible to gather at this moment. Tristan, as one of the most prominent knights of the Round Table, could barely be considered a top-tier servant. Mash, although possessing the power of Galahad, had never truly been a top-tier servant except for her defense, though for some reason, she seemed to have suddenly grown stronger and could now be counted as a top-tier servant. As for Da Vinci, she knew her own limits. Even though her support abilities were decent, she could not possibly be considered a top-tier servant, and she was nowhere near strong enough to face a beast. As for Artoria, her reinforcement was formidable but not enough to turn the tide. If the group tried to act, they might be able to help Riezel hold back the beast of cherishment for a while, but they could not mount an effective offense. In other words, there was no hope of victory. If only that side could mobilize. Da Vinci thought of Chaldea headquarters, currently on standby and waiting for news from them, and bit her lip even harder. If they could move, there would be a hope of victory. We have no other way. We have to retreat. After countless calculations, Da Vinci could only draw this conclusion. Only by doing so could they minimize casualties. However, just as Da Vinci reached this decision, a voice sounded. Triplet maximize magic, meteor fall. As this icy voice echoed out, everyone hiding within Masha's noble phantasm could not help but look up in astonishment. What? Koyanskaya was just as shocked. Because, in the pitch-black sky, not just 1, but 3 enormous meteors were falling toward her. 3 massive meteors, each hundreds of meters in diameter, suddenly descended from the sky, igniting flames as they pierced the atmosphere. Boom. In the next instant, a meteor struck the beast within the black storm. Boom. Boom. Soon after, the other 2 meteors landed in quick succession, causing the beast to howl in pain. However, this was not the end, because in the next moment. Holy Lance, remove anchor. An icy voice rang out once again, and in the next second, a burst of golden-white holy light appeared. Chapter 523, The Lance That Shines to the End of the World, Rhongomyniad. Holy Lance. It was a weapon said to have been wielded by King Arthur, Artoria Pendragon. It was a lance renowned alongside the holy sword Excalibur, the anchor of the storm that fastened the planet together, known as Rhongomyniad. Its true form was a tower of light, connecting the outer layer of the world to the planet, a pillar of light that shone with the brilliance of the planet and served as the final radiance, securing the very fabric of the world. It was rumored that if this lance were ever drawn forth, the world built upon physical laws would peel and fall away, and the many phantasmal laws considered remnants of the past would return. It was said that the Holy Lance contained overwhelming power, and once its true name was released, it would unleash a light that flashed to the end of the world. If King Arthur's holy sword was a sword of the planet, created within the inner sea of the planet to save the world, then the Holy Lance was the anchor that held the world in place and maintained its existence. It was known as the lance that shines to the end of the world, Rhongomyniad. It might not have been as famous as King Arthur's Excalibur, but without a doubt, it was a miracle on par with it. Even among the many divine constructs in myth and legend, none could rival this lance. In some tales, this lance was even identified as the very spear of Longinus that pierced Jesus Christ, believed to be a god-slaying weapon capable of killing even the gods. Morgan, as the highest-ranking fairy and a genius magus of fairy Britain, had analyzed the structure and power of Rhongomyniad and ultimately reproduced its power through magecraft, making it possible to learn as a magecraft. In the end, this became one of Morgan's grand magecrafts among mirror, tower, garden, and coffin, known as tower. Morgan had spent thousands of years constructing the tower in her throne room, creating 12 Rhongomyniads. After Riezel fulfilled the condition Morgan had set, he acquired this grand magecraft, tower. In other words, Riezel had obtained the Holy Lance Rhongomyniad, recreated through magecraft. At this moment, he drew forth the anchor of the Holy Lance. Boom. A pillar of light shot up from the ground in front of the castle of white walls, piercing the sky. It resembled a spear driven into the earth, and the instant it appeared, all mystery, fantasy, and chaos were frozen in place. It was like a soaring tower, and with its presence, not only was the darkness dispersed, but even the storms were subdued. It was the lance standing at the end of the world. It was the stake that upheld the world's surface. Lance of the storm, lance of the end, lance of light, lance of the planet, lance of the last light, these were all its names, its symbols, the forms in which the world beheld it. Especially now, when it was Riezel who had drawn the holy lance, having pioneer of the sun that doubled the power of light and heat magic and was endowed with the divine protection of a great fairy, Rongominiad, which should have lost its original form and become mere power and shell when manifested as magecraft, miraculously restored all of its true nature, its true form. As a result, the end of the world truly appeared. Light illuminated the entire world that had been swallowed by black storms. No. This can't be. Koyanskaya, in her beast form, seemed to recognize the true nature of the light and let out a cry of panic never heard before. Holy Lance. Is that Rongominiad? How can? Mash, Da Vinci, and Tristan all widened their eyes, their faces filled with unprecedented shock. Riezel. Even Artoria seemed to recall something, her face, identical to King Arthur in proper human history, showing astonishment never seen before. Everyone present had seen Rongominiad. Artoria, having experienced King Arthur's memories, was naturally more familiar with this holy lance, which was equal in name to the holy sword, than anyone. Mash and the others had also witnessed the power of the holy lance in both the singularity and the lost belt, even having faced it directly in a singularity where King Arthur was the final boss. In other words, no one here could possibly mistake Rongominiad, could possibly mistake this holy lance. Now, with Riezel drawing this lance before their very eyes, how could they not be shocked? Of course, the one most stunned was Koyanskaya. She had never imagined that coming here to see an old friend and test a new weapon, she would end up angered by some human who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, forced to reveal her true nature, and then witness the anchor of the planet in the hands of that human. However, she quickly realized something. Damn you, Morgan. You actually gave something like this to a human. She simply could not believe that the cold-hearted witch would hand over her greatest trump card. This was the Holy Lance. The very Holy Lance capable of supporting the world. Even though Morgan had reproduced the power of the Holy Lance in the form of magecraft and used it as a weapon, it was still her strongest attack, a killing move that even she had to be wary of. Yet, that witch had just handed it over to a human so casually. What was even more ridiculous, this human had even restored the true nature of the Holy Lance. It was simply absurd. Damn it. Koyanskaya was both shocked and furious, unable to hide the panic in her voice, no matter what she did. She wanted to rush forward, to stop Riezel, to stop the Holy Lance from being released, but the storm that controlled her tossed her around so wildly that she could barely even maintain her beast form. As a beast, Koyanskaya had never been complete. Her very existence was extremely unstable, and she had not yet truly become one of the evils of humanity. For that reason, whenever she revealed her true nature, her true appearance would be hidden by the pitch-black storm, not because she wanted to hide, but because her form as a beast was still unstable, making it impossible for her to appear on the surface. Now, as the world that stabilized her incomplete form was gradually being replaced by the concept of the ends of the world, Koyanskaya's shape grew even more unstable. She could only watch helplessly as the Holy Lance was drawn out, unable to do anything. As a pillar of light shot up into the sky, Riezel's figure appeared beneath it, slowly floating upward into the air. He raised one hand high, and in his hand rose the very light of the Holy Lance being drawn out, turning into a tower of light ascending from this world. As he floated higher, the tower of light he lifted slowly began to change form. Soon, the top of the tower became sharper, turning into a lance tip. Spiraling streams of light wound around the tower, circling without pause. Right after, the outer shell of the tower peeled away, revealing its true form in this black world where none could see. In that moment, Koyanskaya felt only one thing, fear. Unfortunately for her, this was just the beginning, as in the next moment. Rongominiad. Riezel, unleashing the Holy Lance's true name, raised it high and aimed at the beast of cherishment hidden in the black storm. In the next second, he unleashed the anchor of the planet in his hand. Boom. In an instant, dazzling light burst forth. A torrent of pure light tore the world asunder, slicing through the black storm and sky alike, restoring the true world to the eyes of everyone present. It was as if a planet was being formed as sky and earth were split apart. Wherever the pillar of light passed, whether darkness, storm, or even this world corrupted by darkness, everything was cut apart without exception. Amid this, the six-tailed fox could no longer hide in the black storm. Rohair. Barely supporting her wavering beast body, Koyanskaya let out a furious, unwilling roar at the light that marked the end of the world. However, the roar that once could shake human history, shake the world, and shake the very stars now had no power left. As a result, the light swallowed the beast. As a result, the Holy Lance pierced through the evil of humanity. As a result, the black world was split open by the tip of the Holy Lance, bringing the land of fairy Britain back to this place once more. Yet the brilliance of the Holy Lance continued to race forward, even after swallowing the beast, piercing through the six-tailed fox, its momentum did not slow as it flew toward the distant horizon. At this moment, almost every fairy in fairy Britain saw that divine light. Even the witch sitting on the throne opened her eyes, slowly rose, and walked to the wall facing outward, looking through the great opening before her, gazing to the far side of the sky. Over there, the Holy Lance's light soared up to the clouds, refusing to fade for a long time. Morgan gazed at the scene in silence for a long while. If one looked closely, on the very spot where Morgan stood, facing the great opening, there were spears lined up along the palace wall. When the Holy Lance's light shot straight into the sky, those spears also glimmered with waves of light. Their color and aura were exactly the same as the light piercing the sky. After a while, Morgan's low whisper finally echoed. So, rather than turning it into a weapon, you released it directly from your hand like a noble phantasm. Rhongomyniad. This Holy Lance really can only reveal its true form in your hand. As expected of you. Leaving these words behind, Morgan turned and walked back to her throne. What she was truly thinking in her heart, perhaps only she herself knew. Fairy Britain, southern region, at the edge of the nameless forest. At this moment, the raging storms and brilliant light that had once swept through this place had vanished without a trace. The pitch-black giant beast was gone. The ever-present malice had disappeared as well. Even the enemy's shadow could no longer be seen. Only a battlefield, ravaged and full of craters, remained, a testament to the reality of the battle that had just taken place. Riezel. Having left the castle of white walls, Artoria suddenly let out a startled cry and rushed forward. It was only natural because at this moment, Riezel, whose light was slowly fading from his hand, fell from midair. Mr. Riezel. Mash, who was a beat slower in cancelling her noble phantasm, also cried out in alarm. Tristan. Take him. Da Vinci reacted the fastest, immediately passing Ritsuka, whom she had been holding, to Tristan, then swung her backpack off, causing several mechanical arms to shoot out. Yet, no matter how fast they moved, they could not compare to a certain king of fairies who had hidden as soon as the battle started and had been observing everything from the shadows. Whoosh! Oberon jumped down from Blanca's back, returned to his original size, and caught the falling Riezel, gently placing him on the ground. Riezel. Only then did Artoria run over, arrive in front of Riezel, and embrace him. Mash and the others also hurried over, gathering around Riezel. However, Riezel could see none of this because he had already lost consciousness and fallen into a deep sleep. What happened to him? Artoria could not hide her worry and even reached for her staff of selection, as if preparing to use magecraft on Riezel. Don't worry, he's fine. Oberon quickly stopped Artoria. Let me take a look. Da Vinci also did not let Artoria act rashly. Controlling the mechanical arms, Da Vinci lifted Riezel in front of her, then pulled out all sorts of instruments and began examining him on the spot. Before long, Da Vinci came to a conclusion. He's just exhausted. Da Vinci said with a relieved expression. His magical energy is nearly depleted, his mind is close to collapse, and his body has endured an incredible amount of power, so he's injured all over. In short, this is a typical case of extreme exhaustion. Riezel's injuries were not just from Koyanskaya's attacks, but also from unleashing too much power, which had torn his muscles. It was easy to understand that his mind was exhausted and his magical energy spent. After all, he had released Rhongomyniad, summoned the Tower of the Ends of the World, and accomplished such a miracle. If he still had strength left after that, that would be absurd. Even so. Aside from that, there's nothing else wrong with him. Da Vinci could not help but speak in admiration. It's truly unbelievable. To have recreated a miracle from the age of gods in a human body and only pay this price, it's simply astounding. After all, Riezel had not used Rhongomyniad itself, but rather a magecraft capable of reproducing Rhongomyniad's power, which was essentially the same as creating mythology with his own strength. Just imagine, using magecraft to wield the power of a mythical relic, could that be simple? Certainly not. Otherwise, Morgan would not have turned the tower into a mystic code, kept it armed in the palace, and used this grand magecraft only on special occasions. Even so, Morgan, who could reproduce the power of Rhongomyniad in the form of magecraft directly without external help, was already considered a genius who had reached the level of the gods. Riezel was only able to use this magecraft because he obtained Morgan's tower, yet he managed to unleash Rhongomyniad's true power on his own and even restored its nature, causing the end of the world to descend. If that was not something astonishing, then nothing in this world could be called astonishing. So, you're saying there's nothing seriously wrong with him now? Artoria cared for nothing else, focusing only on Riezel's well-being. Yes, pretty much. Da Vinci nodded. While his injuries aren't exactly light, they can be treated. As for his exhausted mind and magical energy, just let him recover on his own. If he rests for 2 or 3 days, he should be fine. Her words made not only Artoria but even Mash breathe a sigh of relief. In that case, what are we waiting for? Oberon snapped his fingers, giving a belated suggestion. Let's get out of here first and find a place for him to rest. Hearing this, everyone stopped worrying and nodded in agreement. With that, the group quickly left the area and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 524, Cryptor. Under the moonlit night, across the boundless grasslands. Thud. With a dull thud, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground. Ugh. Hugh. Letting out a groan full of pain, the figure, whose body was battered and covered in wounds, writhed there as if she were a snake spirit shedding its skin. In fact, what she was doing was not much different from that, as with every struggle and groan, 6 tails extended from behind her and lashed about wildly. At one point, one of those 6 tails broke off. Yet, with the breaking of that tail, the figure's battered body slowly began to heal, and in the end, not a single wound remained. Damn it. Koyanskaya, whose wounds had fully healed, stared at her severed tail, but her face showed no sign of relief, only hatred and anger. It took so much effort to finally reach 6 tails, and now I've lost one in a place like this. I have to start all over again, this loss is just too much. Having survived this disaster, Koyanskaya looked especially grim. A pair of beast-like pupils surfaced in her eyes, and within them, murderous intent and ferocity surged, feeling the urge to rush back and tear the human apart, piece by piece. No, I cannot go back. Koyanskaya forced herself to calm down. Damn that human. He's too mysterious. He actually managed to recreate the essence of Rangaminiad through magecraft, summoning the ends of the world, something even that which was never able to do. Who is he, really? Is he from proper human history? Or is he from this lost belt? Did Morgan truly marry him just because she mistook him for the child of prophecy? But isn't the child of prophecy supposed to be the enemy of that witch? Why would she entrust her trump card to him? At this point, Koyanskaya finally realized just how little she knew about Riezel. With so little information about her enemy, she had still exposed her true nature and revealed her real form just because of a few provocations. Perhaps, this time, she truly had made a mistake. Humans. Koyanskaya's beast-like eyes were filled with cold indifference. Such an unnecessary race, so why is it that their lives always manage to give rise to such unpredictable individuals? Koyanskaya felt frustrated and displeased at this. However, forget it. Now isn't the time to dwell on such things. I should head back to Gloucester first. She would need to rely on Murian's power and recuperate for a while in Gloucester. Additionally, she needed to investigate that human and find out exactly what made him special. Her instincts told her there had to be some unspeakable secret behind Morgan giving the Holy Lands to that human and even marrying him. If necessary, I might even have to make contact with that witch. Koyanskaya made her decision. Just as this beautiful fox lady was about to leave for Gloucester, a playful voice suddenly drifted into her ears. Didn't expect even you to make a run for it. Good thing I didn't stick around. Hearing this clear and lively voice, Koyanskaya's expression grew even gloomier. You actually dare show yourself in front of me? She turned her head, fixing her golden, beast-like eyes, brimming with a murderous aura, on the approaching figure. It was none other than Beryl Gut. Please, don't look at me like that. Beryl raised his hands in mock surrender. You went back to your true nature, so of course I had to run as far as I could, so that I wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. Wouldn't anyone? Beryl, the serial killer who had once killed Ritsuka with a sneak attack, said all this without the slightest hint of shame. Clearly, he didn't think he had done anything wrong. On the contrary, he even started complaining to Koyanskaya. I was planning to have a nice chat with Mash, but thanks to you, I was robbed of my chance to talk with my beloved. Koyanskaya snorted coldly at Beryl's words. It was just a miscalculation this time. I accounted for Chaldea and the child of prophecy, but I somehow overlooked a single human, really annoying. Koyanskaya complained, then sneered. But you have no right to criticize me. As a cryptor, you let things spiral out of control like this. No wonder that human called you a loser. Cryptors. They were a group devoted to denying proper human history, bringing lost belts and the alien god to Earth in an attempt to return the planet to the way it was during the Age of Gods. They sided with the alien god, planted fantasy trees on Earth, and gave birth to lost belts, waging war against proper human history, erasing the Earth's future, and bringing about a catastrophe that swept across all of human history. It was under these circumstances that Chaldea became enemies with cryptors, constantly cutting down lost belts and chopping down fantasy trees in hopes of saving Earth and proper human history. Beryl was a cryptor, wielding the special command spells only cryptors possessed. In other words, the appearance of Fairy Britain, this lost belt, was mostly Beryl's responsibility. He planted the fantasy tree here, but due to some mishaps, the fantasy tree of Fairy Britain had already withered. He had summoned his own servant with his powerful command spells here, but that servant had acted on their own, turning Fairy Britain into its current state after several thousand years. It could be said that without him, Fairy Britain would not exist, and Morgan would never have become the king of this lost belt. It was because of Beryl's actions that Morgan treated him as a companion, an ally, and also why Koyanskaya was mocking him. Originally, Beryl should have been one of the masters of this lost belt, with a powerful servant as his combat power, but now, he had messed everything up. can you please not call me that? Beryl's smile faded from his face. It was as if Koyanskaya had touched a sore spot. He lowered his head and hid his eyes behind his reflective glasses. What's wrong? Koyanskaya curled her lips into a beastly, savage grin, utterly devoid of emotion. Are you thinking about killing me? With just you? Beryl fell silent. Koyanskaya said nothing more. Just like that, the two, human and beast, stared each other down, murderous aura spreading between them. Two beings who viewed human lives as worthless stood locked in a standoff, as if a bloody fight could break out at any moment. In the end, it was Beryl who backed down first, withdrawing his murderous aura. Fine. Beryl once again raised his hands in surrender. I'm just an ordinary human. There's no way I dare go up against the famous beast. Save those lies for someone else, Beryl gut. Koyanskaya clearly scoffed at his claim. For you, there's no one in this world you can't kill. If I believed your nonsense, maybe next time I'd be the one with a hole through my chest. Beryl was human, there was no doubt about that. And after losing his servant, he ought to have lost his threat as well, or at the very least, he shouldn't have warranted Koyanskaya's attention. However, anyone who let their guard down around this wolf-like man would meet a terrible end. He was human, true, but inside, he was every bit the beast that Koyanskaya was. If it came down to direct combat, he did not stand out, but when it came to assassination or sneak attacks, his skill was nothing short of remarkable. Hadn't he ambushed Riezel before, and apart from Riezel, who barely managed to react in time, everyone else failed to respond. Keep in mind, Riezel and Artoria had been farther away, but Mash, Da Vinci, and Tristan were all right beside Riezel. On top of that, Mash, Da Vinci, and Tristan were all servants. To succeed in an ambush with 3 servants nearby and even manage to kill Chaldea's most important figure, it was clear just how dangerous Beryl truly was. On a day like today, if Koyanskaya had not been able to sacrifice one of her tails and escape, regaining some of her power and composure, she was certain that Beryl would not have hesitated to strike from the shadows and kill her on the spot. Beryl was, after all, excellent at finding chances to strike. Once he made his move, his success rate was nearly 100%. It was because of all this that Koyanskaya did not believe a single one of his words. If not for their deal and the fact that he provided her with some valuable goods, she would never have agreed to protect him after his successful ambush, sparing him from being torn apart by Chaldea's rampaging servants. I'm heading back to Gloucester. Koyanskaya addressed Beryl coldly. You'd better figure out how you're going to survive by yourself from now on. With the loss of his only servant and the puppet doll, Bayaban Sith, he had been toying with, Beryl could now be considered completely powerless. What would he do next? How would he deal with Chaldea? Koyanskaya intended to watch closely. Swish. Not wasting time with Beryl anymore, Koyanskaya's figure vanished from the spot. However, she did not notice at all that Beryl's lips had curled into a dangerous smile. How am I going to survive from now on, you say? Beryl chuckled softly. No need to ask. I'm a man of focus, after all. Until I've had a proper heart-to-heart with Mash about my feelings for her, there's no way I'm just letting things end here. As he spoke, Beryl reached out and picked up something Koyanskaya had left behind on the ground. It was none other than her severed tail. Not exactly what I wanted, but whatever. Getting this is more than worth it. Beryl lifted Koyanskaya's tail and actually started biting into it. He really ate her tail. Hum. Ha ha ha. A low laugh rumbled out as the eyes behind Beryl's glasses changed, turning into a pair of golden, beast-like pupils. Your power, I'll help myself. Beneath the moonlit night, Beryl began to transform, becoming a gigantic beast that summoned a storm of darkness and howled at the sky. As time passed, the sky gradually began to brighten. When the sky, colored like the evening glow, replaced the night once more in fairy Britain, Riezel also slowly woke from his deep sleep. Hiss. As soon as he awoke, Riezel immediately felt a tearing pain all over his body, making him suck in a cold breath. What's going on? Riezel was confused for a moment before he finally remembered. Ah, right. I used Rangaminiad and repelled Koyanskaya, huh? As his memory returned, Riezel quickly looked around. What appeared before his eyes was a ceiling within arm's reach and the cramped space of something like a carriage. Coupled with the swaying motion he felt, Riezel instantly realized his situation. He was lying inside a carriage, apparently being transported somewhere along with it, and was currently on the road. Beside him, a fairy girl was leaning against the wall of the carriage, sound asleep, holding the staff of selection in her arms. If it was not Artoria, who else could it be? Diafrattle. Riezel stared at Artoria for a while and, seeing that she did not wake up, he did not disturb her and immediately cast a high-tier healing magic without chanting to heal his own wounds. He was still injured, but it seemed his wounds had already been treated and bandaged. However, since they had not healed completely yet, he felt such sharp pain upon waking up. Was it someone from Chaldea who did this? Riezel quickly made a guess. After all, Artoria was a clumsy magus and definitely could not use any proper healing magecraft. Oberon was probably about the same, so only Chaldea's master or Da Vinci would have the means to treat him and tend to his injuries. His guess was immediately confirmed in the next second. You're already awake. As the carriage curtain pulled open, a young girl climbed in from outside, then spoke with surprise upon seeing Riezel sitting up. Leonardo da Vinci. Riezel instinctively called out her name. Just call me Da Vinci. Da Vinci smiled at Riezel, no longer her previously quiet self, and spoke cheerfully, with a hint of amazement. Looks like you've recovered pretty well. I thought with your spirit so exhausted, there was no way you'd wake up anytime soon. Indeed, after using Rongominiad, Riezel had completely depleted his magical energy and fallen into a state of total exhaustion. It was actually his first time experiencing this. In the past, thanks to his highest rank spirit healing, no matter how much magic Riezel used, his mind would instantly recover, and the recovery was so fast that he never once ran out of magical energy or became mentally exhausted. But this time, Riezel finally tasted what it meant to be utterly drained. Rongominiad, known as an anchor that fastened the planet together, required even Riezel to exhaust all his magical energy and mind when using such power. Fortunately, with spirit healing, Riezel's mind recovered very quickly. Now, his mind had fully recovered. Chapter 525, Officially Allies. After a while, Riezel finally learned their current situation from Da Vinci. At this moment, they had already left the area near the nameless forest and were traveling along the highway toward the port city of Norwich in two carriages, one carrying the unconscious Riezel and the other carrying Ritsuka. As for where they got the carriages, it was thanks to Oberon, who had contacted Aurora and asked her to have the Wind Clan deliver them. Accompanying Riezel were Artoria and Oberon. Artoria stayed inside the carriage to watch over Riezel, while Oberon drove the carriage, leading the way and scouting ahead. Meanwhile, with Ritsuka were Mash, Da Vinci, and Tristan. Mash was driving the carriage, while Tristan sat on top to use his archery skills to clear away approaching magical beasts. Da Vinci took care of Ritsuka and occasionally came over to check on Riezel, monitoring the physical condition of both in real time. As for why they were heading toward Norwich, it was mainly because of Oberon's suggestion. According to the information brought by the Wind Clan, Oberon already knew the movements of the Queen's army. In the southern region, the cities of Salisbury, Norwich, Gloucester, and Oxford were mostly unsafe to visit. Gloucester was the territory of the head of the Wind Clan, Mirian. Baobin, Sith and Beryl had previously led soldiers there, and later came to hunt them down, so it was unclear where Mirian now stood. Given that Riezel and Ritsuka were both in poor condition, it was not a good idea to go there. As for Oxford, that went without saying, it was the stronghold of Morgan's loyal dog, the domain of the Woodwoes, the head of the Fawn clan, so going there could only end in disaster. Salisbury was actually safe, but since Riezel and the others had just left, going back immediately might arouse suspicion from the Queen's army. Aurora had already decided to overthrow Morgan, but for now, this must not be revealed. Otherwise, Morgan would surely send troops to attack Salisbury, and if anything happened to the Wind Clan, they would lose a powerful ally. In the end, after careful consideration, Oberon decided to avoid suspicion and not return to Salisbury for the time being. Given all that, they naturally had no choice but to head toward Norwich. First, Aurora had already spoken privately with the Lord of Norwich, Spriggan, and secured a chance to enter the bell tower. Second, a calamity was happening there, and Morgan seemed to have given up on the area, not sending anyone. Therefore, if Riezel's group went to Norwich, they could avoid Morgan's pursuit and get help from the local lord, giving them a place to hide. For that reason, Oberon had immediately proposed this plan, and the group set out for Norwich. I see. Riezel nodded, indicating understanding of the current situation, but Chaldea's master still hasn't woken up. Riezel turned to Da Vinci and asked seriously. He hasn't. Da Vinci shook her head. His body is just too weak, and he doesn't have your kind of amazing recovery, so even after a whole night, there's still no sign of him waking up. Frankly, this was to be expected. Resurrection magic itself would consume the deceased's vitality, and if the deceased's vitality was insufficient, they might not even be revived. In fact, the reason low-tier resurrection magic could not revive low-level people was exactly because their vitality was too weak to withstand the drain. Riezel had used the highest-tier resurrection magic, which could even revive ordinary people with no trouble, but the loss of vitality was unavoidable. Ritsuka, as Chaldea's master, was indeed a magus but not a particularly strong one, since his body was still that of an ordinary person, so the fact that he was revived at all was already very fortunate. In other words, the resulting weakness from such a heavy loss of vitality was inevitable, and unless he rested well for some time, he would probably not be able to get up. So, that means you're the one in charge of making decisions right now? Riezel asked Da Vinci again. If Chaldea's master were present, it would naturally be Ritsuka making all the decisions, but since he was still unconscious, the person in charge had to be this brilliant, versatile genius. Considering that Chaldea was still acting together with them and was preparing to go to Norwich as well, this must also have been Da Vinci's decision. Sure enough. Well, since Master hasn't woken up yet, and we still don't know much about Fairy Britain, it's naturally a good thing for us if the locals are willing to help. Da Vinci shrugged. Besides, after what happened last night, we've confirmed that you all are our allies. Earlier, because she couldn't be sure whether Riezel's group was an ally, she chose to observe for the time being. But now, after clashing with the Queen's army and opposing Koyanskaya and Beryl, the enemy of their enemy was clearly a friend, a companion. Along with Oberon, who also helped to mediate, Da Vinci had begun to trust Riezel and the others. After all, Oberon was not a native of Fairy Britain, but a servant from proper human history, just like Tristan, summoned to stop the expansion of this lost belt. Knowing that he was a servant of proper human history, he was definitely on the same side as Chaldea. Based on this judgment, Da Vinci finally let down her guard and decided to join forces with Riezel and the others. Then you all must know our situation pretty well by now, right? Riezel immediately cut to the chase. More or less. Da Vinci nodded, glanced at the dozing Artoria beside her, and continued. Fairy Britain has 6 great fairy clans. 16 years ago, the Mirror clan made a prophecy that a savior would appear today, 16 years later, to overthrow Morgan, the false king, and be crowned as the true king. Right now, you all are helping this child of prophecy and getting ready to ring the 6 bells of pilgrimage, managed by the 6 great clans. And the false king Morgan is the reason for the abnormal expansion of the Britain Lost Belt, the very cause that's about to bring proper human history to ruin, isn't that right? Da Vinci laid all this out simply, then made her position clear. Well, this lines up with our goal too. Chaldea had come to this lost belt this time to investigate the source of the collapse and to stop the destruction of proper human history. Since the source was Morgan's ambition, Chaldea's goal was also clear, to stop Morgan and even defeat her if necessary, which truly matched the purpose of Riezel and the others. At the very least, Da Vinci believed it was better to cooperate with Riezel's group than to face the Queen's army alone. If the Mirror clan's prophecy was legitimate, then the hope of defeating Morgan would likely rest with Artoria. Once they understood this, Chaldea's next move was no longer difficult to figure out. Besides, Mash also thinks you all can be trusted, especially you. Da Vinci gave Riezel a meaningful look, flashing a mischievous, almost little girl-like smile. Did something happen between you two? It really feels like that girl has a kind of admiration for you that I can't quite explain. Hearing this, Riezel pressed his lips together and did not answer. At this moment, he cared more about something else. Have you all already recovered your memories? Riezel asked this in a doubtful tone. I never lost my memories to begin with. Da Vinci admitted frankly. Mash and Tristan also got their memories back last night. Apparently, after Ritsuka was ambushed and killed by Beryl, Mash and Tristan were clearly shaken, which caused their memories to return one after another. That was why, when they saw Beryl and Koyanskaya, Mash and Tristan recognized them at once. Master's memory should be back too, which is a good thing. Da Vinci sounded somewhat pleased. Even though a lot has happened, at least now, we can finally get back on track. Speaking of which, Chaldea's mission this time truly had been pretty unlucky. They had only just landed and immediately ran into a swarm of moss, getting attacked. Even the landing spot was bad, of all places, they just had to end up in the nameless forest, which led to everyone except Da Vinci losing their memories. With their memories gone and before they could get a handle on the situation, they ended up, thanks to Riezel's group, running right into attacks from a fairy knight, fairy soldiers, and even a juvenile beast. Even worse, their most important master died and almost couldn't come back. If that didn't count as unlucky, what did? Fortunately, after all those twists and turns, Chaldea finally made it through safely, got everyone back on track, entered the territory of Fairy Britain with no casualties, gained the help of locals, and gathered quite a bit of intel. Once Ritsuka woke up, there would be nothing else holding them back. It was just that the only thing Da Vinci still wondered about was Riezel's identity. In Riezel's group, Artoria was a fairy of paradise, the chosen savior. Oberon was a servant from proper human history, which made him their ally. Riezel alone had an unknown origin. According to Oberon, Riezel was neither from proper human history nor Fairy Britain, nor a fairy or a servant, just an ordinary human, yet somehow possessed power strong enough to rival or even surpass grand servants and high-ranking fairies, able to stand against a juvenile beast. For a human to be that powerful was already extremely absurd. Let alone the fact that this human had also mastered the legendary Holy Lance, Rongominiad. Remembering that Holy Lance, Da Vinci could not help but glance solemnly at Riezel. After all, part of the reason Chaldea had come to Fairy Britain this time was also for the Holy Lance. Chapter 526, Riezel's Respect. Soon after a brief exchange, Da Vinci once again performed a physical examination on Riezel, but this time, the results left her amazed for quite some time. Your bodily functions have completely recovered. Mind response is at its peak, and your magical energy is fully restored. You can get out of bed now. Honestly, you could even fight again without any issue. It had only been one night, and yet Riezel's body, which should have required 2 or 3 days of rest to recover, had returned to a perfect state as if nothing had happened before. It was truly astonishing. Even with magecraft to aid healing and recovery, such speed was almost frightening. Because of this, the way Da Vinci looked at Riezel changed, as if she had found something exceptionally fascinating. It went without saying that this so-called universal genius had become interested in Riezel's body and now felt an urge to study it. Under Da Vinci's gaze, one that seemed intent on dissecting him, Riezel gradually felt a bit uneasy. Fortunately, Artoria woke up just in time and, to some extent, stopped Da Vinci. "You're awake. How do you feel? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Artoria immediately rushed over to Riezel and fired off a rapid string of questions, nearly overwhelming him. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Riezel could only hold down this fairy girl to calm her. "Well, I'll go let everyone know." Knowing when to leave, Da Vinci excused herself to inform the others that Riezel had awakened. Because of this, before long, the carriage pulled over, and one after another, people entered Riezel's carriage, filling it up. "It's really great that you're awake, Mr. Riezel." Mash spoke with heartfelt relief. "Not bad, you woke up even faster than I thought." Oberon also spoke up with a smile. Tristan did not come in, apparently standing guard outside and looking after the still unconscious Ritsuka. Riezel, ignoring the always grinning Oberon, turned to Mash. "Sorry for making you all worry," Riezel said with a smile. "It looks like you really got your memory back." Compared to before, Mash seemed clearly different. Previously, due to her lost memories, Mash had felt like a pure, unblemished blank slate. Her eyes and expressions often showed a hint of confusion, and she seemed so naive that just a few tricks could convince her of anything, giving off a distinct impression of someone inexperienced in the world. Now, though Mash still seemed pure, she occasionally revealed a firm resolve in her eyes that let others know this girl was gentle on the outside but strong within. Needless to say, this was the true demi-servant of Chaldea, Mash Kyrie Light, who had already restored several singularities and helped cut down multiple lost belts. Moreover, this girl clearly had not forgotten her experiences with Riezel, as her gaze toward him now was even more trusting than Da Vinci's. "It's all thanks to Mr. Riezel." Mash hurriedly bowed in gratitude, speaking sincerely. "You didn't just save me, you saved Master and Da Vinci as well. If not for Riezel, Ritsuka would have died, and they too would have suffered against Koyanskaya and faced annihilation, so Mash truly felt grateful to Riezel." Of course, Riezel did not see it that way. "Frankly, the reason I saved you all was simply because you're our potential allies. We can help each other, so we made a point to go to the nameless forest to find you," Riezel said calmly. "As for that fox, if it weren't for us, you probably wouldn't have encountered her in the first place." Koyanskaya had obviously come together with Baobin Sith and Barrelgut, and both of them had come for Riezel and Artoria. In other words, their true target was Riezel and Artoria, not Chaldea's group. In the end, it was Riezel and the others who had dragged Chaldea into this, so Chaldea didn't actually owe them anything. However, the others did not see it that way. Tamamovich Koyanskaya and Barrelgut were our enemies from the start. Even if you weren't here, they'd come after us sooner or later. Da Vinci shook her head. "Thankfully, you were with us. If it had been just us facing them, we would have been in real trouble." Hearing this, even Oberon could not help but sigh. Who would have thought that even an evil of humanity would show up? Fairy Britain really is plagued with disaster, huh? Not only Oberon but even Artoria could not help but speak up. Has Chaldea always fought against things like that? Recalling the terrifying monster she had seen the night before, Artoria still could not quite believe that such a being actually existed. Even worse, according to Da Vinci and the others, that monster was only a juvenile. If even a juvenile was already so frightening, just how terrifying would an adult be? Artoria could not even imagine it. Frankly speaking, compared to that terrifying being, Morgan, whom Artoria had always seen as a monstrous threat, suddenly did not seem so intimidating. Just thinking about how Chaldea had been fighting against such beings all along made Artoria feel as if her own burdensome mission was not so bad after all. However, Mash and Da Vinci did not feel any pride over this. "We've only made it this far not just by relying on ourselves, but also thanks to the help of so many others." Mash seemed to recall the past, her face showing a touch of sadness and nostalgia. "Many servants, countless heroes, all kinds of people and other beings have lent us a hand, that's why we've come this far." Da Vinci smiled as she spoke. "On this journey, if even one person hadn't helped us, or if we'd taken even a single wrong step, Chaldea would have ceased to exist." At Mash and Da Vinci's words, Artoria and Oberon might have remained indifferent, but Riezel, who knew the original work well, felt this sentiment deeply. Thinking back, Chaldea's journey had indeed always been full of hardships and difficulties. It was like walking a tightrope, except what lay below was not just an abyss, but an endless, dark abyss. If they made even one wrong move, the result would be total annihilation, a fate where everyone would be dragged into hell together, or worse, all of proper human history would be pulled down with them. Because they understood this, neither Mash nor Da Vinci ever felt proud of Chaldea's many achievements. They knew very well that their success was built upon countless sacrifices, endless luck, and the help of so many others. It was not just Chaldea's own strength. You two shouldn't put yourselves down like that. Riezel looked Mash and Da Vinci straight in the eye. At the very least, I can tell you for sure, if it weren't for you, proper human history would have already been wiped out long ago. In the end, the outcome was all that mattered. Chaldea had, again and again, saved proper human history, saved the world. That was an undeniable fact. For that reason, Riezel truly respected Chaldea. Artoria, who could sense this, grew even more curious about Chaldea, since this was her first time sensing a feeling like respect from within Riezel's body. In this fairy Britain, Riezel had always looked down on most of the fairies, even showing outright contempt. Even to allies like Oberon and Aurora, his attitude toward them remained cold and indifferent. Only toward Chaldea did Riezel show anything that could be called friendliness for the first time, which made Artoria see Chaldea in a new light as well. On top of that, during these past 2 days, Artoria had never sensed any malice from Chaldea's group, so she genuinely felt goodwill toward them and believed they were trustworthy. At the very least, they were far more reliable than the smiling, smooth-talking Oberon, who would immediately hide at the first sign of danger. Right then, the smooth-talking and completely unreliable Oberon spoke up at just the right moment. Looking at you all, it seems like we're going to get along just fine. No need to worry about whether we can work together or not. Oberon sounded genuinely relieved. Even though I've asked before, let me just confirm one more time. You're both sure you want to act together with us, right? His question made Mash and Da Vinci exchange a glance before nodding in unison. Our goal is to prevent proper human history from collapsing, so since Morgan is the root of the collapse, we have to defeat her and become enemies of the queen who rules this lost belt. Da Vinci said, shrugging. Since that's the case, teaming up with you all, who also plan to defeat her, is naturally the best choice for us. Master still hasn't woken up, but I think he wouldn't oppose working with all of you. Mash said very seriously. Morgan has ruled Britain for 2,000 years and is the king of this lost belt. She's probably connected to the cryptors as well, which means we have to defeat her and let the true king take the throne. As she said this, Mash glanced at Artoria. Now that her memories had returned, Mash recognized Artoria at once. Artoria's appearance was truly identical to King Arthur of proper human history, the very same legendary king to whom Galahad, who once entrusted his power to Mash, had pledged his loyalty. After learning of Artoria's identity, Mash herself felt a sense of disbelief, let alone Tristan, who now didn't even dare to face Artoria. Mash also did not doubt that Artoria was the true king of Britain. After all, Artoria was supposed to be the king of Britain. Then it settled. Oberon clapped his hands and announced with a smile. Chaldea will officially join us and travel with us from now on. For now, let's head to the port city of Norwich and meet the Lord there. Let's hope we can ring the bell of pilgrimage there. At Oberon's words, everyone nodded one after another. Only Artoria remained silent for a long time. Chapter 527, Artoria's Worry. Generally speaking, it would take at least 3 days to travel from the nameless forest in the southwestern part of Britain to the port city of Norwich. This was because Norwich lay in the far east of southern Britain, standing opposite the nameless forest in the far west, separated by the greatest possible distance. Traveling from the nameless forest to Norwich required passing through Salisbury and Oxford, and even approaching the area near the Great Pit. Once reaching that area, not only would moss appear more frequently, but magical beasts would also become much more common. More importantly, these beasts were far more ferocious than those elsewhere, so once they sensed anyone approaching, they would almost certainly launch an attack. Many fairies believed this was due to the existence of the Great Pit. Located at the center of Britain, the Great Pit stood as a vast hole, with Camelot built to its north, as if to oppose it. It was said that the Great Pit was a place to throw away ominous things. Things no longer needed, things that could not be used up, things that could not be broken, even things that got in the way, all these useless objects were said to be thrown in there. It might have sounded like a place to discard non-burnable trash, but in reality, it was much more taboo than people imagined. There were rumors that fairies who had offended the queen, violated her will, or committed sins in fairy Britain would also be thrown into the Great Pit for execution. For that reason, the Great Pit was a forbidden place known to all in fairy Britain, one that nobody wished to mention, making it even more feared by the fairies than the nameless forest. Many fairies even thought that directly looking at the Great Pit would make someone extremely unlucky, which led some to believe that the reason fairies were cursed and turned into moss was that they had approached the pit while alive. Of course, these were merely rumors and had never been proven true. But one thing was certain, the closer one got to the Great Pit, the more frequently moss would appear, and the higher the chance that powerful magical beasts would show up. As a result, tales of fairies being attacked in that area often spread. Morgan, for her part, took this very seriously. She would send soldiers to patrol the area from time to time and regularly purge the moss and magical beasts. Even though this practice brought peace of mind to the fairies, it was like an unstable time bomb for Riezel's group. It was obvious that if they encountered the soldiers from Camelot, given Riezel and the others' current status, they would definitely be arrested. In short, on this journey, whatever they encountered, Riezel and the others would almost certainly have to fight. Under these circumstances, the time required to reach Norwich would only increase. If too many battles and conflicts broke out along the way, it might take 5 or 6 days just to reach their destination. Fortunately, once Riezel awoke, this situation was averted. Riezel did 2 things. First, he summoned a Sleipnir, making use of its remarkable strength and stamina to pull the carriage, which greatly increased their traveling speed. Second, he used surveillance magic to monitor their surroundings in real time. Whenever an enemy approached, he would either hide their trail with concealment magic, use a special barrier to drive away or avoid the enemy, or simply use teleportation magic to instantly move both carriages a considerable distance, completely evading all threats. If not for the fact that Riezel had never been to Norwich and could not accurately judge the distance to the city, he could have just used a gate to send everyone straight to their destination, saving all the trouble of traveling. Nevertheless, Riezel had greatly shortened the journey and improved their efficiency. Thanks to this, after just a single day, they had already passed Salisbury and Oxford, crossed the area near the Great Pit, and had only a short distance left before reaching Norwich. As nightfall came, Oberon announced to everyone. At this rate, if we travel for another 3 hours or so tomorrow morning, we should reach Norwich. In other words, they could rest where they were tonight, set up camp, and not hurry to continue traveling. After a whole day on the road, everyone was certainly tired, so everyone agreed at once and began looking for a place to set up camp and get some rest. At this point, Riezel stepped forward again. Create fortress. With the activation of this 10th tier magic, Riezel pressed a hand to the ground, sending magical energy surging outward. Rumble. In an instant, the earth trembled, and soon, a giant tower, dozens of meters high, rose from the ground before everyone's stunned eyes. This. At that moment, everyone present, including Oberon, was left speechless in shock. Meanwhile, Artoria, upon seeing their reactions, felt great satisfaction. I knew it. I wasn't the only one who'd be surprised. Artoria was truly delighted. As for the others, once they understood what Riezel had done, every single one of them expressed their amazement. Is this also magecraft? Mash was full of wonder. If this counts as magecraft, then it's got to be at the level of a noble phantasm, right? Da Vinci spoke in amazement. Hey, if you're going to make something to spend the night in, wouldn't it be better to just build a palace? Oberon complained in his usual, ever-annoying tone. If only someone could use this kind of magecraft back when we were marching and going off to battle, it would have made things so much easier. Tristan remarked, remembering his time in Britain. As for Ritsuka, he was still asleep. It's just a little trick, nothing special. Riezel ignored everyone's complicated expressions and said casually. Come on, let's go inside and rest. With that, he led the group, all with mixed feelings, into the tower-shaped fortress. Once inside the grand main hall, Riezel told everyone to choose any room they liked and not to stand on ceremony. Oberon was the first to accept this offer. Since being summoned, I've never stayed in such a luxurious place. I'm truly unworthy of the name Fairy King. I'll take this room. He picked a room in the farthest corner. Let's go 2 by 2, so we can look out for each other. Da Vinci spoke to Mash and Tristan, who both nodded in agreement. As a result, Mash and Da Vinci shared a room, while Tristan and Ritsuka shared another. Only Artoria was left, caught in Riezel's gaze. You're not thinking of sleeping in the corner of the hall again, are you? Riezel spoke with half-closed eyes. No. Of course not. Artoria looked quite embarrassed as she retorted. Not only did her face turn red, but she also started to stutter. It was hard to tell whether she was ashamed in front of everyone or just remembering what had happened the last time she slept in the corner of the hall. I'll take this room. In the end, Artoria did not refuse to stay in a room like last time and, just like Oberon, chose the room at the farthest corner. Then I'll take this one. Only then did Riezel feel at ease, picking the room next to Artoria's at random, which, for some reason, made her let out a sigh of relief. Just like that, everyone picked their rooms and settled in comfortably. Maybe they really were tired, because it was not long before the steady sound of breathing could be heard from each room, letting everyone know they had already fallen asleep one after another. Riezel had already told everyone that this fortress had strong defenses. Even if someone tried to attack, they would not be able to break in for a while, so no one volunteered to keep watch. Before going to bed, Riezel also took a comfortable bath, but just as he was about to go to bed, there was a knock at the door. It gotta be that girl, right? He did not need to think about it, he already knew there was only one person who would come looking for him at this hour. It was definitely Artoria. Sure enough, when Riezel opened the door, the fairy girl who had set down her staff of selection appeared before him. I'm not bothering you, am I? Artoria asked weakly, earning a roll of the eyes from Riezel. Come in already. You've got something you want to discuss, right? Riezel gently tapped Artoria on the head. Sort of. Artoria looked so serious that Riezel, who thought she had come to talk about Chaldea, could not help feeling a bit surprised. Is she not here to talk about Chaldea? Riezel brought Artoria into the room as he wondered inwardly. Go ahead. What's on your mind this time? Upon hearing Riezel's question, Artoria seemed a little displeased. Don't make it sound like I'm always full of worries, okay? Artoria protested quietly. Isn't it true, though? Riezel said bluntly. You always think too much, especially after you rang the bell of pilgrimage and regained the memories of yourself from proper human history. On this point, Artoria did not deny it. Is it still hard for you to face Mash and Tristan? Riezel voiced what he had thought all this time. From his perspective, Artoria had some reservations about Mash and Tristan, which made her hesitant to open up to the people from Chaldea. After all, those two were both knights of the Round Table, so it could not be helped. Just a little, that's all. Artoria admitted softly. I know it's not right. I mean, I'm not King Arthur, I'm not Artoria Pendragon. I should be more open with them. Since you know that, I won't tease you about it anymore. Riezel shrugged with a smile. But you don't seem like you came here just for that, right? So, what's on your mind this time? Artoria instantly fell silent. Riezel did not rush her and simply waited quietly for her to speak. After about 2 minutes of silence, Artoria finally raised her eyes and looked at Riezel. Do you think I should really go to Norwich? Why did Artoria ask this? Simple. I'm a bit worried about the Mirror Clan's prophecy. Artoria's quiet words made Riezel pause, then quickly understand. Chapter 528, An Unloved Queen. From now on, I tell you of a future, the fate of a mysterious island that became the land of fairies. The innocent return. This infinite castle of the queen. Like rain, like ashes, it accumulates. Like snow, like lies, it fades away. Our hopes are at the ledge. Even now, we remain in the palm of the queen's hand. But we only need to endure it a little longer. The morning when 2,000 years have passed, the child of salvation will appear. The one who joins fairy and human. The child of salvation who will save the world. Like a moth to a flame. Even if it begins as a small spark, even if it cannot be seen. A city of iron, a sea of soot. When the calamity was repulsed, the pilgrimage can be welcomed. Guided by the staff of selection, watched over by the foreign traveler, the child of salvation will reach the throne. The true king takes their place on the throne. The blood-stained crown is received. Ring, ring, thunderous anger, fiery lamentation. Herald with 6 bells. Make way for the true king. Before the red calamity reaches us. Before the black calamity bites. We may be a bit lazy at our job, but we are descended from free fairies. Hope is still missing. A shining tomorrow is desired. Needless to say, this was the prophecy of the Mirror Clan, which had once been mentioned in the village of Tintagel. It was also the main reason why rumors of the Child of Prophecy had spread throughout all of Fairy Britain, causing Artoria to become known among the fairies as the savior, the one who would overthrow the false king and be crowned as the true king. Because it was closely related to herself, Artoria naturally paid the most attention to this prophecy, certainly much more than Riezel. It was exactly because of this that, after learning they would head to Norwich, Artoria began to feel anxious. A city of iron, a sea of soot. When the calamity was repulsed, the pilgrimage can be welcomed. Riezel recited these 2 lines of the prophecy and looked at Artoria. Are you worried about this? Any fairy knew that the so-called city of iron, sea of soot, clearly referred to Norwich. Besides being a port city, Norwich was also famous for its smelting industry. Generally, fairies deeply disliked iron, since iron was poisonous to them, but if iron was only used to make daily necessities or buildings, fairies did not mind it too much. Iron used for everyday items or construction would be specially treated by the fairies of the Earth Clan, who were skilled in forging. For this reason, the Earth Clan was the only one among the 6 great fairy clans that treasured iron. As a result, Norwich, as the territory of the Earth Clan, naturally became a city focused on smelting, dedicated to producing all kinds of iron weapons and tools. Given all this, the city of iron, sea of soot, in the prophecy could only refer to Norwich. As for the line, when the calamity was repulsed, the pilgrimage can be welcomed, its meaning could also be mostly guessed, since everyone knew by now that Norwich was currently under the threat of a calamity. For now, the calamity was still accumulating and had not yet erupted, but judging from the prophecy, it could be inferred that once the child of prophecy arrived in Norwich, the calamity that had been building up there would probably break out. Afterward, the child of prophecy would defeat the threat brought by the calamity there and begin their pilgrimage, receiving a warm welcome. Needless to say, this was the meaning of those 2 lines. It was precisely because Artoria realized this that she began to feel uneasy. If things really happen just like in the prophecy, does that mean my trip to Norwich might not be a good thing? Artoria was worried about this, which was exactly why she wanted to discuss it with Riezel. She was afraid that her arrival would actually bring the threat of the calamity upon Norwich, which was already in a precarious situation. According to the prophecy, as soon as she arrived in Norwich, the calamity accumulating there would erupt. At that point, Norwich could end up suffering heavy losses. I think you're overthinking it. Riezel shook his head. Doesn't the prophecy also say you'll defeat the calamity and be welcomed? In other words, Norwich will be fine in the end. But that doesn't mean there won't be sacrifices. Artoria spoke hesitantly, clearly still uneasy. Oberon told me that the calamity building up in Norwich is enormous. Even compared to any past calamity, it's considered extremely powerful. Can I really defeat such a powerful calamity? Even if I do defeat it, will Norwich really come through without a single loss? No, that's nothing but wishful thinking. I also can't understand what Morgan is thinking. She knows the calamity has appeared in Norwich, yet she hasn't sent her army to fight it, nor ordered the fairies to evacuate. What is she planning? Artoria was feeling quite frustrated as she expressed her frustration. On the other hand, Riezel's expression remained indifferent. She probably just thinks whether fairies live or die doesn't matter, right? Upon hearing this, Artoria was left speechless. One should know that Morgan indeed ruled over the fairies, but she did not care about their lives or deaths. Otherwise, she would not have engraved command spells onto all the fairies of the fairy kingdom, forcibly collecting their magical energy. Even if this would slowly lead most fairies toward death, she remained utterly indifferent. What she cared about was only the land of Fairy Britain. What she loved was this country itself, not the fairies who lived in it. Fairies are not worth saving. In a way, Morgan herself had the same view as Riezel, which was why her rule was so cold, so brutal, and so frightening. Even so, if she doesn't care about the deaths of the fairies in Norwich, does she not care about the calamity itself? Artoria raised a crucial question. I mean, the calamity that's been gathering won't just disappear because Norwich is destroyed, right? Won't it still threaten Britain all the same? It was obvious that once the calamity erupted, after Norwich was destroyed, it would be other places' turn. If the calamity kept growing, in the end, it would threaten all of Britain, the entire fairy kingdom. Would Morgan really be able to ignore this situation? Certainly not. I think once things turn bad, Morgan will act personally, right? Riezel's eyes flickered as he spoke. She might even be waiting for the calamity to break out. As soon as it does, she'll use her grand magecraft to wipe out the calamity in one stroke. Upon hearing this, Artoria was stunned for a moment, then her eyes widened. So that means Morgan is just sitting by, letting the calamity happen, and treating Norwich as the fuse to set it off. Artoria had finally seen through it. Yeah, that should be right. Riezel nodded calmly. Instead of wasting resources to slowly eliminate it, that which would prefer to settle everything at once, crushing the threat to Britain before it can spread. Norwich exists solely to be a sacrifice for this purpose. As long as the Earth clan is not wiped out, with the fairies' abilities, it wouldn't be hard to build another Norwich. As for all the fairies who died during this, what did that have to do with Morgan? Understanding Riezel's point, Artoria fell completely silent. What's wrong? Riezel, as if he could see through Artoria's thoughts, asked. Does it bother you that much? Artoria did not deny it, or rather, she felt there was no need to deny it in front of Riezel, so she nodded honestly, her voice low. With a ruler like Morgan, is it really good for Britain? Whether it's good or not, I don't know, but I do know that there is no one in this world who loves Britain more than Morgan. Riezel replied calmly. She doesn't care about the fairies' lives, or even what happens to this country, but she will protect this land no matter the cost. He understood well that it was Morgan's true nature. Otherwise, the Morgan from proper human history would not have gone completely mad after failing to become ruler of Britain. Fairy Britain's Morgan was still Morgan, and the only reason she did not turn into the infamous Wicked Witch from proper human history was because here, she became Britain's ruler. Artoria, who now had King Arthur's memories, also understood this, but it was precisely because she understood that she was questioning it. A ruler like that will never be accepted. At Artoria's words, Riezel did not deny it. He guessed that those who truly saw Morgan as their queen, who truly accepted her as queen, were surely a minority in Fairy Britain. Among the fairy knights, Gawain had always had her own opinions and was not blindly loyal. Lancelot was even closer to Aurora and only followed her orders, so probably only Beoban Sith truly regarded Morgan as her superior. Of the 6 clan heads of the 6 great clans, Aurora had already turned against Morgan. Spriggan only obeyed on the surface while scheming behind Morgan's back, Miriam disregarded Morgan's orders completely, and the King clan had outright rebelled and declared themselves Morgan's enemy. With the Mirror clan vanished, leaving only the prophecy that Morgan was a false king, in the end, only Woodwoes remained loyal to Morgan. As for the 30 envoys and 100 officials gathered in the royal palace, they were typical fairies, their wickedness almost unbearable. If Morgan ever showed the slightest weakness, the first to rush forward and trample her to death would surely be them. Given all that, it was certain that Morgan was not loved by her people. However, what others think doesn't matter, the real question is, what do you think? Riezel stared straight at Artoria and asked calmly. If you also do not accept Morgan, then do you have the resolve to defeat her and seize the throne? Artoria fell silent once again. And after this silence, Artoria did not say another word as she turned and left. Riezel watched Artoria leave, then closed his eyes, feeling a mix of emotions inside. As for this trip to Norwich, Riezel also had his own thoughts. If Norwich's fate unfolded just like in the original story, then perhaps he could finally resolve the questions that had always haunted him. What questions? They were the matter of Morgan and his connection to her. Chapter 529, Calamity Pool. As the next morning came, after a night of uninterrupted rest, Riezel's group, with their spirits and condition fully restored, set out early and left the fortress-like tower, continuing their journey toward Norwich. Thanks to the various means Riezel employed to speed up their travel, it took them only about 2.5 hours to reach Norwich. Norwich, as the only port city in Fairy Britain, was located on the southeastern coast. Not only was it a city of smelting, but it was also a major hub for maritime transport. Here, ships were built and sent out to sail the seas. Even though they could not leave this lost belt to find a second country beyond Britain, these ships could reach any coast within Britain, greatly reducing travel time. As a result, Norwich did have a trade and transport business, but compared to the ironworks of this city, it was not very remarkable. A city like this was, unsurprisingly, vivacious and bustling, with the most common sight being the blacksmiths of the Earth clan, followed by merchants from all over Fairy Britain. Yet, for such a noisy and vibrant city, when Riezel and the others arrived, the first thing they saw was a sky shrouded in darkness. Is that the so-called Calamity Pool? Da Vinci poked her head out from the carriage, gazing at the dark sky with a grave expression. In that instant, the rest of the group also looked up. Some wore heavy expressions, some furrowed their brows, and others seemed lost in thought. Their reactions varied. In Fairy Britain, the sky was usually tinged with dusk, while a black sky was truly rare. Though rain would always darken the sky, the clouds gathered above Norwich were clearly not ordinary rain clouds. They were thick and oppressive, not spreading like normal storm clouds, but instead swirling slowly over Norwich like a vortex, as if something terrible was being nurtured within, making everyone who saw it feel a deep sense of depression. Because of the vortex's presence, the area around Norwich was shrouded in darkness, with strong winds howling endlessly. It looked as if rain would pour at any moment, yet it never did, which only made the mood even heavier. The moss aren't going to fall from up there all of a sudden, right? Artoria muttered quietly, but the others still heard her. We're not sure if they will fall from above, but once a calamity erupts, the moss are sure to appear. Oberon stated with certainty. Mash and Tristan both frowned deeply at his words, clearly troubled. Even though they had only just arrived, after Oberon's explanations, they already understood what the so-called moss was. And they had also experienced just how troublesome those things could be on the very first day they landed. By the way, what exactly is this so-called calamity? Da Vinci became curious, turning to ask Riezel and the others. According to what you all have said, calamity is a phenomenon that has always existed in Fairy Britain, stretching back to ancient times. But it's obvious this phenomenon isn't just some simple natural disaster, right? If the moss is what becomes of a fairy who has been cursed, a lost soul stripped of its name, radiance, and meaning, then why do large numbers of moss appear whenever a calamity breaks out? It feels like there must be some crucial link between calamities and the moss. Has no one in this lost belt tried to uncover the truth about this? Da Vinci's questions and curiosity were met with a shrug from Oberon, who looked somewhat helpless. You have to understand, fairies are different from humans, madam. Oberon spoke while shaking his head. Yes, there are some clever ones among fairies, but in this country, being clever isn't exactly a prized quality. Fairies are the kind of folk who never worry about the future, nor are they the type to stay vigilant even in peace. What they want most is to play, to enjoy themselves, to satisfy their desires for fun every single day. On top of that, fairies in this country are even more wary of the moss and dread the coming of the calamity than you think, so normally, no one would investigate such things. Oberon paused for a moment before continuing. At present, there's only one widely held belief in Fairy Britain, and that is, calamity will inevitably break out at regular intervals. Every 100 years, there is a lesser calamity. Every 1,000 years, there is a great calamity. And ever since Morgan's ascension and coronation as queen, 2,000 years have passed in Fairy Britain. In other words, the second great calamity is about to arrive, so all the fairies are living in fear that this calamity will be the once-in-a-millennium great calamity. A great calamity was truly a terrifying event. If a lesser calamity affected only a region or a single city, then a great calamity would impact all of Fairy Britain. In other words, if a great calamity occurred and things went badly, Fairy Britain itself could be destroyed. Naturally, fairies could not help but worry about the arrival of the great calamity. So, how was the last great calamity resolved? Da Vinci turned to Oberon with this question. Since Morgan had reigned for 2,000 years, it meant that a great calamity had also appeared in Fairy Britain 1,000 years ago. Da Vinci wanted to know what caused the previous great calamity to disappear. However, it was not Oberon who answered, but Artoria. Back then, it was the head of the Fawn clan, Woodwose, who resolved it. Indeed, the last great calamity had been resolved by Woodwose. At that time, when the great calamity rampaged throughout Fairy Britain, causing massive casualties, the previous head of the Fawn clan, under Morgan's orders, set out to defeat the King of the Moss, who had sparked the Moss Tide, but ended up being slain by the King of the Moss instead, failing in the attempt. At that critical moment, the descendant of the slain Fawn clan head was born. He inherited the title of Grand Duke from the previous clan head, and from birth, he carried the purest blood of the A-Ray, and had even undergone atavism to become an A-Ray himself, making his strength surpass that of the aging former head of the Fawn clan. In that way, Woodwose hunted down the King of the Moss, suppressed the Moss Tide, and successfully resolved the great calamity that had ravaged all of Britain. Thanks to that, Woodwose became the hero of Fairy Britain, regarded as the sharpest sword under Morgan's command. It was not until recent centuries, when the fairy knights began to rise in power, that the aging Woodwose gradually lost his influence and was no longer as authoritative as before. Before the emergence of the fairy knights, Woodwose could be said to have been the most favored fairy in Fairy Britain, second only to Morgan herself. Because of that, Woodwose harbored deep resentment toward the fairy knights, as their rise caused him to gradually lose power and favor, until he became, in the eyes of many fairies, just an old relic retired from the front lines. To regain Morgan's attention and once again draw her gaze, Woodwose even concealed his true nature and acted like a gentleman, something truly laughable. Returned A-Ray, huh? Da Vinci remarked in awe. So, he's comparable to the pure fairies born from the inner sea of the planet. Indeed. Tristan chimed in gravely. Even in the era when I lived, there were very few fairies of that level, and every one of them held a very high status in Britain. King of the Moss. Mash focused on another matter, gazing worriedly at the vortex of dark clouds in the sky and speaking cautiously. Could it be that a King of the Moss is being born inside that vortex? Everyone fell silent. What Mash said truly was a possibility no one could deny. Only Riezel, who had been watching the vortex in the sky ever since stepping out of the carriage, finally spoke up. No, that vortex probably has nothing to do with the calamity. Hearing this statement, the entire group was stunned. Nothing to do with the calamity. Artoria, Mash, Da Vinci, and Tristan all looked at him in surprise. No way. Oberon gazed at Riezel with a skeptical expression. According to the information I have, ever since the moss appeared in large numbers and the amount of cursed magical energy in this land increased, that vortex showed up as well. So, many fairies believe that the vortex is the source of the calamity being accumulated. Some, just like Mash said, have long suspected that a king of the moss is being born inside. Everything points to it being closely related to the calamity. It was precisely because the vortex looked like a whirlpool on water that it had been named the Calamity Pool. However, Riezel replied indifferently. But the problem is, not only did I not sense any cursed magical energy from it, I actually felt an astonishing magical energy. No cursed magical energy. An astonishing magical energy. Everyone exchanged glances, and some even looked completely lost. It seems things in Norwich are far more complicated than they appear. Da Vinci spoke with a sigh. What exactly is going on, Riezel? Artoria pressed closer to Riezel, her concern plain in her voice. Riezel did not answer and instead changed the subject. Let us go see the head of the Earth clan first. For now, the matter of the calamity was not urgent. Riezel, who knew the original work well, understood that it would not amount to much. Instead, it was that vortex in the sky, the power gathering inside, that might be closely tied to him. However, before dealing with that, he had to help Artoria ring the bell of pilgrimage in Norwich first. Otherwise, he might not get another chance to help Artoria complete this pilgrimage. Chapter 530, Vault Fortress. As expected, the inside of Norwich was bustling and lively. Even with the arrival of the calamity, that noise and excitement still could not be completely swept away. All sorts of shops lined the streets of this city. Most of them rang with the clear sound of metal striking metal, giving Riezel a strange sense of déjà vu, as if he had returned to Labyrinth City Orario and entered Northeast Street. Most of the fairies here belonged to the Earth clan, followed by the Fawn clan, and lastly the Wind clan. Of course, there were also humans roaming around. However, humans here were not like those in Salisbury, who had the right to live independently. Nonetheless, due to the unique nature of the city's smelting industry, Norwich welcomed merchant groups from all over Britain. Even humans would be welcomed by the Lord here, as long as they could spend money, do business, or make profits in this place. In a way, the humans here were even freer than those in Salisbury, provided they had money. If they were penniless, the fairies wandering the city would certainly not mind gaining another product under their control, getting into the business of human trafficking. As Riezel and the others entered Norwich and stepped onto the city's main street, they quickly drew the attention of everyone around. Hey, don't those people over there look familiar? Wait, isn't that the so-called child of prophecy everyone's been talking about lately in the middle? What? He came to Norwich. No doubt about it, that's the child of prophecy. I've seen his portrait, there are posters up in Camelot, Salisbury, Gloucester, and Oxford. Oh wow, the child of prophecy really did come to Norwich. So the prophecy was true. He's here to drive away the calamity. Hurry, go tell everyone. Just like that, the commotion quickly spread, causing the surrounding fairies to either start whispering among themselves or excitedly rush off. Anyone who didn't know better would think a festival was about to begin as the noise and excitement in Norwich only grew stronger. Seeing this, Mash and the others were a bit stunned. We just showed our faces, and it caused this much of a stir. No, that's to be expected for someone known as the child of prophecy. Da Vinci murmured softly, while Mash looked just as impressed. They had already learned from Oberon that most ordinary people in fairy Britain currently believed Riezel was the child of prophecy, with no real understanding of Artoria's existence. Recently, there were rumors that Artoria was the foreign traveler mentioned in the prophecy, the outsider Magus said to help the child of prophecy. Naturally, among fairies, the child of prophecy was the true center of attention. As for the foreign traveler, fairies just saw them as a subordinate or an errand runner for the child of prophecy. Needless to say, this fit well with the fairies' love for excitement, exaggeration, and controversy. For this reason, Oberon had already warned Mash and the others to be careful not to say too much and to keep Artoria's identity hidden for now, which might not be a bad thing. However, Mash and the others clearly did not expect that the child of prophecy, played by Riezel, would be so famous among the fairies. Ahaha. Artoria, the actual child of prophecy, could only give a dry laugh, wearing an awkward expression that seemed to say, sorry, but the real child of prophecy is just an ordinary, unremarkable person like me. Tristan glanced at Artoria, then quickly looked away, as if he was afraid to meet her gaze. Is it just me, or do the fairies here seem to be really looking forward to the child of prophecy showing up? Even though his eyes remained closed, Tristan spoke as if he could see. Of course. Oberon nodded and replied matter-of-factly. Morgan's rule had long caused resentment among many fairies. Even though most of them just wanted to watch the show, when it came to the child of prophecy clashing with the queen, that was how things were here in Norwich, too, though now it had changed. Morgan abandoning the city and refusing to send her army to rescue Norwich is a story that's already spreading across Britain. Meanwhile, the Mirror clan's prophecy says the child of prophecy will come to Norwich and drive away the calamity. Compared like this, it's obvious which side the fairies of Norwich will support. On one hand was the witch who abandoned her people and their city. On the other hand was the savior in the prophecy, who would defeat the threat of calamity and save Norwich. It was easy to guess who the fairies would welcome, anyone could figure that out. It won't be long before the whole of Norwich is talking about how the child of prophecy has arrived, that the true king will replace the false one and save Norwich, and that the city doesn't need to fear being destroyed by the calamity anymore. Oberon spoke with confidence. Luckily, there aren't any of Morgan's people here. If there were, and we walked around so openly in the city, it'd be a miracle if they didn't come after us. Just as Oberon finished speaking, Riezel suddenly cut in. Even if Morgan's people aren't here, that doesn't mean everyone in this city will welcome us. At these words, everyone stopped in their tracks. Thanks to the commotion Riezel's group caused, a group of people began heading their way. It was a group of fairies dressed like city guards, obviously Norwich's official personnel. However, these fairies were not all from the Earth clan, at least, the group leader was a fairy of the Fawn clan who gave off a strong aura, making Artoria, Mash, Tristan, and Da Vinci tense up inside. Seeing the group leader, Riezel narrowed his eyes. He was clearly not ordinary, though not quite at Gawain or Woodwow's level, he was much stronger than a typical fairy of the Fawn clan. In Riezel's estimation, he was even stronger than Albert Borley, likely only a step away from level 7. For fairies of this caliber, even Artoria, Tristan, or Da Vinci would have a hard time defeating him quickly if they faced him alone. Especially Artoria and Da Vinci, one was just a rookie magus, and the other was a technical staff member. It would be difficult for either of them to win solo. Only Tristan might be able to gain the upper hand. At this moment, the group marched straight over to them with an aggressive air, the leader's gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on Riezel. I am Lord Spriggan's personal guard. Gazing at Riezel, the Lord's personal guard spoke in a rough voice. So you're the child of prophecy. Her Majesty's husband. Britain's prince consort. As soon as these words dropped, the whole area fell silent, even Mash and the others wore expressions of shock. Husband. Prince consort. Mash and Da Vinci looked at Riezel, their eyes filled with disbelief. Morgan's husband. Tristan even opened his eyes wide, as if he was seeing something beyond human understanding. Humph. Artoria let out a cold snort, looking extremely annoyed. Only Oberon was still calm. Well, it's kinda complicated. Oberon said with a wry smile. Well, I'll explain it to you all later. Clearly, this fairy king had not told the people from Chaldea that Riezel and Morgan were already a married couple. Riezel ignored everyone's reaction and raised his eyes to look at the Lord's personal guard before him. Did Spriggan send you? He asked calmly, his voice so composed that everyone subconsciously quieted down. Hearing the question, the Lord's personal guard withdrew his gaze, his tone turning a bit more respectful. Yes, Lord Spriggan has already learned of your arrival and specifically sent me to invite you to Vault Fortress. Upon hearing this, Riezel nodded indifferently. Let's go then. As Riezel said this, he turned to Mash and the others. Are you all coming too? Mash and the others immediately exchanged glances. Yes, this is an important meeting with a key local figure of this lost belt. Da Vinci nodded seriously. If possible, I'd like to join as well. Clearly, she wanted to see for herself what kind of leader one of the main races of this lost belt was. Since Da Vinci is going, I'd like to go as her guard. Mash hesitated for a moment, then said decisively. But Master hasn't woken up yet, and there needs to be someone to guard his side. In that case, just leave Master to me. Tristan volunteered. Don't worry, I'll keep Master safe. Then, Mash and Da Vinci should come with us. Oberon decided immediately. Spriggan isn't easy to deal with, so it's necessary to let him see our strength for himself. In other words, the more people, the better, to intimidate the other side. So. I have to go too. Artoria sounded reluctant. Come on, aren't you the protagonist here? Oberon rolled his eyes at her. All right, let's go. Riezel shook his head. Let's settle this early, so we don't have any more trouble. Everyone nodded in agreement and didn't say anything more. Please follow me. Seeing that the group had finished discussing, the Lord's personal guard immediately led the way in front. Riezel followed first, with the others close behind. Norwich, Vault Fortress. Vault Fortress was the residence of the Lord of Norwich and also the most heavily guarded place in the Fairy Kingdom. It was said that Spriggan had spent an enormous fortune to build this fortress for himself. All the treasures he had gathered in Fairy Britain over many years were stored inside, it was his lifeblood. Because of that, Spriggan valued Vault Fortress so highly and made the level of security here astonishing. Once the gates were shut, even a fairy knight would have a hard time breaking in. At the very top of Vault Fortress stood the bell tower of the Bell of Pilgrimage, and the Lord's chambers were just below it. Just like the cathedral in Salisbury, the Lord's chambers were on the highest floor. Welcome to Vault Fortress, child of prophecy. Dressed in splendid clothes, Spriggan greeted Riezel with a formal bow as he entered. No, I suppose I should address you as your highness. Spriggan wore a smile on his face as he spoke, though in Riezel's eyes, that smile looked quite sinister. Chapter 531, Spriggan's Request. Now was Riezel's second time meeting Spriggan. The last time Riezel had seen Spriggan was back in Camelot, during the wedding with Morgan. At that time, Spriggan had attended the wedding as well, so Riezel naturally had seen this head of the Earth clan, though they had never actually interacted. As a matter of course, in that situation, Riezel had not had the chance to observe Spriggan closely. It was only during this meeting that he finally took a closer look at this clan head. Spriggan had a pair of pointed ears and a slender figure, but was not short at all. With a head of long golden hair, he looked nothing like a typical fairy of the Earth clan, but instead looked more like a fairy of the Wind clan without wings. In fact, Spriggan was not a fairy of the Earth clan at all, and the only reason he had become the head of the Earth clan was because he had overthrown the previous clan head. In other words, Spriggan had taken the position through usurpation and, in fact, seemed to have no real connection to the Earth clan. Additionally, his strength was not remarkable either. In truth, he was so weak that even among ordinary fairies, he would have been looked down on, let alone compared with a fairy knight. If not for his normal-sized body, perhaps people would have mistaken him for a fairy of the Wind clan, who were notoriously frail. Back when Artoria had not yet rung the Bell of Pilgrimage, she had been even weaker than ordinary fairies, yet Spriggan, even compared to Artoria at that time, was likely even weaker. From this, it was clear just how feeble and unremarkable this clan head truly was. Mash and Da Vinci both showed surprise and doubt in their eyes upon seeing Spriggan. Artoria and Oberon, on the other hand, kept their composure, though they kept a close watch on Spriggan. Riezel remained expressionless, even when Spriggan addressed him respectfully as Your Highness, his attitude was neither warm nor cold. How should I address you? Lord Spriggan. Or clan head. Riezel's words, spoken without the slightest respect, only brought an even more sly smile from Spriggan. Whatever pleases you. Even if you see me as a worm in the sewers, I'd gladly accept it, since such things are trivial. Spriggan responded casually. More than that, I care about what your arrival will bring to me in Norwich. If possible, I hope this is something beneficial for both of us. With just a simple sentence, this clan head already gave off the impression of being motivated only by personal gain. This also reminded everyone of Oberon's evaluation of Spriggan during their journey to Vault Fortress, which had begun with a question from Da Vinci. What kind of person is the Lord of Norwich? In response to Da Vinci's question, Oberon had offered this evaluation at the time. Well, his stance is extremely ambiguous. He isn't as obedient to Morgan as Woodwose, nor does he openly reject Morgan as Mirian does. He gives off the feeling that you can never predict what he'll do. Aurora decided to overthrow Morgan in secret because of her tyranny, the King clan openly declared rebellion, and the Mirror clan had almost disappeared, so now, among the 6 great clans, only that guy's stance was truly unpredictable. Sometimes, he follows Morgan's orders to the letter, and sometimes he schemes against her behind the scenes. Honestly, even I have no idea what he's thinking. But no matter what he does, it seems like he always ends up making a profit. Maybe that's why Norwich became what it is today, a place where you can buy and do anything, as long as you have money. Recalling Oberon's evaluation of Spriggan, everyone's eyes on Spriggan changed just a little, and they felt that this clan leader might not be easy to deal with. Except for Riezel. Nah, that's not something we need to worry about. Riezel said flatly, his expression nonchalant. We're just here to ring the bell of pilgrimage, not to do business with you. Spriggan, however, shook his head at Riezel's words. I believe this is a business transaction in itself. Spriggan said leisurely, his tone meaningful. Your Highness wants to ring the bell, and the bell is in my hands, so your Highness will need to offer something tempting enough to make me hand over the bell willingly. See? Isn't that a business deal? Upon hearing this, the group's expressions changed slightly. They had heard it loud and clear, Spriggan intended to use the bell of pilgrimage as a bargaining chip to achieve some unspeakable goal. Such a fact finally made Oberon break his silence. No wonder you agreed so readily to let Aurora act as a go-between and gave us the chance to meet and negotiate. Oberon looked Spriggan in the eye and narrowed his own. Looks like you had this schemed all along. No, how could you call it a scheme? Spriggan shook his head, still speaking with an air of nonchalance. You see, this is mutual benefit. I give you what you want, and you fulfill my conditions. Isn't that perfectly reasonable? Indeed, mutual benefit. It all sounded perfectly reasonable. However, seeing that sly grin on Spriggan's face made everyone uncomfortable. It was because Spriggan acted just like a ruthless merchant, the kind who would force you to pay far more than the actual value of the bell of pilgrimage. What do you want us to do? Artoria asked while frowning. To her question, Spriggan's answer exceeded everyone's expectations. My request is actually very simple. Just 2 things. Spriggan first raised a finger. First, I want your Highness to protect me, or rather, to protect my vault fortress. When Spriggan said this, the group was stunned at first, but immediately caught on. So that's it, you're worried about the calamity, aren't you? Da Vinci spoke in a low voice, expressing what everyone was thinking. Because of the arrival of the calamity, Norwich had already become a candle flickering in the wind, facing possible destruction at any moment. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for Spriggan to consider ways to protect himself. Although the Vault Fortress was said to be the most heavily guarded place in all of Fairy Britain, supposedly so secure that even a fairy knight could not breach it, with the great calamity that occurred only once every 1,000 years about to descend, who could truly believe they would remain untouched by danger? Needless to say, that was why Spriggan left himself a way out. However, since you're worried about the threat of the calamity, why not just evacuate? Artoria questioned seriously. And what about the residents of Norwich? Knowing the calamity is about to erupt here, why not lead everyone out? Her question was something that everyone aware of Norwich's situation, including Mash and Da Vinci, could not help but wonder. It was true that Morgan had given up on saving Norwich, but did Norwich itself have no intention of saving itself? Especially as the head of the Earth clan, Spriggan called this place his domain and its people his subjects. With the calamity about to break out, should he not have organized his people and urged everyone to evacuate Norwich and seek refuge elsewhere? Or do you all have some reason that keeps you from leaving Norwich? Oberon, as if trying to see through Spriggan's schemes, pressed on. If that's the case, then you should ask us to help repel the calamity, not just protect you in the Vault Fortress, right? According to the prophecy, the child of prophecy was capable of repelling the calamity. If Spriggan believed that Riezel, as the child of prophecy, could protect him when the calamity erupted, then logically, he should also believe that the child of prophecy could drive it away. In that case, he should have asked Riezel to defeat the calamity as a condition, instead of merely demanding protection for himself and the vault fortress. While everyone was thinking along these lines, Spriggan's next words left them all astonished. "I think you've misunderstood here." Spriggan smiled calmly while shaking his head. "I have no intention of repelling the growing calamity. On the contrary, the second condition I plan to propose is for you all not to interfere with the calamity. Especially you, Your Highness." Spriggan looked at Riezel, laughing quietly. "I don't know whether the Mirror Clan's prophecy is accurate or not, and honestly, I don't care. But just in case, I still hope you will heed my request and turn a blind eye to the calamity. If you do, once the calamity has passed, I will hand over the Bell of Pilgrimage to you personally. What do you think? Can you accept this?" At these words, shock appeared on everyone's faces. Did Spriggan really not want to repel the calamity? Did he truly intend to abandon Norwich? Why? Oberon frowned deeply. "Isn't Norwich your domain?" "Yes, Norwich is indeed mine." Spriggan replied with a grin. "But precisely because it's my domain, how I manage it should be my own business, shouldn't it?" In other words, he had his own plans and did not need others to interfere, and also did not need anyone to repel the calamity, as he had other intentions. For that reason, he both left himself an escape route and had Riezel promise not to fulfill the prophecy by repelling the calamity. All you need to do is stay in the vault fortress, and when the calamity is over, you can get whatever it is you want. In my opinion, that's a deal with no downsides. A deal like this, there's simply no reason to refuse, is there? Spriggan continued to smile insidiously as he spoke. "What do you think, Your Highness?" Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, each of them frowning ever so slightly. They stared at Spriggan in confusion and suspicion, completely unsure of what he was plotting. Only Riezel gave Spriggan a long look before turning and walking away without uttering a single word. Clearly, he was no longer willing to continue the conversation. Artoria and the others were startled, but said nothing as they followed. Spriggan did not try to stop them, merely watching Riezel and his companions leave. After a while, Spriggan's smile faded. "It seems things have gotten a bit troublesome." A faint mutter escaped Spriggan's lips. At the same time, the sky over Norwich gradually grew darker and even more oppressive. Chapter 532, Norwich's Bell of Pilgrimage. Norwich, outside of the vault fortress. Artoria, Mash, Da Vinci, and Oberon followed behind Riezel, walking out together in silence. It was only then that Artoria could no longer hold back her words. What the hell is that guy thinking? With just this one sentence, it was clear to everyone how little Artoria thought of Spriggan. Otherwise, she would not have simply called him that guy. Of course, the others felt the same way. He's definitely plotting something shady. Oberon made no effort to hide his disdain. I mean, he doesn't plan on driving away the calamity, and he doesn't want us to get involved either. He's basically telling everyone up front that he's up to something. Da Vinci sighed helplessly. Are all the clan heads in Fairy Britain like that? Nope. Oberon replied bluntly. There are plenty among them I can't stand, but compared to that Spriggan guy, even Woodwose doesn't seem so bad. What's really going on? Mash, probably the only one among them who hadn't developed much of a dislike for Spriggan, just looked a bit confused. I honestly didn't sense much malice from that person, but at the same time, it feels like he's up to no good. Am I just imagining things? No, you're not. Artoria shook her head. At the very least, everything that guy said was true, that's one thing we can be sure of. In that sense, Spriggan could be considered a straightforward person. From start to finish, he had not told a single lie and truly intended to use the Bell of Pilgrimage as a bargaining chip for those two conditions he mentioned. Although Chaldea's group did not know that Artoria possessed the fairy eyes that could see through lies, they trusted her judgment. Maybe we left a little too hastily. Da Vinci glanced at Riezel. We probably could have talked with him a bit more. At this, Riezel gave an extremely concise reply. No need. Riezel responded calmly. If all we want to do is ring the Bell of Pilgrimage, there's no need to get his permission. No need for permission. Da Vinci and the others were immediately taken aback, except for Artoria, who suddenly widened her eyes. No way. Artoria gazed at Riezel in surprise. Are you thinking of doing it the same way as last time? Riezel did not answer, instead turning to Mash and the others. You all wait for us here. Placing a hand on Artoria's shoulder, Riezel spoke in the same calm tone. We'll be right back. As soon as these words dropped, Riezel activated teleportation magic. Wait. Artoria tried to shout, but it was already too late. Swish. In the next moment, Riezel and Artoria vanished from where they stood, leaving no trace behind. Wah. Mash and Da Vinci were both startled, at a complete loss. Oh crap. Oberon, just realizing what Riezel and Artoria intended, slapped a hand over his face. How did I forget what those two did last time at Salisbury when they rang the bell of pilgrimage? At this point, Oberon could already foresee it. He could already imagine the chaos and trouble that would break out next. Vault fortress, top floor, bell tower. Norwich's bell tower was no different from the one in Salisbury's Cathedral of the Ash Tree. Perhaps because the structure had been standardized, the bell tower in Norwich's vault fortress and the one in Salisbury's Cathedral of the Ash Tree looked identical, even their size and arrangement were exactly the same. Inside the bell hall, thick with an air of mystery, the heavy bell of pilgrimage stood in silence. Swish. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the bell hall, right in front of the bell of pilgrimage, breaking the silence. All right. Riezel removed his hand from Artoria's shoulder. You can go ring the bell of pilgrimage now. Artoria fell silent, looking speechless. Why does this guy always do whatever he wants? She honestly no longer wanted to speak. She also felt weary. What's wrong? Riezel seemed unaware of Artoria's exhaustion and asked calmly with raised eyebrows. Is there something wrong? I'm honestly curious, what exactly is right about this? Artoria asked back, sounding powerless. Are you sure this isn't wrong? No, there's nothing wrong with it. Riezel replied bluntly. No matter what the clan head is planning or what schemes he might have, as long as we take the reward ourselves, there's nothing he can do. It was just how it was. Riezel was not oblivious to whatever Spriggan was scheming, but he saw no reason to play along. If Spriggan wanted to use the bell of pilgrimage as leverage to restrain them, then he would simply ring the bell of pilgrimage himself and be done with it. Besides, this was nothing new to Riezel. If it weren't, Salisbury wouldn't have ended up half-ruined, still unrepaired to this day. Even though Artoria could understand this, she still felt it was not the right thing to do. You know, that guy is not like Aurora. He might not have lied to us, but I'm certain he's no good person. Artoria said, not without worry. If we just ignore him and ring the bell of pilgrimage, that's basically forcing the Earth Clan to stand against us. According to what Oberon and Aurora had said, their goal for this trip was not only to ring the bell of pilgrimage but also to win Spriggan's cooperation and have the Earth Clan join their side as helpers to overthrow Morgan. It should be noted that their enemy was the witch who had once conquered all of Britain with brute force, with several fairy knights and many fairy soldiers under her command. Overthrowing her would require building up their own strength and rallying as many fairies as possible. For that reason, coming to Norwich this time, their first goal was to ring the bell of pilgrimage, and the second was to persuade Spriggan to gain the Earth Clan as allies. However, with Riezel being so forceful, while the first goal could be easily achieved, the second had almost no chance of success, which was why Artoria hesitated. Riezel, however, showed not a hint of hesitation as his gaze fell on Artoria. I won't say much, just one question. Riezel said bluntly. Do you really think you can trust someone like that as an ally? Artoria was left speechless once again. Noticing her speechlessness, Riezel continued. Don't forget, even though Aurora and Oberon chose to help us, they aren't completely trustworthy either. Riezel analyzed coolly. Right now, the only ones we can truly trust are Chaldea, they're the only ones who sincerely want to fight alongside us. And Spriggan. Just look at him. He doesn't care about Norwich, or the Earth Clan fairies who follow him, he's entirely self-serving. A guy like that, even if he really did join us, wouldn't we always have to worry he'd stab us in the back? At least Aurora and Oberon had clear motives, so they could be trusted for now, at least until they achieved their goals, there was little risk of them causing trouble before then. However, Spriggan was different. If he ever saw an opportunity or a profit to be made, he would not hesitate to betray them, as evidenced by his occasional swearing of loyalty to Morgan, yet secretly disobeying her behind her back. Even his personal guards were all fairies of the Fawn clan, not the Earth Clan under his command, showing that he did not trust the Earth Clan at all. If he could ignore his own people, there's no way he'd care about us. He'd drop us the moment it suited him. Riezel spoke quietly. Given all his plotting, I'm certain that guy is nothing like us. So why bother trying to recruit someone like him? It's pointless. Upon hearing Riezel's reasoning, Artoria could say nothing. Yeah, you're right. Artoria let out a tired sigh. Someone like him. Not everyone can be an ally. In the end, Artoria gathered her thoughts and decided not to overthink it. So, are you still going to ring the bell of pilgrimage? Riezel smiled slightly and asked Artoria. I am. Artoria nodded firmly, took a few deep breaths, steeled herself, and walked toward the bell of pilgrimage. Once she reached the bell of pilgrimage, Artoria closed her eyes, raised the staff of selection, and began to chant. Hymn of Paradise, Song of the Inner Sea. Just as Artoria had in Salisbury, starlight began to shine from the staff of selection as she chanted. A being born for selection, judgment, and correction. O primal bone bell, guide the lost children home. Forgive their sins. Artoria's solemn and sacred chant echoed through the entire bell tower, making the starlight shine brighter and brighter. Dong, 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 dong. Before long, a series of distant bell tolls rang out from the bell of pilgrimage, echoing in every direction. Dong, 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 dong. It rang out beyond the vault fortress, beyond Norwich, and even beyond southern Britain, resonating throughout all of Fairy Britain. Just like that time over a month ago, every fairy and human in Fairy Britain heard the bells echoing across the sky and land. Everyone in Fairy Britain paused whatever they were doing, raised their heads, and looked in the direction of Norwich. Of course, the bells reached Camelot as well, and the royal palace. Morgan, seated upon the throne, slowly opened her eyes, then closed them again. At some point, a staff-like black spear appeared in her hand. From her, magical energy began to rise, resonating throughout the palace. Chapter 533, The Beginning of the Calamity. Dong, 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 dong. As the distant, pleasant sound of the bell echoed high above the sky, ringing out across the entire port city of Norwich, all the fairies in Norwich heard the bell. While feeling a deep stirring in their hearts, they also wept tears of joy. Bell of pilgrimage. They've rung the bell of pilgrimage. It really is the child of prophecy. The child of prophecy has come to Norwich. This is great. We're saved. Norwich is saved. Most of the fairies cheered, and the whole of Norwich overflowed with a festive, jubilant atmosphere. Now that the calamity was about to break out, the child of prophecy had arrived in Norwich just as the prophecy foretold, and even rang the bell of pilgrimage. For the fairies who had been so anxious about the threat of the calamity, this was almost too much joy to bear. Only Spriggan, after hearing the chimes of the bell of pilgrimage, began cursing angrily in his own room. Damn it! How could they actually dare to do this? Now, the smile on this clan head's face vanished, replaced by a fury and panic that had not been there before. Somebody get over here. Spriggan rushed out of his room, shouting to those around him. Lord Spriggan. We're here. In that instant, the personal guard who had led Riezel and the others to Vault Fortress quickly appeared before Spriggan, bringing a large group of guards with him. What was interesting was that all these guards were fairies of the Fawn clan, not a single one belonged to the Earth clan. It was clear that the greedy Spriggan, only caring about combat strength, never intended to hire fairies from his own clan as guards and instead hired the strong and robust Fawn clan. Head straight to the bell tower. Arrest everyone from the Child of Prophecies group who trespassed in the bell tower. Spriggan, boiling with rage, gave his orders, which made the personal guard hesitate. Lord Spriggan, forgive me for saying this, but our chances of success are very slim. The personal guard said skeptically. Our opponents include that Child of Prophecy, someone even our clan head, Lord Woodwose, failed to capture twice, and who even defeated Sir Gawain, a fairy knight. With just us, our chances of taking them down are really, really small. Both Woodwose and Gawain were among the top powerhouses in the Fawn clan. Being a member of the Fawn clan himself, the personal guard understood just how terrifying someone would have to be to make those two suffer a loss. Even though he was an elite among the Fawn clan and much stronger than most fairies of the Fawn clan, compared to those two, there was still a vast gap. For this reason, the personal guard never believed he could take down someone who had made Woodwose so helpless and even defeated Gawain. In response, Spriggan cursed again. Are you a fool? Spriggan snapped at his personal guard without mercy. Listen up, this isn't about whether you can do it or not. The point is that we must act no matter what. It doesn't matter if we can capture the Child of Prophecy. What matters is that we have to make it look like they rang the bell of pilgrimage without our permission. If Her Majesty thinks we've sided with the Child of Prophecy, do you think that cold-hearted witch would let us off? If we show even the slightest sign of standing on the opposite side of Her Majesty's faction, that ruthless witch will purge us. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the personal guard finally came to his senses, breaking out in a cold sweat from fear. Why yes. I'll lead the team to take down the Child of Prophecy right away. With that, the personal guard hurried away, and the fairies behind him quickly followed. TCH. Spriggan was still furious, standing there, clicking his tongue repeatedly because, thanks to Riezel's actions, all of his plans had been ruined. Back before the clouds gathered over Norwich and the calamity began to build up, Spriggan had already sold off all the land in Norwich. And naturally, the buyers were the fairies living in Norwich. They took out all their possessions and bought the Lord's land, thus acquiring territory of their own, but those fairies had no idea that this was actually a scheme orchestrated by Spriggan. Through the Mirror clan's prophecies and reconnaissance from Morgan's side, he had already known that Norwich would be the place where the calamity would break out, which was why he sold off the land in Norwich, because before long, that land would become nothing but a wasteland. Once the calamity flattened Norwich, Spriggan could, in his capacity as Lord, reclaim the land. In this way, he would receive a huge sum of money from the fairies who bought the land, without actually losing anything himself. Needless to say, this was exactly why Spriggan had no intention of stopping the calamity. If the calamity were stopped, how would he reclaim the land he had sold? If the calamity were stopped, how could those fairies, who had suffered no losses, possibly hand over their land simply because they couldn't afford to rebuild? Only if the calamity truly broke out and Norwich was reduced to ruins would Morgan give the order for him, as the Lord of Norwich, to rebuild the territory. At that time, with Morgan's command in hand, he could justifiably reclaim the land under the pretense of rebuilding the city. Moreover, due to the reconstruction, he could also request the necessary funds from Morgan and make a substantial profit on top of that. How could Spriggan possibly allow such a profitable venture to fall through? He had not even issued an evacuation order, precisely because he wished that all the fairies who had bought the land would perish in the calamity, saving him from endless troubles afterward. As for the fairies escaping on their own, he was not worried about that at all, because Spriggan knew very well just how foolish and self-absorbed fairies were. What they valued most was not their lives, but the things that satisfied their spiritual desires. Naturally, the fairies who bought the land were exactly such beings. After finally spending everything they owned to buy the land, how could they abandon it? If the fairies of Tintagel could turn on each other over trivial matters, then, for reasons beyond human comprehension, the fairies of Norwich would surely be willing to stay for something like this. For this reason, Spriggan had used the Bell of Pilgrimage as a bargaining chip, trying to tie up the only people who could ruin his plan, the Child of Prophecy's group, who, according to the prophecy, would repel the calamity in Norwich. Indeed, Spriggan did not believe that the Child of Prophecy would give up saving Norwich for the Bell of Pilgrimage. He just wanted to stall them, keeping them trapped in the vault fortress until the calamity broke out. In Spriggan's plan, whether or not the Child of Prophecy agreed to his request, they would stay in Norwich for the sake of the Bell of Pilgrimage. And the place closest to the Bell of Pilgrimage in Norwich was the vault fortress. If they wanted to ring the Bell of Pilgrimage, they would have to get his permission, and while they were busy trying to persuade him, they would be stuck in the vault fortress. That way, once the calamity began, he could seal off the entire vault fortress, turning the most fortified location into the strongest prison, preventing the Child of Prophecy from escaping to fight the calamity. When Aurora contacted him and revealed that the Child of Prophecy intended to ring Norwich's Bell of Pilgrimage, Spriggan immediately devised this plan and readily agreed to her request for a meeting with the Child of Prophecy. Who would have thought the other side would act so unpredictably, making no effort to maintain even a superficial relationship with him, and just sneaking straight into the bell tower to ring the Bell of Pilgrimage? Did they not want his help? Were they not afraid that he would side completely with Morgan and oppose them? If they intended to overthrow Morgan, shouldn't they at least avoid offending him, or even try to win him over to their side? What a bunch of brainless savages. Spriggan clicked his tongue in anger. Unfortunately, there was nothing more he could do now. If the gentle approach won't work, then I'll just have to use force. A cunning light flickered in Spriggan's eyes. If I can't keep them here, then I'll drive them away. Schemes began swirling in Spriggan's mind, yet in that same moment, a guard suddenly came running over in a panic. Bad news, my lord. Seeing this, Spriggan could not help but tense up. What's wrong? Spriggan's voice rose a little without him meaning to. A large number of moss are approaching from the direction of Norwich's port. Sea calamity has begun. Gazing nervously at Spriggan, the guard shouted the news that brought a mixture of shock and delight to Spriggan's face. At the same time, right in front of the gate of Norwich, a mighty group of fairies of the Fawn clan surged forward. Leading them was a man dressed in the attire of a noble gentleman, his entire body covered in dark fur, resembling a standing werewolf, and exuding a vicious aura. He was none other than the head of the Fawn clan, the Lord of Oxford, the very same hero of fairy Britain who had defeated the King of the Moss 1,000 years ago and suppressed the great calamity, Woodwose. Has the information been confirmed? Woodwose asked the adjutant beside him. Riezel Brinhart has already entered Norwich. Yes, the information has been confirmed. The adjutant reported truthfully. Just as Lady Murian said, the Child of Prophecy and the others have indeed come to Norwich and are currently within the city. Good. Woodwose grinned, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. It was not a waste for me to rush here without rest as soon as I received the news, even accepting that damned Murian's help and taking the boat she prepared. It was precisely because of this that they managed to catch up to Riezel. Otherwise, with the methods Riezel had used to hasten his journey along the way, Woodwose would never have made it in time. Now, let's see where you run. Powerful magical energy fluctuated in the air as Woodwose, leading his own army, charged into Norwich in full force. Needless to say, another great battle was about to begin. Chapter 534, Shadow from the Sea. Riezel naturally had no idea what was happening outside. At this moment, he was watching the scene before his eyes with a hint of amazement. He saw that Artoria, who had rung the Bell of Pilgrimage, stood there quietly with her eyes closed, her entire body surging with intense starlight and magical energy that continued to grow stronger as time passed, causing the aura emanating from her to become even more overwhelming. Indeed, Artoria was getting stronger. Just like when she had rung the Bell of Pilgrimage in Salisbury before, the Fairy of Paradise was borrowing the power of the Bell of Pilgrimage to gradually release her true strength. Riezel could sense that Artoria's power had already risen to a level extremely close to level 7. If it were Artoria now, even compared to Spriggan's personal guard, she was probably on par, or maybe even stronger. She's only rung 2 bells of pilgrimage, and she's already this strong. Riezel pondered thoughtfully. At this rate, if Artoria rang another bell of pilgrimage, she would definitely reach level 7. If she managed to ring the remaining 4 bells of pilgrimage, then reaching the peak of level 7 would be guaranteed, and she might even take that next step and reach level 8. Level 8, a level that barely a handful could reach, even in Fairy Britain. Including Riezel himself, those who could wield power at level 8 could be counted on one hand. If Artoria truly stepped into this realm, then even against the likes of Gawain or Lancelot, she would likely be able to stand her ground. So this is the so-called Fairy of Paradise. Such incredible potential. As Riezel sighed inwardly, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look at the entrance of the bell tower. Over there, the sound of strong, heavy footsteps was rapidly approaching. Whoosh! 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 Along with several whooshing sounds, a group of sturdy fairies of the Fong clan burst into the bell tower, appearing in front of Riezel. Go! Spriggan's personal guard, who was leading them, gave a low shout. By Lord Spriggan's command, capture the child of prophecy and his companion who trespassed in the bell tower. As soon as he finished, the personal guard was the first to rush forward, charging straight toward Artoria. Clearly, this so-called personal guard was not as courageous as he pretended to be. In the end, he chose what he thought was an easy target. Upon seeing this, Riezel's eyes flickered, but he did not make a move. An easy target? Yes, that might have been true before, but not anymore. He had to admit, their timing was truly unfortunate. Of all moments, they had to show up right after Artoria had finished ringing the bell of pilgrimage. They really were unlucky. And sure enough. Ayahawk. Bang. As starlight exploded within the bell tower, the personal guard who had charged at Artoria let out a miserable scream. He was sent flying back even faster than he had rushed forward, crashing into the wall of the bell room. He was covered in wounds, clearly suffering serious injuries. Scared me half to death. Saying this, the culprit, holding the staff of selection with lingering starlight still on its tip, looked shaken and utterly terrified, as if she had just received a tremendous fright. Shouldn't you be the last one who's scared right now? Riezel couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Captain. Captain. It was only at this moment that the other fairy guards finally reacted. Seeing their captain lying battered on the ground, every one of them cried out in alarm. Immediately after, they all glared furiously at Artoria. Damn intruder. How dare you hurt the captain? Kill her. As expected from the hot-headed Fong clan, these fairies truly embodied brutality and recklessness. Shouting and yelling, they all charged at Artoria together. However, it was Riezel who made a move this time. Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance. A blazing fire dragon appeared inside the bell tower, whipping its body around as it swiftly swept through the surroundings. The surging flames instantly raised the temperature in the air. Poochie, 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 Poochie. Blades of flame cut through the Fong clan fairies one by one, slicing them open. Ugh. Arg. Kiak. None of the fairies could even react in time. All they saw was a flash of fire before a wave of searing pain shot through their bodies, forcing screams from their throats as they crashed to the ground. Click. Riezel calmly sheathed his sword and, without anyone noticing, was already standing beside Artoria. Let's go. We're leaving. Riezel spoke simply, and Artoria quickly nodded, snapping back to her senses. Now that they had offended Spriggan, it was impossible to stay here any longer. Unless they planned to start a massacre and take down Spriggan as well, there was no way Riezel and the others could remain in Vault Fortress, perhaps not even in Norwich. In the next moment, Riezel pressed a hand to Artoria's shoulder, preparing to use teleportation magic to escape, when a sudden commotion erupted outside the bell tower, drawing their attention. Clang 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 clang. It was the sound of an alarm bell ringing out. As the alarm resounded, a chorus of shocked cries, shouting, angry roars, and screams followed one after another, completely changing the atmosphere in the air. What's going on? Artoria froze and muttered in confusion. A glimmer of light flickered in Riezel's eyes as he looked outside the bell tower, outside Vault Fortress, and peered into the streets of Norwich. And the moment he saw, Riezel's pupils contracted. He let go of Artoria's shoulder and strode quickly to the hollow wall of the bell tower. Artoria followed close behind and looked outside as well. In the next instant, Artoria was stunned. It was a scene straight out of hell. From the direction of Norwich's port, in the sea opposite the city, a vast black shadow had begun to surface from the water, as if the sea itself was being swallowed by darkness. Little by little, the shadow devoured the sea, staining the water black and emitting a strange, evil, corrupt, and decadent magical energy. It was the aura of a curse. It was the power of darkness. And the true form of this power, this shadow, was a horde of moss, creatures as black as ink, resembling soft-bodied organisms. What made it worse was their staggering numbers. They formed a massive shadow in the sea, densely packed together, swarming in groups as they surged toward Norwich. They invaded the port, submerging all the ships docked there. They poured into the city, appearing in street after street. Moss. The moss are here. Why are they coming from the sea? Weren't they supposed to come down from that vortex above? Stay away. All the fairies in Norwich had fallen into total panic, not even putting up a fight. Faces full of terror, they fled in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the guards bravely took up their weapons and charged forward to battle the moss, but unfortunately, they were quickly swallowed up by the horde, one by one. Some were devoured while screaming in agony, while others, after touching the moss, became infected and transformed into new moss, joining the enemy and further swelling their numbers. Ordinary fairies simply stood no chance against the moss. It was well known that the moss were natural enemies of the fairies, where any fairy that made contact would be instantly infected, devoured, and assimilated. Only the fairies of the Fawn clan and those wielding iron weapons could put up a slight resistance. Iron, which was deadly poison to most fairies, had a restraining effect on the moss as well, while the fairies of the Fawn clan also had higher resistance to moss infection. For this reason, only these two groups could offer any real resistance. Regrettably, the strength of their resistance was extremely limited. It was only natural. There were simply too many moss invading Norwich, at least 1,000 by any estimate. Faced with their terrifying numbers, Norwich's defenses collapsed instantly. To make matters worse, the defeated fairies did not simply die, they were infected and assimilated, turning into new moss and adding to the enemy numbers. Needless to say, this was a nightmarish, unsolvable crisis, utterly crushing the fairies' will to resist. All they could do was scream and flee in panic, turning the entire city of Norwich into a cursed hell. Watching this horrific scene unfold, Artoria was stunned, frozen in place. A moment later, Artoria finally cried out. Calamity has broken out. Honestly, there could not have been a more obvious sign. It really happened as the prophecy foretold, huh? Riezel also stared at the now hellish Norwich and muttered inwardly. Everyone had expected that calamity would break out sooner or later, but in the original story, the calamity of Norwich had not erupted until about a month after Chaldea arrived in Fairy Britain. Now, Chaldea had only been in Fairy Britain for a few days, and already the calamity of Norwich had erupted. Clearly, this was because the child of prophecy had arrived here. Just as Artoria had worried before, her arrival had directly triggered the brewing calamity. Evidently, this had nothing to do with timing but was a fixed result of cause and effect. Let's go. Riezel pressed a hand on Artoria's shoulder again and spoke calmly. We need to get to Mash and the others first. His voice snapped Artoria back to her senses, making her realize that this was not the time to be shocked. Right. Gripping the staff of selection tightly, Artoria's eyes became firm as she nodded forcefully. Greater teleportation. Riezel cast teleportation magic and disappeared from the bell tower of Vault Fortress. Clank 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 clang. Within Norwich, as the alarm bells continued to ring, the vortex of dark clouds in the sky spun even faster. Chapter 535, Giant Moss. Boom. A jet-black blast, overflowing with cursed magical energy, crashed down, and as it exploded, it sent everything near the impact site flying, instantly clearing a wide, empty area. One moss after another squirmed forward, wriggling like crawling reptiles as they surged toward the vault fortress, firing jet-black projectiles at the fairies escaping in all directions. The cursed magical energy-powered barrages streaked back and forth along every street in Norwich. At first glance, it resembled the ceaseless bombardment of a battlefield, with the shots densely packed. In front of the vault fortress, not only were groups of fairy guards trying to hold off the moss invasion, but Riezel's companions, who had been waiting there, also joined the battle. Boom, 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 boom. Missile explosion sounds resounded consecutively. Yes, missiles. They came from the backpack on Da Vinci's back. As soon as Da Vinci opened her backpack, missiles launched out as if fired from a cannon, streaking forward with flickering tails and shooting straight into the crowd of moss, blasting many moss away. Ha! Mash charged forward, wild and unstoppable, just like a tank. The heavy shield in her hands whistled through the air as she swung it, sending every moss in her path flying as if they had been hit by a speeding truck. It could be said that these two Chaldea servants displayed overwhelming might, achieving far greater results than any fairy, and no one could count how many moss they had already repelled. Naturally, this was not simply because they were stronger than ordinary fairies but because, unlike fairies, they did not fear the moss since neither infection nor assimilation troubled them. As a result, there was no need for them to hesitate or hold back, so even if they charged right into the moss horde, there was nothing to worry about. Thanks to the two's outstanding efforts, the moss were stopped in their tracks, unable to approach the vault fortress for the moment. As for Oberon, he had once again disappeared without a trace. I'm going to find Tristan and your master, and bring them here. Not long ago, Oberon had tossed out these words, then transformed into a small form, hopped onto Blanca, and flown off into the distance. Anyone else would probably have started cursing, but fortunately, Mash and Da Vinci were not ordinary people. They had no doubts, so they stayed put, waiting for Riezel and Artoria to return and for Oberon and Tristan to bring Ritsuka over. Boom, 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 boom. As time passed, Da Vinci's barrage of missiles seemed endless, yet instead of pushing the moss back further, it allowed even more moss to break through the line and advance toward the vault fortress. Bzzz. Within the horde, many moss began to gather up cursed magical energy, unleashing barrages at Da Vinci's position. I won't let you. Mash rushed back just in time, planting her shield in the ground and making a thin barrier of magical energy shimmer into existence before her. Boom, 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 boom. Instantly, all attacks from the moss pounded Mash's shield, exploding against the magical energy barrier. Ugh. Mash gritted her teeth and held firm, determined not to let Da Vinci behind her get hurt. Aren't they done yet? Da Vinci looked anxiously at the bell tower atop the vault fortress. The bell of pilgrimage has already rung, so why haven't they come down? Are they stuck up there? Spriggan must have sent soldiers to the bell tower, or Riezel and Artoria would have come down already. Can you hold out, Mash? Da Vinci called out to Mash in front of her. I'm fine, Da Vinci. Mash immediately answered without turning her head. I'll hold on until Master and Mr. Riezel get here. She was not just trying to act tough. Although the concentrated attacks from the moss were almost overwhelming, their sheer numbers turning into overwhelming power, as a dedicated shielder, Mash could always perform far better than the average servant in defensive battles. Moreover, ever since landing in Fairy Britain, Mash had felt as if she had become much stronger than before. Specifically, the power within her, originally belonging to a knight of the Round Table, Galahad, seemed to have suddenly multiplied and become extraordinarily active. Its strength had even doubled. It gave Mash the sense that she was now stronger than ever before, and even if she faced the legendary fairy knights, she would not lose by much. I know it's not an illusion. Having this thought, Mash was confident that she could block the Moss Horde's assault and defend the vault fortress perfectly. Of course, Riezel had no intention of letting Mash defend the vault fortress. After all, this was not their territory, but rather the stronghold of the ever-calculating Spriggan, so there was no need for them to defend this place. In the next moment. Sacrament, Aurora. A cold voice suddenly rang out from above Mash, followed by a brilliant light that lit up the sky. In the next instant, countless lights rained down like a meteor shower, crashing into the Moss Horde, attacking Mash and exploding within their ranks. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Fierce explosions erupted endlessly as the rain of light meteors from the sky set off wave after wave of blasts, sending the moss flying, crushing, and swallowing them up, clearing out a vast area in an instant. Swish. Only then did Riezel appear before Mash with Artoria, shielding Mash behind him. Mr. Riezel. Mash called out in surprise. Artoria. Da Vinci also let out a big sigh of relief. Are you two all right? Artoria immediately hugged the staff of selection and ran to Mash and Da Vinci, but after seeing that both of them were unharmed, she finally relaxed. Although they had only just met, it was clear that Artoria already had a good impression of Mash and Da Vinci. Riezel glanced over his shoulder and watched the scene, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly before he quickly composed himself, shifting his cold gaze forward. Scree! Amid a piercing and uncomfortable shriek, countless mosses writhed as they slowly surged toward them. So many of them. Artoria's face turned pale. Mash and Da Vinci both looked grim as well. They could see that the moss horde appearing before them was not decreasing in number but was steadily growing. Look over there, in the back. Da Vinci, quick-eyed, noticed something strange and pointed to the very rear of the moss horde, causing everyone to look over. In that moment, everyone's expressions changed. It was because a giant moss, easily 2 or 3 times the size of the others, slowly appeared. Like a leader at the head of its kind, it also crept forward, wriggling its massive body. Buzz. Cursed magical energy surged wildly from its body, forming a huge, jet-black magic orb that shot toward them. Not only was the orb massive, but its momentum was terrifying as the air wailed as it passed through, making it clear just how powerful it was, far beyond any normal moss attack. Watch out. Mash could not help but shout, preparing to defend, but before she finished, Riezel had already moved. Bang. A surge of flames exploded at Riezel's feet, turning him into a streak of fire that cut through the air. Dancing flash. Riezel's blazing slash tore through space, cutting the giant magic orb in an instant. Sliced in two, the orb did not even have a chance to explode before it was burned away completely by the roaring flames. Faced with this level of cursed magical energy, the special damage from Pioneer of the Sun was fully unleashed, easily suppressing the attack. Scree! Enraged, the giant moss let out a shriek that shook the air, sounding deeply ominous and making Artoria and the others feel uncomfortable. What's that? Is that the so-called king of the moss? Da Vinci cried out, cold sweat on her brow. It was not Artoria or Mash who answered, but Oberon. No. That's not the king of the moss. Oberon had returned at some point, with Tristan behind him, driving a carriage drawn by a Sleipnir. Sir Tristan. Where's Master? Mash was overjoyed as she called out to Tristan, while Da Vinci quickly asked anxiously. Master is in the carriage. Tristan replied as he pulled up beside the group. It's a good thing Oberon led the way, or we would have already been surrounded by the moss. It seemed Oberon had not been entirely useless. Good grief. Da Vinci sighed, relaxing a bit as she looked at Oberon. So, you're saying that's not the king of the moss? Of course not. Oberon shook his head, his gaze fixed on the giant moss, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. That thing should be a conglomerate of a huge number of moss, or maybe a moss that evolved after devouring enough fairies. Didn't you notice? Whenever the moss eats fairies, they grow stronger. That's probably how the giant moss came to be. Oberon's explanation made everyone look around warily. They saw a fairy guarding the vault fortress get swallowed by a moss, as if it were being chewed, before merging into the moss's dark body. Soon after devouring the fairy, the moss really did begin giving off much stronger magical energy. It can actually get stronger. As Da Vinci spoke, everyone's faces instantly turned grim. Boom. A sudden roar erupted, drawing everyone's attention. They immediately saw Riezel battling the giant moss. One had become a streak of fire, darting forward, while the other gathered jet-black magical energy and fired it, causing a great explosion to bloom in midair. Burning bones, summer sun. Riezel, now like a blazing sun, slashed downward, sending out a vortex of flames that incinerated countless moss. Scree! Being stopped once again, the giant moss was enraged, gathering magical energy once more. A fierce battle was about to break out. Chapter 536, Weakness of the Moss. At this moment, the area in front of the vault fortress had completely turned into a battlefield. Because the rest of Norwich had already fallen into chaos, only here had a resistance been organized, managing to hold back Moss's invasion. Riezel and the giant moss were already locked in fierce combat. One was darting about in midair, evading the oncoming pitch-black magic blasts while searching for openings to strike with his sword, sending out waves of blazing flames, while the other had transformed on the ground into a stationary turret, constantly gathering cursed magical energy to unleash bombardments at the nimble enemy above. On the other side, Artoria and the others had also engaged the swarming moss. As the moss unleashed waves of magic projectiles together, forming a dense barrage in an attempt to break through the resistance, Mash blocked them with her shield. Mash was no longer charging into the fray but had become a living wall, raising her shield and causing a transparent magical energy barrier to rise and block the countless incoming blasts, protecting everyone behind her. After casting reinforcement on everyone, Artoria likewise became a turret. She raised the Staff of Selection, not to hurl explosive magical bombs as before, but to channel magical energy into the crystal at the staff's tip, causing it to shine with starlight and fire brilliant beams of magical energy at the moss. Da Vinci continued to rely on launching missiles as her main attack, as if she had countless missiles hidden in the compartment on her back. Furthermore, the missiles possessed automatic tracking, rising from her pack before arcing through the air to strike the moss one after another, blasting them away. Tristan also joined the fight. Whether by intention or without realizing it, he had stepped in front of Artoria, as if to protect her, continuously strumming his harp to send out waves of transparent slashes, slicing through the moss. Everyone worked together to fight a defensive battle, Mash at the front, the rest launching ranged attacks from behind. For the moment, they completely blocked the assault from the moss. As for Oberon, he had taken Tristan's place in the driver's seat of the carriage, his gaze shifting constantly as if searching for an escape route. Clearly, Oberon had no intention of fighting a defensive battle, nor did he want to protect the vault fortress. However, the number of moss was simply too great. Now, the street before the vault fortress was packed full, leaving no way to escape. TCH, already surrounded, huh? Oberon clicked his tongue to himself. Boom. In that moment, a blast from the giant moss grazed the dodging Riezel and struck the vault fortress. It must be said that the vault fortress was worthy of its reputation as the safest structure in Fairy Britain. Even when struck by the giant moss's attack, it merely trembled slightly and was not breached. Dancing flash. Riezel seized the opportunity, stepping into the void and causing flames to erupt beneath his feet. His figure turned into a streak of fire, flashing through the air as he lunged at the giant moss. Poochie! With the sound of tearing cloth, the giant moss was struck by the black sword wreathed in flames, a deep wound appearing on its body. No blood sprayed from the wound, only black smoke poured out, looking incredibly eerie. Scree! Letting out a howl, the giant moss's only pair of eyes glowed with an eerie darkness as it locked onto Riezel. In the next second, it unleashed countless magic projectiles in rapid succession that erupted from every part of its body, spreading in all directions and engulfing not just the moss but the surrounding fairies as well. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions rang out consecutively, filling the area around the giant moss with bursts of pitch-black fire. Amid the explosions, everything was destroyed, be it the ground, the buildings, or even the moss crowding around the massive one. Not a single one was spared, all were blasted away. Everyone. Don't leave my side. Mash shouted as she raised her shield, the magical energy barrier she held up continuously battered by the hail of blasts, each impact sending out another explosion. Artoria and the others looked at the battlefield ahead, which had been nearly leveled, and couldn't help but swallow nervously. Riezel's eyes shimmered with a translucent light, seeing through the trajectory of every magic projectile. Relying on the superhuman reflexes granted by fast attack, he darted left and right, narrowly evading the incoming shots. Is this really just a single moss? How is it already so troublesome? Riezel had to admit, this giant moss was likely even more difficult to deal with than the autonomous guardians inside the ancient ruins within the underground demon beast Uraculan's body. What made them different was that the autonomous guardians were difficult because their STR and END were far beyond what their level would suggest, while the giant moss's abilities were not especially outstanding in any area, but its vitality was astonishingly tenacious, and it was incredibly hard to bring down. It was the embodiment of curses, touching it meant certain doom. On top of that, it could concentrate its cursed magical energy to launch ranged attacks. Unless someone possessed abilities that countered cursed magical energy, they were almost helpless against it. Unfortunately, Riezel was clearly not among them. With Pioneer of the Sun, he was the bane of all who possessed evil powers. Otherwise, even he would have found it extremely difficult to inflict meaningful damage on a cursed creature like Moss. Yet, Riezel still had not managed to quickly bring down the giant Moss in such a short time. Cursed creatures, huh? Riezel narrowed his eyes while dodging and weaving, already coming up with a plan. Maximize magic, brilliant radiance. Riezel suddenly cast a holy attribute magic spell. Boom. In that instant, a brilliant radiance, just as the name suggested, burst forth beneath the giant moss, shooting skyward like a pillar of light. Scree! Wrapped in the pillar of light, the giant moss, emitting a sound more agonizing than anything before, was like it had been thrown into a furnace, purified by the radiance as the curse energy covering its entire body turned to smoke and drifted away. Seeing this, Riezel's eyes lit up. It's working. When dealing with a creature even more negative than the undead, holy attribute attacks were indeed far more effective than ordinary ones. Finding the weakness of the moss, Riezel charged in without hesitation, plunging straight into the moss horde. Maximize magic, shining burst. Sun-like brilliance instantly radiated from Riezel's body as he released a 7-tier magic. Although the tier was not particularly high, it could deal tremendous damage to evil creatures and the undead. Moreover, the more evil aligned the target was, the greater the damage it suffered, though for those not aligned with evil, the effect was negligible. Against the moss, whose very existence was essentially a curse, this magic would undoubtedly show unimaginable power. As the sun-like brilliance burst from Riezel's body, a surge of white light, along with searing heat, exploded outward in a hemispherical wave. Bathed in this white light, the smaller moss had no chance to resist, they were instantly purified, reduced to ash. At the same time, the giant moss, still wrapped in the pillar of brilliant radiance, was also swallowed by the white light, its body breaking down as if thrown into the sun. Facing death, the giant moss toppled its huge body toward Riezel, clearly intending to crush him. Clear blue sky. A sharp glint flashed in Riezel's eyes. He drew a circle on the ground and swung his black sword, unleashing a ring of blazing flames with a sun-shaped outline straight at the dying giant moss. Boom. As the ring of blazing flames struck the giant moss, it looked as if it had been hit by a suddenly appearing, ever-expanding circle of fire, blasting it onto its back. Only then did the brilliant radiance and explosive sunlight finally purify the giant moss, reducing this troublesome creature to dust and earth, gone without a trace. Yes. Oberon was the first to shout out. We took down the big one. Mash also cried out loudly. Not only the big one, but all the small ones are gone too. Da Vinci watched as the moss were completely wiped out by the explosive sunlight, unable to hide his delight. Everyone. Tristan chimed in with a solemn expression. We have to retreat now while we can. We can't stay here any longer. Everyone immediately snapped back to their senses upon hearing this. Because the vault fortress was located in a critical area of Norwich, with streets on all sides, if hordes of moss poured in from every direction, all escape routes would be cut off, and they would inevitably be surrounded. Right now, thanks to Riezel, the moss on one of the streets had already been cleared out. If they did not use this chance to retreat, once more moss swarmed in, they would have no way out. But Artoria looked around at the fairies still fighting and at the vault fortress behind them, clearly torn. Come on, Artoria. Get up here. Oberon immediately drove the carriage over, calling out to Artoria. Spriggan and his men aren't even worth saving. Let them fend for themselves. Hearing Oberon's words, not only Artoria, but even Mash looked conflicted. From this, it was clear that neither of these girls was the type to stand by and do nothing. He's right. Let's go. Da Vinci, who remained calm, agreed with Oberon. We can't keep fighting here. Sooner or later, the moss will overwhelm us. If we want any chance to defeat the calamity, we have to pull back first. As for the vault fortress, since it said even fairy knights can't break through, let's trust it for now, trust that it'll keep the moss out. Da Vinci's reasoning finally persuaded the two girls. Get on. Riezel's voice came at just the right time. I'll clear the way. Chapter 537, Combining Moon Breathing and Sun Breathing. Get on. Riezel's voice came at just the right time. I'll clear the way. Riezel said he would clear the way, and he did. Having already noticed Artoria's movements, Riezel immediately cast flight magic and rose into the air. Hoo! H-A-A-A. Riezel's breathing rhythm began to change, and the flames entwined around Hermit, as well as the scorching aura emanating from his body, gradually faded away. In their place came a sense of coldness, solitude, and gentleness. If anyone knowledgeable about breathing styles had been present, they would have noticed that Riezel was now using a combination of sun breathing and moon breathing. In the world of Demon Slayer, Tanjiro, before he had mastered Hinokami Kagura, sun breathing, had developed a mixed breathing style that combined sun breathing and water breathing, which allowed him to blend the power of water breathing with the might of sun breathing, resulting in attack power greater than water breathing alone and more endurance than sun breathing alone. That was Tanjiro's way of compensating before he could fully control Hinokami Kagura, to avoid putting too much strain on his body by using sun breathing. When Riezel had the idea of incorporating the explosive techniques of thunder breathing into sun breathing to increase the speed of his strong attack mode, this memory surfaced, so he spent some time considering similar ideas. For example, he could combine sun breathing with other breathing styles, thereby enhancing those breathing styles' power. While the other breathing styles were not as adaptable as sun breathing and did not have the same potential to let someone fight above their rank, if he could combine two breathing styles like Tanjiro, wouldn't that also boost the power of those breathing styles? Of course, doing so would not allow other breathing styles to reach the same level as sun breathing, since even when Tanjiro used a mixed breathing style, it still did not match the strength of Hinokami Kagura. Otherwise, after mastering Hinokami Kagura, he would not have abandoned the mixed breathing style. Naturally, the same went for Riezel. Combining two breathing styles would never allow the others to reach the level of sun breathing, which allowed someone to fight across levels. Still, if he could not cross a full level, being able to cross half a level was more than enough. As for Riezel's current status, among the 5 basic abilities, both STR and END had reached F rank, DEX and AGI had reached E rank, and MAG had even reached D rank, which put him at the lower middle of level 7. With this lower middle status, plus all the latent abilities accumulated from the previous 6 levels and a range of development abilities, Riezel, in his normal state, could already rival someone at the upper limit of level 7, and even someone at the lower middle of level 8. In such a state, when Riezel combined two breathing styles and unleashed a hybrid style with sun breathing mixed in, the resulting combat power boost of half a level was enough to match the lower middle of level 8. Needless to say, with power at this level, he could accomplish many things. So, moon breathing, 7th form, mirror of misfortune, moonlit. As Riezel swung Hermit forward, 5 massive, crescent-shaped slashes raced along the ground. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. Where the shockwaves passed, the ground was directly torn open, sending rubble and dust flying everywhere, while the buildings on both sides of the street were also hit, instantly carved with deep, claw-like scars, collapsing piece by piece. Most astonishing of all, these shockwaves, unlike the usual moon breathing that came with many curved crescent moon blades, now surged with burning waves of fire, which caused the ground and the building's walls to be left charred and blackened. Clearly, this was the result of using moon breathing in combination with sun breathing. To open a path for everyone, Riezel had chosen the wide-ranging moon breathing and boosted its power with sun breathing. However, to Riezel's surprise, perhaps because moon breathing was directly derived from sun breathing, the compatibility between the two was even higher than with thunder breathing or wind breathing, and when he used both sun breathing and moon breathing together, it felt like his strength could not just match the lower middle of level 8, but the upper of level 8 as well. As a result, all the moss that had surged from the far end of the street were instantly crushed, sliced apart, and flattened by the giant shockwaves, clearing out more than half in the blink of an eye. Amazing. Artoria and the others, who witnessed all this, were naturally all stunned. They stared as Riezel nearly destroyed an entire road with a single strike, an absolutely explosive spectacle. Even Oberon froze for a moment, then quickly snapped out of it and shouted. Hey, don't just stand there. Get on. Only then did everyone snap out of their daze. After exchanging glances, they finally climbed onto the carriage. Go. Oberon flicked the reins, prompting the white Sleipnir to neigh and dash forward, racing down the street now gouged with deep trenches and charred marks. Seeing this, Riezel glanced back at the vault fortress, then mercilessly left it behind and flew after the speeding carriage. Damn it. From inside the vault fortress, Spriggan's curses could faintly be heard, but they were quickly drowned out by the moss. Before long, the vault fortress in Norwich was surrounded by countless moss. Cursed magical energy filled the area, and soon black magic projectiles erupted, slamming one after another into the vault fortress walls. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, the sound of explosions rang out from the vault fortress, echoing far into the distance. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. Amid the roaring sound of wheels, a carriage pulled by a white Sleipnir raced at an astonishing speed through the ruined roads. Thankfully, the poor road conditions did not affect the Sleipnir at all since it was a monster. Summoned through the use of Summon Monster Second, the Sleipnir galloped on the destroyed road as if walking on flat ground. Its speed far surpassed that of any ordinary horse, even the famed steed said to run 1,000 miles a day would struggle to match it. However, just because the Sleipnir could move so smoothly did not mean the carriage it pulled enjoyed the same ride. Looking closely, the carriage behind the Sleipnir bounced violently over the rough ground, causing startled cries and shrieks to ring out continuously from within the carriage. Slow down. Slow down. Artoria clung tightly to the carriage seat, shouting toward Oberon in the driver's seat. Just bear with it. Time is everything right now. Oberon did not even look back as he answered, urging the Sleipnir to go even faster. Miss Artoria. Please come over here. Mash steadied herself with the weight of her shield and reached out an empty hand to support Artoria, preventing her from being thrown out. It's a shame this is a carriage. Otherwise, I'd be the one driving right now. Da Vinci grumbled as she held down the still unconscious Ritsuka. If she had not done so, Ritsuka would have been thrown up to the carriage's ceiling and crashed into it hard. If Master didn't get killed by the moss, but died inside a runaway carriage instead, that'd be way too sad. Thinking this, Tristan gripped the window while also helping Da Vinci hold down Ritsuka. In that moment, another horde of moss suddenly surged forward from the end of the road. Moon-breathing, 8th form, Moondragon Ringtail. Whoosh. A massive horizontal slash suddenly descended from the sky, carrying blazing waves of fire, unleashing a second shockwave, and swept through the horde. Boom. Moon-breathing swift, sweeping strike instantly blasted the ground, sending countless moss flying. Moon-breathing, 9th form, Waning Moon Swaths. While still midair, Riezel unleashed a series of overlapping, chaotic slashes down below, each crescent moon blade carrying fire as it smashed into the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Amid the deafening explosions, the ground looked as if it had been struck by a tornado from above, either caving in or bursting open with deep pits. Most of the moss did not even have time to wail, they were shredded by the crescent moon blades and vanished without a trace. However, this made the road ahead of the carriage even more treacherous, forcing the Sleipnir to leap again and again to clear each new pit. Kaya. A chorus of girly screams rang out from inside the airborne carriage, making quite a lively scene. Oi! Watch where you're going, Riezel. Even Oberon could not take it anymore and yelled at Riezel, who was flying through the air. Riezel, however, turned a deaf ear and remained indifferent. If not for the fact that people like Artoria and Mash would likely not want to see Norwich fall during this calamity, he would have simply used teleportation magic to send everyone to safety, rather than having to clear a path like this. Besides, things were not easy for him either. Even though he was flying above, Riezel himself had become a living target. If he was not careful, the cursed magic projectiles shooting at him from all directions would surely blow him away. Because of that, Riezel was now dodging barrages from all sides while clearing the path for the others, leaving him no time to worry about the road. Not to mention, once he got Artoria and the others out of the encirclement, he still had other things he wanted to do. At this point, Riezel ignored Oberon's shouting and raised Hermit again, but... Suddenly, Riezel's eyes narrowed. Boom. A deafening, explosive sound ripped through the air as a figure burst out of space and charged at terrifying speed toward them. Riezel Brynhart. A furious roar, filled with anger and hatred, rang out as the attacker raised his claws and struck at Riezel, breaking the sound barrier. Asterisk ding. Asterisk. A bell-like metallic clash exploded in the air, mingling with the shockwave. Woodwoes. Oberon saw the attacker's true form and shouted his name. Chapter 538, Your era is long over. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Consecutive harsh sounds produced by a sword fiercely grinding against sharp claws resounded. Above Norwich, Riezel hovered in the air, raising Hermit in his hand to block the terrifying attack that created the piercing sonic boom. Woodwoe swung his claws, which landed on Hermit and scraped violently against it. Sparks burst between the two, Riezel and Woodwoe staring at each other through the rain of sparks, blade, and claws, one's gaze filled with cold indifference, the other's with murderous intent. Bang. In the next moment, a shockwave knocked them both back, one flying violently into the distance, the other dropping from the sky, landing hard atop a building and shattering its roof. Ararg. Woodwose immediately let out a terrifying howl at Riezel in midair that seemed to echo from deep within the planet itself. Not only did it cause this clan head's body to emit intense heat, but it also shook the atmosphere, sending out waves of sound. Frightening magical energy surged from Woodwose's body, sweeping out in all directions like a storm, which not only startled the Sleipnir galloping along the ruined road, forcing it to stop in its tracks and tremble uncontrollably, but also made those who exited the carriage feel a shudder in their hearts and cold sweat appear on their foreheads. Is that the head of the Fong clan, the hero who once vanquished the king of the Moss 1,000 years ago? Da Vinci's face was full of shock. So strong. Masha's grip on her shield tightened until her knuckles turned white. It's not good, really not good. Tristan's closed eyes opened wide, his handsome face turning pale. Why is he here? Even Artoria, who had already witnessed the terror of Woodwose, found her breath catching, her heart deeply shaken. Damn it, things are already a mess, and now that bastard Woodwose has to jump in too. Oberon couldn't help but curse. Swish, 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 swish. In that moment, as streaks of wind-breaking sounds rang out one after another, elite fairies of the Fong clan appeared and landed around the carriage, surrounding Artoria and the others. All these fairies were robust and radiated powerful auras. Even though they were not as formidable as Woodwose, they were far stronger than the Fong clan guards under Spriggan. While Spriggan's guards were generously paid, the Fong clan's main settlement was in Oxford, and with Woodwose as their head, the elites gathered under him were naturally of higher quality than ordinary Fong clan fairies, far beyond the average fairy. Needless to say, Woodwose was clearly taking things seriously this time, as the number of Fong clan fairies who followed him out was not only large, but even the weakest among them could rival level 6. In such circumstances, Artoria and the others grew tense, having no choice but to shift their focus and face the encircling fairies on high alert. Riezel saw this scene and instinctively wanted to rush down, but before he could, Woodwose moved first. Your opponent is me. With a low growl, Woodwose crushed the building beneath his feet, shooting forward like a bullet tearing through space, hurtling straight toward Riezel. Ding! Another loud, bell-like clash rang out as Woodwose's claws struck the raised black sword, sending Riezel flying backward at high speed from the impact. You really are hard to shake off. Riezel spoke calmly to Woodwose through the exploding sparks. Shut up. Woodwose roared in anger. You've become Her Majesty's husband, yet you're still running away with that country bumpkin girl. You've disgraced Her Majesty's name. Even if you hide in the deepest depths of the earth, I will dig you out, rip out your heart, cut off your head, and wash away the shame you've brought to Britain. Shame. Riezel couldn't help but sneer. Does Britain even care about that anymore? Which fairy in this country hasn't done something wrong? Which one isn't disliked? Even Morgan herself is seen by the fairies as a witch who threatens Britain, right? And you, Woodwose, do you really think you're innocent? Are you really upholding Britain's legitimacy? Forget it. Your era is long over. Now, you're just an old relic being replaced by the fairy knights. Do you still think you're a hero? Wake up, that was all 1,000 years ago. You should realize it's all in the past by now. Every one of Riezel's sharp words struck directly at Woodwose's sore spots. Shut up. Woodwose's face twisted, his roar fierce and monstrous. You, those damned fairy knights, you're all so disgusting I can't stand the sight of you. I will kill you. And sooner or later, I'll kill Gawain and Lancelot too. Child of prophecy. Fairy knight. I, Woodwose, am the one Britain truly needs. You low-born fairies with mysterious backgrounds, don't get too cocky. As Woodwose roared, the heat radiating from his entire body grew even more terrifying, twisting the surrounding air and making his attacks even more frenzied. Boom. A storm created by his claws erupted in midair, rushing at Riezel and sweeping out in all directions, slicing through building after building. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Clang, cling, clang, cling. A translucent light flickered in Riezel's eyes as he turned into a trail of fire, swiftly retreating. At the same time, he swung Hermit, using the smallest movements and least force to deflect each of the incoming claws. As the sound of metal clashing filled the skies above Norwich, it drew the attention of countless moss, who crawled toward the commotion. Riezel and Woodwose became two streaks of light, chasing and colliding in the sky above Norwich, unleashing countless shockwaves, blade slashes, and claw strikes, leaving destruction in their wake. Countless buildings suffered as a result, either shattered by shockwaves or destroyed by the collateral impact, collapsing on the spot, with thunderous crashes and clouds of dust erupting in every direction throughout Norwich. Riezel. Artoria instinctively wanted to rush after him, but she failed to catch up. Swish. A Fong clan fairy suddenly lunged at Artoria from behind, his sharp claws swiping toward her head. Watch out. At the critical moment, Mash stepped forward just in time and protected Artoria with her shield. Bang. In that instant, the claws struck the shield hard, but were instantly deflected. Bang. At the same time, Da Vinci's mechanical arm attacked and sent the fairy flying. Swish, swish, swish. Seemingly provoked, the rest of the Fang clan fairies darted out silently, charging toward Artoria and Mash. Ting-ling-ling. Tristan's harp was finally played, sending countless invisible blades surging toward those fairies. Clang. Cling. Bang. All the Fang clan fairies immediately showed their extraordinary strength, responding to Tristan's attacks. Some used their claws, others their fists, and some even their fangs to block attacks that should have been invisible. Artoria. Oberon called out, shouting hurriedly. Riezel's all right. Let's worry about ourselves first. In his view, there was actually nothing wrong on Riezel's side, and in fact, the real problem was with their own group. Woodwose was indeed powerful, since a returned A-ray like him was no different from an A-ray born directly from the inner sea of the planet. As the Archduke of Exhaust Heat, he possessed the lungs of the planet, also called the organs of the exhaust heat of the planet, an authority from one of the A-rays that dealt with the waste heat of the planet. However, since Riezel could defeat Gawain and repel the Beast of Cherishment, who was one of the evils of humanity, he should not be at a disadvantage even against Woodwose. On the other hand, their own group was in a much worse situation. Oberon himself was basically just an accessory, still needing to look after Ritsuka. Among the remaining four, Artoria was not particularly strong, Da Vinci was a technical staff, and the only real combatants were Mash and Tristan. Facing so many elite fairies of the Fang clan, with such a lineup, was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Don't rush out no matter what. Tristan said gravely. I can only deal with about 4 at a time. If there are more than 5, it gets dangerous. If anyone leaves the group on their own, they'll definitely get surrounded by more than 10 fairies at once. He simply could not block that many attacks from the Fang clan fairies, so they absolutely could not act recklessly. I can only handle 2 or 3 at most. Any more and I won't make it. Da Vinci looked just as serious. Mash did not say anything and only gripped her shield tightly, her eyes full of resolve. Among everyone present, she was probably the only one who could block the attacks from multiple elite Fang clan fairies at once, so she absolutely had to take on the main role and protect everyone. Riezel. Artoria realized how dire the situation was. She glanced worriedly in the direction of the roaring sounds, then took a deep breath and raised the staff of selection. That's right, Riezel will definitely be fine on his own. We can't have any problems on our side either. Artoria thought with resolve, then shouted loudly. I'll strengthen everyone. Let's break through together. Hearing this, everyone nodded firmly, and soon, magical energy began to rise from each of them. Swish, 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 swish. Paying no attention to all this, the fairies of the Fang clan charged forward once more with a piercing sound. Boom. In the distance, Riezel and Woodwose's battle had also reached a fever pitch, throwing all of Norwich into chaos. Chapter 539, Clash of Beliefs. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, evening palace. Riezel's IAI slash, so fast that it was almost impossible to see the blade, flashed through the sky. Whoosh. Waves of flame surged along the path of the slash, raising the temperature around Hermit, making the constant heat radiating from it far stronger than usual. Over Norwich, with a sky filled with a cursed atmosphere, Riezel silently unleashed this slash that cut toward the wide-eyed Woodwose like moonlight. Clang. In his haste, Woodwose could only raise both arms to protect his head, causing Hermit, aimed at his neck, to strike his arms instead, producing a violent metallic crash. Boom. Immediately afterward, Woodwose gathered magical energy without hesitation, condensing a current like a lightning bolt in his hands that soon transformed into a sharp thunder spear, which he hurled fiercely at Riezel. A flash of clarity appeared in Riezel's eyes, and a burst of fire flickered across his body. In an instant, his speed surged, and at the last possible moment, he twisted his body at an impossible angle and reaction speed, dodging the thunder spear that shot straight at him. Boom. Woodwose's thunder spear struck a nearby building, exploding with a roar and reducing the structure to rubble. Moon breathing, second form, pearl flower moon gazing. Following the momentum of his dodge, Riezel spun and unleashed 2 flaming crescent moon blades in Woodwose's direction. Bang, bang. Swift and unstoppable, the 2 crescent moon blades slammed into Woodwose, who could not react in time and was sent flying. Moon breathing, third form, loathsome moon, chains. Moon breathing, sixth form, perpetual night, lonely moon, incessant. Riezel pressed the advantage, unleashing 2 more sword forms in succession. 2 crescent moon blades, along with countless interwoven slashes, chased after Woodwose. Bang, 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 bang. Riezel's crescent moon blades struck Woodwose again and again, battering him as if he had been struck by lightning. Explosions erupted across his body, and the force of the blows sent him flying even faster. Boom, 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 boom. Woodwose's body tore through the air, causing sonic booms, and crashed into building after building, shattering each one and leaving them to collapse in ruins. Bas, Teard. As Riezel's relentless assault left him with almost no chance to fight back, Woodwose, enraged, let out a furious roar, sending shards of stone and debris flying in every direction. Curse you, child of prophecy. Barely regaining his footing, Woodwose burst through the ruins of a collapsed building, his feet tearing furrows in the ground as he charged at Riezel like a furious storm. As Woodwose rammed straight toward Riezel in a blind rage, his attack had already been seen through by Riezel's transparent world. Moon breathing, fifth form, moon spirit calamitous eddy. Riezel spun again, making hermit slash in a circle around him. A massive vortex of crescent moon blades immediately formed, surrounding Riezel. Bang. Woodwose, still charging forward, slammed into the vortex and was thrown aside by the swirling winds. Useless. Riezel's voice remained unnaturally calm. You can't even get close to me. As he spoke, he raised hermit high and brought it down on Woodwose once more. Moon breathing, 10th form, drilling slashes, moon through bamboo leaves. In that instant, 3 gigantic, rotating, circular saw-like slashes shot out, destroying everything in their path. The ground was cleaved open, sliced into several massive sections. Such slashes, such destructive power, it was hard to believe a single, unassuming black sword produced them. Yet, this was exactly what made moon breathing so unique. Its attack speed was fast, and its range was wide. In fact, apart from the first few sword forms, more than 10 out of the 16 sword forms of moon breathing possessed attack ranges that could rival the area of effect of ranged offensive magic, granting even a level 5 Kokusabu the ability to cause large-scale destruction with ease. For that reason, when it came to clearing a path or wiping out a large number of enemies, Riezel chose to use moon breathing. In this battle against Woodwose, Riezel also used sun breathing to support moon breathing, resulting in attack speed and range far beyond what sun breathing alone could achieve. As a result, even though Woodwose looked fierce, in reality, he was constantly being overwhelmed by Riezel. It was not that moon breathing was stronger than sun breathing, but rather that, against an opponent like Woodwose, moon breathing held the advantage. Woodwose's strength lay in the divine protection of a great fairy, allowing him almost to ignore all attacks that hit his body. Yes, his strength was considerable, but his defense and speed far surpassed his physical power, making him like an impenetrable steel wall. Facing such an opponent, only superior speed and a wider range of attacks could suppress him, which was why Riezel did not switch to the more powerful sun breathing, but instead continued to use a combination of sun breathing and moon breathing to unilaterally overpower Woodwose. Reality proved that Riezel's choice was correct. Against moon breathing's lightning-fast, wide-ranging slashes, Woodwose had almost no chance to fight back. However, don't underestimate me. As Woodwose was engulfed by the massive crescent moon blades, he let out a furious roar that blew away all the smaller crescent moon blades that had swallowed him, dispersing them completely in an instant. TCH. Riezel clicked his tongue upon seeing the scene. Still as tough as before, hard as a turtle, can't even break through his defense, huh? He was truly troubled by this. During their last battle, Riezel had actually managed to suppress Woodwose a bit, as the relentless attacks with sun breathing had forced Woodwose to scream in pain, yet he still failed to take him down. And this time, Riezel was undoubtedly stronger than before. He had even mastered a new explosive speed technique by mixing breathing styles with sun breathing, making his suppression over Woodwose even more obvious. Yet even so, he still could not break through Woodwose's defense or actually injure him. As a returned A-Ray, Woodwose had once subdued even the Great Calamity 1,000 years ago, and had succeeded in slaying the previous king of the Moss, whom the former head of the Fawn clan could not defeat. Needless to say, this showed that the divine protection granted to this aged Briton hero was simply too powerful. Gawain, after breaking off her own horn, also experienced an atavistic transformation and became close to an A-Ray, but she did not have such troublesome divine protection, which showed that even among A-Ray, Woodwose's kind of divine protection was rare. Under such circumstances, even if Riezel could suppress Woodwose, he still could not finish him off. Who do you think I am? I am Her Majesty's most trusted hero, the strongest warrior who protects this Britain. As long as I'm here, you can forget about overthrowing Her Majesty or the rule of Britain. I am the sharpest sword guarding this Britain. Woodwose's eyes turned blood-red as he stepped out of the shattered pit created by the crescent moon blades, roaring at Riezel with every step. Is that so? Riezel looked at Woodwose with a chilling gaze. In my eyes, you're just a fool blinded by the glory of the past. Fairy Britain is destined for change, and this has nothing to do with Morgan or the Child of Prophecy. From the very beginning, when this island first emerged, all the fairies and everything here have been built on the ugliest of sins. No matter how much Morgan and you might try to maintain it, it's destined to be cleansed and corrected. Riezel's words made Woodwose's chest heave violently. He did not understand the meaning behind Riezel's words, nor did he care what kind of earth-shattering secret was hidden within. He only knew that the man before him was an enemy, a villain who threatened his queen and country. As a result, no matter what Riezel wanted to do or say, it would not change what Woodwose had to do. You should not exist in Britain. You do not belong here. Her Majesty is far too naive, wanting to make someone like you a prince consort, her husband. She must be out of her mind. Only I am the one suited to be the king of Britain. I will never let you go. I cannot let you live. I will not allow you to survive. If Her Majesty refuses to give the order to kill, then let me do it. As he spoke, the heat radiating from Woodwose became more terrifying and intense than ever. I will definitely kill you. Boom. With a furious roar, Woodwose gathered all his magical energy, turning it into a storm of heat as he charged at Riezel, tearing up the ground along the way. Moon breathing, 14th form, catastrophe, 10-man crescent moon. Riezel suddenly swung hermit, unleashing countless gigantic crescent moon blades. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. They became another storm, sweeping through everything before him and tearing apart a wide area, including Woodwose, in their overwhelming onslaught. Boom. However, Woodwose, wrapped in his storm of heat, actually tore through the countless gigantic crescent moon blades, using one storm to break another, his crimson eyes crashing into Riezel. Riezel's expression shifted slightly as he immediately tried to activate teleportation magic to escape. Don't even think about running. It was as if Woodwose had seen right through Riezel's next move. He suddenly stomped the ground, shattering it completely. Boom. With a deafening roar, the entire ground seemed to explode, spraying mud and sand high into the air. Caught off guard by the surging flood of mud and sand, Riezel's teleportation magic was interrupted, and he was sent flying. Aarg. Woodwose roared as he burst through the flood of mud and, under Riezel's rapidly narrowing gaze, slammed heavily into him. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the storm of heat drove the sword-wielding swordsman forward, smashing through countless buildings and sweeping numerous moss into it, turning them all to ash in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the city of Norwich trembled as if hit by an earthquake, shaking for a long time without stopping. Chapter 540, You Really Can't Say You Died for Nothing. Boom. After an unknown number of deafening crashes, the destruction of the buildings finally came to a halt. At this moment, the thick dust stirred up by the collapse of an entire row of buildings began to rise into the air, forming a dragon of smoke that lingered for a long time. At the end of this smoke and the line of collapsed buildings, Woodwose, his entire body radiating heat, held Riezel up with one hand, clutching his neck. It's over, child of prophecy. While gasping for breath, Woodwose bared his teeth and spoke with a vicious snarl. Riezel, suspended in Woodwose's grip, was soaked in blood and covered in wounds. It was clear at a glance that he was on the verge of death, barely hanging on. Poochie. Without a hint of hesitation, Woodwose crushed the neck he was holding, then swung his claws, slamming them into Riezel's body with overwhelming force, severing his upper torso in an instant. A torrent of blood splattered onto the ground, dyeing it red, while the lower half of the corpse dropped like garbage to the floor, completely devoid of any aura. Huff. 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 Woodwose panted as he stared at the severed body at his feet, then suddenly began to laugh. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I won. I'm the one who won. I finally killed him. Woodwose laughed toward the sky. As expected, I am the strongest warrior in fairy Britain. Gawain. Lancelot. The guy you all couldn't defeat has now been killed by me. I'm the only one truly worthy of Her Majesty. I'm the only one who can become king of Britain. I, Woodwose, am the strongest. It was as if all the frustration that had built up over the years had finally been swept away. At this moment, Woodwose felt utterly exhilarated, his spirits soaring as his emotions ran wild. As for what might happen after killing Morgan's husband, whether he would face her wrath when he returned, such things were no longer on Woodwose's mind. Even though Morgan's order had always been to capture Riezel alive, Woodwose never intended to comply. From the very start, he had come here to kill Riezel. Now, he had finally succeeded. Just as Woodwose was laughing non-stop at his victory, an anomaly occurred. Poochie. Along with the strange sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh, a wave of intense pain shot up from Woodwose's back, turning his laughter into a howl of agony. Wah-tee. Woodwose's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind going blank. There were two reasons for his disbelief. One was the sudden, unexpected attack, while the other was the fact that his divine protection had been broken. Soon, a voice Woodwose knew all too well, and hated, sounded calmly from behind him. Confidence is a good thing, but when you have too much of it, it becomes an undeniable flaw. Don't you think so? Oh, self-proclaimed King of Britain. Upon hearing these words, Woodwose's widened eyes grew even wider before fury exploded within him. Aarg. Boom. With a furious shout, Woodwose spun around and swung his claws at whoever was behind him. The force of his strike smashed the ground, sending a massive shockwave surging through the air. But before Woodwose's attack could land, the assailant darted back at lightning speed, easily dodging the blow. Riezel Brynhart. Feeling the searing pain in his back, Woodwose roared in rage. He was both enraged and confused. Why? Why is he still alive? Haven't I just killed him? With this thought, Woodwose instinctively glanced at the pool of blood behind him, and in that instant, his pupils shrank. Before his eyes was nothing at all. Whether it was the blood or the severed corpse, everything had vanished as if it had never existed. Standing before him, Riezel was not only completely unharmed, but a pendant on his neck was glowing with light. Needless to say, the pendant was none other than Divine Mellow. Clearly, at the moment Woodwose launched his attack, Riezel had activated Divine Mellow's first ability, completely isolating himself from the outside world and entering an invincible state. As a result, while Woodwose's attack appeared overwhelming and terrifying, it ultimately failed to harm Riezel. It's just an illusion. What's there to be so surprised about? Faced with Woodwose's shock and suspicion, Riezel's voice rang out, utterly calm. Your divine protection is indeed very powerful, almost made my magic useless. But as long as the magic's target isn't you, my magic still works. And the illusion just now was a kind of magic that deceived vision and senses. It didn't act directly on you, but created a hallucination right in front of you. So, everything you saw was just an illusion. How is it? Surprised, aren't you? Riezel's calm words, without the slightest hint of mockery, still gave Woodwose the greatest shock. Bastard. Woodwose flew into a rage and took a step, ready to charge at Riezel right away. However, just as he took his first step, Woodwose felt a wave of intense pain all over his body, as if he had lost all his strength, and he dropped to his knees uncontrollably. What is this? Only then did Woodwose realize that at some point, a wave of darkness had appeared on his body. It was Moss's curse. Woodwose's expression changed drastically. Yes. What appeared on his body was Moss's curse. He had been infected by the curse of the moss. Don't tell me. As if realizing something, Woodwose jerked his head up and looked at Riezel, his voice filled with shock and anger. Seems like you already know what that is. Riezel replied calmly. Yeah, I collected Moss's curse, just for you. Looking closely, there was a short dagger stabbed into Woodwose's back. If Artoria were here, she would have recognized the dagger immediately. It was the short dagger Riezel had obtained in the village of Tintagel, or more precisely, from the blacksmith Hector, who lived on the coast near Tintagel. Back then, Riezel had taken Artoria to Hector's workshop, where he had received the dagger and kept it ever since. Of course, what broke through Woodwose's divine protection was not the dagger itself, but the power of the curse gathered on the dagger. Did you think all this time, I never considered how to break through your divine protection? Riezel's voice remained calm, still unruffled. Magic doesn't work on you. Physical attacks can hardly hurt you. In that situation, if I didn't find a way to break your divine protection, then no matter how strong I became, I would never be able to defeat you. Ever since the battle in Salisbury, Riezel understood that another battle with Woodwose was inevitable. Riezel knew well that Woodwose could never not resent him, could never not want to kill him. Honestly, just by looking at Woodwose's past actions, anyone could see that clearly. Of course, Riezel himself also wanted to defeat Woodwose, so during that month in Camelot, he always kept thinking about how to break through Woodwose's divine protection. As a result, Riezel set his sights on something, and that was the curse from the moss. Moss is the natural enemy of fairies. Even though the Fang clan has higher resistance to Moss's curse than other fairies, as a hero who once defeated the king of the moss, you probably wouldn't be infected by ordinary moss. However, the moss's restraint against fairies is still an undeniable fact, so I wondered, if I gathered a huge amount of Moss's curse, would I be able to break through a fairy's divine protection? No matter what, Moss's curse should be able to pierce through a fairy's divine protection. Even the divine protection of a great fairy is no exception. Riezel fixed his gaze on Woodwose, and finally, a smile appeared on his face. And your current condition proved my theory was correct. Even the great fairy divine protection possessed by a returned A-ray can be broken, as long as the moss's curse is strong and plentiful enough. I mean, the source of this curse resents no one more than the original 6 A-ray of Fairy Britain, so how could it not work against a returned A-ray like you? Riezel ignored the secrets he had just let slip and walked toward Woodwose. Surprised. Someone who once defeated the king of the moss ends up being defeated by Moss's curse. In a way, you could call it karma. You really can't say you died for nothing. As Riezel spoke, Woodwose could barely hear any of it now. At this moment, the curse flooding into his body from the wound in his back had already begun to erode his flesh, infecting his magical energy, plunging his vision into total darkness. Ugh. Aeroford. Endless darkness and agony flooded over Woodwose in that instant, making him let out a miserable scream. However, even his scream had changed. It was no longer the ferocious roar of a beast, but a formless, resentful wail. It was the sound of the moss. Now, the hero of Fairy Britain, the head of the Fawn clan, the one called the Archduke of Exhaust Heat, was slowly transforming into a moss. He was undergoing moss's infection. He was undergoing moss's assimilation. Soon enough, the curse-laden magical energy erupted from Woodwow's body like a tidal wave, twisting his werewolf form until he seemed about to become some kind of soft-bodied creature. It was easy to imagine, with Woodwow's strength, if he became a moss, this moss would be immensely powerful. Perhaps Woodwow's would even become the next king of the moss, which was not impossible. Unfortunately, he never got the chance. Splurt. A flash of fire flickered beside Woodwow's, and a blazing slash tore through the air, severing his neck. Woodwow's scream was cut off instantly. Click. Riezel, who had appeared behind Woodwow's at some unknown moment, slowly sheathed his sword. Soon after, Woodwow's head tumbled to the ground. Your Majesty. Amidst faint sobbing, Fairy Britain's former hero turned to ashes and scattered, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 541, Fear. Helplessness. Despair. With Woodwow's death, the great battle that had brought disaster to the entire city of Norwich finally came to an end. On the battlefield that had turned into ruins, Riezel turned back, gazing at the ash-like remnants of Woodwow's as they dissipated into the air, remaining silent for a long time. It was not until he knew how much time had passed that Riezel finally murmured to himself. So, you could cry after all. After leaving these words behind, Riezel turned around, preparing to leave this place. Now was not the time for him to linger. Although Woodwow's had already been dealt with, the elite fairies of the Fawn clan brought by Woodwow's were still in Norwich, fighting against Artoria and the others. Each of those fairies was remarkably strong. Individually, one or two of them might not match Artoria and the others, but with so many of them, even with Mash and Tristan, the two knights of the Round Table, on their side, it would still be difficult. Furthermore, since the calamity was still ongoing, if Riezel did not go over there soon, given enough time, even if Artoria and the others were not killed by the fairies brought by Woodwow's, they would be swallowed up by the moss that continued to surge into Norwich. Knowing this, Riezel had to hurry over and deal with all those fairies from the Fawn clan. However, just as he was about to activate teleportation magic and head to Artoria's side, a shocking sense of dread suddenly surged up from deep within his heart. Riezel's expression changed dramatically, and he turned sharply, looking toward the direction of Norwich's port. In the next second, a massive black shadow appeared there. Riezel stared intently at that shadow, and after a moment, he whispered. Finally arrived, huh? At the same time, Artoria and the others also sensed that something was off. Just as Riezel had expected, the group was struggling as they fought against the elite fairies of the Fawn clan. Clang. Clang. One Fawn clan fairy after another transformed into afterimages, continuously pouncing toward the carriage, their claws slashing at the shield Mash had raised, sending out blinding sparks as they struck the massive black cross-shaped shield. Mash firmly blocked all the fairies' attacks, even if some tried to get around her and attack from behind, they were driven back by long-range attacks coming from the rear. Ting-ling-ling. Tristan had already lost count of how many times he had strummed his harp, unleashing invisible attacks again and again, slicing through the air with a constant swish sound. Boom. Meanwhile, the missiles in Da Vinci's backpack seemed to have run out. She could only extend mechanical arms from her bag, using them to strike at the approaching fairies, but her attacks were repeatedly dodged by the agile fairies, leaving deep pits in the ground wherever they landed. Boom. On the other hand, Artoria's magical bomb exploded as intended, forcing many of the fairies back with its blast. Every now and then, she would also raise the Staff of Selection, firing beams of light that plowed through the ground toward the Fawn clan's formation, causing considerable destruction. At a glance, it seemed like the group was still managing to hold their own, but if one observed closely, it became clear that Artoria and the others were not in good condition. Da Vinci had used up all her missiles, Tristan's fingers were bleeding, and Artoria's magical energy appeared to be running low. As a result, their attacks grew weaker and less forceful as time passed. In contrast, the fairies of the Fawn clan, who had come with Woodwow's, were not simply charging in mindlessly at Artoria and the others. Instead, they switched out and rotated their positions and angles of attack from time to time, making their offense appear extremely well organized. Seeing this, Oberon, who had been sitting in the driver's seat of the carriage, could not help but curse aloud. Damn it. They're dragging us out on purpose. They're trying to wear us down. Indeed, one could tell just by looking at the mocking expressions that never left the faces of the Fawn clan fairies. They were deliberately stalling for time. They were deliberately exhausting their enemies. They were toying with Artoria and the others, savoring the process of pushing their foes slowly into despair. They were also waiting for the moss to come and encircle Artoria and the others, waiting for Woodwow's to return victorious. In short, they had no thought that they might lose, and so, like cats playing with mice, they toyed with everyone at their own pace. And it had to be said, their tactics were very effective. Outnumbered and constantly forced to resist the enemy's attacks, everyone except the endurance-strong Mash inevitably began to show signs of exhaustion, unable to maintain their best condition as they were gradually worn down. No, this can't go on any longer. Tristan's expression turned grim. He opened his eyes wide, scanning all around, trying to find a weak spot in the enemy encirclement. If only Master were here. Da Vinci naturally realized how bad the situation was and could not help but give a bitter smile. If Ritsuka were awake now, with his command spells and magical energy as support, their situation would have been much better. Everyone. Hold on a little longer. Mash raised her shield, calling out to her companions behind her without turning her head. Artoria gritted her teeth and forced out more magical energy to continue her attack. Among the group, she had the highest magical energy consumption, having to fight back with magecraft while also maintaining reinforcement on everyone. If not for ringing the second bell of pilgrimage, which greatly increased her magical energy, she probably would have collapsed by now. If this kept up, defeat was only a matter of time. TCH, is this the end? Oberon, who had been looking for a way out, seemed to see everyone's doom ahead. He saw a new horde of moss swarming in from the other side of the road. As for how many, Oberon could not even be bothered to count. 500. 700. 1,000. It did not matter. They were so densely packed that he could not possibly count them, and it would be all too easy for them to drown everyone here. Prepare to retreat. At the same time, the fairies of the Fong clan had also noticed the arrival of the moss, and their leader shouted for everyone to retreat. Since they still had plenty of strength left, they could leap away with ease as soon as the moss closed in, leaving Artoria and the others behind for the moss to deal with. That had been their plan from the start. With the calamity of Norwich already erupting, they had no intention of fighting the enemy seriously in a place like this. Even if they could win, it would cost them too much, and there was a chance the moss might ultimately threaten them. That was why they had chosen this way of fighting. For the Fong clan, who were never good with their heads and only spoke with violence, this was already pretty roundabout. It also proved that fairies truly felt a kind of instinctive fear or dread toward the moss, to the point that even the always brutish Fong clan had to resort to cunning. All Artoria and the others could do was watch as the fairies of the Fong clan started to ease up their attacks, dragging them out to prevent escape, while also slowly retreating and getting ready to leap onto nearby buildings and flee using the rooftops as platforms. Bastards. Oberon cursed again, gripping his reins and getting ready to charge forward at any moment, when suddenly. Moon-breathing, 16th form, Moonbow, half-moon. A figure suddenly appeared behind the fairies of the Fong clan and, in an instant, swung a black sword, slashing out several enormous crescent moon blades that fell from above like tornadoes descending from the sky, shattering the ground and sweeping over the fairies. Swish, 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 swish. With the swirling of the crescent moon blades, not only was the ground shattered, but the fairies caught within were torn apart as if they had been thrown into a meat grinder, their bodies instantly ripped open. Aerarg. Screams burst from the mouths of the fairies, whose faces had just been twisted with mockery. They were immediately thrown into chaos, either slaughtered on the spot or blasted away along with the shattered ground. Just like that, the elite fairies of the Fong clan, who had given Artoria and the others such a hard time, were wiped out with a single strike. Riezel. Mr. Riezel. Both Artoria and Mash felt their spirits lift as they cried out. Huff. Ha. Da Vinci and Tristan let out a breath at the same time, knowing their crisis was finally over. You won. Oberon's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. What about Woodwose? It was clear that he cared a lot about Woodwose's whereabouts, knowing that Woodwose was the most dangerous enemy. If Woodwose were not dealt with, their crisis might not truly be over. However, Riezel gave no response to Oberon's question. Go. He wasted no time and simply spoke to everyone. Something truly troublesome has appeared. At these words, everyone froze for a moment and then felt their hearts tremble. A primal sense of dread, as if triggered by some unspeakable horror, made everyone's eyes widen. What's that? Following her instincts, Artoria looked in a certain direction, her voice trembling as she spoke to whatever appeared there. In the next moment, the others also looked over, and in that instant, they all stopped breathing. At this moment, all the fairies and humans in Norwich saw it. They saw the filthiest, most disgusting, and most terrifying being in this world. From the direction of Norwich's port, countless moss surged out from the sea, and at some point, a gigantic shadow had silently emerged. It had two massive antlers like those of a deer. Its body towered into the clouds, reaching straight into the sky. It was a pure black, indescribable entity standing in the sea, an unknown creature made up of nothing but overwhelming magical energy and an ominous aura. Fear. Helplessness. Despair. All kinds of negative emotions spread outward from it, engulfing Norwich in a pitch-black curse. Chapter 542, Farewell. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. Of course, this was definitely not because Riezel had activated time magic. When that pure black monster with antlers emerged from the sea and, surrounded by countless moss, began to move slowly toward Norwich, every remaining living being in Norwich, whether human or fairy, without exception, became completely unable to move. Ah! Some began to weep, standing there in a daze with their mouths hanging open, howling helplessly. Eek! Some, as if suffering a mental attack, vomited on the spot. Some screamed in delayed terror. Some tried desperately to flee as if trapped in a nightmare. Only the moss crawled through the streets of Norwich, their bodies writhing as if welcoming something, the rhythm and frequency of their movements gradually synchronized, creating an eerie spectacle. Under these circumstances, even Artoria, Mash, Da Vinci, and Tristan stood frozen in place, staring at that pure black, antlered monster, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Don't look at that thing. In that moment, Oberon's voice finally rang out. That thing will mess up your mind if you look at it. Quickly, avert your eyes. Oberon's voice was full of panic and urgency. Riezel, on the other hand, went a step further and cast magic on everyone. Lion's Heart. It was a magic that could eliminate the state of fear and grant complete resistance to fear. Riezel cast this magic on everyone present, finally allowing them to break free from their fear, but even after escaping the fear, they inevitably fell into chaos. What is that? Artoria shouted, her voice much louder than usual. Is that, also moss? Mash looked utterly incredulous. I see, so that is the calamity. Da Vinci's face was full of bitterness. If that thing enters Norwich, the entire city will be destroyed, right? Tristan spoke in a low voice, as if witnessing a nightmare. What appeared before them was something so terrifying and confusing that it drove everyone to panic. Even Chaldea's group, who had traveled through many singularities and lost belts and witnessed all kinds of bizarre phenomena, as well as Tristan, who in life had fought alongside King Arthur and the other knights of the Round Table, instinctively understood one thing the moment they saw that monster. They understood the monster before them was unbeatable, this alone, they could be absolutely certain of. Moreover, as it appeared, everyone, including Artoria, realized something else. Norwich was probably doomed, this was the first thought in everyone's mind. Now's not the time to space out. Let's get out of here first. Among them, only Riezel remained calm, standing there and addressing everyone with utter composure. In the next moment, Riezel activated his magic. Gate. A small black spot appeared in the space before them, gradually growing larger and becoming even darker. A circular portal of darkness opened. Riezel had finally used the greatest teleportation magic, preparing to send everyone away. Go inside. Riezel gave Artoria a gentle push, trying to get her through the portal, but at that moment, as expected, Artoria resisted. No. If only we leave. If you can't even save the people beside you, you have no right to save anyone else. Artoria had just started to speak when Riezel suddenly cut her off with another remark. Do you really think you can save Norwich with your current ability? Riezel stared straight at Artoria and spoke bluntly. I know, you'll definitely say that even if you can't save them, you should at least try, right? But have you ever thought about this? Once you decide to do that, everyone around you will follow you into it. You can risk your own life to save others, but are you willing to risk your companions' lives just to save a bunch of fairies you don't even know are worth saving? Riezel's harsh words left Artoria speechless on the spot. Mr. Riezel, we. Mash seemed to want to say something as well, but was stopped by Riezel. You're all good people, unwilling to just watch lives perish before your eyes. I understand that. It was precisely because of this that Chaldea could save humanity and proper human history again and again. However, Riezel still wanted to say one more thing. Even if you have to make this kind of decision, you should at least wait until your master wakes up. He is still unconscious, and his life is completely entrusted to all of you. If you make a single wrong move, not only will you all be in trouble, but Fujimaru Ritsuka will also remain in an eternal sleep, never waking up again. Are you all really fine with that? Riezel's rather pressing words left Mash completely speechless. Go. Leave from here. Riezel pointed in the direction of the portal and spoke to everyone. If you all leave quietly right now and don't waste time, I can open a few more portals like this to send more survivors out. If you keep hesitating and delaying like this, more people will only end up dead. As soon as Riezel finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. Yeah, let's not waste any more time here. Oberon said hurriedly. Only if we leave can Riezel go and save others. He has teleportation magecraft. Even if that monster breaks into Norwich, he has ways to escape easily. He's the only one who can stay behind and save people, this is the best choice. Upon hearing this, everyone glanced at each other. Although they still hesitated a bit, they were clearly convinced. Let's go. Da Vinci finally spoke. Riezel's approach is right. If we keep staying here and wasting his time, it will only lead to more people being unable to be saved. With that, she took the lead and climbed into the carriage first, as if to dispel everyone else's hesitation. "Please take care, Sir Brynhart." Tristan spoke next, earnestly saying this to Riezel before following Da Vinci into the carriage. "Please be careful." Mash still looked a bit hesitant, but with both Da Vinci and Tristan already in action, and thinking about their master in the carriage, she struggled for a moment, then finally looked at Riezel with a worried face for a while before getting into the carriage. Only Artoria was left, staring straight at Riezel, just standing there, not moving at all. "Artoria." Oberon could not help but call out to her, but Artoria ignored him and kept her eyes on Riezel. Riezel knew this fairy girl might have seen through something with her fairy eyes. In the next moment, the words she spoke proved it. "You're coming after us, right?" Artoria looked Riezel right in the eye, as if she wanted to see through his heart. Meeting her gaze, Riezel stayed silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. "I will find you." Hearing these words, Artoria seemed to understand something. Her eyes instantly turned red, but she held it in, wiped the corners of her eyes, and once more turned her gaze to Riezel. "Don't lie to me. If you lie to me, I'll hate you for the rest of my life." Artoria did not ask any questions and just said this one thing. If this had been the Artoria from before, she definitely would not have said something like that, nor would she have chosen not to ask anything at all. Perhaps because of her memories as her proper human history self, this girl now seemed to understand some things, that there are matters that cannot be forced, and some things that have to be done. Riezel met Artoria's gaze, and after a while, he nodded. Artoria looked at him deeply, as if she wanted to remember his face completely. After a while, she turned around and got into the carriage without looking back. "Riezel, we're leaving now." Oberon shouted at Riezel with a serious expression. "You have to catch up with us quickly, Riezel." Leaving these words behind, Oberon flicked the reins, and the white Sleipnir let out a neigh and charged into the portal. Riezel silently watched as Artoria and the others left. "Farewell. Make good use of that Sleipnir. It's yours now." Once the time limit of gate was up and the space returned to normal, Riezel whispered to himself. Riezel permanently summoned the white Sleipnir that pulled the carriage, so it would not disappear due to the summoning magic's time limit or any problem with the summoner. Because a white Sleipnir could be summoned with just a second-tier magic, its requirements for permanent summoning were not harsh, just a bit of gold was enough. For that reason, after realizing he might run into something in Norwich, just in case, Riezel had permanently summoned the white Sleipnir, and the magic used to create the carriage was also a permanent structure system magic from the Akasha continent, so it would not disappear. As a result, Riezel could do whatever he wanted. Lifting his head, Riezel glanced up at the sky. Over there, the vortex of dark clouds was spinning faster and faster, and the magical energy gathering inside was also growing more and more powerful. Almost time. Knowing from the beginning that the vortex was not the calamity, Riezel turned his gaze toward the massive creature walking toward Norwich. A few seconds later, Riezel first cast gate repeatedly, opening several portals in all directions of Norwich as promised, so the panicked fairies could escape however they could, and then sped toward the port. Rumble. At the same time, the vortex in the sky spun even faster, causing the thunder to appear along with it. By the time Riezel arrived at the port of Norwich, a pillar of light suddenly fell from the vortex, covering him and the massive creature, swallowing everything. Chapter 543, Another Timeline. It was a very peculiar feeling. It felt as if he was floating in the air, and someone suddenly pushed him. Riezel only felt that 1 second, he was still in a familiar place, and the next second, his vision blurred, and he was already shoved into an unfamiliar space. If it had been someone else in this situation, they would only have felt a moment of darkness and then nothing more. Only Riezel, because he possessed teleportation magic, could vaguely sense that he had been teleported to another time and space. Yes. Riezel had already left the previous timeline and entered another one. He had not only crossed through space, but also through time. Whether it was teleportation magic or time magic, Riezel had dabbled in both, so he was not unfamiliar with his current situation. Since he had already made some predictions and guesses beforehand, Riezel calmly accepted the current situation and opened his eyes. As soon as Riezel opened his eyes, the first thing that came into view was a shoreline. At this moment, he was standing on an unknown shore, with thick fog all around him. The sound of waves filled his ears. The ocean lay before him. Behind him was a forest. While this place was somewhat similar to the shoreline near the nameless forest, it felt different as well. It could only be described as an unknown shore. Unfortunately, Riezel was not the only one who had come here, there was also a towering shadow reaching into the clouds. Hashtag. Amid an aura of fearsome curses, the antlered monster began to change. Originally, it was just a mass of pitch-black fur, resembling a beast with deer's antlers, but now its body began to writhe, and its trunk started to split. In the blink of an eye, it stretched out numerous branch-like arms, causing its form to change drastically. At this point, it looked less like a monster and more like a plant that was neither tree nor hands. This was the true form of Norwich's calamity, a being formed purely from condensed curses. Boom. When those massive, branch-like hands crashed down from the sky and struck the ground, the unknown shore was shaken. Sand and stones surged. The dense fog was stirred. The ground caved in. The air trembled. The deafening sound echoed across the entire shoreline, even pushing back the crashing waves and stirring up layer upon layer of waves across the sea. Riezel, who looked as tiny as an ant, was attacked by Norwich's calamity without any hesitation, destroying half the shore in the process. Swish. At that moment, a sound broke through the air high above. Riezel, whose figure should have been covered by the cursed hands, now appeared here, floating even higher than the calamity, looking down on the cursed monster that exuded an ominous aura, his eyes filled with coldness. Boom. In the next instant, Riezel shattered the air beneath his feet, turning into a streak of fire and diving down. Burning bones, summer sun. Flames surged, spinning into a fiery vortex, like a tornado of fire descending from the sky and slamming down on the calamity in an instant. Boom. Flames large enough to swallow half a city square exploded on the calamity, but it was like a firework bursting on the giant's body, unable even to force it back a single step. However, this attack clearly provoked the monster, as the countless cursed hands on the calamity became agitated, disturbing the atmosphere as they reached toward Riezel, seemingly ready to grab him. It had to be said, although Norwich's calamity had a simple fighting style, its momentum was truly terrifying. Targeted by those countless cursed hands, Riezel felt as if several giants were hunting him, each one chasing after him and constantly reaching out, as if trying to catch a fly. If he were caught, the consequences were obvious. Moreover, the cursed aura emitted by this calamity continuously affected the mind, though it was unclear if it targeted all living things or just fairies. Fortunately, no matter who it targeted, Riezel, who was completely immune to mental interference, would not be affected, so he turned into a streak of fire, darting back and forth between the many cursed hands, continually evading the calamity's attacks. Triplet maximize magic, brilliant radiance. While constantly evading the grasp of the cursed hands, Riezel also seized the opportunity to unleash holy attribute offensive magic at the calamity. Boom. 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 In an instant, blinding rays of light shot up 3 times in a row from beneath the calamity, engulfing it entirely. It was as if someone underground were firing laser cannons, and the torrent of light struck the calamity again and again, purifying its body. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Swallowed by the flood of light, the calamity began to tremble violently, black smoke rising continuously from its body. As the embodiment of curses, it was naturally vulnerable to holy attribute attacks, suffering extraordinary damage and effects. With the added special damage from Pioneer of the Sun, this monster was being completely countered. Knowing this, Riezel started casting the magic relentlessly. Triplet maximize magic, brilliant radiance. Triplet maximize magic, brilliant radiance. Triplet maximize magic, brilliant radiance. Countless torrents of light erupted beneath the calamity, crashing down upon it over and over, causing the black smoke pouring from its body to become even denser. Riezel seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of magical energy, continually casting holy attribute magic at the calamity. As the damage inflicted on the calamity became overwhelming, it began to go berserk. Its cursed hands moved faster and struck more violently as it attacked, frequently sending out waves of curses, like a demon's lament, blasting toward Riezel. Riezel was well aware that these waves of curses posed a significant threat to him, since this calamity born in Norwich was exceedingly powerful. It was so strong that when Artoria and the others saw it for the first time, their immediate reaction was not to resist, but to helplessly await death. Perhaps it was not as strong as the juvenile beast of cherishment, but in terms of sheer terror, it was easily on par. Its power had definitely surpassed Riezel, though that did not mean it was without weaknesses. Just like the autonomous guardians inside the underground demon beast Yarakalan, and the floor bosses in the world of Danmachi's dungeon, Norwich's calamity possessed tremendous strength, but this was only specialized in 1 or 2 aspects, while other aspects were rather mediocre. For example, the calamity had been moving at an incredibly slow pace from the start, which made its gigantic body nothing more than a living target, completely unable to dodge Riezel's attacks. Yes, its cursed hands were quite fast, but even so, they could not keep up with Riezel's speed, who had mastered burst speed techniques. An opponent like this could not pose a real threat to Riezel and could only serve as a punching bag, gradually worn down and drained of life. In other words, while Norwich's calamity was an invincible monster to others, to Riezel, it was merely a doll with thick skin that would fall after some time. However, the calamity's curse wave attacks were nothing like its own slow movements. Each time a curse wave appeared, it surged fiercely through the cursed hands before shooting at Riezel with astonishing speed, narrowly missing him each time. Given the calamity's strength, if one of its attacks actually struck Riezel, the damage would be on par with a blow from Koyanskaya transformed as the beast of cherishment. Back then, Riezel had nearly been defeated by a single attack from Koyanskaya. If not for his timely use of defensive magic, he would have triggered the second ability of Divine Mellow, causing time to reverse and restoring himself completely. He had already used the first invincibility effect of Divine Mellow during his battle with Woodwoes, so there was no way he wanted to be hit and seriously injured by the calamity now. Energy immunity, negative. At this moment, Riezel cast defensive magic while also activating the effect of the Origin Ring, boosting his strength as he desperately dodged the curse waves. Man and monster engaged in a cataclysmic battle on the shoreline, their clash shaking the very land, splitting the shore, and sending wave after wave crashing, each echoing with thunderous roars. If this battle had taken place in another era, Norwich would have surely suffered the same fate as Salisbury, with half the city reduced to ruins. Fortunately, only the shoreline was involved, so no matter how fiercely they fought, no one else would be affected. In this way, Riezel continued his relentless assault on the gigantic monster, crushing the shore and forcing more and more black smoke from its body. Its frame kept shrinking, and as it grew more frenzied, its attacks became even more savage, with cursed hands and curse waves tearing through the area, even carving a chunk out of the nearby forest. After about 2 hours of this fierce battle, the outcome was finally decided. Boom. With yet another torrent of light, the calamity, now covered in wounds, finally collapsed, toppling like a heavenly pillar and crashing to the ground, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Riezel remained floating high in the sky, surrounded by countless overlapping magic circles, forming a massive dome-shaped three-dimensional magic circle. Its brilliant light illuminated the surroundings. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Struggling to rise and fight back, the calamity let out a peculiar roar, but because of its sluggish movements, Riezel managed to finish the long chant for super tier magic first. Super tier magic, fallen down. Following these words, the dome-shaped, three-dimensional magic circle rapidly expanded around Riezel, and soon, a dazzling, massive pillar of light descended from the sky, crashing down onto the calamity. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. In an instant, the scorching heat evaporated everything, flattening the entire area and leaving nothing behind. Chapter 544, Esk the Savior. Ha. When Riezel descended from the sky and landed on the ground, even he could not help but reveal a trace of exhaustion in his eyes. After an intense battle that had lasted for 2 hours, maintaining sharp focus the entire time without a single break, Riezel still felt somewhat weary. Of course, this fatigue was only a mental one. With the highest rank healing power and spirit healing as his development abilities, both of which could automatically restore his stamina and mind at all times, Riezel had the least to fear from a protracted battle. One could say that once drawn into a battle of attrition, Riezel had an 80% chance of seizing final victory, and the remaining 20% simply accounted for the possibility that his opponent might also be skilled at enduring long, drawn-out battles. Therefore, even after 2 hours of fierce combat, Riezel was still in excellent condition, just a little mentally exhausted. Fighting with a calamity just isn't exciting at all, and it doesn't feel thrilling either. After voicing such a feeling, Riezel turned to look in the direction where Calamity of Norwich had originally been. Over there was nothing left, only a giant crater over a kilometer in diameter remained, its sandy earth showing signs of crystallization. With hot smoke continuously billowing out, a single glance was enough to gauge just how high the temperature inside was. As for the calamity, it had, of course, been completely vaporized to nothing. Whether it was a curse or an ominous aura, under the super tier magic, fallen down, everything had been completely burned away. Click. While sheathing Hermit, Riezel could not help but think to himself. Even though its range still can't compare, just in terms of power, Fallen Down should already be on par with the strategic class magic of the Akasha continent, right? As this thought emerged, Riezel touched one of the rings he wore on his hand. He had to admit, this ring, crafted by Morgan, truly produced astonishing effects. It not only enhanced the power of his magic but also greatly reduced the time required to cast magic. Otherwise, with the excessively long casting time of super tier magic, he would never have been able to use it in combat. Thanks to Morgan's ring, which greatly shortened the casting time, Riezel had managed to unleash such a magic spell in battle. Seizing the moment while the calamity was down, he decisively used super tier magic. And the outcome was satisfying. This strike directly secured Riezel's ultimate victory and brought this fierce battle to a close. Now. You can come out now, right? As Riezel continued to gaze at the deep crater before him, he suddenly spoke these words with an expressionless face. Not long after I started fighting the calamity, you already arrived here and kept watching from the sidelines. Now that the battle's over, the show's finished too. So, shouldn't you come out now? Riezel's words seemed like idle mutterings, carried by the wind to the surroundings. However, the area was utterly silent, with not a single disturbance. Riezel was not impatient and simply remained where he was, waiting quietly for several minutes. Sha. At last, on the unknown shoreline reduced to ruins, a rustling sound came from the unknown forest. A figure parted the underbrush and slowly walked out from the forest. Sorry, I mean no harm. I was just so captivated by your fight that I forgot to come out. The unexpectedly pleasant and melodious voice from the mysterious spectator revealed that it was a girl. Riezel turned to look at her, and with just one glance, a ripple involuntarily appeared in his eyes. It was simply because the girl before his eyes had a face that could not have been more familiar to him. She was not tall, appearing to be a girl of only 15 or 16, while her delicate and beautiful face still retained a trace of childishness. She had long golden hair styled in twin tails, and her eyes were so bright and beautiful that it seemed they could see into the deepest secrets of one's heart. She held a staff in her hand and was dressed like a noble young lady attending a magic academy, with the air of someone still in training. Such an appearance, such an image, was exactly the same as the Artoria in Riezel's memory. However, this girl was not Artoria, definitely not. It was not only because her attire was different, but also because, unlike the inexperienced Artoria, this girl exuded a calmness born of hardship. Her gait, posture, bearing, and even the atmosphere she gave off were all different from Artoria's. If Artoria could be called a reckless and impulsive countryside girl, then this girl was the graceful and noble elite of a great city. Moreover, the way she looked at Riezel was different as well. It did not have the same clarity tinged with resignation and compromise toward fate as Artoria's. Instead, it was steady and resolute, with a hint of coldness hidden deep within that few could perceive. Riezel silently observed the girl who looked exactly like Artoria on the outside but had a certain fatal difference within for a moment before asking in a calm voice. "Who are you?" "Me." Hearing the question, the girl stopped, glanced at the giant crater, and then looked at Riezel. "My name is Esk. I'm a magus currently traveling around Britain." "Nice to meet you." Meeting Riezel's gaze, Esk introduced herself with a calm, friendly smile, making him fall silent. In the distant past, several thousand years ago, a savior had once appeared in fairy Britain. She had wiped out countless calamities and saved many fairies. She had stopped wars and created peace. Just like Artoria, who wielded the Staff of Selection, she also originated from paradise and possessed a spear with the same nature as the Staff of Selection, making countless contributions to the future of fairy Britain. Additionally, the first massive structure ever built in fairy Britain, the Cathedral of the Ash Tree in Salisbury, was named after the savior and became a sacred place established in honor of her achievements. Naturally, Riezel knew of this savior. Although he did not know her personally, nor had he ever met her, when it came to understanding Esk, aside from Esk herself, if Riezel claimed second place, probably no one in the world would dare claim first. He even knew many secrets about Esk that most fairies in fairy Britain had never heard of. For example, the origin of this savior, as well as her life experiences that span thousands of years. In the understanding of most fairies, this savior had completely disappeared from the world several hundred years before the start of the Queen's calendar, but Riezel knew where she had gone and what she had done. Incidentally, the Queen's calendar referred to the calendar established when Morgan unified all of Britain and was officially crowned as Queen. Morgan had ruled for over 2,000 years, so the Queen's calendar had lasted for over 2,000 years as well. Because the history of Britain before the Queen's calendar was called the fairy calendar, it could be said that the relationship between the fairy calendar and the Queen's calendar was much like the relationship between BC and AD in human history. For example, the first year of the fairy calendar was the year before the Queen's calendar began, the 10th year of the fairy calendar was 10 years before the Queen's calendar began, the 100th year of the fairy calendar was 100 years before the Queen's calendar began, and so on. The further back in the fairy calendar, the larger the number appended to the calendar. After Morgan's ascension, the calendar was changed to the Queen's calendar, and she ruled for a total of 2017 years. In other words, the time Riezel had come from was the year 2017 of the Queen's calendar. As for the era when the savior Esk was last active and last appeared in front of people, one would have to go back about 2,400 years from the year 2017 of the Queen's calendar. It was the year 400 of the fairy calendar, the time when Esk was last active, and also when she made her final curtain call. Now, Riezel had come to this era, to fairy Britain of over 2,400 years ago. "So, you're saying you're a fairy who came from the future to this era, right?" On the ruined shore, at the edge of the forest, Riezel and Esk had already sat down across from each other, each sitting on a fallen bush, and began to chat. Facing this former savior, Riezel did not attempt to hide anything. From start to finish, he spoke calmly and serenely about his situation, including the fact that he had come from the year 2017 of the Queen's calendar. Yet, after learning that Riezel came from the future, Esk did not show much surprise, but rather nodded in understanding. No wonder I sensed magecraft of the same system as opposing mirrors in the area. Esk's words did not cause any surprise to appear on Riezel's face, because he knew what opposing mirrors was. Morgan had used this magecraft. Baobin Sith had also used this magecraft. It was a transference magecraft that could connect two different locations via mirrors, allowing one to teleport. However, opposing mirrors was only one type of Morgan's mirror magecraft. Among the mirror magecrafts developed by Morgan, there was also a kind known as water mirror. Water mirror was the true grand magecraft of spatial and temporal transfer, capable of sending specified things back into the past. Yes, the swirling dark clouds that appeared in the sky above Norwich were not a calamity at all, but the result of Morgan's water mirror. Back when the calamity in Norwich first appeared, Morgan had already prepared to use water mirror on it and send it back to a time before the Queen's calendar. Otherwise, if the once-in-a-millennium great calamity were to fully form, not only Norwich, but all of Britain would be plunged into chaos. Morgan could ignore the loss of a single Norwich, but she could not stand by and watch all of Britain ravaged by the calamity. Because of this, the calamity in Norwich was never truly a threat. Once a calamity was confirmed to break out, Morgan would immediately use water mirror to send it away, not giving it any chance to threaten Britain. Riezel's current situation was exactly the same. He had been sent back to the past together with the calamity by Morgan's water mirror, which was how he had come to the year 400 of the fairy calendar and met Esk the Savior. Chapter 545, That Fairy is Morgan. Thank you for being willing to tell me such a secret in such detail. After learning from Riezel the reason why he had come to this era, Esk bowed her head and thanked him sincerely. Nah, this doesn't really count as a secret. Riezel shook his head. Rather, if I told anyone else about this, they'd just think I was joking. Only you would actually believe me. It's because I know that this kind of magecraft exists, and I did sense the appearance of a magecraft from the same system as opposing mirrors here not long ago, so regarding your origins, I actually had a guess from the very beginning. Esk let out a wry smile as she explained. Of course, logically, I understand all of this is real, but emotionally, I still find it hard to accept. Especially since you just said it, right? You came from the Queen's calendar, an era in the future when a queen named Morgan rules all of Britain. Is that right? As she said this, a strange light flickered across Esk's usually calm eyes. Riezel, as if he had not noticed the change, nodded calmly. I did say so. Riezel looked directly into her eyes. Is there anything wrong with that? No. Esk gave another wry smile, but then the smile on her face became calm. I was just thinking. Since the Queen has already unified Britain, why would she send a calamity back into the past? Doesn't she realize that interfering with the past like this could affect the future? It went without saying that if the calamity of Norwich were to run wild in this era, the year 400 of the fairy calendar, causing major damage and casualties in Britain, then Britain's future would inevitably change. What's more, the Britain of the past could even be destroyed by the once-in-a-millennium great calamity, causing the future Britain to disappear completely. Such actions were not praiseworthy for anyone living in either the past or the future. Unless... well, it's probably because that which is absolutely certain, that even if the calamity is sent back and the past changes because of it, the future will still remain the same. Riezel kept his gaze fixed on Esk, speaking in a calm tone. Don't you think so? Upon hearing this question, Esk did not answer immediately. Which, huh? Esk murmured absent-mindedly, only regaining her composure after a moment. Since the Queen's calendar was established after Queen Morgan's ascension, that means she already existed in Britain before the Queen's calendar began. In other words, Morgan is well aware of everything about the fairy calendar and knows everything that happens within it. If that's the case, she must know some secret, or have some knowledge that lets her dare to send the calamity back to the past without worrying it will affect the future. As she spoke, Esk seemed to want to clear her mind of unnecessary worries, shaking her head before looking at Riezel. In any case, no matter what, I'm truly grateful to you for being able to get rid of this calamity. No matter what Queen Morgan thinks of the future, at least for the fairies living in this age, the terrifying calamity absolutely must be eliminated. Britain is finally about to welcome peace in this era. If a great calamity, the kind that only appears once every 1,000 years, were to happen now, all the peace we've built up with so much effort might be destroyed. Even if it's just for this reason, I have to thank you. Esk's words did not prompt any special reaction from Riezel. Welcome peace, is it? Riezel murmured to himself. Yes. Esk nodded, smiling faintly. Britain, this island has existed in the world for over 10,000 years, but during all those years, wars between the great clans have never stopped. Now, those wars are finally coming to an end, and a new king is about to be born. At such a time, if a disaster like the great calamity that could engulf all of Britain were to appear, regardless of whether we can defeat it or not, the fairies who have already surrendered might seize the opportunity to stir up trouble in secret and create new chaos. Riezel deeply understood Esk's concerns. He knew that in the year 400 of the fairy calendar, there was indeed a critically important war in Britain, a full-scale uprising of the steadily growing humans against the fairies who had long ruled and oppressed them. They were known as the Round Table Army, carrying the banner of coexistence between humans and fairies, and they waged war alongside fairies from various clans who were determined to resist the system of the fairy kingdom. In the end, they succeeded in subduing the fairy clans and won a total victory. It sounded unbelievable. How could a human armed group possibly defeat the fairy clans in war? It was almost hard to believe. After all, humans were naturally weak. Even if humans of the Lost Belt Britain were much stronger than ordinary humans from proper human history due to their environment, they were still lichens compared to fairies, who were born with mystery. Yet in the war of the year 400 of the fairy calendar, the humans ultimately emerged victorious. In fact, there were many reasons, but the most important was that the leader of the Round Table army was the disciple of Esk the Savior. Yes, in this war, Esk stood on the side of humans. As a result, the humans had won, and Esk's disciple was about to hold a coronation ceremony at the headquarters of the Round Table army, Londinium, and become the new king of Britain. In fairy Britain, this war was called the Autumn War, and it was one of the 4 great wars that deeply influenced Britain. Now, the Autumn War had finally ended, and the fairy clans had all surrendered. If a disaster like the Great Calamity, capable of sweeping across all of Britain, were to happen now, the Round Table army would inevitably be pushed to the front lines, while the defeated fairies would stir up trouble from behind the scenes. Needless to say, that was something bound to happen. Given the fairies' revolting behavior, Riezel did not doubt this at all. And Esk clearly understood the nature of fairies as well, so it was only natural for her to feel concerned. Riezel had noticed that this savior actually did not trust fairies at all, completely different from Artoria, who always went with the flow even when she could see through the malice of fairies. In such a situation, Riezel spoke with a hidden meaning. You know what, personally, I feel that even without the Great Calamity, the fairies would never settle down. Riezel remarked calmly. After all, it was humans who unified Britain. How could those fairies, who care nothing for morals or principles and have no bottom line, possibly be willing to submit to a mere human? Esk immediately fell silent. However, it was clear she had already considered this possibility. Yes, the fairies of Britain are reckless, but at the same time, they're pretty simple-minded. Esk replied, her tone remained relaxed. In other words, since they've already been defeated, at the very least, they won't dare to try anything for a while. Because most fairies had no principles or bottom line, when they saw no hope of victory, they would always unconditionally submit. Take Morgan, for example. One should know that so many fairies were dissatisfied with her, yet it wasn't until more than 2,000 years after she came to power that anyone truly dared to rebel. Let alone rebel, there were even fairy warriors like Woodwoes who remained fiercely loyal to her. For that reason, Esk believed that, given the current circumstances, as long as nothing changed, the chances of the fairies rebelling were quite low. Knowing this, Riezel only wanted to say, naive. Such an unreserved and indifferent judgment left Esk speechless once again. Clearly, she could also see from Riezel's attitude that this powerful warrior from the future deeply distrusted the fairies. She couldn't help but wonder, had something happened with the fairies in the future? Or, in the history this man knew, did the fairies eventually rebel? At this thought, a hint of gloom flickered in Esk's eyes. Just like that, a heavy silence spread between the two of them, making the atmosphere unbearably stifling. Soon, Esk suddenly spoke up again. You're a fairy, aren't you? Esk asked out of nowhere. Why do you ask that? Riezel was slightly taken aback, then asked in a flat tone. It's nothing. Esk looked deeply at him. I just don't know why, but you give off a very strange feeling. Whether it's your aura or your presence, you're nothing like any fairy I know. In fact, you're more similar to Uther. Uther was Esk's disciple, the leader of the Round Table army, and the human knight who would soon be crowned the king of Britain in Londinium. Esk saying that Riezel was similar to Uther was the same as saying that Riezel didn't seem like a fairy, but rather like a human. Of course, this was just Esk's intuition. In truth, Esk had sensed from Riezel's body a power remarkably similar to her own. It was not the power of a fairy from fairy Britain, but rather the unique essence of a fairy of paradise, so when she first met him, she actually had her suspicions that he, like herself, came from paradise. However, as time passed, for some reason, Esk began to feel that the power within Riezel grew more and more similar to her own. Even more than that, Esk felt a sense of closeness, an attraction, and an urge to stay by Riezel's side forever, never to be separated, which left her very surprised, very shocked. Compared to the matter of Riezel coming from the future, what Esk cared about even more was this feeling. Why did he make her feel this way? Because of this, Esk came up with a thought. You're actually human, aren't you? You only possess a fairy's aura and power because you received the divine protection of some great fairy, isn't that right? Esk's eyes flickered as she looked into Riezel's and revealed her guess. Even though it was only a guess, Esk was already nearly 90% certain. Not only that, she even knew who the fairy that had given Riezel this divine protection was. Riezel calmly met Esk's gaze, then slowly nodded. Yes, I am human. I do indeed bear the divine protection of a certain fairy. In fact, because of that fairy, I've ended up bound by some rather baffling oaths. Riezel stated all of this in an utterly flat voice, without any inflection. That fairy is Morgan. Chapter 546, Foreshadowing. That fairy is Morgan. Riezel's words were completely flat, leaving Esk at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Are you her disciple? For some reason, Esk asked this question. Having a human disciple was not something unfamiliar to her, after all. However, Riezel shook his head. Even though I did receive part of the power that should have belonged to her, I'm not her disciple. Riezel spoke as if he were talking about someone else, his tone utterly indifferent. The relationship between me and her, in her own words, is that of husband and wife. My dear husband, is something she always says again and again in front of me. Even though I have no idea why she does that. Riezel's words made Esk fall silent once again, and then, for some reason, she changed the topic. So, what do you plan to do next? Are you going to try to find a way back? Riezel did not belong to this era, so no matter what, he would surely try every means to return to the year 2017 of the Queen's calendar, right? If he was planning to do that, Esk felt that she could help him. She also hoped that Riezel would go back to 2,000 years later, instead of staying in this era. Even though she wanted to know what happened in the future, why Morgan took the throne 400 years after the Autumn War ended, what happened to Britain after Uther's reign, and whether her wishes were fulfilled, just from Riezel's attitude, Esk always had a feeling that things in the future would be very disappointing. She was afraid. Afraid that the future would shatter her hopes. Afraid that Britain would become something she never imagined. At the same time, she was also afraid of Riezel. Because she truly could not imagine what kind of impact this man, who called himself Morgan's husband, would bring to her in this era. Moreover, that constant urge to get close to him, to approach him, even to embrace him, honestly terrified her. After all, she knew very well what kind of tragedy awaited those who got too close to her. She did not want to see that kind of thing happen again. For this reason, Esk hoped Riezel could go back to the future. However, she would be disappointed. Nah, there's no rush. Riezel said calmly, his face nonchalant. Since I've come here, I won't go back until I've solved some mysteries. In truth, even if he wanted to return, he would not be able to do it. Water Mirror was a grand magecraft that could only send people to the past, not the future. In other words, that magecraft was a one-way ticket that could send someone to the past, but there was no way to send someone back to the future. Even if it could, Riezel would still be unable to use Water Mirror since Morgan only gave him the power of the tower, not the mirror. Because of that, for Riezel to return to the future, under normal circumstances, it truly would not be an easy thing. Fortunately, he had already found a solution to this problem. With the dimensional magic cube, this matter is not difficult to resolve. Riezel silently thought in his heart. He had already read through the instructions for the dimensional magic cube, so he knew that dimensional travel allowed the user to select the arrival location when opening a dimensional channel to a designated world. For example, in the case of the world of Danmachi, since Riezel had already visited that world once, if he wanted to go there again, he would need to consume 10 times the amount of dimensional energy to open a dimensional travel to that specific world. After opening a dimensional travel to a designated world, Riezel could choose to arrive at the initial landing location from his first dimensional travel, or he could select the location where his previous dimensional travel in that world had ended. In other words, if Riezel visited the world of Danmachi again, he could choose to arrive in the busy street of Orario, where he first landed during his initial dimensional travel, or he could appear on the 37th floor of the dungeon, where his last dimensional travel ended. By doing this, when Riezel wanted to return to this world next time, he could also choose to arrive at the place where he first arrived during this dimensional travel. If Riezel made this choice, then during his next dimensional travel, he could return to the underground prison in the village of Tintagel. If Riezel chose to return to the time period of his initial arrival, the time he had already experienced in this era would still be counted. In other words, however long Riezel spent in this era, just as much time would pass in the future era. If he spent 1 month in this era, then 1 month would pass in the future era. If he spent 1 year here, then a year would pass in the future era as well. Therefore, when returning to the future using this method during his next dimensional travel, Riezel would not return to the world at a time calculated based on the time ratio between worlds, but to the moment in the future that corresponded to the time he had spent in this era, starting from the instant he was sent to this era by Water Mirror. According to this calculation, by the time Riezel returned to this world during his next dimensional travel, more than a month would have already passed in the future. As for why it was more than a month, it was naturally because Riezel only had a little over a month left to stay in this world. Because the time ratio between the main world and this world was 1 hour 90 minutes, Riezel could stay here for 90 days, a total of 3 months. He had already been in this world for over a month, so the remaining time was also just over a month. After another month, Riezel would return to the Akashar continent, so if he used the dimensional magic cube to go back to the place and era of his initial arrival in this world, more than a month would have already passed in the future. A month or so would certainly not be enough for the main events of Fairy Britain to conclude. In the original work, from the time Chaldea first arrived in the Britain Lost Belt until proper human history collapsed, nearly 2 months had passed, so even if more than a month passed in the future, when Riezel returned next time, the events in the Britain Lost Belt would still not be finished. After all, only a few days had passed since Chaldea arrived in the Britain Lost Belt, so there was still a long time until the final 2-month deadline. It was after considering all these things that Riezel, to solve the mystery in his heart, chose to go to Norwich, plunging into Morgan's Water Mirror and traveling with the calamity of Norwich to this era in the year 400 of the fairy calendar. Truthfully, if he did not know how to return to the future, Riezel would not have casually come to this era. Otherwise, like Mash in the original work, who was also sent to this past era, he might have ended up sleeping in Morgan's coffin for over 2,000 years before finally being able to return to the future. Is that so? Unaware of all these things, Esk saw that Riezel was not in a hurry to return and nodded, seemingly deep in thought. What about you? Riezel asked back. Do you have anything you want to do next? Me. Esk had not expected him to ask her this question, so after thinking for a moment, she finally replied, right now, what I want most is to attend Uther's coronation in a few months and witness the true unification of Britain. After the ceremony, I'll take the bone clocks from the major clans and return to paradise. You plan to return to paradise? Riezel asked again without any surprise. Yes. Esk nodded. Well, this place isn't really where I belong, so it wouldn't be right for me to stay here. After saying this, she suddenly changed the subject. But there are still many mysteries on this island that haven't been solved yet, and I can't help but wonder about them. Hearing this, Riezel raised an eyebrow. Such as? He looked at Esk with a faint smile. For example, everything that happened here a very, very long time ago. Esk murmured softly, her eyes lowered. I more or less understand why Paradise sent a fairy like me to Britain, but I still don't know why Britain ended up like this. My mission as the Fairy of Paradise is to save Britain and the fairies, but can that really be called salvation? And why does Britain have things like the calamity? Why is there that pit on this land? What will happen to the tree planted on this land? All these are things I want to understand. Riezel naturally understood what Esk meant. So, before you attend your disciple's coronation and return to paradise, you want to solve all those mysteries? Riezel asked in a casual tone. Yes. Esk glanced at Riezel, as if trying to see through him. You, who come from the future, probably know a lot of things I don't, but if you told me everything, who knows what kind of effect it would have on the future? Britain is fragile, any tiny thing could become a big problem here. I really want to ask you some things, but for Britain, I have to hold back. As these words fell, Esk stood up. Since Riezel was not planning to return to the future, she would have to keep an eye on him to prevent him from doing anything that could affect the future. Even though she wanted Riezel to leave, she had no choice now. Your companions? Riezel also got up, not noticing her mood. Very well, let me meet them then. All right, please follow me. Esk nodded, turned around, and walked into the depths of the forest. Riezel looked back once more at the ruined, unknown shore, gazing at the crystallized crater. Before long, Riezel turned around and followed after Esk, leaving this place behind. With that, the two of them walked into the forest one after another, their shadows blended together underfoot, perhaps foreshadowing the fate that would tie them together from then on. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 547, The Life of the So-Called Savior. Perhaps because their conversation had taken too much time, by the time Riezel and Esk walked into the depths of the forest, night had already begun to fall. Right. Riezel suddenly remembered something and activated magic. Create greater item. As the magic was cast successfully, a black cloak appeared on Riezel's body. Riezel pulled up the hood of the black cloak, half covering his face, which drew Esk's curiosity. Is that really magecraft? Esk seemed a little amazed. It is magecraft. Riezel did not explain much and spoke simply. Didn't you secretly watch the battle between me and that calamity? There's nothing to be surprised about, right? Indeed, the fierce battle with the calamity of Norwich had lasted for 2 hours, and during that time, Riezel had kept using magic. Given that Esk had been watching from the sidelines, she should have already seen Riezel using magic. Yes, but seeing someone else use magecraft still feels pretty surprising. Esk replied while smiling awkwardly. You see, fairies in Britain don't really think much of magecraft. In their eyes, it's just something unnecessary. Moreover, the magecraft I use is either something I researched and developed myself, or something I learned from Grimmer, so this is actually my first time seeing someone besides me and Grimmer use magecraft. Were there a lot of people using magecraft in your era? Considering this kind of information about the future was not especially important, and knowing it likely would not affect the future, Esk could not hold back her curiosity and asked directly. No. Riezel calmly shook his head. Even more than 2,000 years later in Britain, as far as I know, there are only a few people who can use magecraft. First is Queen Morgan. Second is Morgan's adopted daughter. And finally, Artoria, who, like you, is called a savior and a fairy of paradise. Not counting myself, in the future, only those few people in Britain will be using magecraft. Esk paused in surprise upon hearing the information Riezel revealed. Morgan's adopted daughter? Esk seemed to care about that detail. Yeah, though she has already been killed by me. Esk's steps faltered for a moment upon hearing this, but she quickly regained her composure. A fairy of paradise, a savior like me. Artoria. Her attention shifted as Esk muttered quietly to herself, seeming lost in thought, as if distracted. Pa. Suddenly, Riezel reached out and grabbed Esk. What? Esk immediately tensed up, instinctively raising the staff in her hand. It was a staff very similar to the Staff of Selection, but it was not the Staff of Selection, nor was it the legendary spear wielded by Esk the Savior. Riezel could sense a magical energy from this staff similar to the one Morgan used with her black staff-like spear, and figured this staff's power would not be much weaker than Artoria's Staff of Selection. As a result, Riezel glanced at the staff a couple more times before speaking. What are you thinking about? You're about to walk right into a tree. After Riezel said this, Esk finally noticed that a tree had appeared in front of her at some point. If Riezel had not grabbed her, Esk probably would have walked straight into it. Once she realized this, Esk silently turned her gaze to her hand, the hand that was currently being held by Riezel. For Esk, this was actually a bit too intimate. Sorry. Riezel noticed Esk's gaze and let go of her hand. I should be the one apologizing. Esk gave a wry smile. If you hadn't grabbed me, I would have made a fool of myself. I really would have liked to see that. Riezel looked at Esk and smiled lightly. Seeing you make a fool of yourself is probably something I'd only get to see once in my life. You're giving me too much credit. Esk pursed her lips. I'm always making a fool of myself, like a clown. I've been a joke here in Britain for a very, very long time. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere suddenly grew a bit heavy. Let's keep moving. Riezel did not try to break the somber mood and simply spoke. Esk turned and continued leading the way up ahead. However, she did not stay silent. I remember you said you were a companion of the Savior from your era, right? Esk asked, seemingly for her own reasons. What kind of fairy was she? Her. Riezel thought of Artoria, and his expression unconsciously softened a little. She was someone who could see everything clearly, taking in everyone's outward appearance and inner thoughts at a glance, yet she had no idea how to deal with it. How to say it, she could only blindly drift along with the current, a complete fool. Esk did not seem surprised by Riezel's words, as if she understood what he meant by seeing everything clearly. Just like Artoria, she was also a fairy of paradise, so both of them possessed the fairy eyes that could see through lies. Therefore, the meaning Riezel wanted to express, as well as Artoria's perspective, should have been clear to Esk. Riezel then continued. She wasn't just a fool, she was someone who, even knowing she would never be rewarded, and might even be blamed or mistreated by those involved, still couldn't help but rush forward when she saw someone in trouble. A complete big fool. In my own opinion, someone like her really shouldn't have appeared in the fairy kingdom, or Britain at all. If she had been alone, she definitely wouldn't have survived in Britain. Well, because of some fate from the very beginning, we started traveling together. In front of Esk, Riezel said things he had never spoken to Artoria before. From the very beginning, she had known she was a fairy of paradise, with a mission to save Britain and save the fairies. Riezel's expression suddenly grew a little colder. But honestly, that so-called mission is nothing but a joke in my eyes. Why do you say that? Esk could not help but ask skeptically. As long as it's a fairy, from the moment they're born, they have a clear purpose, which is the meaning of a fairy's existence, and also a fairy's mission. Once that's lost, a fairy becomes something dull and unneeded by this world. Let alone a fairy of paradise's mission like saving Britain, saving the fairies, isn't that a great thing? Esk's question, rather than being spoken for Riezel's sake, seemed more like she was talking to herself. In response, Riezel, for once, showed a rare trace of disdain. In my view, focusing on things instead of people is itself a kind of inhuman behavior. Maybe the law needs that kind of behavior, maybe a country needs it, maybe the world needs it too, but if a person only does that and treats it as their so-called mission, then at its core, it will inevitably become twisted. That's why I've always asked her one question. Are fairies really worth saving? Upon hearing this, Esk answered Riezel's question without hesitation. Of course, fairies need to be saved. Esk answered firmly. If you protect the fairies, you can protect Britain. Needless to say, this had always been her belief. In truth, the reason she kept trying to save the world, the reason she kept fighting against the threat of the calamity, was all to protect Britain. And if she wanted to protect Britain, then she had to protect the fairies. In the past, Esk had come to this conclusion, and so she began her pilgrimage, her journey of salvation. Unfortunately. You said it yourself, they only need to be saved, not that they're worth saving. Riezel looked at Esk and spoke bluntly. For you, saving fairies is only a means and a process needed to save Britain. You only save the fairies for Britain's sake. If not for Britain, you yourself wouldn't think fairies are worth saving, right? Esk was at a loss for words. Looking at her like this, Riezel could not help but recall the entire life of Esk the Savior. Her life, in the eyes of others, could be called legendary, but to Riezel, it could only be described by another word, and that was tragic. At the beginning, Esk and Artoria were the same, both of them drifted over the sea to Fairy Britain and were adopted by Britain's fairies. Back then, Esk wasn't called Esk yet, her name was Vivian. In the year 4000 of the fairy calendar, the inner sea of the planet sent Vivian to Britain, letting her drift to Orkney, in the north of Britain. At that time, the 6 great fairy clans of Fairy Britain were Wind, Earth, Fong, Wing, Mirror, and Rain. Because Orkney in the north was the domain of the Rain clan, the fairies of the Rain clan discovered Vivian and, unlike Artoria, raised her with deep love, letting her grow up in an environment full of warmth and happiness. Compared to Artoria, Vivian was far more fortunate in those days. At the very least, the fairies who adopted her never abused her, nor did anyone try to sell her. As a result, growing up in that kind of environment, Vivian's dream was not to fulfill the Fairy of Paradise's mission, but to create a fairy tale kingdom where anyone could live in peace. However, the fairies of Britain harbored an instinctive hatred for the Fairy of Paradise. It was hatred from the very beginning. A grudge that originated before Britain even appeared. Because of this hatred, the Rain clan's act of hiding the Fairy of Paradise angered the heads of the other clans, and in the end, the Wind, Earth, Fong, and Wing clans joined forces to attack Orkney. In the end, the Rain clan was wiped out overnight, and Vivian was forced to flee from the homeland where she had grown up since childhood. From then on, Vivian's world changed. It became full of malice. It became full of misfortune. Even though she had always worked to eliminate the threat brought by the calamity for the sake of this country, along her journey, because of that instinctive hatred, she was always despised by all fairies and continually persecuted by them. Every time she resolved a calamity, Esk would be exiled by the fairies or even subjected to various punishments, including poisoning. Throughout this process, if it hadn't been for her belief in saving and protecting Britain, Esk would likely have broken down long ago. Ultimately, after enduring all that, Esk ended up losing trust in fairies, becoming wary of them, and even coming to hate them. Such was the life of the so-called savior. Riezel couldn't help but feel the irony. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 548, I Don't Hate Morgan. Honestly, Riezel truly could not understand why, after suffering such treatment, Esk still insisted on saving Britain and saving the fairies. From the time she had been Vivian in the year 4000 of the fairy calendar to now, year 400 of the fairy calendar, a full 3,600 years had passed in between. For a whole 3,600 years, she had managed to keep fighting against the threat brought by the calamity while constantly being persecuted, and even saved the very fairies who persecuted her. In Riezel's eyes, this was something that could no longer be described as simply being a good person. Esk clearly was not just some naive good person either, or she would not have come to distrust, grow wary of, or even come to hate the fairies. Yet even so, she still insisted on saving Britain. Riezel truly could not understand what this Fairy of Paradise was thinking. Of course, that was only how he felt. If he only considered it rationally, it was still possible to find reasons for Esk to persist like this. For example, she had spent her early childhood happily in Orkney, showered with affection by the Rain clan, and had set her heart on building a beautiful fairy tale kingdom. Even after the Rain clan was destroyed, that ideal did not disappear, so she continued to save Britain again and again. Or, the reason she managed to escape the destruction of the Rain clan was not without cause. Under the influence of that cause, she became obsessed with Britain, determined to save this country, which was also understandable. However, those were just objective reasons. As far as Riezel was concerned, no matter how great the reasons were, after going through so much suffering and seeing the true face of the fairies, Esk should have learned her lesson and understood that the fairies of Fairy Britain were incurable, right? Isn't this just a case of refusing to turn dark when it's time to turn dark, and insisting on turning dark when it's not? In any case, from Riezel's perspective, Esk should have turned dark long ago. Instead, even after coming to hate the fairies, she still insisted on saving them against her own will, all for the sake of this so-called Britain. Because of that, Riezel rarely said a few more words. Doing things as indecisively as you do, sooner or later you'll get yourself killed, or even get those around you killed. Riezel's voice slowly reached Esk's ears. When that time comes, you'll want to regret it, but it will already be too late. After hearing these words, Esk remained silent for a very long time. Only after a long while did she suddenly laugh, a laugh full of irony. Hee, that doesn't sound like something you'd say, when you always call Morgan a witch. Esk actually said this before continuing. According to what you said before, Queen Morgan is a heartless witch who only rules Britain and never saves the fairies, which is why the Mirror clan sees her as a false king, and wants the new savior to defeat her and crown themselves the true king, isn't it? But judging from what you're saying and your attitude now, you seem more like a companion of the witch you always talk about than of the future savior. You both think fairies aren't worth saving. If that's the case, why did you become companions with Artoria Castor and fight against Morgan, whose ideals are the same as yours? Esk's words were quite pointed, but the reasoning was sound. Riezel's way of thinking was actually much closer to Morgan's than to Artoria's. For him to consider Morgan, who shared the same view of fairies as himself, a witch, and even stand against her, was indeed a contradiction and hard to understand. To this, Riezel only wanted to say, I call her a witch not because I disagree with how she deals with things, but just to protest the fact that she kidnapped me without a damn word, almost taking advantage of loopholes to make me lose my ability to resist and become her husband. Riezel spoke his true feelings with a completely calm expression. As for fighting against her, that's not for Britain, or for those fairies who aren't worth saving. Honestly, I don't give a damn about them. I just want to settle things with her, that's all. And as for considering Artoria a companion, it's also not because I want to save the fairies or Britain. It's just that I think an idiot like her shouldn't be controlled by this so-called mission of paradise, like you. If she really thinks the fairies of Britain are worth saving in the future, I'll respect her choice, but I won't help her with it. At most, I'll lend a hand if her life is in danger. Having said this, Riezel looked at Esk again. You are a fairy of paradise, so you should be able to tell if I'm lying or not with the fairy eyes, right? In that case, I'm telling you now. Actually, I don't hate Morgan. Of course, that doesn't mean I accept her as my wife. After leaving these words behind, Riezel's strides grew larger, stepping past Esk and heading deeper into the forest. Only Esk was left, standing still as she watched Riezel's back ahead of her, her eyes flickering with who knows what in her mind. After walking through the forest for about half an hour, Riezel and Esk arrived at the heart of the woods. Here, there was a clearing, or more precisely, a campsite, where someone had already set up camp. Surrounding the area, a bounded field had been arranged to keep wild beasts and demon beasts away. It was clear at a glance that this was a resting place chosen by Esk during her activities nearby. When Riezel and Esk reached the campsite, the first thing that caught their eyes was a burning campfire, before a loud and impatient voice reached their ears. Ah. Esk. You're finally here. Making such a big fuss was a fairy, fidgeting in front of the campfire. She was extremely small, so small that even a 10-year-old child would be taller than her, looking just like a little girl of 4 or 5 who had run out to play. So this is a Wing Clan fairy. Riezel recognized her fairy clan almost at a glance. Although he had never actually seen one until now, this type of fairy was undoubtedly from the Wing Clan. I'm back, Totterat. Esk replied with a smile to the fairy girl who had run over, then turned to Riezel beside her and gave a brief introduction. Well, this is one of my companions, Totterat of the Wing Clan. Don't be fooled by her small size or the fact that she's from the Wing Clan, a fairy clan generally known for being weak in battle. In fact, she's very strong. Riezel certainly knew that. Because this Wing Clan fairy named Totterat was actually the first fairy knight. Her strength might not match that of special individuals like Gawain or Lancelot, but compared to Babe and Sith, who was originally fairy knight Tristan, she was definitely much stronger. Only now did the fairy named Totterat notice that there was someone else at Esk's side, which caused her to immediately let out a surprised sound. Who are you? Hearing Totterat's question, Esk was just about to introduce Riezel, but Riezel spoke up first. Don't mind me, I'm just a passerby here. Riezel's calm words made Esk close her mouth. She more or less understood why Riezel had used magecraft to make a cloak and hide his appearance before coming here. Clearly, he did not want too many people to know what he looked like or even know of his existence, to avoid influencing future events. However, while Esk thought this, she did not realize that Riezel simply did not want to reveal his identity in front of another person present, the person who was now sitting by the campfire and slowly stood up. Upon closer look, it was actually a warrior clad in heavy armor from head to toe. He was broad and stout, with thick limbs, but quite short in stature. Anyone could tell at a glance that he was an Earth Clan fairy. As it happened, Riezel knew this fairy and had even met him once in the future. He is Black Knight. Like Totterat, he's one of my companions. Esk immediately introduced him. Just call me Black Knight. Black Knight looked at Riezel, sizing him up warily, and only after that, perhaps for Esk's sake, did he give Riezel a nod. Although his attitude could not be called friendly, it was not outright rude either, which surprised Riezel somewhat. It was only natural. In the future, this Black Knight was notorious for his rough manner, after all. He even dared to shout at Artoria, who was both a savior like Esk and looked exactly like her, and his attitude when asking about his sword was extremely blunt and aggressive. Yes, this Black Knight was actually Ector, the blacksmith called Grandpa by Artoria, who ran a blacksmith workshop on the coast near the village of Tintagel. Long ago, he had known Esk, who was also a savior like Artoria, and became one of her companions, setting out with her on a journey to save Britain and fighting at her side for nearly 2,000 years. It was also because of that Ector so thoroughly disliked fairies since he knew how much Esk had suffered at their hands. And that was also why, when everyone hated Artoria, a fairy of paradise, although Ector was gruff, he became the only one to accept her. Riezel wanted to wear a cloak and hide his appearance precisely because Ector in the future clearly did not know him, so it was best for him to conceal his identity in front of this fairy to avoid altering the future. For that reason, Riezel had even put away Hermit, which had drawn Ector's attention the first time they met, back into the storage space of the dimensional magic cube. Now, Riezel carried no weapons on him at all and was truly empty-handed. At this moment, Esk spoke up again. Besides Todorot and Black Knight, I have another companion. He is Grimmer the Sage, the one who once taught me magecraft, but he isn't a fairy, he's a special being called a heroic spirit. He is not here right now, so you don't have to worry about him. Back in the year 2000 of the fairy calendar, Esk had summoned a wise god from Norse mythology by her own ability and let him possess the body of a young fairy, accompanying her on her journey and training. He was Grimmer the Sage, who was practically a teacher to Esk. First Fairy Knight, Todorot. Black Knight, Ector. Grimmer the Sage. Needless to say, these three were Esk's companions, the ones who assisted the savior in her journey. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 549, the beginning of their fateful connection. After introducing her own companions to Riezel, Esk also introduced him to her companions. And he's a magus on a journey. He just happened to pass by and got caught up in the anomaly I sensed earlier, so I brought him back with me. Because of what Esk said, Black Knight looked at Riezel with even more caution, and Todorot's face was full of surprise. Magus. Isn't that just like you, Esk? Todorot spun around at Riezel's side as she spoke. Yeah. Esk smiled. He's like me, a user of magecraft. Oh, that's really something. Todorot exclaimed in surprise. I always thought the only weirdos who'd want to use magecraft were you and Grimmer. Needless to say, this was also the general opinion among fairies. In their eyes, anyone who wanted to use magecraft was a weirdo, so hearing that there were people outside of her own companions who used magecraft, Todorot reacted this way. Well, there's nothing bad about it, right? Esk wasn't angry and stated as if it were just a fact. Magecraft really is convenient. Fairies are born with mystery and can naturally do a lot of things that are the same as magecraft, but if you keep researching magecraft, it opens up all sorts of possibilities, doesn't it? Perhaps it was precisely because Esk held this belief that she was able to become a magus far more skilled than Artoria. She had sensed the appearance of water mirror on the shore from far away and went to investigate. This alone proved that the savior's ability was far beyond what the clumsy magus Artoria could ever compare to. Furthermore, the bounded field set up around the camp was also of a very high level. In Riezel's view, if this bounded field were compared to tier magic, it would be at least 9th tier. From this, one could see how advanced Esk's magecraft was. In truth, Riezel had even felt a faint sense of threat from Esk. What did that mean? It meant that Esk's strength, even if not quite at Riezel's level, definitely would not fall short by much. If Riezel had not been sent to this era along with the calamity of Norwich and had not acted against the calamity, then Esk, who had sensed magecraft from the same system as the mirror at the shore and come to investigate, would surely have taken action herself and eliminated the calamity. In other words, Esk's strength was at least enough to handle the troublesome calamity of Norwich, which was not impossible since she had traveled in fairy Britain for nearly 2,000 years and eliminated countless calamities as a savior. Esk had just finished expressing her views and attitude on magecraft, unaware of what Riezel was thinking, when Todorot jumped in. Yeah, we know, Esk loves researching magecraft the most. We've known that forever, okay. Todorot's blunt reply left Esk looking rather helpless. You really underestimate him. Esk had no choice but to change the subject. I mean, his strength isn't below mine. I saw him eliminate an extremely powerful calamity with my own eyes. If it were me instead, I definitely wouldn't have done any better. Esk's words genuinely surprised both Todorot and Black Knight. You're kidding, right? Todorot said somewhat unwillingly. There's actually someone even stronger than you. It was obvious that in Todorot's memory, Esk was the strongest existence. It's honestly a little surprising. Black Knight spoke up as well, his voice heavy. In Britain, there are only a handful of fairies stronger than Esk. Even the head of the Fong clan, if he fought Esk would still win, wouldn't she? He was referring to the current head of the Fong clan, who was from the generation before Woodwose. He had died in battle against the Great Calamity in the year 1000 of the Queen's calendar, and some time after his death, Woodwose was born as his descendant. Strictly speaking, he could be said to be both Woodwose's previous life and Woodwose's father. Archduke of Exhaust Heat, this title, inherited by Woodwose, had originally belonged to the previous head of the Fong clan, which meant this clan head was also an A-Ray. Esk's ability to defeat the Fong clan's current head, who was an A-Ray, showed just how strong she was. However, Esk herself had a different opinion. No, the divine protection on Rienek is still troublesome. If I'm not using some special method, I absolutely couldn't defeat him. Esk shook her head and spoke calmly. In my view, if we don't count Queen Mab, who rules the northern fairies, the strongest fairy in Britain should be Rienek. By sheer strength, I can't win against him as I am now. Todorot clearly wasn't convinced by Esk's words. It couldn't be helped. Mab already lost to you, and Rienek hasn't ever beaten you, so you're obviously the strongest in Britain, aren't you? Todorot looked troubled. Mab only lost because I took advantage of her weakness at the time, and Riezel has never really gone all out against me, that's how things turned out. Esk responded helplessly. Fine, fine, whatever you say. Seeing Esk so adamant, Todorot didn't bother arguing with her anymore. Black Knight spoke up at just the right time, shifting their attention. What I want to say is, if there were a fairy stronger than Esk moving around in Britain, it would be impossible for us not to have heard about it. Black Knight's words were unexpectedly sharp. He isn't the queen of the King clan, nor is he the head of the Fawn clan, so why have we never heard of such a powerful fairy existing in Britain? What he meant was simple, Riezel's background was definitely not simple. Are you not a fairy of Britain? Black Knight questioned loudly. Not a fairy of Britain. Todorot finally caught on, instantly raising her voice. Don't tell me you drifted over from the other side of the sea. Clearly, this was exactly what Black Knight had suspected as well. If that were really the case, then it would be necessary to keep a close watch on this young man. Of course, even if the young man turned out to be a fairy of Britain, Black Knight would still keep his guard up, since the fairies of Britain were, after all, just as untrustworthy. Todorot. Black Knight. Esk furrowed her brows and was just about to say something, but Riezel stopped her. I'm indeed not a fairy of Britain. In fact, I am not even a fairy at all. Riezel's words were astonishing, and he spoke calmly, paying no mind to the look of surprise on Esk's face. But you don't have to worry. I don't really have much interest in any of you. If I wanted to do something to you, I could have done it already. Just as these words left Riezel's mouth, a hand suddenly reached out from behind Black Knight and pressed down on his shoulder. Just like this. Do you understand now? Riezel's voice no longer came from in front of the group, but instead from behind Black Knight. He had appeared behind Black Knight in an instant, one hand pressing down on his shoulder, the corners of his mouth beneath his hood curling up slightly, making everyone's expression change at once. Black Knight instinctively jumped back. One had to admit, despite his large build, Black Knight's reaction was surprisingly agile. What? Todorot was equally shocked to find that Riezel, who had been standing right in front of her, had vanished at some point, only to reappear behind Black Knight. Is that teleportation magecraft, just like opposing mirrors? Esk thought deeply, giving Riezel a long, searching look. Riezel withdrew his hand and offered a faint smile under everyone's gaze. In any case, I won't do anything to you. You can relax. Even if you don't trust me, you should at least trust your savior, shouldn't you? Riezel spread his hands in a calm gesture. In front of those eyes of hers, I wouldn't dare lie about anything, you know. Todorot and Black Knight were both startled, then turned to look at Esk. Esk nodded, letting the two of them know that every word Riezel had just spoken was true. No, more accurately, from the moment he appeared until now, every word Riezel had spoken was the truth. Because of this, Esk's gaze toward Riezel changed ever so slightly. Not someone from Britain. Esk lowered her eyes, lost in thought. Todorot and Black Knight, seeing Esk's nod, exchanged a glance before finally lowering their guard against Riezel. Since you didn't come here for us, I'll believe you for now. Black Knight said in a low voice. I just hope you don't do anything that'll make trouble for either side. I don't really care either way. Todorot said nonchalantly. With Esk here, even if you do anything strange, she'll see through it right away. Esk gave a barely noticeable nod. At this moment, she found herself growing a bit curious about Riezel as well, wanting to see for herself what kind of person this outsider, who was certainly a very special existence to her, really was, and what he planned to do. At this point, Esk had not yet realized that the fear she once felt toward Riezel had quietly disappeared. Whether this was because of something Riezel had said before arriving here, or for some other reason, even Esk herself might not know. All she knew was that her heart felt alive for the first time in a long while, and her spirit, which had been on the verge of exhaustion, suddenly felt reinvigorated, no longer lifeless. As a result, if you really don't have anywhere else to go, then why not travel with us? Esk offered a suggestion. I mean, with someone as strong as you helping us, I just might be able to complete the goal of this journey more easily than I thought. Riezel nodded in indifferent agreement to her invitation, though whether he was truly indifferent or not, only he himself knew. As Esk turned around to chat with Todorot and Black Knight, Riezel quietly muttered to himself. So, this is where the fateful connection between you and me began, isn't it? Morgan. Riezel touched his chest, the place where the stake was lodged. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 550, Fantasy Tree. After introducing themselves, the night passed without incident. Early the next morning, under Esk's lead, everyone packed up the campsite in the forest, extinguished the campfire, and walked out of the woods. Riezel followed behind Esk and the others, keeping his distance from everyone, moving slowly like an outsider. Todorot and Black Knight did not approach Riezel either, likely because they did not see him as a true companion, but merely as a fellow traveler for the time being. Even among themselves, the group did not engage in any lively conversation as they walked. Aside from Todorot, who was rather noisy, both Esk and Black Knight did not seem like the type who enjoyed idle chatter, since they would only occasionally respond with a word or two when Todorot spoke, remaining silent the rest of the time. What was surprising was that they were not traveling by carriage, but on foot. Sometimes there are a lot of moss in the forest. If we ride in a carriage, we might miss them. Traveling on foot like this means we can eliminate them as soon as we see them so that fairies won't be attacked in the forest, especially now that Britain is about to enter a time of peace. Esk gave this reason for choosing to travel on foot. Esk will just use opposing mirrors to run all over the place anyway. When we need to hurry, she can just take us all with her. Todorot chimed in, giving her own reason. It doesn't matter. If we ever need a carriage, I'll just make one myself. Black Knight, who was already skilled enough as a blacksmith to make tools, also gave his own reason. Just like that, the group walked out of the forest at a leisurely pace. As soon as they stepped outside, Riezel stopped walking and looked up, gazing toward the north. Over there, on the horizon, something with an overwhelming presence caught his attention. Are you looking at the world tree? Esk noticed Riezel's act and asked him. What Esk meant by the so-called world tree was a massive tree located on the northern horizon of Britain, so large that it reached into the clouds, as if it supported the entire sky. World tree, huh? Riezel curled his lips, neither confirming nor denying the name. If you really think about it, it certainly could be called the tree that allows this world to exist. He gave this ambiguous answer, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. Why do you say that? Todorot could not hold back and was the first to ask. Esk mused for a moment, then spoke up. As far as I know, the world tree existed even before Fairy Britain appeared. However long the history of Fairy Britain is, that's how long the world tree has existed, so the fairies call it the world tree. For Britain, the world tree is something that should naturally exist, essentially the symbol of Britain, a landmark that has always been there. Some fairies say the world only exists because of that tree, but there don't seem to be many fairies willing to actually investigate it. At least for now, that seems to be the case. Esk then looked at Riezel. On your side, have any fairies investigated the world tree? If so, Esk felt she could have a good conversation with Riezel about it. Although she had gotten some information about the world tree from her own memories, she did not feel she understood it very well. Maybe, just maybe, in the future, there would be enough information about the world tree. As Esk thought this, she heard Riezel speak up in the next moment. I can only say that the tree isn't called the world tree. Its real name is the fantasy tree. Riezel's abrupt remark startled everyone. Fantasy tree. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. If someone from Chaldea had been here, if they had seen the tree and heard Riezel's words, they would not have reacted so mildly. While others might not have known about the fantasy tree, Chaldea knew it all too well. It was the core of a lost belt, a source capable of initializing a planet and creating new myths. When planted on a planet's surface, it would absorb magical energy from the planet's ley lines and invade the present world, causing a lost belt different from proper human history to emerge. Without fantasy trees, the reality of proper human history would not be invaded, and lost belts would not easily appear. For that reason, the fantasy tree was the keystone for creating these anomalous histories, the root at the center of each lost belt, the foundation of the world. It was because Alien God and the Cryptors had planted the fantasy tree on the surface of the Earth in proper human history that the blank paper phenomenon had appeared, causing a crisis that threatened the very foundation of humanity. Because of that, Chaldea had always fought on the front lines against the Cryptors and Alien God, breaking into lost belts one after another, cutting down the fantasy trees rooted in the planet's surface along with their corresponding lost belts, trying to save the Earth and proper human history. In other words, a fantasy tree was the cornerstone of a lost belt's existence, while to Chaldea, it was the greatest enemy, the root that had to be eliminated. So far, Chaldea had traversed 5 lost belts and cut down 5 fantasy trees. As for the British lost belt, it had also come into existence because of a fantasy tree, which was why Barrelgut, a Cryptor, had come to Britain. However, 400 years later, at the official start of the Queen's calendar, the fantasy tree known to the Cryptors and the world tree known to the fairies vanished without warning. In other words, there would be no fantasy tree in the future, and no world tree in the future Fairy Britain, which made this lost belt change, turning it into a world different from proper human history. For this reason, Morgan sought to cross the barrier of the Britain lost belt and invade proper human history, aiming to make the entire planet a world where only Britain existed. Because this was the first time Riezel had ever seen the legendary fantasy tree, he couldn't help but gaze at it a bit longer, even activating the transparent world to see through the massive tree. As soon as he looked, Riezel couldn't help but gasp in amazement. What terrifying magical energy! With the transparent world, Riezel saw inside the fantasy tree. Inside, it was almost entirely magical energy, so immense it was the most overwhelming Riezel had ever seen in his life. Even if Koyanskaya revealed her true nature and returned to her beast of cherishment form, or if the incarnation of the great calamity that could crush Norwich and ravage all of Britain appeared, they would not even be 1/10,000th as powerful as the magical energy hidden within the fantasy tree. If all that magical energy were released and used as fuel for an explosion, it might cause a phenomenon on par with heaven and earth turning upside down. Indeed, without this kind of power, it would be impossible for a lost belt to take shape. Riezel fell silent in thought. What are you thinking about? Esk's voice reached Riezel a moment later, snapping him back from his thoughts. It's nothing. Riezel quickly shook his head. All right, let's keep moving. Esk stared at Riezel for a moment, then nodded. Todorot and Black Knight sensed that Riezel was hiding something, but since Esk did not press further, they chose not to ask either. After all, there was still plenty of time ahead, they could always figure it out later. In the end, the journey of Riezel and the Saviors group began in a quiet and uneventful manner. They traveled on foot through Britain, which no longer suffered from strife or wars started by the clans. At first, they headed west, then turned north. Only then did Riezel realize that the shoreline and forest where he had first descended were actually Norwich. In this era, the 400th year of the fairy calendar, the port city of Norwich had not yet been built, and Camelot, known as the Fortress of Evil, did not exist on this land either. At this time, the most famous city was Salisbury. Why? It was because Salisbury was home to a cathedral said to be the very first giant structure in all of Britain. To commemorate the Saviour's achievements, the Cathedral of the Ash Tree had already been constructed by this time. However, it was Todorot, with her loose tongue, who accidentally let something slip. Esk's spear was sealed there. What she meant by the spear was, of course, the spear of selection, carried by Esk as a fairy of paradise. It should be known that whenever a fairy of paradise left the inner sea of the planet, she would bring with her a ritual item that served as both her weapon and her symbol. Esk's was the spear of selection. Artoria's was the staff of selection. However, Esk's spear of selection had already been sealed away, and it was sealed inside the Cathedral of the Ash Tree in Salisbury, which was what Todorot had said. It's all those fairies' fault. They're just way too selfish. Even though it was Esk who got rid of the calamity that threatened Britain, they actually dared to do something like that. Esk was super mad back then. She was so angry that everyone got scared, you know. In the end, Esk's spear got corrupted. It turned into a bad weapon. Todorot's explanation was just like that, disjointed and all over the place, so anyone else probably wouldn't have understood a word. Riezel, however, understood. Basically, that bunch of fairies did something stupid again and nearly made Lady Savior go dark, right? Fortunately, the Savior didn't end up going dark because it was the spear in her hand that became dark instead, turning into a weapon with massive negative side effects. Riezel also knew that, in the future, the spear sealed inside the Cathedral of the Ash Tree would no longer be there, because someone would take it away, make it their own weapon, and in doing so, meet a rather tragic fate. In the end, after that conversation, the group continued traveling across Britain, fighting the moss along the way, and sometimes, they also followed Esk to investigate ancient ruins, delving into the history of Britain's birth. After half a month of this leisurely journey, Esk finally led the group to that place, the Great Pit. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 551, Strange Sense of Closeness. At this time, there naturally was no Camelot in Britain. Camelot would only be built after Morgan's ascension, becoming the capital of the fairy kingdom. For this reason, Morgan's coronation as queen was also held at the Cathedral of the Ash Tree in Salisbury, not in Camelot. Thanks to that, in the year 400 of the fairy calendar, the land around the Great Pit was nothing more than a barren wasteland with no Camelot beside it, no high-ranking fairies coming and going, and not even moss or demon beasts appearing here, leaving the area in a rather eerie state of peace. Isn't it really strange when you think about it? When the group arrived at the Great Pit, Todorot, unable to bear the silence, suddenly spoke up. There were so many moss and magical beasts before we got to the Great Pit, but after we arrived here, there hasn't been a single one of them. Why is that? Indeed, as they neared the vicinity of the Great Pit, both the moss and magical beasts alike had seemed to fall into a frenzied state, launching attacks one after another. Riezel had experienced the same thing while traveling through the future Britain. Yet after reaching the Great Pit, neither the moss nor magical beasts could be seen anymore, which was truly puzzling. Esk, after pondering for a while, explained. Solving all the mysteries here, including this one, is the reason we came to the Great Pit, isn't it? Needless to say, this time Esk had brought everyone to the Great Pit precisely to investigate it. Over the past half-month, they had traveled across Britain, investigating all sorts of ruins, relics, ancient books, and ancient murals that remained in the world, trying to reconstruct the history of Britain's earliest days, since that part of history was shrouded in mystery even in later generations. Few fairies knew about it, or rather, few fairies even cared about such things, and in this era, only a few fragmented descriptions remained, with no real historical records left behind. Esk believed that the reason Britain had become what it was must be tied to what happened after the original 6A ray left the inner sea of the planet and came to the surface. It was widely accepted in this world that Britain only came into being under their influence after the 6A ray left the inner sea of the planet and arrived on land. However, records about that event were extremely scarce, almost no one knew the details. During their journey, Esk had raised several questions. Why did the Ares leave the inner sea of the planet and come to the surface? Why didn't they return to the inner sea of the planet, but instead build Britain here? What exactly did they do during the construction of Britain that led to the appearance of the calamity? All these were the mysteries Esk wanted to uncover. Riezel, on the other hand, felt that this savior actually knew some of the answers deep down. Because when she raised those questions, her expression was not the anxious look of someone desperate for answers, but rather calm, composed, and sometimes even indifferent. Nonetheless, what she knew was probably not much, or at least not the whole truth, which was why she wanted to investigate everything thoroughly, to see if there was any way for Britain to attain true peace. As for Riezel himself, he actually did not care. He could be said to know better than anyone else what was inside the Great Pit, yet because he understood so well, he did not stop Esk's investigation. After all, the secret here would be discovered sooner or later. Otherwise, Camelot would never be built in later generations, Morgan would never choose to stay here, and she would not have demolished a wall of the throne hall just to constantly keep watch on the Great Pit, observing every change from her throne. As a result, along the way, Riezel still followed Esk and the others in a leisurely manner, and eventually, they arrived at the Great Pit. Compared to the Great Pit more than 2,000 years later, this Great Pit was no different. It remained a bottomless dark abyss, sitting quietly upon the land. It was still a seemingly endless void, like a wound torn open in the very earth of Britain. Just how deep is this? Todorot glanced into the bottomless pit with a rarely seen look of fear on her face and unconsciously stepped back, as if she instinctively disliked or dreaded the very existence of the Great Pit. No one knows the answer to that. Black Knight, who had already stopped walking, said in a deep voice. I also want to know why this place naturally repels the fairies of Britain. Almost no fairy is willing to come near, whether physically or mentally, including us. In fact, both Todorot and Black Knight had not been themselves since coming close to the Great Pit. Now, their faces looked unwell, and their bodies seemed to instinctively want to flee. If they had not been holding on and if Esk had not completely ignored their state and pressed forward, the two of them might have already stopped. By contrast, Riezel and Esk were completely unaffected. As expected, the fairies of Britain are not suited to come here. Esk watched Todorot and Black Knight, calmly coming to this conclusion. Riezel, on the other hand, ignored everyone else and moved to the very edge of the Great Pit. He stood at a spot where taking even one more step forward would make him fall, then looked down. Even with Riezel's excellent eyesight, all he could see was darkness. Even using dark vision magic and magic to enhance his sight, he still could not see the bottom. Still, standing this close and looking down, he noticed a few things. Gray. Yes. From the bottom of the Great Pit, a faint gray mist continuously drifted upward, floating out of the pit, mixing into the atmosphere, and spreading across all of Britain. Furthermore, there was also a faint heat lingering in this gray mist, as if something was burning at the bottom of the pit. Is it your anger? Riezel murmured softly to himself. What's wrong? Esk's voice suddenly came from nearby, making Riezel realize that, at some point, she had already come to stand beside him. It's nothing. Riezel's expression returned to normal as he replied. Where are Todorot and Black Knight? They're behind us. Even if they came over, it'd be hard for them to help. Esk answered truthfully. You and I are the only ones who can get close without being affected. Luckily, you're here. Otherwise, even if I wanted to investigate by myself, I probably wouldn't have been able to manage it. So. Riezel raised his eyebrows calmly. Are you asking me to go down with you? Do you want to go down? Esk did not answer Riezel's question but countered instead, as if leaving the choice to him. At Esk's question, Riezel stroked his chin before responding. Personally, I do want to go down, but if I do, it might end up turning into a battle that drags all of Britain into it. In short, Riezel was afraid he would lose control of himself. After all, no one understood how dangerous the thing down there was better than he did. And once something happened, if it really came to a fight, he felt he might end up throwing everything aside and battling it to the end. If things really reached that point, it would be a huge problem. At the very least, if the thing below woke up because of him, Britain would definitely face its end. Do you know what's down there? Esk was silent for a while, then finally asked this question. More or less. Riezel replied vaguely. I really don't suggest you go down. But if you don't go, and I don't go, then wasn't this trip for nothing? Esk shook her head, rejecting his suggestion. One of us has to go down, or we go down together. Riezel immediately looked at Esk. Esk also looked back at Riezel. Just like that, the two of them stared at each other for a moment, then both smiled. In that case, let's go down together. Riezel made the decision without hesitation. But the problem is, how do we get down? Esk said sensibly. Just by looking, this pit is at least several thousand meters deep. Getting down there isn't going to be easy. I've already tried with opposing mirrors, there's no way down. It seems like there's some mysterious power that disrupts teleport-type magecrafts. Upon hearing this, Riezel tried to sense it for himself and found that he truly could not use teleportation magic to enter the Great Pit. In that case, let's just fly down. Riezel reached out a hand toward Esk. Give me your hand. Esk stared at Riezel's outstretched hand, unable to help recalling the scene from half a month ago when the same hand had pulled her up. What's wrong? Riezel looked at Esk, a little puzzled. It's nothing. Esk pressed her lips together and replied softly. It just feels a little strange. She did not explain what exactly was strange, but simply reached out and grasped Riezel's hand. As soon as their hands touched, a strange impulse surged through both their hearts, turning their light touch into a sudden, firm grip, almost as if their fingers had intertwined by instinct. For a moment, both Riezel and Esk fell silent, feeling their emotions grow complicated. Especially for Esk, who could not understand why she would do this without thinking. Is it because of this strange sense of closeness again? Esk was filled with conflicting thoughts. Damn steak. Riezel cursed in his heart. In truth, the same thing had happened often over the past half-month. Sometimes, if they let their guard down for just a moment, the distance between Riezel and Esk would suddenly close, close enough for even Todorot and Black Knight to find it strange. Riezel and Esk both knew the reason deep down, but neither would say it out loud. Let's go. Riezel could only shift the topic. Esk nodded and began to focus. All right, get ready. Riezel spoke calmly, then chanted without hesitation. Mass fly. In the next second, magical light blossomed along the outlines of both their bodies. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 552, Britain's most primal, profound, fundamental, and vast sin. Mass fly. As the name suggested, it was a magic spell that allowed flight magic to be cast on multiple people, granting everyone nearby the ability to fly together. Riezel activated this magic, bestowing the ability to fly upon both himself and Esk at the same time, causing faint blue magical energy to shimmer around their bodies. In the next moment, Riezel and Esk left the ground, drifting up into the air. Esk. Todorot's voice could be faintly heard from behind, but Esk did not reply, only nodding at Riezel. Seeing this, Riezel immediately took Esk and shot straight down into the Great Pit like a full-power dive. Esk nearly cried out, wanting to tell Riezel to slow down. It was not that she was afraid, but because the interior of the Great Pit was an unknown realm for everyone. No one knew what dangers might be hidden inside, so charging straight down like this was far too reckless. However, when Esk glanced at Riezel and saw his face completely calm and unafraid, his demeanor utterly composed, she suppressed her voice and left the decision-making to him. She knew that Riezel must have understood what secrets the Great Pit held, so considering he had chosen to dive downward at full speed without any hesitation, it naturally meant that he was confident the two of them would not be in any danger, at least for now. What she guessed was indeed the case. As far as I know, the only thing in the Great Pit truly worth seeing lies at the very bottom. Riezel's voice entered Esk's ears. There's nothing of value here until we reach the bottom. In other words, there was no need to waste time in the upper layers, it was best to move straight down at full speed. Riezel silently conveyed this thought, and Esk nodded ever so slightly to show her understanding. How deep is the Great Pit, anyway? Esk only asked this one question. At the very least, it's around 8,000 meters deep. Riezel gave a rather vague answer. 8,000 meters. Esk muttered thoughtfully. It's much deeper than I thought. Riezel gave no further reply, simply steering the flight magic and speeding downward. Thanks to such an unrelenting descent, the light above them quickly faded away. Sunlight from the surface could no longer reach this far, plunging everything into pitch-black darkness. Continual light. Riezel cast another magic spell, creating a glowing sphere that appeared in front of him, emitting a bright light and illuminating their surroundings as it flew ahead, descending alongside him, continuously pushing away the darkness and lighting up the bottomless chasm. The temperature doesn't seem to be dropping. Esk, observing closely, noticed this keenly. Is it because of this smog? Is something burning at the bottom of the Great Pit? At this depth, both Riezel and Esk could see clouds of smog rising from below, carrying warmth, some even flickered with sparks, giving the impression that something was burning far beneath them. Riezel still did not respond to Esk, not until they had descended to about 7,500 meters. Only then did Riezel suddenly speak. Don't blink. Riezel said expressionlessly. What you're about to see is the original sin hidden within Britain. As these words left his lips with an almost casual tone, Esk felt the air around them suddenly grow oppressively heavy. As a fairy of paradise, Esk's instincts warned her that what she was about to witness would shake her soul and shatter the very foundation of Britain itself. As a result, Esk opened her eyes wide, focusing intently on what lay below, determined to see the deepest secrets Britain kept hidden. After a while, Riezel seemed to notice something first and finally slowed their descent. Esk also saw that the darkness beneath them had changed, because there was now something new. It was a red light. A light like fire. A light like flames. Such a glow suddenly appeared at the bottom of the great pit, entering Esk's field of vision. Trembling. A trembling unlike anything she had ever felt before. A chill suddenly rose from deep within, seeping into Esk's mind and spirit, making her tremble for no reason at all. Energy immunity, negative. It seemed that Riezel felt the same thing, so he immediately cast a magic spell, trying to shield them from whatever it was. Yet, whether the magic failed or was simply ineffective, it did nothing to dispel the chill in Esk's heart, nor did it stop her trembling. Nevertheless, Riezel still guided Esk downward, though now at a much slower pace. They drifted down like this for a while longer, until at last, Esk saw what lay at the bottom of the great pit. It was an enormous presence. A massive form. A feeling of pitch-black emotion. A terrifying gaze. When that thing, symbolizing Britain's most primal, profound, fundamental, and vast sin, entered Esk's sight, her eyes widened to their limits, and all her usual calm and indifference vanished completely. Why? Esk's voice trembled as she cried out in shock. Why are you in a place like this? Inside the great pit, Esk's voice echoed with perfect clarity, reverberating through the darkness. TCH. In that instant, Riezel clicked his tongue, suddenly stopped flying, then quickly grabbed Esk and shot upwards without looking back. Rumble. Almost at the same moment, the red gaze at the bottom of the great pit lit up, and the space immediately began to shake. Like a black hole capable of swallowing everything around it, that gaze tried to drag Riezel and Esk, who were rising rapidly, back down. At the same time, pitch-black cursed magical energy surged out like a tsunami, the terrifying curse solidified into a tangible force, pulling the burning ashes together to form countless cursed hands. They were the same curse, the same hands, as the calamity. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. As the space quaked and the pit roared, the pitch-black, cursed hands shot out from the depths like venomous snakes locking onto prey, each one lunging after Riezel and Esk. Each of these hands was larger than either of them, any one of them could seize a person as easily as crushing a fly. They looked like the hands of demons reaching out from hell, relentlessly pursuing the two, clearly intent on dragging them both down together. Shining burst. As Riezel flew upward at full speed with Esk, he unleashed his magic just as the cursed hands were about to surround them. In an instant, a dazzling radiance like sunlight burst from Riezel's body, scattering the countless cursed hands closing in. Yet the cursed hands seemed endless. Even as some were blown apart, more took their place, still reaching for Riezel without pause. No, that was not right. No. They are not trying to catch me. Riezel almost instinctively realized that those hands reaching out from the bottom of the great pit were not after him, they were after Esk. Has the one at the bottom realized Esk's true identity and figured out that she's a fairy of paradise? Is that why it unconsciously reached out its hands, even while asleep? What does it want? Does it seek salvation? Does it want rescue? Or, is it reaching out to ask its companion for help? While Riezel was thinking about this, the cursed hands clung to them like a disease that would not let go, surrounding the two of them. Riezel prepared to cast magic again and reflexively activated the transparent world, intending to see through all the attack trajectories of the cursed hands. But when the transparent light appeared in his eyes and he looked downward, the sight stabbed at his vision. He saw only bottomless darkness, a dense wave of curse power, and then, that curse, thick as a swamp, made his eyes and mind ache sharply. What a terrifying curse. Riezel's expression changed slightly. He should have been completely immune to mental interference, with the highest rank of abnormal resistance and his power to suppress all evil powers, so logically, the curse power should not have affected him at all. However, that wave of curse power had become so thick it was nearly tangible. Not only could it affect the mind, but it could even corrode the physical world. If such a powerful curse exploded all at once, not just Britain, the entire world would be polluted and corrupted, turning into a dead land. Such a terrifying curse, Riezel looked straight at it, even saw through it. Evidently, the only reason he did not go insane on the spot was because of the protection from his development abilities and skills. No. I can't keep looking at it. Riezel quickly deactivated the transparent world, and because of this, he finally made a mistake. A hand much smaller than the others, almost indistinguishable from a normal human hand, suddenly slipped around and grabbed Esk's foot. Ah. Esk, who had been in shock all this time, cried out in alarm as she finally reacted. Unfortunately, by then, it was already too late, as a powerful force pulled Esk downward. Riezel failed to catch Esk. He could only watch as she was dragged to the bottom of the great pit by the cursed hand, his expression twisting once again. Goo. For reasons unknown, just before she was pulled into the endless darkness, Esk shouted at Riezel before disappearing from his field of vision, swallowed up by countless cursed hands and vanishing without a trace. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. In the pitch-black great pit, a burst of fire suddenly erupted with an explosive roar. Riezel's whole body ignited in flames, the blast blowing his cloak's hood back and exposing his true face to the air. Whoosh. A moment later, Riezel became a streak of fire, shooting downward like a meteor plummeting from the sky. Before long, he plunged into the swamp of curses and vanished from sight. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 553, The Sun and the Witch. An ancient memory from long, long ago emerged in Esk's mind. All things end in the sea, and all beginnings come only from the sea. After a meteor streaked across the sky, all the land turned into rivers. This is a story so old that it could not possibly be any older, a tale from a very, very long time ago. 6 fairies came to the outside world and turned the present world into a vast sea. A giant shadow rose from the sea. It had a fluffy, soft body, and on its shoulder rested an animal that should have long since vanished. The 6 fairies became friends with a god. Although the endless sea was both boring and unfit for living, which was a big problem, the god would help everyone block the waves, so the 6 fairies lived a carefree life. The calm sea without any wind or waves was also nice, but in the end, they still missed the land. The 6 fairies offered joy to the god. The 6 fairies offered prayers to the god. The 6 fairies sacrificed the god. Their wish was granted, and the festival ended. Deceived into drinking poisoned wine, the god died. The 6 fairies took the god's corpse and used it to create a brand new land. The animal that remained behind and cried out loudly was also put to use with care. Because the animal was the only human, having just one was not enough. It was divided into fine pieces. Divided into fine pieces. Torn into fragments while ensuring it would not die. In order to make sure it would never die no matter what was done, they cast magic upon it and used it with care. This was how Britain was created. This was how the sin began. May the 6 fairies of the beginning find salvation. May the 6 fairies of the beginning be cursed. As these vivid memories, now turned into words, surged into Esk's mind one after another, an image also appeared. It was an endless sea. It was a surface of water in constant motion. 6 fairies flew here, flapping their wings, playing with one another, but since they could never find land and had nowhere to rest, they quickly grew bored. In the sea, a giant creature appeared, carrying a tiny creature on its back. It became friends with the 6 fairies, shielding them from wind and rain, and letting them play on its body. It was a heartwarming scene. It was a moment of true happiness. However, at some unknown point, that heartwarming scene had changed. For some reason, the happiness had vanished, while the memories in Esk's mind seemed to be stained red with blood. As if burned by fire, they turned to ashes. At that moment, only anger, hatred, and resentment rampaged in her mind. Salvation. Everything needed salvation. Curse. Everything needed to be cursed. Hatred. It was not hatred for being deceived, but hatred for being forced to watch everything unfold, unable to do anything about it. Sorrow. It was not sorrow for one's own death, but sorrow for seeing a friend treated so cruelly. And thus, the land of Britain was cursed. A disaster called calamity ravaged the fairies, and whether it was life or non-life, all were erased without exception in the face of this hatred and rage. Britain was sinful. Britain should not have existed. Salvation, 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 salvation. Curse, 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 curse. Over time, the memory began to blur, and both body and mind started to cry out in agony. Esk, sinking deeper into darkness, felt herself on the verge of breaking, about to lose herself in this sea of curses and sea of rage. Even though she had endured countless pains over the past 3,600 years, when faced with this wave of negative emotions, as overwhelming as a tsunami, Esk still felt she could not withstand it for even a moment longer, and had the urge to end it all right now. At this moment, the beautiful memories of the past had long since faded, leaving behind only a madness-like obsession. If that were the case, forget it, let it end here. It was as if a voice was telling her this, making her give up struggling. After all, you should have died a long time ago. Indeed, she should have died in Orkney 3,600 years ago. You are a fairy of paradise. You have the duty to make every living being in Britain realize their sins. Give up on protecting. Give up on saving. Go destroy. Go vent. Go set everything right. When that happens, the world will return to its starting point. As it spoke, the voice in Esk's mind sounded like someone else's, yet also like her own. No, it was her own voice, wasn't it? For the past 3,600 years, she had certainly thought and reflected on this countless times. It was precisely because of this that the voice had appeared now, making her abandon everything she had held on to. Let the world return to the beginning. Let the world return to the beginning. Let the world return to the beginning. Again and again, this phrase echoed endlessly in Esk's innermost feelings. In such a state, Esk suddenly found herself entering another world. It was Orkney. Esk recognized this scenery. This was the northernmost city of Britain, her once blissful home where she had grown up. Unfortunately, it had now fallen into ruin, a land of snow and ice. Is this my inner world? As a highly ranked magus, Esk easily realized what she was experiencing. Indeed, my inner world should look like this. Cold. Lonely. A world of ice and snow with no life except herself. This was exactly how Esk's innermost self appeared when brought to life. All the beauty of the past had already frozen into ice. Her feelings had long cooled into snow. A witch who no longer cared about anything, who was indifferent to everything. Right, this was who I am. Murmuring to herself, Esk walked through the snowy wasteland with an expression as cold as ice. As she continued on, her hair gradually turned the same pale white as the snow around her, her clothes were dyed black, and the staff in her hand became an ominous black spear. Once a savior, now a witch, Esk wandered through the winter as if she had abandoned everything. Whoosh! Suddenly, a spark of flame flared up in the icy wasteland. What is that? She stopped in her tracks, lifted her head, and stared blankly at the flickering flame. The flame rapidly grew. The flame was turning into a sun. When it appeared, the frozen wasteland seemed to be lit up and warmed, and signs of thaw began to appear, causing the blizzard to stop. Even in the ruins, a faint sense of warmth emerged. When the sun-like blaze fell from the sky and landed before the witch, in a world where there should have been only her, someone else, a young man, miraculously broke in and strode powerfully up to the witch. He looked at her with calm eyes, his gaze was gentle, but the strength behind it made the witch, whose heart was as cold as snow, tremble ever so slightly. After a long silence, the young man finally spoke. Once, someone in this world said something to me. He who brought the warmth spoke. She said that she and I were the same. We both rejected our own worlds and chose the worlds of others. He who was wreathed in flames spoke quietly. She was right. I did reject my own world and chose the world of another. But I didn't do it to run away. I just thought, I can't change the world, but the world shouldn't be able to change me either. Upon hearing this, the witch's heart trembled again. Can't change the world, but the world shouldn't be able to change me. She murmured softly, her gaze turning dazed. That's right. He who came like the sun looked straight at the witch. No matter what it is, once conflict arises, parting ways is only a matter of time. At that time, either you go your own way, or you carve out a new path by walking over theirs. If you can't do it, then being left behind, crushed, or swallowed up is only a matter of time. Are you willing to become someone who compromises with reality, someone crushed by the things that go against yourself? As the young man's voice echoed in the witch's heart, she answered almost without thinking. No, I am not willing. Maybe this was just her unwillingness. Maybe her past determination had simply become an obsession. Regardless, she truly was not willing. Hearing her reply, the young man just smiled faintly. Does it matter if you're a savior or a witch? If you have your own ideas, then when things do not go your way, you should do what you truly want. He reached out his hand to the witch. Come on. As soon as these words fell, the witch reached out and took his hand without any hesitation. She held it tightly, their fingers interlocked. In the next moment, the flames on the young man's body rushed through their joined hands and wrapped around the witch. Warmth dispelled the cold. Her frozen heart began to melt. Her hair, pale as snow, regained its golden luster, the ominous black spear turned back into a staff, and the pitch-black clothes turned back into shining attire. At this moment, the witch turned back into the savior once again. At least, for now. Pang. As the world covered in ice and snow shattered, the darkness filled with curses descended once again, intent on swallowing Esk. But now, Esk was already holding someone's hand, embraced by the young man blazing with flames, the brightest sun who cleansed the curses. Boom. In the next moment, the flames turned into a beam of light, blasting away the darkness. It shot upward, out of the sea of curses, out of the pit, and toward the pit's entrance. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 554, Escaping the Great Pit. Outside the Great Pit, about 20 meters away, Todorot paced anxiously back and forth, while Black Knight stood quietly in place, waiting for Riezel and Esk to return. As for Black Knight, it was one thing, but Todorot clearly was not the type who could sit still. I'm telling you, Black Knight, don't you feel like there's some really bad aura coming from the Great Pit? Todorot asked restlessly. Yeah. Black Knight was silent for a moment before replying. A creepy feeling has been uncontrollably welling up from deep inside my heart since just now, and it's only getting stronger. In fact, that creepy feeling had been there from the start. It was precisely because of that feeling that Todorot and Black Knight instinctively resisted getting closer to the Great Pit. But now, that feeling was growing stronger and stronger, and faint, ash-like smog seemed to be drifting out from the great pit, as if something was burning. It was clear that something was happening. Esk didn't get into trouble, did she? Todorot looked worried. Don't worry. Black Knight still managed to keep calm. You know how strong Esk is. She's overcome all kinds of hardships so far, so there's no way a single great pit could give her any trouble. And that Magus, his strength is also unfathomable. With him by Esk's side, the two of them looking out for each other, there really shouldn't be any danger in all of Britain that could pose a real threat to them. During the past half-month of travel, Riezel had never revealed his true face, always maintaining a mysterious and secretive demeanor, not even giving his real name, so Esk and the others could only call him Magus. However, as for his strength, Todorot and Black Knight had already witnessed it for themselves. Over the past half-month, no matter how many magical beasts or how many moss they encountered in the wilderness, Riezel could always handle everything calmly and effortlessly. Even when surrounded by a horde of moss or hunted by packs of magical beasts, he could easily dispose of his enemies without even breaking a sweat. Because of that, even though Todorot and Black Knight had never seen Riezel fight with all his might, they no longer doubted Esk's claim that he was even stronger than she was. At this point, they half believed it. As for why they only believed halfway, it was because they trusted Esk's strength even more and had never witnessed Riezel's full power themselves, so they couldn't believe it completely. Even so, Riezel's strength had earned the recognition of both Todorot and Black Knight. In Black Knight's view, even if Riezel's strength was not quite as high as Esk's evaluation, it was still enough to place him among the very top ranks in all of Britain. With such a Magus teaming up with Esk, the chance of them facing any danger they could not handle was exceedingly small. Black Knight's words convinced Todorot, finally stopping his pacing. Just then, something strange happened in the direction of the great pit. Boom. With an explosive sound, a burst of fire shot out from within the great pit, streaking outward. Rumble. At the same time, the great pit suddenly trembled, and before long, a terrifying power of curses surged out like black haze, with countless cursed hands appearing and stretching from the mouth of the pit, swaying and reaching, looking both bizarre and sinister. What? Esk. Black Knight and Todorot's expressions changed drastically at the same time as they stared at the phenomenon unfolding in the great pit, their faces full of shock. What was that? A curse? How could there be so many, and so terrifying? As Black Knight and Todorot both reeled in shock at the terrifying power of the curse emerging from the great pit, a cold voice rang out from midair. Get back. Within the flames that had shot into the air, a cloaked and hooded young man clenched his palm. In an instant, a black sword appeared in his hand, and he swung it downward. Swish. Surging flames instantly swept down from the sky like a falling meteor, crashing straight into the great pit and smashing into the twisting, stretching curse that looked like black smoke. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the flames tore through the cursed hands, evaporating their power and driving the dense, black haze-like energy back into the great pit, forcing them to retreat. Even though the cursed hands that had stretched out writhed violently, still mangled and broken as if unwilling to be pushed back so easily, perhaps because the source of their power still slumbered and had not fully awakened, the strength of the curse seemed to wane the moment they emerged from the great pit. As a result, the cursed hands, robbed of their strength, could only be forced back under the onslaught of the overwhelming flames. Soon, the fire burned the curse away entirely, and the remnants withdrew to the bottom of the great pit, vanishing without a trace. Only then did the flames begin to subside, the firelight in the sky descending toward the ground. Huff. Huff. Riezel dropped to one knee, utterly spent. Sweat dripped from beneath his hood, and his ragged breathing echoed in the air, making his dire state all too clear. Cough, cough. Esk, still in Riezel's arms, fared even worse. She looked as though she had just been dragged from drowning, and after a few harsh coughs, she suddenly began to vomit. Esk. Seeing this, Todorot and the Black Knight's expressions changed once again before hurrying over and stopping in front of Riezel and Esk. Esk. Are you all right? Todorot called out in panic. I am fine. Esk looked a bit better, but she was still extremely pale and seemed terribly weak. Here, drink some water. The Black Knight took out a canteen and handed it to Esk so she could drink. Thank you. It seemed that this was no ordinary water, but a potion mixed with special herbs. As soon as Esk drank it, her condition improved noticeably. Upon seeing this, the Black Knight handed the canteen to Riezel as well. Riezel took it without hesitation and drank several gulps, steadying his breathing. What did you two run into down there? Todorot asked urgently. How did you end up like this? That was a curse just now, wasn't it? Black Knight recalled the earlier scene and spoke in a deep voice. From what I could tell, it should be something of the same origin as the curse on the moss. Did you run into the moss in the great pit? Or was it some kind of fully formed great calamity? Riezel did not answer, but Esk gave a wry smile and replied. It would have been better if it were just a great calamity. Esk actually said that, treating the so-called Great Calamity, something that had always been seen as a natural disaster, as something minor. It couldn't be helped. What lies beneath is far worse than any great calamity. Just recalling what she had seen at the bottom of the great pit made Esk's expression turn bitter and ugly, which caused Todorot and the Black Knight to both suck in a breath. Having traveled with Esk for so many years, this was the first time they had seen her make such a face. Even when some of the worst incidents happened during the removal of calamity, incidents caused by Britain's fairies, her expression had never looked so bad. Esk then continued. "We can't stay here any longer." She staggered to her feet, her tone brooking no argument. "Although whatever is down there hasn't awakened yet, my presence has already disturbed it. If we stay any longer, there's a real chance it might open its eyes. We have to leave at once and look for a way to keep this place under surveillance. Otherwise..." No one knew what outcome she imagined, but Esk showed rare frustration and bit her lip. Seeing Esk like this, Todorot and the Black Knight exchanged a glance and finally nodded. Even though they still had many questions, since Esk had spoken so decisively, all they could do was trust her judgment and follow her lead. "Are you okay?" After making her decision, Esk walked over to Riezel, helped him up, and asked with concern. "Is there anywhere you're still feeling unwell?" Riezel didn't react much to Esk's words, but they did surprise Todorot and Black Knight. They could clearly sense the concern in Esk's voice, something rarely, if ever, shown before, and it was impossible to miss. Moreover, as she spoke, there was genuine worry in her eyes. For the two who had always traveled with her, this was truly startling. As her companions, they knew well that even though she was called a savior and did a savior's work, years of hardship had left her heart full of wounds. Because of that, she had become cold at her core. But now, the deep coldness in her voice, even if only for a moment, seemed to have vanished, a change hard for those who understood her to believe. "I admit that curse really was frightening." Riezel shook his head, his voice calm again. "Luckily, I already had a high resistance to curses, so it didn't do much to me." Esk was the same. Because she was a fairy of paradise and had divine protection from the inner sea of the planet, that terrifying curse did not cause her any real harm. If it had been anyone else facing such a curse, one capable of corrupting the planet itself, even if they survived, they would have suffered unimaginable sickness and after effects. "Good," Esk said in relief. "All right, there's no time to waste. Let's get out of here first." "Yeah." Riezel nodded without objection, then reached out to Todorot and Black Knight. "You two, hold on to me." Todorot immediately grabbed his hand, while Black Knight placed his hand on Todorot's shoulder. As for Esk, she kept leaning against Riezel. Greater teleportation. Only then did Riezel activate the teleportation magic, taking everyone away in an instant. On a desolate plain, the Great Pit sat quietly as if nothing had ever happened. Just like that, everything returned to calm once more. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 555, Esk's Truest Self and Decision. Night. On a plain several kilometers away from the Great Pit, a massive, sturdy tower stood tall, its presence heavy and imposing under the night sky. Needless to say, this was the temporary residence Riezel had created using Create Fortress. Riezel's group had already moved in and was taking a break here for the time being. As for what happened at the Great Pit, during the day, Esk had told Riezel that she would handle the explanation to Todorot and Black Knight, so he did not need to worry about it. With that, the matter of the Great Pit came to an end for Riezel before he picked a room, went inside, and took a nap to adjust his condition. Even though the curse in the Great Pit had not left any lingering effects on Riezel, it had already begun to affect the real world and had become capable of physical attacks. He had dived straight into that sea of curses, so his body and mind were inevitably affected and needed time to recover. Because of that, after returning to his room, Riezel rested and used several types of magic to treat himself, including but not limited to healing magic. He rested like that for a long time, and only after night had fallen did he wake up again, step out of his room, and enter the hall. At this moment, it seemed Todorot and Black Knight had already gone to sleep. Riezel thought he would be the only one awake at this hour, but he soon discovered there was already someone in the hall. "You're awake." Esk, standing by the window and gazing at the starry sky outside, turned at the sound of approaching footsteps and greeted Riezel. At this moment, Esk was without her staff and had removed all her equipment, appearing in a rare state of complete defenselessness, which even surprised Riezel a little. For the past half-month, Esk had never removed her equipment, not even when sleeping, so this was the first time Riezel had seen her so unguarded. Regardless, Riezel quickly regained his composure and nodded at Esk. "You're not going to rest?" "Something like that." Esk did not deny it. "My thoughts are a bit of a mess. I need to sort them out." "It's about the Great Pit, right?" Riezel walked over to Esk's side and gazed out the window at the night sky with her. "You're really concerned about it?" "How could I not be?" Esk sighed softly. "If it wakes up, Britain will be finished. Not to mention anything else, just the terrifying curse that could even contaminate the planet itself. If it were to break free from the Great Pit and spread across Britain, this island would be doomed. It was precisely for that reason that Esk was so deeply worried. Unfortunately, Riezel could not understand. You saw it, didn't you? You saw the ancient memories passed from the other side of the curse. Riezel spoke calmly. Obviously, he had seen them too, those memories. Esk did not deny it, nor did she admit it, but her face was shrouded in gloom. Since you saw it, then you should know that the very existence of this Britain was a mistake from the beginning. Riezel said quietly. Is it really worth it for you to humble yourself and do so much for this kind of Britain? Esk did not answer immediately, but closed her eyes as if recalling her entire life. A few seconds later, she opened them. At this moment, the gaze of this savior was no longer calm or bright, but revealed the coldness hidden deep inside. Noticing this, Riezel knew this was Esk's truest self. Finally showing her most genuine side, Esk spoke slowly and coldly. Yes, I have no interest in being some savior. I only want to keep Britain as it is. I never planned to save all the fairies, and I never intended to protect anything. As long as Britain continues to exist, that's enough for me. Everything else means nothing to me. At last, Esk was willing to voice her true feelings in front of Riezel. In the beginning, maybe I did want to build an ideal country, but now, I have completely lost that idea. For these 3,600 years, I've just been repeating the same things. Eliminating the calamity that comes once every 100 years. Purging the great calamity that comes once every 1,000 years. But after I finished, I was immediately hunted down by fairies, rejected, forced to escape, and went into the coffin to sleep. I put in so much effort, but in the end, received even more blame and persecution. Just as you said, I gave up on expecting anything from fairies long ago. Esk used the calmest tone to recount her cruelest experiences, as if those things had happened to someone else. Riezel did not interrupt and quietly listened. In this state, Esk seemed to be pouring out everything she had been hiding all this time, talking non-stop. Right now, I'm only acting to protect myself and to protect Britain. I took Uther as my disciple and made a human the king of Britain only because I do not trust fairies. I do not believe fairies could build Britain into what I desire. I'm also unwilling to entrust this Britain to those fairies, which is why I had to help humans and assist Uther in unifying Britain. Someone like me was never a savior from the very start, but merely a witch who arbitrarily decided the fate of fairies. If it were not for Britain, I would have ended this land's history long ago. As these words fell, Esk turned to Riezel. You asked why I do so much for Britain like this. Of course, it is because only here is my true home. I have never wanted to save the fairies, and I do not wish to fulfill the mission of the Fairy of Paradise. I just want this Britain to exist forever. For that goal, I'm willing to sacrifice everything, even myself. What Esk revealed in these words was a persistence that could only be described as obsessive, a conviction that had already become the meaning of her existence. If she ever stopped fulfilling it, she would instantly lose her sense of self and all will to live. Why go this far? This thought suddenly flashed through Riezel's mind. However, when he considered Esk's true nature, her entire life, and her origins, Riezel felt that perhaps it was only natural for her to become like this. Here, due to her connection with the Rain clan, she had, from childhood, already conceived the idea of creating her ideal kingdom and loved this land deeply. In proper human history, because of her life experiences and the nature of her existence, she had almost gone mad in pursuit of Britain. It could be said that Britain was everything to the existence known as Vivian. If she could not obtain it, then what could not be sacrificed? Honestly, in the beginning, I was a little afraid of you. Esk suddenly confessed her true feelings and opinions about Riezel. I did not know what kind of role you would play in the future Britain, whether it would be good or bad. You were clearly an enemy of the Queen who rules Britain, which should mean you would harm Britain, but you do not hate Morgan. You are not hostile toward her, and you even became the husband she chose and earned her approval. I have no idea what the future she is really thinking. I also do not know why you came here. I even considered getting rid of you, but you are just so strong and so unique. Because of this, over the past half-month, Esk had actually been lost for quite some time. She did not want to get close to Riezel, yet she was drawn to everything about him. She felt that Riezel was a threat, but the Morgan who would one day rule Britain was willing to marry him. If that relationship had been only superficial, it would have been fine. She knew Morgan was not the type to seek a partner for her own happiness. As long as marrying someone benefited Britain, she would do so without hesitation, no matter who the other person was. However, with Riezel as her husband, it was clear Morgan had not chosen him for Britain's sake. Otherwise, she would not have forged such a deep conceptual bond with him through means that Esk could only vaguely comprehend now, nor would she have given her very essence to Riezel. Because of that, Esk was truly lost and conflicted, unsure how to deal with Riezel's existence, who had suddenly appeared at her side. But now, she felt that perhaps none of it mattered anymore, because she might already be starting to understand why the future Morgan would look at this man differently from everyone else. Recalling her experiences in the Great Pit, thinking of the words he had spoken in her inner world, the warmth he had conveyed, and that fleeting, heart-stirring moment, Esk felt that the heart she had kept frozen for so long might have begun to crack. Esk stared intently at Riezel, and after a while, she spoke. "Will I fail?" Esk's words seemed to come out of nowhere and made no sense to anyone. Yet Riezel understood. She was referring to herself in this era. She was referring to the peace Britain was about to welcome. Before long, her disciple would be crowned king, the fairies would gain rulership, and Britain would become the land Esk had imagined. However, Riezel had already expressed before that Esk's thinking was too naive. In other words, yes. You will fail. Upon hearing Riezel's calm answer, Esk closed her eyes again. This was supposed to be her last attempt. This was supposed to be the approach she had placed her greatest hopes in. Yet, just like before, it would still end in failure. You're right. Fairies are not worth saving, nor should they be saved. Esk said in a voice as cold as ice. Perhaps Britain needs fairies, but it does not need fairies who will not obey. At this moment, a certain idea in her heart gradually became firm. Britain could not be entrusted to fairies because fairies were not worthy of trust. Britain could not be entrusted to humans because humans were too weak. If she wanted to make Britain into what she desired, then she could only do it herself. If that was the case, become king, by my own hand. Esk made this decision in her heart. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 556, Return. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Riezel had already spent about a month in the year 400 of the fairy calendar. During this month, Riezel continued as before, traveling across Britain with Esk as if nothing had happened at the Great Pit that day, roaming freely across the land. Many things, naturally, occurred during this period. At times, Riezel would explore dangerous ruins and ancient sites with Esk, searching for all kinds of old records. At other times, Riezel would join Totterat and Black Knight to hunt the moss and eliminate the curses threatening Britain. Sometimes, they were ambushed by fairies who opposed Uther becoming king. Other times, they took the initiative to wipe out vicious magical beasts to collect various materials or treasures. All these were things Riezel and Esk had done together in this 1 month, yet it felt as though nothing had truly changed. Perhaps the only difference was that Esk now seemed far less guarded than before, speaking much more than she once did. When Totterat and Black Knight were around, things remained as usual, but in their absence, she would often seek Riezel out on her own to chat with him. Sometimes, Esk would even find Riezel late at night for a long talk until dawn, though the topics were never anything important, just trivial matters. She never asked Riezel about what would happen in the future, but she would ask about his past adventures and stories. She never asked about the secrets of Riezel, but she would ask about his likes, his daily life, and what sort of people were on his side. In addition, though rarely, Esk had mentioned a few times what her life had been like back in Orkney. Whenever she talked about those things, Esk would always show a genuine smile rarely seen on her face, which Riezel would watch for a long time, yet say nothing. It was also worth mentioning that Esk had discussed magecraft with Riezel and showed quite a bit of interest in the magic system he used. To delve deeper into magecraft, Esk had even suggested sparring with Riezel, and the two had trained together several times. It had to be said that Esk was truly powerful. As a savior who had traveled across Britain for 3,600 years, her strength could rival that of any fairy knight Riezel knew, not like Babe and Sith, the disgrace of the fairy knights, but on par with figures such as Gawain and Lancelot. Because of this, Riezel had more than once lost himself in their matches, and both of them ended up with more than a few bruises and scrapes. Living like this, on the surface, it seemed as though nothing had changed between the two of them, but in truth, the distance between their hearts was always shifting. They grew closer and closer. Their guard around each other grew lower and lower. In this way, Riezel spent more than a month in the year 400 of the fairy calendar. On this day, the time for him to leave had finally arrived. I'm leaving. While Totterat and Black Knight were out scouting, Riezel suddenly spoke these words as he and Esk walked together. Upon hearing Riezel's words, Esk was not surprised at all. I knew it. You weren't in any rush to find a way back, so you must have already figured something out. Esk stopped and smiled slightly at Riezel. Have you finished what you needed to do? She was asking about the matter Riezel had said he needed to take care of in this era. Riezel had already mentioned that he had something to do in this time period, which was why he had not been in a hurry to leave. Now, since Riezel brought up leaving, it meant that the matter was settled. However, Riezel did not explain and simply looked at the fairy girl before him, softly smiling, though he felt especially conflicted inside. Thinking of all that had happened over this month, Riezel realized that he and this fairy girl had unknowingly formed a subtle relationship. To say they were close was not quite right, as nothing truly intimate had happened between them, yet to say they were distant was also wrong, for they could talk together all night. Sometimes, when chatting with Esk, Riezel even felt as if he were speaking with Yuri. It was unexpectedly comfortable and natural. In such a situation, the answer he had come to this era to find seemed already within his grasp. He wanted to know why Morgan wished to marry him, why she desired to enter such a bond. And now. We'll meet again in the future. After a moment of silence, Riezel said farewell to Esk. Yeah. Esk nodded lightly, showing no sadness or sorrow, as if she had already expected this. Finally, let me tell you my true name. Esk spoke while glancing at the sky. When I was in Orkney, everyone called me Vivian. Esk was the name I took after leaving Orkney, when I decided to live on as a savior. My true name is Morgan Le Fay. Esk, or rather, Morgan, looked at Riezel with a familiar smile. It was the smile of a witch, somewhat cold, yet filled with longing. Don't forget, all right. My future husband. Leaving these words behind, Morgan left first. We'll meet again in the future. Riezel watched as Morgan walked away and whispered after her figure had vanished. With that, Riezel slowly walked off in another direction. And so, the two went their separate ways, not to meet again until thousands of years later. Warning, the time limit has reached 0, dimensional travel is about to conclude. Initiating inspection. User is detected possessing unique powers from this world, they will return with the user after dissolving the consciousness body. User is detected carrying unique items from this world, if you wish to bring them, it can be accomplished by consuming dimensional energy. A list of unique items has been compiled, please proceed with your selection. 1. Morgan's Ring. 2. Spirit Origin Exoskeleton, Ortanax. 3. Conceptual Weapon, Black Barrel. 4. Looking at the item list, Riezel was momentarily stunned. Spirit Origin Exoskeleton, Ortanax. Conceptual Weapon, Black Barrel. What's this? Riezel did not react immediately. Only after a moment did he remember. Oh, right, these were the things Mash dropped when she fell into the sea and lost her memory. At that time, while Mash was in a state of amnesia, she had told Riezel that she seemed to have lost something important and needed to find it. As a result, Riezel had plunged into the sea, searching for a long time before finally retrieving the things Mash had lost, a set of equipment. Thinking back on this set of equipment, Riezel could not help but feel a little amazed. Setting aside Ordinax, isn't Black Barrel actually even more valuable than the ring Morgan gave me? Needless to say, the value of this armament was on par with world items like the caloric stone, it truly lived up to being Chaldea's trump card. At this thought, Riezel found himself lost in contemplation. He had no intention of taking Ordinax or Black Barrel with him, for a simple reason, they would be useless to him. These armaments had been specially designed for Mash, and only she could fully unleash their true power. Even if someone else used them, they would either be ineffective or greatly diminished in power. Especially Black Barrel, which even required Ritsuka's cooperation to bring out its full might. Mash alone would not be able to fully utilize it either. Taking these two armaments with him would not only be pointless but would also waste dimensional energy. As for the rest of the items, aside from Morgan's ring, which was necessary to take, the others were merely supplies he had bought in Salisbury at the time, and there was likewise no need to waste dimensional energy assimilating them. Therefore, the only item Riezel truly needed to assimilate was Morgan's ring. As for Black Barrel and Ordinax, these two things should just stay in this world. After making this decision, Riezel used gate and arrived at a stretch of shoreline that had fallen into ruin. It was the very place where he had been sent to this era by Morgan's water mirror, the place where Norwich would be. Riezel intended to bury the two armaments here and, once he returned to this world in the future, come back and retrieve them. Over magic, preservation. After taking out the two armaments, Riezel first cast a preservation magic on them, and even elevated it to the highest, 10th tier magic preservation, to prevent these two pieces of equipment from decaying after more than 2,000 years. Next, Riezel performed several more magic spells, both to conceal the two armaments and to add protective measures. Otherwise, in the future, they could easily be discovered by the fairies of Britain and be lost. Once all this was done, Riezel then used Earth Attribute magic to sink the two sealed armaments deep underground, several thousand meters below the surface. Now, nothing can go wrong. Dusting off his hands, Riezel checked his current dimensional energy. Dimensional energy, 367. Before entering this lost belt, Riezel had a total of 337 units of dimensional energy left. Afterward, Riezel spent 30 units of dimensional energy to assimilate the hero clan's treasure that Lisbeth had entrusted to him, and then, to initiate dimensional travel and arrive in this lost belt, he spent another 30 units of dimensional energy. In conclusion, before entering this lost belt, Riezel had 277 units of dimensional energy left, less than 300 units. But after staying in this world for 90 days, he had accumulated another 90 units of dimensional energy. As a result, Riezel now possessed 367 units of dimensional energy, just 30 units more than before the dimensional travel. At this moment, Riezel chose to assimilate Morgan's ring and discarded all the other items. Dimensional energy, 352. After confirming the remaining dimensional energy, Riezel completed the selection. Item selection completed, starting execution. Items assimilated successfully. Dimensional travel concluded, initiating the return procedure. As the transparent cube in his mind began to spin, Riezel set off on his journey home. Meanwhile, time within Britain continued its slow passage, inching ever closer to the year 2017 of the Queen's calendar, the era so familiar to Riezel. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 557, Neutral Territory. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, F355B. End, F367B. Dex, E484A. AGI, E491A. Mag, D555S. Light Armor, B. Swordsman, C. Mage, D. Battle Adept, ED. Fast Attack, FE. Magic Chant, HG. Looking at his just updated status, Riezel could not help but feel a bit emotional. 3 months may be a little short, but I experienced quite a few high-quality battles, so the improvement is still impressive. MAG had reached S rank. DEX and AGI had reached A rank. STR and END had reached B rank. Needless to say, this was already the highest rank available for his current level. If he went a bit further, all 5 of his basic abilities should be able to break through to S rank officially. All basic abilities S rank, huh? Even Otter had never achieved that. In the original story, Otter's STR, END, DEX, and AGI had all reached S rank and were already at their limit, but his MAG was stuck at D rank, which was a rare shortcoming. If Riezel, at level 7, could reach S rank in all basic abilities, then his stats would surpass even Otter's, making him the strongest among all adventurers in the current Orario, at least in terms of stats. Of course, in terms of actual combat power, Riezel was already far beyond what his current stats numbers could represent. Looks like when I go back to the Familia next time, I'll be able to give Loki a real scare. Just imagining Loki's reaction made Riezel smile faintly. Well, that's it then. I'll head back to the world of Danmachi after a while. After making this decision, Riezel put away the bottle of God's blood, already half consumed. As he stared at the bottle, another thought crossed his mind. I should make Loki cough up a bit more blood this time. Ignoring how malicious his own thought sounded, Riezel walked out of his room. At this moment, he had already returned to the Frenzel residence, yet almost no one noticed that he had been asleep in his room for an entire day and night. Those 8 edge assassins he had summoned had reported to him that during his dimensional travel, no one had disturbed him. Yuri and Marilyn had already gone to the royal palace, answering the king's call. Together with a large group of court magicians, they were working to decipher what the Mavros family had brought back from the ancient ruin inside the underground demon beast Yarakalan, and it seemed they would not be returning anytime soon. Lisbeth had spent all of yesterday sorting through the belongings Grandma Mia left her, searching for something related to her own origins, but so far, the process had not been going smoothly. Because Riezel's return from the Mavros territory using Gate was a secret Yuri had decided not to reveal, no one came to bother him all day yesterday, making his dimensional travel completely silent and unnoticed by anyone. To avoid being discovered after returning to the royal capital, Riezel cast complete invisibility magic before leaving his room, then silently walked around the Frenzel residence. During this walk, Riezel barely saw any familiar faces, not even Yuri's little sister Modeste or her younger brother Isaac were at home. Realizing this, Riezel was reminded of something Yuri had mentioned before. Modeste and Isaac have been following Ian and Ein around a lot lately. Especially Isaac, he seems to have decided to practice swordsmanship now, always running off to the nightly orders training field at my place, so he's hardly ever at home. When Yuri said this, Riezel had been quite surprised at the time. It really was rare, considering that the youngest sibling used to look down on swordsmen the most, and his greatest dream had always been to become a powerful magician like Yuri. Unfortunately, Isaac lacked the talent to become a magician, so that dream had been doomed from the start. Now, it seemed his thinking really had changed. Well, this is all thanks to you, Lord Lightning Sword Saint. Riezel could almost picture Yuri's amused, half-smiling face as she said that, which made him smile faintly as well. Oh well, since no one is here, I should find some time to set out again. Riezel was still planning to head for the neutral city, Siniel. Now that Lisbeth's trip home to investigate her origins was over, it was about time to set out again. In the end, Riezel turned and went back to his room. Perhaps it was through the attendant contract that Lisbeth sensed Riezel leaving the room, for she soon returned to his side. When she came back, the girl still wore a disappointed expression, clearly having found nothing. Let's go. We'll head to Siniel. Seeing Lisbeth like this, Riezel did not say anything more and simply spoke in a decisive tone. It seemed that the truth behind Lisbeth's origins could only be uncovered after arriving there. Okay. Lisbeth quickly composed herself and nodded earnestly. With the decision made, Riezel summoned a messenger crow and informed Yuri that they would be departing. He then cast Gate and took Lisbeth with him, returning to Becerre of the Mavros territory. Upon returning to Besair, Riezel did not alert the Mavros family or Nibbled and the others. Instead, he simply left the city and headed straight for the border. To travel from the border of the Mavros territory to the neutral territory, one needed to cross the border defenses constructed by the Mavros family, which were fortified with numerous mechanisms and guarded by many soldiers, all intended to prevent spies from Rieberg from infiltrating at will. It was said that a tactical class magic barrier had been set up here, and unless one received recognition from the Lord of the Mavros territory and obtained a pass, no one could cross this defense line. Raven probably already knows that I'm preparing to head to Siniel. He's likely waiting for me to get the pass from him, isn't he? With this thought in mind, Riezel took Lisbeth and passed through the border defenses with remarkable ease. Yes, it truly was that easy. Neither the defensive mechanisms, the tactical class magic barrier, nor the stationed soldiers noticed Riezel's arrival, let alone the fact that he had brought an attendant across the border. Honestly, there was nothing they could do about it, since this border had absolutely no ability to hinder teleportation magic. A border that did not account for spatial magic could never stop someone like Riezel, who could wield teleportation magic at will. As a result, Riezel brought Lisbeth and effortlessly crossed Genus's border, officially entering the neutral territory sandwiched between the two great kingdoms. What was surprising was that the neutral territory, wedged between Genus and Rieberg, was actually a desert. When Riezel and Lisbeth crossed the border and arrived there, their feet immediately sank into the sand, almost getting stuck in the shifting ground. The environment here is this harsh? Riezel gazed at the endless desert before him, then looked back at the fortress-like border defenses behind them, feeling as though he had stepped into another world. Lisbeth, however, seemed to have already been briefed about this situation. The neutral territory is about twice as large as the Mavros territory, but nearly 90% of it is desert, and most of the rest is made up of other harsh environments. Siniel is the only oasis, and the Lord of Siniel built the city upon that one and only oasis. Lisbeth stood at Riezel's side with a map in her hands. I heard that sandstorms blow here for more than half of every day, and the closer you get to the oasis where Siniel is, the less severe the sandstorms become. So anyone entering the neutral territory, whether they're from Genus or Rieberg, must pass through Siniel to resupply and rest. If you venture into the wilderness, you might not only encounter sandstorms and quicksand, but also face various other harsh conditions, not to mention the demon beasts that lurk beneath the sand. It's precisely because the environment here is so harsh that Genus set its border at the edge of the Mavros territory and decided not to expand any further. Even Rieberg, a nation notorious for its aggression, doesn't bother with this place and would rather bypass it to attack Genus. Also, there are several large old battlefields here, and the armies of Genus and Rieberg usually clash in those places. As Lisbeth explained all this, she then added a little sheepishly. Well, that's what elder sister Marilyn told me. Upon hearing this, Riezel could not help but smile and nod. In a place like this, horse-drawn carriages are basically useless, right? Riezel asked casually. Yes. Lisbeth nodded solemnly. Elder sister Marilyn told me that in the neutral territory, you either have to travel on foot or ride a rhino beast. Other mounts can hardly move here at all. Rhino beasts were war beasts that looked similar to rhinoceroses, with demon beast blood flowing in them. They had remarkable endurance, able to survive in any environment. They could also store food and water inside their bodies, and could remain active for a month without eating or drinking. On the Akasha continent, the value of a single rhino beast was many times that of 10 warhorses. Due to their rarity, even major nobles could not have them at will. If one wanted to find a way to travel in the neutral territory, rhino beasts were the only choice, nothing else would work. Riezel thought for a moment and realized that he could summon several types of monsters that could traverse such terrain, but there was no need. We should just fly straight across. Riezel made his decision. Fly across. Lisbeth said nervously. What if we run into a sandstorm? I'll find a way when the time comes. Riezel shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. Alright, let's go. Oh okay. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 558, Siniel, Sunset Tavern. Neutral City, Siniel. Siniel, it was a city established by a sword saint from a fallen country. Although it was located in the middle of a desert, because it had been built atop an oasis, the city was entirely self-sufficient. Even if something was lacking, it could be supplemented through trade with Genus and Rieberg, so life here never felt inconvenient or deprived. However, Siniel was not a wonderful city. Since it belonged neither to Genus nor to Rieberg, but was wedged between the two great countries, and surrounded on all sides by desert forming a natural barrier, many who could not survive in Genus or Rieberg ended up here, especially fugitives who had become notorious criminals in either country. If not for the fact that the city lord of Siniel was a sword saint who always maintained order and suppressed the chaos brought by petty criminals, Siniel would likely have become a lawless zone long ago. Even so, due to the influx of fugitives, Siniel, while not lawless, still seemed somewhat chaotic. Here, there were mercenary groups who made their living by hunting monsters in the desert, and there were also underground organizations running illegal businesses. From time to time, there would be people taking desperate risks, committing robbery, breaking into homes, murder, or trading in dangerous contraband. In other words, Siniel was a city with a neutral stance and a neutral internal order. Good things and wicked deeds each occupied half of life here. Good people and bad people were equally balanced, creating a very delicate equilibrium. In such a city, there stood a tavern known as the Sunset Tavern that was quite famous in Siniel. Why? It was because the tavern served as a very special intermediary. Rumor had it that the master behind the tavern had some connection to the city lord, so the city authorities would entrust certain commissions to the tavern, which would then pass them on to mercenary groups, letting them hunt dangerous monsters in the city's vicinity. It was also said that the master behind the tavern had personal connections in the underworld, so the tavern covertly brokered some illegal business for others as well. In short, this was a place that thrived in both the legal and illegal worlds. As a result, mercenaries and criminals from the underworld often gathered here. Even though none of them were simple characters, not one dared to cause trouble in this place. In the evening, as usual, the Sunset Tavern was filled with heavily armed mercenaries and dangerous figures cloaked in black robes. Some drank and chatted, while others went into the back rooms to conduct their business. Thanks to this, the inside of the tavern was lively and loud, with the thick scent of alcohol masking the traces of dust and blood in the air. At some point, the tavern's main door was pushed open. From outside, two travel-worn figures stepped in. They were both wrapped in dust-covered cloaks, clearly just having come from outside the city. One was tall and large. One was short and small. From the outlines beneath their cloaks, it was clear they were a man and a woman, but with their hoods drawn up, their faces were completely hidden, leaving no one able to see their looks or guess their origins. Inside the tavern, many people shot them a subtle glance before quickly looking away as if nothing had happened. It was not for any other reason, but simply because there were too many people dressed like them in a place like this, so the two did not stand out enough for anyone to pay special attention to them. Only a few young and vigorous brutes could not help but turn their eyes toward the petite, cloaked woman. Even a loose cloak could not completely hide her alluring figure, which caused a trace of filthy desire to flicker in their eyes. However, this caused the cloaked woman to seem somewhat nervous and uncomfortable, her walk looking a bit stiff. As for the cloaked man leading her, he entered unhurriedly and calmly. At his waist, beneath his cloak, the hilt and scabbard of a long sword occasionally flashed into view as he walked, causing more than a few gazes to sharpen and suppress whatever unsavory thoughts they had. Soon after, the two sat down in a corner, and before long, a middle-aged man who looked rather slack and casual also walked over to them. "What do you want?" Asking in a slow, mechanical manner, as if simply going through the motions, the middle-aged man seemed to be a staff member of this tavern, yet his attitude was not polite at all. "Dining? Lodging? Or are you here to take a commission?" Since this was a tavern, of course, it ran the usual tavern business, or else there would not have been so many people drinking and chatting here. However, the main business here was still that of a middleman, and everything was laid out openly for people to choose from, just like ordering from a menu. "Let's eat first." Not caring about the staff member's attitude, the cloaked man, who was obviously the dominant one between the two, replied calmly. "Bring us some water and some food." Upon hearing this, the staff member raised an eyebrow and half smiled. "You're not short on money, huh? In that case, I'll serve you the most expensive dish in the house. As for water, we don't have any here, only wine, and it's 100 gold coins a cup for serpent's blood wine. How about it?" As soon as these words fell, the attention of a few nearby tables instantly turned toward them, making the patrons glance over. Serpent's blood wine. What kind of wine is that? From his tone, the cloakman sounded a bit curious, which made the half-smile on the staff member's face grow even more obvious. "You don't even know about serpent's blood wine? You must be a rookie who just arrived in Siniel, right? It's a strong liquor brewed from the blood of the notorious twin-tailed serpent monster from the desert. It's a specialty magical wine that you can only find in this city. Just one cup can knock out even a sword master, and a physically weak magician couldn't even handle a single sip. Forcing it down might even burn your throat." Hearing the staff member's explanation, the cloakman became even more curious. "Oh. Is it really that strong?" "It's the favorite drink of strong warriors, but very few of them are actually willing to buy a cup. Regardless, it's a magical wine personally brewed by a magician skilled in structure magic. If you can handle it, it can slowly nourish your body and gradually strengthen your physical abilities." "Really?" Only then did the cloaked man nod in understanding. "No wonder it's so expensive. Well, you can't buy this wine anywhere else, either. Even here in Siniel, it's a special offering. Usually, it's only sold to the city lord. Otherwise, it's sent off to the royal capital of Genas as tribute to the royal palace, or delivered to the military in Ryberg as a reward for brave warriors. It's always in short supply." At this point, the staff member suddenly chuckled. "Just so happens, our tavern received a fresh crate of serpent's blood wine yesterday. You can still order it now, but in a few days, my master will be using those to entertain important guests. Upon hearing this, the cloaked man pondered for a moment, then nodded. In that case, I'll have a cup. By the way, get my companion a glass of fruit wine. At this, a strange look flickered in the staff member's eyes for a moment, but then he nodded. Aha, no problem. Your order is set. Is there anything else you'd like, sir? Yes, there is. Calmly gazing at the staff member, the cloakman paused, tapping his finger on the table a few times before continuing. Actually, there's something I'd like to ask about. Could you help clear something up for me? Well, that depends on what you want to know. As he replied, the staff member's expression did not change at all. However, if it's something that can't be openly discussed, then I'd suggest you go to one of the private rooms in the back. We offer information for sale there. If it's nothing too serious, and I actually know the answer, I don't mind sharing a little info, but... Even though the rest of the staff member's words were left unsaid, the look beneath the cloaked man's had shifted into a faint smile, clearly understanding the staff member's meaning. Will this do? With a casual gesture, the cloaked man tossed a few gold coins to the staff member. Of course. Seeing the gold coins, the staff member caught them in a flash, and his smile finally seemed a bit more genuine. So, what would you like to know, sir? Casually propping his chin with his hand, the cloaked man spoke offhandedly. I've heard that an ancient ruin was unearthed near Riezel. I'd like to know about that ruin. However, as soon as the words left the cloaked man's mouth, something strange happened in the tavern. The smile on the staff member's face froze. The people who had been eavesdropping around them also fell silent. The whole tavern, which had been quite noisy a moment ago, suddenly fell quiet, so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone present, without exception, stared at the cloaked man, their faces and eyes carrying an especially odd, complex, and heavy look. Beside the cloaked man, the cloaked woman, who had remained silent all this time, seemed startled by the sudden change and could not help but clutch tightly at the weapon she always carried under her cloak. Realizing the sudden change, the cloaked man swept his gaze around before calmly turning back to the staff member. By now, the staff member's smile had completely vanished, replaced by a dark, twisted expression. I don't know what you're talking about. As he spoke, the staff member's voice was stiff, his tone icy as he tossed the gold coins back at the cloaked man. Sorry, you've got the wrong person. And forget about the back room, this place will never sell that kind of information to you. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. With that, the staff member turned on his heel and left at once, looking as if he could not wait to escape from here. Meanwhile, the other patrons continued to stare at the two in the corner with strange, complicated, and heavy expressions, whispering among themselves. Who are those two? How dare they ask about something like that here? Are they trying to mess with that taboo? Humph, they must have a death wish. As these whispers reached his ears, a faint glimmer flickered in the cloaked man's eyes beneath his hood. After a moment, he muttered to himself. Looks like this isn't going to be so easy. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 559, Master, would you teach me? Of course, the men and woman in cloaks were Riezel and Lisbeth, who had come all the way to Riezel from afar. It had already been 3 days since they entered the neutral territory. In other words, they had spent 2 whole days traveling through the desert before finally arriving at Riezel, which was situated in an oasis. Along the way, the two of them had actually lost quite a bit of time because of various incidents. Although the neutral territory appeared to be an uninhabited wasteland, the dangers hidden here were far greater than those in the Mavros territory. Over these 2 days, Riezel and Lisbeth had encountered more than one sandstorm and had nearly lost their way in the desert. There were also many monsters lurking in the sands, some lying in wait on the sandy ground, others flying through the sky, making it difficult for Riezel, even while carrying Lisbeth and flying at full speed, to avoid being obstructed several times. They had also passed through an old battlefield, where a group from Ginas and another from Ryberg were engaged in combat. Even though neither side seemed to be wearing proper military equipment, no one could say for certain what was really going on. At that time, Lisbeth had attracted the attention of those people due to her striking appearance and ended up getting drawn into the conflict. In the end, Riezel himself had to step in and kill several people, staining himself with quite a bit of blood. Because of that, after arriving in Riezel, the two of them had put on cloaks to conceal their faces and avoid unnecessary trouble, and also because they truly needed protection from the wind and sand. Otherwise, the dust on their bodies would have been unbearable. It had only been 2 hours since the two of them finally arrived in Riezel and stepped into this famous neutral city. As for why Riezel had brought Lisbeth to the Sunset Tavern, it was entirely because of some information he had picked up along the way. When Riezel had asked a few passers-by where one could get the most inside information in Riezel, almost all of them had given him the same answer: go to the Sunset Tavern. Since the Sunset Tavern had a great reputation in Riezel and a powerful background, even ordinary people knew that it dealt in both legal and illegal matters. They had told Riezel that if he ever ran into a problem, he should spend some money there, and it would be solved in no time. However, they had also warned Riezel that the average person was not allowed inside the Sunset Tavern. Because the people who frequented the place were either violent and unreasonable mercenaries or lawless underground workers, and there were even some famous sword masters among the regulars. If one was not careful, it was easy to get caught up in nasty business. Naturally, Riezel did not care about any of that. He brought Lisbeth along and planned to gather information here about the ancient ruin that had recently been unearthed near Siniel, so he could make further plans. However, as things stood, it seemed this would not be so easily accomplished. Yeah, that makes sense. Riezel picked up the freshly delivered serpent's blood wine, silently mulling things over. If it were so easy to get information about that ruin, then the Frenzel family wouldn't be completely in the dark about it. According to Yuri, both Ginas and Ryberg had sent people to Siniel to investigate the ancient ruin, but afterward, both kingdoms avoided speaking of it. Even Hendrik himself was reluctant to mention it. Siniel's city lord had also blocked all news about the ruin and forbade anyone from approaching it. Although it was unclear what had really happened, given the current situation, the existence of the ruin clearly involved certain secrets that could not be spread or casually mentioned. If that's the case, maybe this subject really is a taboo here in Siniel. With this thought, Riezel absent-mindedly took a sip of the serpent's blood wine, which looked like red wine but gave off a strong scent of blood. With just one sip, Riezel immediately felt as though he had swallowed a block of ice with a burning flame trapped inside. The ice seemed to melt the moment it slid down his throat, allowing the flame to flare up and scorch his throat with a sharp, searing pain. So this is the magical wine made from the blood of a twin-tailed serpent. Riezel, his face slightly flushed, could not help but shift his focus, feeling the burning sensation as the wine flowed into his stomach. Once inside, the wine slowly seeped through every part of his body, his internal organs, his blood, even his muscles, making him feel an itch crawling across his entire body. It really can nourish the body and gradually boost one's physical ability. Riezel sighed inwardly. Though the effect was neither strong nor immediate, this serpent's blood wine truly lived up to its reputation as a magical wine. If an ordinary person could withstand its power, it would no doubt bring great changes to their physical condition. And if one could drink this kind of wine regularly, it might even strengthen the body and prolong life. What a shame, just one glass of this costs 100 gold coins. Ordinary people could never afford it. Riezel sipped slowly, prompting another round of hushed discussion among the onlookers. Master. Lisbeth, who had been watching her surroundings the whole time, noticed that the tense atmosphere had not eased, and people were still pointing and whispering about them, which made her uneasy. What happened to them? Lisbeth still seemed rather uncomfortable. Surrounded by a crowd of outlaws, this little princess looked like a helpless lamb thrown into a pack of wolves, and her intuition told her something was wrong. Just ignore them. Riezel did not spare another glance at the crowd and spoke in a calm voice while sipping his drink. Right now, they're sizing us up, trying to figure out where we're from. Maybe a few of them are already planning something bad, so the more you pay attention to them, the more likely they'll come over and mess with us. Although he did not raise his voice when saying this, he did not try to keep it down either. At the very least, the nearby tables could clearly hear what he said, proven by how those people immediately started glaring at Riezel and Lisbeth with dangerous intent, causing her to tense up. At that moment, a woman sitting alone at a table, with no companions nearby, suddenly spoke up. Don't stress, these guys won't dare lay a finger on you. She was one of the few women in the tavern. Like the other mercenaries, she was fully armed, a sword at her side, and her appearance was quite decent. If women like Lisbeth and Yuri could score a 9.9, then this woman, who looked to be around 25, could get an 8. Unfortunately, despite her good looks, the woman's speech and mannerisms gave off a rough, unruly vibe. Her skin was slightly tanned, and instead of looking like a battle-hardened female mercenary, she seemed more like a domineering female mountain bandit, brazen and not shy at all. When she noticed she had caught Lisbeth's attention, she immediately flashed a big grin. I don't know how strong you are, missy, but your buddy here can order a glass of serpent's blood wine without even blinking, then down it like it's nothing. With some sense, who dare mess with you too? As mentioned by the staff member who served Riezel before, serpent's blood wine was a magical wine that could knock out even a sword master with just one glass, so ordinary people simply could not handle it, and drinking it might even burn out your throat. And yet, Riezel not only ordered it but drank it calmly in front of everyone, without being affected at all. Was that not proof enough of something? Judging from your voice, you don't sound that old. Turning her gaze to Riezel, the woman spoke bluntly and somewhat teasingly. You're still young, but drinking serpent's blood wine like it's just water. I like guys like you. Kid, wanna head upstairs and have some fun with this big sis? Her tone turned teasing, causing quite a few people to look at Riezel with envy. Only Lisbeth seemed completely lost after hearing that. There are rooms upstairs that can make people have some fun. Lisbeth looked puzzled and marveled. Amazing rooms. Are they some kind of rare magic item? Upon hearing this, the entire tavern fell silent for a second before bursting into laughter. What the heck? She's really that innocent. TCH, there are still girls this pure in the world. Hey, that's pretty wild. Many people began making jokes, and their gazes at Lisbeth became even more heated. Meanwhile, the woman could not help but laugh for a moment, then spoke to Lisbeth. Well, that's not what this big sis meant, but you'll get it eventually. If you still don't, just ask your buddy over there. With a figure like yours, you've got to be a real beauty. I'm sure your buddy would be more than happy to teach you what's fun. Ah, really? Lisbeth said nervously, then immediately turned to Riezel. Master, would you teach me? Riezel found himself at a loss for words. As the laughter grew louder and the atmosphere grew more hostile, Riezel's brow furrowed, and a dangerous feeling quickly spread. Click. In the next moment, Riezel quietly pushed the hilt of the black sword at his waist, revealing a sliver of the blade. The faint sound echoed through the tavern. In that instant, everyone in the tavern felt a chill run down their spine because they could tell they were being targeted, alarm bells ringing in their minds. Now, when people looked at Riezel, their gazes changed once again, this time filled with wariness and fear. Even the woman's expression shifted, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Riezel. We're leaving, Lisbeth. Riezel spoke coldly, rose to his feet, and walked away. Ah. Lisbeth, not expecting Riezel to leave so suddenly, let out a surprised cry and quickly followed. Meanwhile, the rest of the tavern watched the two leave, and after they vanished, the place erupted into a buzz. Who's that guy? Scary as hell. Looks like some real tough guy just rolled into our city. Spread the word, tell our people to lay low and not stir up trouble around here for a while. Amidst the chatter, some people quietly slipped out of the tavern, following after Riezel and Lisbeth. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 560, a deal. No, we have nothing to trade. When Riezel and Lisbeth walked out of Sunset Tavern and stepped onto the street, the sky had already turned dark. Now, the stars began to appear, and the full moon slowly rose, while the temperature throughout Siniel dropped at a shocking rate. Even now, it had already reached the point where the cold wind felt bone-chilling. Needless to say, this was a characteristic of desert environments. Many people believed deserts were scorching hot all the time, but that was not the case. In the desert, daytime temperatures were indeed high, but once night fell, the temperature would plummet, creating an extreme difference between day and night. In severe cases, the temperature difference between day and night in the desert could exceed 50 degrees. During the day, it was as hot as midsummer, while at night, it became as cold as the dead of winter, which was astonishing. Because Siniel was built on an oasis, the difference between day and night was not as drastic as the desert outside, but it was still much greater than in other places. For that reason, almost all residents of Siniel wore a cloak or coat. During the day, it protected them against wind and sand, while at night, it kept out the cold. As a result, people here looked like suspicious figures hiding their faces, hurrying through the streets. Riezel and Lisbeth quickly blended in and began to talk as they walked. What should we do next, Master? Lisbeth cautiously asked. What else can we do? Riezel kept walking without turning his head. We'll have to find a way to get information on that ruin. Can we manage that? Lisbeth said worriedly. I mean, the people here don't seem willing to talk about it at all. Even someone as naive and pure as her had noticed this, so it was obvious how clear the attitude of the people in Sunset Tavern had been on this matter. However, Riezel did not feel lost. There will always be people willing to touch on taboo topics. Riezel said calmly. Siniel is already a rather chaotic city, with plenty of underground forces. As long as we're bold enough, there will be desperate people eager to bring us information themselves. Riezel intended to stir up trouble with those underground forces. If that doesn't work, we'll just go straight to the city lord. Upon hearing this, Lisbeth was startled. Are we really going straight to the city lord? Lisbeth couldn't help but feel that was way too reckless. Yeah, there's nothing to worry about. Riezel patted the worried Lisbeth's head. It's just a sword saint. It's not like I haven't faced one before. With Riezel's current power, he truly had the right to say such things. Because of that, he really intended that if nothing else worked, he would barge straight into the residence of the city lord and make him cooperate and reveal all the necessary information. If not, Riezel did not mind using more extreme methods, such as magic like control amnesia. All right. I'll listen to you, Master. Lisbeth did not know how dangerous Riezel's plans were, but seeing that he already had a plan, she could only nod in obedience. Just like that, the two of them talked as they walked forward until, at a certain moment, they both stopped. Master. Lisbeth seemed to sense something and quietly spoke to Riezel. Riezel did not respond, but stood still for a moment before finally speaking up. Stop following us. Your tailing skills are terrible. You didn't even bother to hide your footsteps, did you? Hearing Riesel's words, Lisbeth quietly gripped the hilt of Maslow under her coat. Wait. I'm coming out. Clearly, the stalker must have also sensed the dangerous atmosphere, so they hurriedly called out and emerged from a nearby alley behind Riezel and Lisbeth, hands raised in surrender. Isn't she the big sister from the tavern? Lisbeth saw the stalker's face and tilted her head as she spoke. Yep, that's me. At Lisbeth's words, the stalker grinned. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ria, a member of Illusionist, one of the 3 most famous mercenary groups in Siniel. Zionist. Lisbeth tilted her head even further, and a faint question mark almost seemed to appear above her head. Lisbeth, who had only just arrived today, could not possibly know the local mercenary groups. Even if this woman, who called herself Ria, boasted about her group being one of the most famous in Siniel, she had no concrete concept of it in her mind. Naturally, the same was true for Riezel, who had no idea what Illusionist was. Of course, he had no intention of finding out. So, Miss Mercenary, why are you following us? Riezel turned to look Ria up and down. Is it because we ordered serpent's blood wine and you're hoping to make some extra money from us? Riezel's implied meaning was, are you here to rob us? I'd never do something like that. Ria shook her head without a second thought. Only some dumbass desperate for cash, or someone running purely on hormones, would risk pissing off a sword master for a few coins. That's a straight-up losing deal. Ria's blunt criticism caused the others who had also sneaked out of the tavern and followed Riezel and Lisbeth to change their expressions slightly. However, Riezel and Ria acted as if they hadn't noticed them at all, chatting as usual. If that's not why you're here, then what do you want? Riezel said with a half-smile. Don't tell me you're really hoping to book a room with me and have some fun. At these words, Ria hadn't reacted yet, but Lisbeth quietly glanced at Riezel from the side. Have some fun? What exactly would make them have fun together? Next time, Master should teach me, too. Lisbeth thought to herself, etching it in her mind. If you want, I don't really mind, you know. Ria said with a playful smile. I like strong guys the most. As long as you're strong enough, I'd be down for anything you want to do to me. As she spoke, Ria even threw Riezel a flirtatious wink. Ria was certainly attractive, and though her tone was rough, her looks were enough to entice any pure and innocent young man easily. Unfortunately, she had no idea what kind of girls Riezel usually interacted with. Forget about an 8 out of 10, even among great beauties above a 9, there was no shortage by Riezel's side. How could he possibly be tempted by something like this? Not to mention, Riezel had secretly kept a magic crystal that Isaac, the youngest of the Frenzel family, had once tried to trade with him, which contained the scene of the 3 stunning Frenzel sisters bathing together, completely naked. Riezel would sometimes take it out to observe, no, to examine it rigorously, to check if the magic crystal's power was still working. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly be lured in by a little foreign beauty's wink? Let alone. You're still a virgin yourself, so stop acting like you've got a ton of experience, will you? Riezel's offhand remark made Ria's eyes widen. How did you know? Ria blurted it out before realizing, then quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. She's still a virgin. At the same time, the stalkers who had secretly followed them out of the tavern with some shady intentions were all shocked when they heard Riezel's revelation. Ria was actually quite famous in Siniel. At such a young age, she had already become a sword master. Ria's elder brother was the captain of Illusionist, one of the largest mercenary groups in Siniel, a magician whose strength rivaled that of an expert sword master. Because of this, she was able to act however she wanted in Siniel, and nobody dared to mess with her. Spoiled by her brother, Ria had always acted recklessly, often visiting places other women would never go, mixing with mercenaries and assassins, getting into fights, feasting and drinking, calling all sorts of dangerous types her friends. Ria was the very definition of a mudslide among beautiful women. For that reason, most people figured this woman had probably slept with countless men. There was no way someone with such a wild reputation was still innocent. Who could have guessed she was actually a virgin? Unbelievable. Understanding this, the stalkers hiding nearby, who knew about Ria's usual behavior, started cursing under their breath. Ria, feeling like she had just died of embarrassment, couldn't help but glare at Riezel. What are you talking about? Ria snapped, clearly annoyed. How the hell could I still be a virgin? Seeing her reaction, Riezel chuckled to himself. Although he had just made a random guess, seeing Ria's reaction, he realized he had hit the mark. All right then, Miss definitely not a virgin. Riezel said calmly, nonchalantly folding his arms. Why are you following us? What do you want? Ria wanted to talk big for a moment, but seeing Riezel's calm expression, she immediately deflated, her shoulders drooping. I want to make a deal with you. Lisbeth froze in place, and those hiding in the shadows all perked up. No, that won't be necessary. Riezel refused without hesitation. We have nothing to trade. Upon hearing this, Ria was completely dumbfounded. What? You're not even gonna hear what the deal is first? Ria hurriedly protested. Is there any need? Riezel remained perfectly calm. I may not know exactly what you want us to do, but I'm guessing your bargaining chip is that so-called taboo I mentioned back in the tavern, right? Ria was at a loss for words. Did I guess right again? Riezel thought to himself, then gave a faint smile and continued speaking. Figures. You overheard me asking the server guy about it in the tavern. You know I'm looking for the ancient ruins considered taboo, so out of nowhere, you show up and try to make a deal with a stranger you just met today. Of course, your bargaining chip is information about the taboo I'm interested in. Too bad, you got one thing wrong. I do want that information, but I don't think it's all that hard to get. Even without you, I have other ways to get the intel I need. Why should I let myself get roped into something that's clearly a huge hassle? Riezel spoke with total composure. Sorry, but you picked the wrong person for this deal. Leaving these words behind, Riezel turned and walked away without the slightest hesitation. Lisbeth followed right after, not hesitating either. Wait. Ria panicked and hurried to catch up. Let's talk this through. I'll pay you whatever you want. Ria quickly caught up with Riezel, but he completely ignored her, continuing forward with Lisbeth. Meanwhile, the hidden stalkers exchanged glances and kept trailing after them. It's nothing complicated, just work with me and come with me to a certain place. Ria's voice kept ringing out, echoing through the night. As long as you're in, I'll spill everything about Siniel's taboos right now. I'm taking a big risk here, you know. Anything tied to those ruins is totally off limits by the city lord. If anyone gets caught talking about it, even me, the Oasis Knights will come after them. A few years back, the city lord had the Oasis Knights round up everyone in the city for spreading taboo rumors and punish them hard. The worst cases? Straight up executions. You went and brought up taboo stuff in the tavern, right out in the open, word of that's definitely gonna reach the Oasis Knights. Forget about getting info, you might end up dragged off to City Hall. Ria rattled on, trying desperately to change Riezel's mind. What Ria meant by Oasis Knights were Siniel's enforcers, personally trained and handpicked by the city lord. It was said that every Oasis Knight had received the Swordmaster medal, and each one was powerful. Nobody knew how many criminals who threatened Siniel's order had been killed by them. Thanks to their presence, Siniel was able to maintain the appearance of peace and order, preventing the underworld forces from running rampant. They were known to be both the city lord's sword and his eyes and ears, keeping watch over Siniel and reporting everything back to him. And the master behind the Sunset Tavern was rumored to be connected to the city lord. With Riezel casually bringing up taboo topics in a place like that, it was only a matter of time before the news reached the city lord and the Oasis Knights. Among the people secretly following Riezel and Lisbeth, there were probably spies from both the tavern and the authorities. Even so, despite the seriousness of the situation, Riezel still paid no attention to Ria's pleas, while Lisbeth found it hard to speak up, so she could only stay silent. Until, boom. Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoed from afar, and fire lit up the outskirts of Siniel. Riezel immediately halted. Damn it. Has it already started? Ria's expression shifted, and with a curse, she abandoned trying to persuade Riezel and instead dashed toward the source of the fire. What's that? No clue. Probably just another turf war between mercs or some gang fight. Relax, it's not the first time this has happened. Passers-by and the stalkers muttered among themselves, none of them surprised by the sudden chaos. Riezel silently cast his gaze toward the fire for a moment before speaking up. Lisbeth, let's go take a look. Lisbeth, of course, offered no objections. In the end, the two set off at once toward the source of the fire. On this first night in a new place, there would clearly be no peace for them. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 561, Illusionist and Dragonhorn. Siniel, Abandoned Warehouse District. On the outskirts of the city lay a stretch of deserted district. It was originally built to store all kinds of scarce resources in the desert, such as food and liquor, but after suffering several large-scale raids by underground forces and having its stockpiles looted multiple times, the city hall eventually abandoned it, no longer using it for storage. As a result, this warehouse district became a lawless zone within Siniel, often used by members of the underworld for illegal gatherings or shady transactions. Many factions even treated this place as a battleground where they could fight without restraint. Every so often, one would come across pools of blackened blood on the ground, making the place look especially horrifying. The city hall had once sent people to guard and patrol the area, but every time, these guards were wiped out by unknown underground forces, which infuriated the city lord again and again. Yet, the city hall could not afford to have the Oasis Knights stationed in a place like this for long, lest they waste valuable elite combat power. Over time, the city hall simply gave up on managing this district, allowing the chaos and darkness here to go unchecked. Today, in this deserted warehouse district, a fierce fight had broken out. It was a fight between two factions. They were clearly not ordinary, they each had dozens of members, all fully armed and physically imposing, making it immediately apparent that none of them were weak. Other factions were present as well, but for now, they were watching coldly from the sidelines, showing no intention of joining the conflict between the two factions. Of course, while it seemed like two large factions were at war, only two people were truly fighting. One was a magician, the other a swordsman. While the magician relentlessly unleashed magic spells like a merciless turret, the swordsman, wielding a long sword, dashed through the storm of magic, steadily closing the distance. Kill him. Take out that arrogant bastard. Don't let them leave here alive. Come on, Captain. Go for it, boss. Both sides stood apart, clearly backing their chosen fighter, shouting and hollering with murderous intent etched on their faces. Yet, the two clashing in the center were completely unfazed. The magician in particular kept his cold, emotionless expression as he hurled a storm of blazing magic spells into the side alley of the warehouse district. Boom. As the powerful magical fire blasted apart a corner of the district, flames erupted, scorching the ground into charred earth and filling the air with searing heat. TCH. Forced back by the magical flames, the swordsman leaped away to put some distance between himself and the magician, his face dark as a storm. Hand it over. Looking like he had the upper hand, the magician spoke coldly toward the swordsman. In your dreams. Now that it's mine, no one's taking it from me. Blatantly showing disdain, the swordsman spat his words, his face grim. Don't be so sure. I'm warning you, that thing's more than you can handle, Kane. Unfazed by the disdain, the magician spoke expressionlessly. You think I get scared that easily, Jaden? Kane sneered. If I can't handle it, what makes you think you can? My dragon horn's just as good as your illusionist. Upon hearing this, Jaden said nothing more and raised his hand to cast another magic spell. Kane, still wearing a grim expression, raised his sword and charged forward once again. Both powerful enough to rival expert sword masters, the two clashed fiercely, while the members of both factions shouted themselves hoarse in support. Such a chaos, of course, drew more and more people and factions to the area, until the warehouse district was nearly surrounded. Swish. Just then, Riezel and Lisbeth, both clad in cloaks, appeared out of nowhere. They landed atop an old, container-like warehouse, gazing out over the conflict with an air of detached indifference. What are they even doing? Lisbeth blinked, clearly confused. Probably a gang war or something. Riezel replied indifferently, losing interest in the fight below. From what he saw, the people gathered here were many, and none of them looked friendly, likely all underworld members or violent mercenary groups. And those not aligned with either side, or those who came alone without a faction, watched from nearby rooftops just like him and Lisbeth, observing as bystanders. Seeing all this, Riezel gained a rough understanding of the chaos in Siniel. If all the people here belonged to one faction, or were all underworld operatives, it would make sense that Siniel's underground forces could maintain a balance of power with the official city hall. Riezel thought to himself as he glanced casually toward his surroundings. There are simply too many of them, and they're all strong. Even the weakest are at least level 3 or level 4, and there are quite a few who seem to be level 5 or even level 6 sword masters. Together, they form a truly fearsome force. Against such a force, even a sword saint would struggle. It was no wonder the city lord of Siniel couldn't simply wipe out the city's darkness with a single decisive strike. Regardless, none of this mattered to Riezel. He hadn't come to Siniel to settle down, so whatever chaos plagued this city was none of his concern. All he cared about was whether anyone down below could provide him with the information he wanted, specifically, news about the ancient ruins. With that in mind, Riezel activated the transparent world and looked into the fray below. Under his gaze, the strength of everyone present, both on the field and around it, was laid bare before him. Ignoring the miscellaneous ones for now, there were only 11 people here worth Riezel's attention. 5 of them, like Riezel, stood atop buildings, simply watching the fight, not taking part. Of the remaining 6, apart from the 2 currently fighting, the other 4 each led a faction, standing by as spectators. All 11 were expert sword masters, and one of them had even reached the pinnacle, only a half step away from the level of Albert Borley, the best swordsman just below a sword saint. He was leading a group of burly warriors, cradling his sword as he watched the fight with gleaming eyes and a wide grin, clearly itching to join in himself. Battle maniac, huh? Riezel remarked about the men, then turned his gaze to the 2 fighting. Suddenly, Riezel froze. In his transparent world, he saw that the gloomy swordsman, who kept dodging the magician's offensive magic spells while trying to get close enough to strike, was actually carrying something strange. It couldn't be seen through or fully observed because in Riezel's transparent world, it appeared as a block of darkness, which was truly odd. What's that? Just as this thought formed in Riezel's mind, a sudden, unexplainable sense of unease surged within him. This feeling. Riezel's expression shifted, his gaze on the gloomy swordsman sharpening instantly. Master. What's wrong? Lisbeth, quick to notice the change, asked in surprise. Riezel didn't answer but simply stared at the block of darkness on the swordsman, narrowing his eyes, deep in thought. Ah, it's the big sister from the tavern. Before Lisbeth could press further, she spotted Rhea. Earlier, Rhea had left before them, but even she couldn't match Riezel's teleportation speed. Now, Rhea finally arrived, stepping straight into the battleground. Big sis. Big sis. When Rhea arrived, the people supporting the magician immediately called out one after another. How's it going? Rhea glanced at the fight, then asked a burly man in the crowd. We still haven't gotten that thing yet. No. The burly man shook his head, speaking with a trace of regret. Kane's way stronger than the rumors said. Even with the captain stepping in, we still can't take him down. Figures. He's the leader of the Dragonhorn, one of the top underground forces. If he were that easy, the Oasis Knight would have taken him out a long time ago. Rhea frowned, looking worried. We've been at this forever and still can't beat him, and now all these other factions are sniffing around. TCH, this is getting messy. It's more than just a little messy, big sis. As he spoke, the burly man gave a bitter smile. Even if Captain beats Kane, those crazy Dragonhorn guys are still backing him up. And even if we grab that thing, what then? Too many people have their eyes on it now. All these guys are slick. Since Captain and Kane are dead even, they're just hanging back, watching. They're waiting for the illusionist and the Dragonhorn to tear each other apart, and the second either Captain or Kane goes down, they'll all rush in to snatch the thing. Hearing this, Rhea's expression turned grim. She understood why only Jaden and Kane were fighting, neither of them wanted someone else to swoop in and reap the rewards. Big sis, how's it on your end? Didn't the captain send you to Sunset Tavern to put up a commission and grab a few strong helpers? You think I didn't try? Rhea replied through gritted teeth. You know what Sunset Tavern's like. Yeah, they've got the best info, but the second they found out what we were after, they pulled my commission. Said they couldn't touch it or the city lord would be on their asses. TCH. Typical double dealers. Upon hearing Rhea's explanation, the burly man couldn't help but click his tongue in annoyance. I did run into someone strong, but no luck getting him on board. Rhea shook her head. For now, we'll just have to take things step by step and pray Big Brother figures something out. Stay ready. If anything goes south, we rush in. We can lose the thing, but we can't lose Big Brother. Got it. Everyone answered her loudly, of course. Within the illusionist, apart from Captain Jaden, his younger sister Rhea had the most authority. Her strength was also among the top 3 in the group, second only to him and that same burly man, so among all the rest, she was the strongest. Now that Rhea had spoken, the burly man, who always followed the siblings' orders, had no objections, and the others certainly wouldn't dare object either. At this moment, the tension in the warehouse district grew heavier and heavier, filling the air with the smell of gunpowder. Interesting. Riezel, who had been watching the whole time, suddenly smiled. He noticed that everyone here seemed to be after the same thing, their eyes locked on the two fighting, watching the others with extreme caution. Even those like him, waiting atop nearby buildings, looked like they could barely restrain themselves, itching to jump down and join the fray. Are they all here for that thing? Riezel made a guess and felt sure he was right. It seems that thing really does have an extraordinary origin. Riezel began to ponder, but just as his mind began to race, the situation in the district suddenly changed. How long are you guys just gonna stand there and watch? Kane, pissed that he couldn't get close enough to land a hit on Jaden, raised his sword and yelled at everyone around him. If we keep wasting time like this, forget the Oasis Knight, even the city lord's gonna show up. At these words, many onlookers' faces finally changed. Kane. Seeing this, the coldness vanished from Jaden's face, replaced by a flicker of irritation and anxiety. Kane. Finally, someone could not hold back any longer and stepped forward. It was the same man Riezel had labeled a battle maniac, the strongest one in this place. Leo. Kane looked at the swordsman, who was a few years younger than him, around 30, with a wary expression. Leo immediately grinned. Hand the thing over, and I'll let your Dragonhorn leave. At these words, Kane's face grew even uglier, and the rest of the crowd also looked the same, their faces changed dramatically. At this point, everyone could no longer sit still. Bang. In the next second, someone suddenly charged in from outside the battleground, rushing straight at Kane. As soon as one person moved, the others, as if goaded, all surged forward as well. Hand it over to me. Give it to me. Bring it out. With shouts echoing across the district, countless people rushed in, charging at the shocked and furious Kane. Let's go. A sword master from the Dragonhorn saw the situation turn dire, let out a roar, and led his men into battle. We're going too. Rhea immediately gave the order and rushed in with her group. Everyone moved at once, storming into the battleground. In an instant, the warehouse district descended into chaos. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 562, Nearly Unbeatable Time Magic once again. At this moment, most of those who had wanted to join the battle had already done so. Whether it was the ones who had originally been on the ground or those standing atop the surrounding buildings, once the one-on-one duels in the battleground completely devolved into an all-out battle royale, they ultimately could not restrain themselves and rushed into the fight. As a result, the number of people remaining on the rooftops sharply decreased, leaving only a scattered few who still stood in place, watching from the sidelines. Of the 11 sword masters Riezel had been watching, all but 2 or 3 had joined the battle. They were undoubtedly the most powerful present, and the moment they joined, they headed straight for Cain, some clashing with each other to block the way, others attacking Cain together, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Before long, Cain had already sustained several injuries. "He's mine." Upon witnessing the scene, the battle maniac named Leo actually took the initiative to attack the sword masters who were besieging Cain. In his hand, Leo gripped a sword-like blade. His eyes suddenly turned a deep crimson, and a blood-red magical energy flared around him. As he swung the blade down, it unleashed a gory sword light that, with a thunderous roar, sent several sword masters flying. Riezel, who had been watching Cain closely, narrowed his eyes upon seeing this scene. It couldn't be helped. Demon sword style. Indeed, it was the demon sword style. In the past, when Riezel had been invited by Yuri to participate in the war festival in the Frenzel territory, he had witnessed this very swordsmanship in the hands of Jill Dardis, the demon swordsman with an insatiable thirst for blood. "He's a demon swordsman." Riezel fixed his gaze on Leo, who was slaughtering his way across the battleground. Leo's eyes had turned completely crimson, redder even than Riezel's own when he used Hellfenegas to enter a berserk state, as if he had lost all reason. Every time Leo's blade fell, anyone who attempted to attack or bypass him was sent flying without exception. Several fighters, who had yet to reach the expert level but were already sword masters, found themselves, through a moment of carelessness, skewered through the body by Leo's sharp blade. They fell to the ground wide-eyed, disbelief etched on their faces, their aura gone. Confronted with such a ferocious Leo, the surrounding fighters seemed frightened, those lacking strength had already turned and fled without hesitation, and even those confident in their abilities had stepped back a considerable distance. A few sword masters who had been close to Leo now subtly avoided him, clearly wary of his presence. In this state, Leo seemed to have completely forgotten that Cain was carrying something he wanted, as he charged through the crowd with crimson eyes, leaving almost no one in his path alive, some sliced cleanly in half, others run through and left dead on the ground, including more than a few sword masters. Eventually, the blood-red magical energy surrounding Leo grew even denser, his eyes became an even deeper red, and his aura surged, making him far stronger than before. Needless to say, this was the ability of the demon sword style, to grow stronger as the battle went on, and the more blood it absorbed, the greater the power gained. Because of this ability, although Leo had lost most of his reason, he had become all the more dangerous. Now, the aura sweeping out from him was no weaker than that of Albert Borley, perhaps even stronger. No wonder he's the strongest here. Riezel gave the demon swordsman a deep look before shifting his focus back to Cain. At this point, Cain seemed ready to retreat. Now, his body was covered in wounds, and the members of his mercenary group, Dragonhorn, had fallen one after another under the siege of many. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Cain was driven to the brink of madness by rage, yet he also felt a deep powerlessness in the face of the situation. If their opponent had only been the illusionist, then neither he nor the Dragonhorn would have feared them. As one of the 3 strongest mercenary groups in Siniel, the illusionist possessed overwhelming strength. Captain Jaden had even faintly earned the title of Siniel's strongest magician, as his combat power rivaled that of the top expert sword masters. Regardless, the Dragonhorn was no ordinary underground force either. If one were to rank the various factions within Siniel's underworld, the Dragonhorn might not make the top 3, but it would certainly be in the top 5. Cain was its strongest member, an expert sword master from Ryberg who had once served as a knight under a marquis. However, after slaughtering an entire family in a fit of rage following a quarrel, Cain had been branded a criminal and was forced to flee to Siniel, where he made a name for himself in the underworld. Dragonhorn also had 3 sword masters, all loyal to Cain. For this operation, Cain had brought 2 of them with him, leaving only one behind to guard their base. Now, however, both of the sword masters who had come with him lay dead, one in a pool of blood, the other in a deep crater, his mangled body making it impossible for him to rise again. How could Cain not be enraged? How could he not be furious? How could he not hate? It was clear that even if he escaped by some miracle, the Dragonhorn would be left devastated, perhaps even swallowed up soon after by enemies and rivals, disappearing from the underworld altogether. Knowing this, Cain's heart was filled with both hatred and regret. If he had known it would come to this, he never would have coveted that item. As 2 more sword masters charged toward him, Cain roared. "You want this thing, Jaden? Take it." Shouting in anger, Cain pulled a box from his chest and threw it toward Jaden, who was blasting the dragon horn members away with his magic. Jaden's expression changed instantly. He understood at once, Cain was trying to divert disaster onto him. However, when Jaden saw the box flying his way, the impulse in his heart overpowered his reason, and by reflex, he reached out and caught it. Damn it. Rhea, just as she cut down a sneak attacker, was shocked rather than pleased by the sight. Brother. Run. No sooner had Rhea's words left her mouth than several sword masters took to the air, flying straight toward Jaden. Clearly, they had switched targets. Rhea. As the cold indifference on Jaden's face vanished, replaced by solemn urgency, he threw the box toward Rhea just before being surrounded by the incoming sword masters. Take it and everyone else. Go. Without looking back, Jaden gave a low, grim shout, and then, as if ready to risk his life, he began chanting a long, complex magic spell, summoning a massive wall of fire that roared outward. It was the widest range and most powerful magic in Jaden's arsenal. Once cast, it displayed power and coverage second only to tactical class magic. Boom. With a deafening explosion, it swallowed all the strong fighters charging toward him. Brother. Rhea cried out as she clutched the box. Big sis. Hurry. Don't end up like the dragon horn. A burly man reached Rhea's side just in time, swinging his sword to drive back attackers who had slipped through to her, then shouted while forcing them back. Rhea understood what the burly man meant. If she stayed, the illusionist might end up like the dragon horn, the target of everyone's attacks. They would be the ones surrounded when that happened. I understand. Rhea spoke through gritted teeth. Even though she was worried about Jaden's situation, she chose to trust her brother. In the next moment, Rhea turned her head, ready to make her escape, but how could the people here possibly just watch their prize fly away? Don't even think about running. Hand over that box. Give it to me. Go to hell. Amid the barrage of shouts and curses, several expert sword masters could no longer hold back and lunged toward Rhea. Ayawa. Seeing them charging at Rhea, the burly man roared and lunged forward. Magical energy violently surged around him, his sword sweeping up gusts of wind as he slashed fiercely at the oncoming expert sword masters. Yet how could one man hope to fight several expert sword masters at once? Even against just one, he would not have been a match, let alone several. After all, he had not yet reached the level of an expert sword master equivalent to level 6, but was merely among the sword masters of level 5, far from a real match for them. Bang. As a result, with a thunderous crash, the burly man was sent flying, slamming into a roadside building and vanishing into the rubble. Big guy. Rhea could not help but cry out upon seeing the scene, but in that brief moment, someone finally caught up to her. Thud. With a dull thud, Rhea was punched hard, sent flying, and crashed to the ground in a cloud of dust. Ha ha ha. A sword master had seized the box, laughing as it landed neatly in his arms from midair. He was a scrawny, short swordsman wielding a rapier engraved with numerous blood grooves, and his entire presence exuded a cold, sinister aura. Among the many sword masters present, this short swordsman had the weakest presence, clearly someone who specialized in stealth, much like the shadow sword Saint Rome. Moreover, although his direct attack power wasn't high, his speed was arguably the fastest among everyone here. It's mine now. Having secured the box, the short swordsman instantly turned into a blur of black, vanishing with wind-like speed as he slipped away without a sound. Fuck. Stop. Don't let him go. Leave it here. Seeing this, the remaining sword masters tensed, abandoning their current opponents one by one to rush after the short swordsman. Only Cain, battered and covered in wounds, turned without hesitation when he saw the short swordsman trying to flee with the box, apparently intending to escape himself. However, almost immediately, a streak of fire shot toward him, forcing him back to his spot. Damn it, Jaden. Cain's rage boiled over. Trying to make us cover for you. Kneeling on one knee in the distance, panting and glaring coldly at Cain, Jaden's clothes were scorched and marked with char. Then you're not leaving either. As those words left Jaden's mouth, he unleashed offensive magic once more, sending a torrent of flames surging toward the grimacing Cain. Neither of the two locked in battle noticed that Leo, slaughtering everyone around him with a frenzied expression, had his crimson eyes slowly turning toward them. Meanwhile, the short swordsman used his exceptional speed and agility to evade every strike from the swordsman lunging at him, twisting and weaving through the air in an uncanny, eel-like path. Hey, you'll never catch me. He was brimming with smugness, swaying his body to slip past the attacks of numerous sword masters and darting further into the distance, which made the pursuers grow anxious, desperate to cut him off, attacking with increasing frequency and greater force. However, the short swordsman was clearly dead set on escaping, completely ignoring them. No one could stop him, they could only watch helplessly as he passed through wave after wave of attacks, the gap between them widening with every breath. Ha 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 ha. Seeing himself about to leave the battlefield, the short swordsman laughed aloud. I'm the final victor. Just wait. I'll be a sword saint soon enough. Leaving these words behind, the short swordsman reached the edge of the battlefield, ready to dive headfirst into the cluster of buildings. Bastard. Wait, motherfucker. Seeing their distance widening with each second, the others looked on in shock and fury, shouting after the short swordsman. However, just as the short swordsman was about to break free from the battlefield, the world suddenly froze. The short swordsman, mid-dive toward the buildings, froze. The furious pursuers behind him froze. The ones still fighting in the chaos froze. Jaden and Kane, locked in their heated duel, also froze. At this moment, the once deafening and chaotic warehouse district fell into absolute stillness and silence, as though time itself had been sealed. Even the watchers on the rooftops, who seemed poised to leap out and block the short swordsman, were frozen in place. In this frozen time, only one person could move. He was the one who had cast time magic, Riezel. Perfect. Riezel chuckled softly. Without any fairies or servants here who can resist magecraft or magic, time magic is back to being nearly unbeatable. With that, he strolled leisurely across the battleground until he reached the short swordsman. Extending his hand, Riezel calmly took the box from the short swordsman's frozen grasp. Snap. After finishing, Riezel snapped his fingers, dispelling the time magic. In an instant, the frozen world began to move again. Seeing Riezel suddenly appear beside the short swordsman, the pursuers froze in surprise. At the same time, as the short swordsman froze in surprise as well, he noticed that the box, which should have been his, was now in Riezel's hands. In that instant, his face twisted in fury. Bastard. Give it back. Swish. Along with his shout, the short swordsman raised his rapier and slashed toward Riezel's head. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 563, Sword Saint. Swish. As the short swordsman swung his sword downward, a layer of dark energy instantly surged along the stabbing sword's edge, effortlessly tearing through the air. Needless to say, this short swordsman was using a form of special swordsmanship, a swordsmanship capable of unleashing unique abilities in battle. It was only natural. Anyone who could become an expert sword master would surely have trained in at least one special swordsmanship. Everyone knew that the higher the level of swordsmanship, the faster a practitioner's progress. Without a special swordsmanship, relying solely on elementary or advanced swordsmanship, even the most gifted practitioner would find their growth limited. As a result, once a swordsman reached the rank of sword master, if they had not learned a special swordsmanship, they would feel their progress slow to a crawl, with almost no visible improvement. If they wanted to improve their skill and combat power, and to one day have a chance at stepping into the realm of the sword saint, most sword masters would seek out a special swordsmanship. Whether by creating one themselves, buying it at a high price, joining a faction, or even resorting to theft, they would stop at nothing. For example, Ayn and Ian had already earned their sword master medals, yet the swordsmanship they practiced was merely advanced swordsmanship. Since reaching the rank of sword master, its effectiveness had begun to diminish, so Yuri had been making plans to provide them with a special swordsmanship to help them continue on the path of the sword. Even Raven Mavros, now hailed as the guardian sword saint, had once roamed the continent before earning the title. Knowing he needed at least a special swordsmanship to advance further, he endured countless trials and eventually created his own Dark Abyss sword style. In short, any swordsman who successfully rose to the rank of sword master would almost always find a way to obtain a special swordsmanship, whether through creation, purchase, allegiance, or theft, unless they had no intention of ever reaching the realm of sword saint. Otherwise, they would either have to secure such swordsmanship or spend decades painstakingly improving before they could truly advance as an expert sword master. Since the short swordsman was one of the few expert sword masters in this place, he was either an aging swordsman content to polish his advanced swordsmanship for decades, or he possessed a special swordsmanship of his own. Now, his actions confirmed the latter. Although he had indeed mastered a special swordsmanship, this particular swordsmanship did not seem especially powerful, it just greatly enhanced the short swordsman's speed but offered no other effects. Still, even a weaker special swordsmanship, when wielded by an expert sword master, could not be ignored, not even by demon swordsman Leo, the strongest swordsman in this place. However, just as the short swordsman ripped through the air and fell toward Riezel, the latter made no move to resist. Body of effulgent Heliodor. With a calm chant, a layer of golden crimson magical light briefly flashed across Riezel's body. Poochie. Along with a tearing sound, the short swordsman landed without mercy, cleaving into Riezel's head. Yet, although the blade had clearly passed through Riezel's body, not a single drop of blood spilled, nor did a wound appear. What? Shock was the short swordsman's final emotion. Bzzz. A blinding bolt of lightning suddenly burst from beneath Riezel's cloak, clinging to a black sword that had appeared in his hand at some unknown moment. In that instant, as the crimson patterns on the black sword were instantly dyed a brilliant azure, the last thing the short swordsman saw was a flash of lightning before his eyes. Poochie. A second tearing sound rang out, followed by a spray of blood into the air. A lightning-charged slash cut clean through the short swordsman's body before he could even react, cleaving from the crown of his head down to his crotch. No dying scream. No cry of pain. Still wearing a stunned expression, the short swordsman was split cleanly in half by that single lightning strike. His corpse, gushing blood, fell to the ground with a heavy thud, staining the earth red at Riezel's feet. Riezel never once looked at the short swordsman. In his left hand, Riezel weighed the box he had taken, while in his right, he held a lightning-wreathed black sword, calmly standing tall against the wind. Silence. A deathly silence. In that instant, everyone who had been pursuing the short swordsman, whether expert sword master, ordinary sword master, or even those far below the rank of sword master, froze where they stood, unable to move. Even those locked in fierce battle stopped all at once. No choice. Because their goal had been the box, when the short swordsman had seized it, he became the focus of the entire crowd, none could ignore him. They all knew the short swordsman was an expert sword master, and yet, such an expert had just been slain in an instant, with a single strike. Just one strike had ended the life of a swordsman who had the potential to one day reach the realm of the sword saint. And no way. Everyone who witnessed it shared this same thought. Only Rhea, coughing up blood as she struggled to her feet, widened her eyes in recognition. Isn't that guy? Rhea naturally knew Riezel. Even though the cloaks had concealed his face, his figure and presence were unmistakable, he was the expert she had just been trying to recruit. Yet, it was precisely because she recognized him that her mind went blank. She had known he was strong, but not this strong. One strike to kill an expert sword master. What kind of power was that? Sword saint? No. Impossible. As Rhea thought this, it wasn't just her, it was the exact same thought echoing in the hearts of everyone present. Siniel had only one sword saint, and that was its lord. As for a foreign sword saint, if such a figure had arrived in a neutral city like this, how could the local powers not have caught even the faintest whisper of it? Needless to say, this was the reasoning most people believed. Moreover, the city lord was known to be an extremely xenophobic man. However, what he rejected wasn't just outsiders in general, he harbored a particular hostility toward foreign sword saints. Why? Because this territory had been built entirely by his own hands, the presence of a foreign sword saint in this barren, desolate land likely meant they had come with ulterior motives, so their arrival alone would be enough to put the city lord on high alert. As a result, the city lord had long since publicly declared that no sword saint was welcome here. If any foreign sword saint entered Siniel without his permission, he would treat them as an enemy. Apparently, this stemmed from the fact that the small country of his birth had once been destroyed by major powers like Genas and Ryberg, leaving the city lord incapable of trusting any other nation. If it were merely some insignificant nobodies, the city lord wouldn't even bother with them, but if it was someone like a sword saint, someone capable of threatening both him and the very existence of Siniel, his reaction would always be extreme. However, this matter was little known in Genas or Ryberg, as the declaration had been made many years ago, and due to distance, it only circulated among the upper echelons of various countries. Besides, sword saints had no interest in coming to this desolate land, much less in seeing the city lord scowl, so most treated the declaration as a joke and eventually disregarded it entirely. However, the locals of Siniel were well aware of the city lord's ways, especially certain factions, who paid particular attention to the rules set by Siniel's one and only sword saint. Because of this, the people of Siniel had rarely seen another sword saint apart from the city lord and had subconsciously come to believe that no other sword saint would ever come here. In fact, many years ago, someone who had successfully ascended to the realm of sword saint was ultimately forced out by the city lord and fled to Ryberg, never to return. Given all that, at the very first thought of Riezel being a sword saint, everyone present immediately dismissed the idea. Even though it sounded complicated, all these thoughts and considerations took place in just 2 or 3 seconds. During that span of 2 to 3 seconds, everyone remained frozen in place, momentarily forgetting to move. Until... well, this thing's mine now. Riezel's voice finally rang out. Since everyone's fighting over it, I doubt anyone will mind if I join in, right? Even though his voice was as calm as if he were greeting an acquaintance, it made the expressions of everyone present twist. Wouldn't mind. Of course, they would mind. Riezel's utterly nonchalant remark finally snapped many of those present out of their daze. Swish. 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 At once, several sword masters closest to Riezel darted toward him, reaching for the box in his hand. However, Riezel merely glanced at them, then sheathed his sword. Greater teleportation. In the next instant, Riezel vanished from where he stood without a trace. What? He vanished. Where did he go? Those who had rushed at Riezel halted in place, scanning their surroundings, yet found nothing. Naturally, the others were the same, their faces shifted drastically as they instinctively looked around, finding no sign of Riezel anywhere. They did not realize that, by now, Riezel had already returned to the rooftop of the building where he had been earlier. Master. Lisbeth had yet to comprehend what had happened and was utterly shocked that Riezel had vanished without warning and then reappeared with a box in hand. Let's go. Riezel calmly smiled at Lisbeth. We'll head back and study this box. Right after saying this, Riezel cast a glance at the nearby rooftops where figures were leaping toward them. Ignoring their presence, he took Lisbeth with him, activated teleportation magic, and vanished from sight. Soon after, figures landed on the rooftop where Riezel and Lisbeth had just been. Gone. How the hell did he just vanish? Magic. Magic. He cut down an expert sword master with one strike. He's a swordsman. Fuck this, we gotta find him. Move out. With that, they left in a rush. Even those who had been fighting on the ground stopped what they were doing and hurried off noisily. They had to find Riezel. They had to find the box. Only the people from the Dragon Horn and the Illusionist could not retreat so easily because they had been targeted. I've been dying to taste your blood. Jaden. Cain. Demon swordsman Leo was wreathed in blood-red magical energy, his eyes glowing crimson as he laughed wildly. At some point, he had fixed his gaze on the two leaders of the Dragon Horn and the Illusionist, and now he charged at them, sharp blade in hand. Damn lunatic. Motherfucker. Jaden and Cain's expressions darkened, but they could not ignore Leo as he charged in to kill them. They had no choice but to meet him head-on. In an instant, flames roared through the air, and sword light sliced through space, clashing against the demon swordsman shrouded in blood-red magical energy, producing thunderous booms. For the sake of their leaders, the members of the Dragon Horn and the Illusionist could not withdraw either, and instead joined the fight against Leo, supporting Jaden and Cain. Big sis, you okay? Clutching his chest, blood at the corner of his mouth, the burly men who had helped Rhea earlier rushed to her side. I am fine. Rhea had been staring in the direction where Riezel had vanished, and only now did she snap out of it, shaking her head at the burly men. Can you still fight, big sis? Leo's gone mad again. Captain Jaden is strong, but against that lunatic, it's way too dangerous. At the burly man's words, Rhea seemed to remember the situation and quickly got to her feet. Let's go. We'll help my brother. Even as she charged toward the battlefield with the burly men, the image of those two cloaked figures still lingered in her mind. Perhaps, this might not be a bad thing after all. In a small alley within Siniel's city district. Swish. Riezel and Lisbeth suddenly appeared there, then walked out of the alley together and onto the street. What is that, master? Lisbeth could not help but ask as she watched Riezel idly toy with a box. Unfortunately, Riezel shook his head. I don't know what it is either. Riezel's reply left Lisbeth momentarily stunned. Though I don't know what it is, I suspect whatever's inside has something to do with us. Something to do with us. Lisbeth tilted her head, completely puzzled. Riezel did not explain, only gazing silently at the box in his hand. As he held it, the throbbing sensation in his heart surged again and again. He had felt this before, it was the same as when he had touched the animal skin Lisbeth had brought him. No doubt, this thing must be connected to the ancient magic civilization, perhaps even to the hero clan. Riezel thought to himself, smiling slightly. Interesting. Looks like on my very first day in Siniel, I've already gained something. Riezel then put the box away and led Lisbeth toward an inn. Tonight, Siniel remained in chaos, far from quieting down. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 564, Another Animal Skin. Nighttime, in a room of an inn. While the ordinary citizens, unaware of what had transpired tonight, were deep in slumber, Riezel, having removed his cloak, sat at a table in a room lit by a single magic lamp and had not gone to sleep. Lisbeth, on the other hand, had already gone to bed in the adjoining room. Originally, the little princess had intended to remain by his side when she saw he had no plans to sleep, but seeing the exhaustion on her face, he had not allowed her to stay and had sent her straight to bed instead. Riezel was lost in thought for a moment before taking out the box he had seized not long ago and setting it on the table. All appraisal magic item. As the appraisal magic activated, information about the box before him surfaced in Riezel's mind. Just as I thought, this box isn't ordinary. Riezel tapped the box on the table. It was neither wood nor anything wood-like, neither iron nor anything iron-like, neither gold nor anything gold-like, neither silver nor anything silver-like. According to the appraisal's feedback, the box was forged from a rare magic metal known as quattro. It possessed exceptional hardness and durability, where even if a sword saint were to strike it with the highest-ranked magic weapon, not a single mark would appear. It was one of the primary materials used in crafting many high-ranked armors and high-ranked magic items. Any item crafted from this magic metal, be it a weapon, armor, or magic item, would never be of low quality. If using the terms from Yggdrasil, if this magic metal were placed in the hands of a master blacksmith, the final product could well be a legendary class item, perhaps even a divine class one. No wonder it's hard to open when it's made from such a precious magic metal. Riezel fiddled with the box but couldn't find any way to open it, as it had neither a lock nor a keyhole where a key could be inserted. If not for the thin seam across its surface, one might mistake it for a solid block of metal rather than a box. Riezel had also tried forcing it open before, but even when exerting his full strength, he could not widen that seam by even a millimeter, which was surprising. It should be noted that with Riezel's current STR, he could twist the front of a truck clean off, yet he still could not pry open this box. Such a fact alone was proof enough that the box's origin was extraordinary. Of course, extraordinary is only to be expected. Feeling that familiar throbbing sensation in his chest, Riezel ultimately decided to use a bit of force. He extended a finger and pressed it against the seam of the box. Reality slash. Riezel unleashed the 10th tier magic capable of slicing through even space itself to open the box. A tiny blade of spatial energy formed at Riezel's fingertip and slid along the seam. Swish. Soon, with a faint sound like leather being cut, the lid of the box came free. Before magic that could cut through space, no matter how hard or sturdy the box was, the outcome was inevitable. Clang. As the rare magic metal lid dropped onto the table, the contents inside were exposed to the air, falling into Riezel's sight. At once, that familiar throbbing sensation within him grew even stronger. Just like the time he had first come into contact with Lisbeth's animal skin, the intense throbbing sensation compelled him to reach inside and lift out the object lying quietly within. It was, unmistakably, a rolled-up piece of animal skin. Another animal skin. Riezel was both surprised and suddenly enlightened. Surprised, because he hadn't expected the box to contain an animal skin. Enlightened, because it was an animal skin. After all, the last time something had stirred the same throbbing sensation within him, it had also been an animal skin. If that was the case, then it was no mystery why the same sensation had arisen now. In the end, after a brief moment of thought, Riezel unrolled the animal skin and spread it open. It was completely blank, giving one the distinct feeling of being swindled, yet Riezel did not grow impatient. Instead, Riezel kept his gaze fixed on the empty skin, and sure enough, before long, something incredible happened. Countless lines began to take shape, slowly forming a picture. Just as I thought. Riezel retrieved Lisbeth's animal skin stored in the dimensional magic cube and laid it beside the one before him. At first glance, the two appeared almost identical. Aside from a few slight differences along the edges, they were the same in material, texture, size, and color. However, the pictures depicted on them were entirely different. For the animal skin Lisbeth had entrusted to Riezel, it showed an altar surrounded by countless kneeling figures. At the forefront stood a queen wearing a crown and royal robe, holding a gleaming golden sword, leading the masses in worship of a cube-like object upon an altar. As for the animal skin taken from the metal box, it depicted a different scene. Even though it also featured line-drawn human figures, they were no longer worshipping at an altar. Instead, they had journeyed into a desert, led by a single figure. Who was the leader? It was still a crowned and robed queen, unmistakably the same figure. However, this time the queen was stabbing her golden sword into an altar, while those around her carried building materials or wielded tools, busily constructing something around it. An altar to insert Maslow. Looking at the picture, Riezel's mind was flooded with a multitude of thoughts. He still remembered that when Yuri had told him about Siniel's ancient ruin, she had mentioned there was a place inside that seemed designed to allow the insertion of Maslow. So, this drawing is depicting the scene where the people of the hero clan brought their followers here to build that ancient ruin. By now, Riezel already knew that the queen holding Maslow was Lisbeth's ancestor, someone once acknowledged by the dimensional magic cube, capable of dimensional travel, and regarded as a hero during the era of the ancient magic civilization. Moreover, her status in that era had been extraordinarily high. Since the dawn of humanity, the hero clan had single-handedly protected the entire human race, standing against the monsters that endangered mankind at the time. For that reason, they were both heroes and kings, great leaders who commanded the entire human race. Such figures. Why would they bring people into a desert like this to build a structure capable of inserting Maslow? Riezel felt as though he had stumbled upon yet another secret from the era of the ancient magic civilization. Even Maya, who resided within the ancient ruins hidden inside the underground demon beast Yarakalan, had spoken of the hero clan with unreserved praise, maintaining a respectful attitude toward them from beginning to end. Just what had the hero clan done in the final days of the ancient magic civilization? Riezel considered many possibilities, but they were all merely guesses. None of them could be deemed the certain, correct answer. Forget it. No point thinking about it. Unable to figure it out, Riezel simply gave up. Either way, I came here for that ancient ruin. I'll be going there sooner or later. Perhaps, once I'm there, I might just find the answer. With this in mind, Riezel put both pieces of the animal skin away, storing them in the storage space of the dimensional magic cube. Afterward, Riezel rummaged through the metal box again but found nothing else inside, which puzzled him. There's only that animal skin in here. It didn't make sense to him. When that short swordsman grabbed the box and was about to escape, he shouted that he was about to become a sword saint. Because of those words, Riezel had assumed there was some sort of treasure inside that could greatly increase someone's strength in a short time. Yet all that was inside was a single animal skin. Seems like there's still some secret here I don't know about. Riezel thought for a moment, then picked up the cut-off lid and placed it back on the box. Over magic, complete repair. As the magic was cast, a burst of magical energy flared across the metal box, covering it completely. When the glow faded, the box, once split apart by reality slash, was restored to its original state, looking as if it had never been damaged. Only then did Riezel put the metal box away, stand up, and prepare to go to sleep. However, just then, a sudden disturbance shattered the silence of the moonlit night. Riezel paused mid-step on his way to the bed, raised an eyebrow, and walked over to the window to look outside. What he saw was an unexpectedly lively scene. On the street that should have been silent and empty, a group of people had appeared at some point. They all wore the same style of uniform, each with a standard-issue weapon at their waist, clearly part of the same group. They were surrounding a building in a tight formation, and the building being surrounded was none other than the inn Riezel was staying in. Oh, they're quick. Riezel was not surprised in the slightest, since he had not gone out of his way to conceal his movements. Even though both he and Lisbeth wore cloaks, it wouldn't have been difficult for someone with intent to track them down. Not to mention, both of them had been moving around together, a man and a woman, tall and short, an obvious pair who had walked through bustling streets without restraint, so anyone determined enough could easily find them just by checking their characteristics, making their arrival at this place only a matter of time. Of course, the reason Riezel had not bothered to hide was that he assumed the enemy would at least wait until the next day, giving them a night to rest, but who would have thought they would arrive this quickly? Are they the people from the so-called city hall? Riezel felt he might have guessed the truth. Thud, thud, thud. Just then, the door to his room was knocked on forcefully. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 565, Oasis Nights. Thud, thud, thud. It was an extremely violent knock. From the sound alone, it was obvious the person outside was an uninvited guest with hostile intentions. And that was indeed the case. Get out. Following the knocks, the person outside shouted loudly, without the slightest hint of courtesy. Riezel was certain the knocking was only for show. If there was no response within the next few seconds, they would definitely force the door open without hesitation. Yet, even knowing this, Riezel still made no move to respond and simply stood by the window, watching the door rattle under the violent knocks, as if waiting for the intruder to make the first move. Master. Just then, Lisbeth was the one who rushed out first. At this moment, the little princess had already taken off her cloak, and upon hearing the knocking, she had hurried out of her bed, clutching a sword in her arms. Her face was full of panic, enough to make anyone think she had run into a criminal, looking nothing like the powerful sword master she was. In this tense moment, the people outside finally kicked the door in. Bang. With a loud crash, the door flew open, revealing the figures now in Riezel and Lisbeth's view. They were two knights wearing the same uniform as those who had surrounded the inn, each with a standard knight sword at their waist. On their left and right chests were two medals, one was the sword master medal, and the other bore a green forest pattern. Needless to say, these two medals made their identities clear. They were Oasis Knights, maintainers of order in Siniel under the direct command of the city lord. In other words, behind them stood a sword saint, and the faction they belonged to was the City Hall, the most powerful official organization in Siniel, standing against the forces of the entire underworld. But this time, they had clearly picked the wrong target. Swish. Just as one of the Oasis Knights violently kicked the door open, Riezel's figure flickered, appearing before the knight who had yet to retract his leg. Bang. Riezel's kick landed squarely on the knight's chest, sending him flying. Ugh. A pained groan escaped his lips as the Oasis Knight, his leg still raised, was hurled into the hallway wall. The impact cracked it. Didn't your mother ever teach you that if someone doesn't open the door, it means they don't want you there? Riezel's cold gaze fell on the Oasis Knight slumped against the wall as he spoke in an indifferent tone. You. Clutching his chest in fury, the kicked knight glared at Riezel. Only then did the other Oasis Knight finally react, silently drawing the sword from his waist and slashing at Riezel, who stood just a step away. However, before his sword could reach Riezel, a gleaming golden sword swung toward it. Clang. Sparks flew in all directions as Maslow knocked aside the Oasis Knight's strike, forcing him back. I won't let you hurt my master. At some point, Lisbeth had appeared by Riezel's side. The panic on her face was gone, replaced by the calm and resolve of a warrior ready for battle. What? Wearing a surprised expression, the Oasis Knight was stunned that this girl had been able to deflect his attack and push him back. He had known they would likely encounter a powerful outsider here, and he had expected to be outmatched, but he had not imagined that this beautiful, seemingly delicate girl would also possess the strength to repel him. She was a sword master. A sword master this young and this beautiful. Impossible. In an instant, this kind of thought flashed through the Oasis Knight's mind, but he quickly realized now was not the time for such distractions. Move in. Following this shout, new intruders entered the room. Bang. Amid the sound of shattering, the room's windows burst apart, the ceiling split open, the side wall crumbled, and even the floor beneath them cracked wide open. Figures rushed in from outside the windows, from above, below, and the sides, each one charging straight toward Riezel and Lisbeth. Every one of them wore the standard knight uniform, wielded a standard knight sword, and bore the sword master medal on their left chest and the green forest medal on their right. It went without saying, they were all the Oasis Knights under the direct command of the city lord. 2 of you, take the little girl. The rest, with me. Barking out the order in a deep voice, the men who had dropped from the ceiling appeared to be the captain of these Oasis Knights, as the aura radiating from him was far more intense than the others, without a doubt, an expert sword master. In the next moment, the captain lunged forward ahead of the others, closed the distance to Riezel in a blink, and swung his sword down toward Riezel's shoulder. Swish. 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 At the same time, the 3 Oasis Knights who had broken in from the window, the side wall, and beneath the floor wasted no time in following their captain's lead. One slashed toward Riezel's legs, another swung at his back, and the third thrust at his abdomen, sealing off all avenues of retreat and leaving no room to dodge. As for the 2 Oasis Knights who had been at the door, one had already gotten back to his feet after crashing into the wall, while the other had closed in once more, both now attacking Lisbeth together. Master. Lisbeth tried to rush to Riezel's aid, but the 2 Oasis Knights lunged forward and blocked her path. Clang, cling, clang, cling. In the next instant, the sound of clashing metal rang out. Lisbeth and the 2 Oasis Knights were locked in combat, Maslow meeting their swords in rapid succession, the strikes weaving together a storm of flashing blades. At the same time, Riezel also engaged the Oasis Knights surrounding him. Zing! With a crisp sound, Riezel pinched the incoming blade of the captain between 2 fingers, then immediately drove his foot into his abdomen. Bang! With a dull sound, the captain was sent flying by Riezel's powerful kick, crashing through a table, smashing chairs, and shattering decorative vases, cabinets, and bookshelves, before being buried beneath a pile of broken furniture. In the next second, Riezel's hands moved in a blur, intercepting the strikes of the remaining 3 Oasis Knights by striking their weapon hands before their swords could land, forcing their attacks off course. What? Impossible. Fall back. Seeing what Riezel had done, the 3 Oasis Knights' faces changed drastically. They clearly hadn't expected their combined assault to be thwarted so easily. Had they looked more closely, they would have noticed the faint transparency in Riezel's eyes, a sign that he had already activated the transparent world. Thanks to that, their attacks had been read in advance, then effortlessly dismantled with the extraordinary reflexes and attack speed granted by fast attack, rendering their efforts meaningless. Oasis Knights, huh? Riezel smiled at the group of knights, whose expressions had grown grim. Your strength is pretty good. No wonder the people of Siniel respect and fear you. As these words fell, the smile on Riezel's face vanished. A pity. You picked the wrong target. Riezel raised his hand and pointed at the 3 Oasis Knights. With a tremor in the air, a crimson energy wave flared at Riezel's fingertip, then shot toward them. Magic. It's magic. He can use magic too. Seeing the crimson wave, the 3 Oasis Knights were startled again and instinctively moved to raise their swords in defense. Don't block it. Dodge. Just then, the captain, struggling to his feet from the pile of broken furniture, saw what was happening and shouted the warning with his pupils contracted. Hearing the warning, the 3 Oasis Knights froze for a split second. Then, trusting their captain's judgment, one dropped flat to the floor while the other 2 dove to the sides, narrowly avoiding the crimson wave. Boom. As the 3 dodged, the crimson wave slammed into the room's wall, instantly decomposing it, until one entire side of the room had vanished without a trace. Hiss. Seeing the scene, the 3 knights who had dodged all sucked in a sharp breath at the same time. If they had tried to block that just now, would they have disappeared instead? Such a thought made their scalps tingle. You. Gazing at Riezel, the captain's face darkened, his eyes filled with both shock and anger. TCH, don't look at me like that and don't play victim. Riezel said flatly, his expression indifferent. You were the ones who came after me first. Crimson energy waves gathered again at his still-raised fingertip, this time, even larger than before. In that instant, a primal sense of fear rose in the hearts of the Oasis Knights. He's impossible to fight head-on. Cast the net. Only the captain remained calm as he issued the order. Wasting no time, the 3 Oasis Knights quickly composed themselves and pulled an item from their gear. It was some sort of magic item, shaped like a cross between an hourglass and a balance scale. In the next instant, they crushed the objects without hesitation, causing sand-like particles to burst forth, scattering like dust until they filled the entire room. Riezel, whose expression had been calm, now sounded puzzled. At this moment, he felt the surrounding magical energy grow chaotic, even the crimson energy wave at his fingertip began to destabilize and distort. An interference-type magic item. Riezel looked around the dust-filled room with a curious expression. Use the magic shells. As the captain barked another order, several Oasis Knights took out more magic items, small, spherical objects resembling black pearls, each radiating heat and magical energy. As soon as he saw them, Riezel immediately understood what these so-called magic shells were. With trained, uniform movements, the Oasis Knights hurled the shells toward Riezel. Boom. A massive explosion erupted inside the inn's room. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 566, Riezel and Lisbeth vs Oasis Knights. Boom. On the silent, moonlit night, a room in the inn, surrounded by numerous Oasis Knights, suddenly exploded without warning. Fierce flames burst through the wall facing the street, surging outward from the room and lighting up both the road and the night sky. Such a sudden explosion naturally jolted countless residents awake, tearing them from their dreams as the air filled with noise pouring from nearby buildings. One by one, windows in the surrounding homes lit up, some residents peeked out with magic lamps in hand, trying to see what was happening, while others stayed hidden, too afraid to make a sound, which only made the commotion grow more intense. City Hall is capturing troublemaking outsiders. Civilians, clear the area. Clear out. Get back inside. As a few bold residents stepped forward to investigate, the Oasis Knights surrounding the inn blocked them, shouting to force them back. In the end, the residents exchanged uncertain glances but quickly backed away, unwilling to get caught up in the chaos. Boom. Another explosion erupted from the already blasted room, sending the blazing fire surging once more and even spreading outward. Put up a barrier. Don't let the fire spread. Among the Oasis Knights surrounding the inn, one of them seemed to be giving orders. Following the order, several Oasis Knights without swords stepped forward, each holding a staff. They began chanting magic incantations, conjuring an invisible barrier that rippled into place, enveloping the entire inn and halting the fire from spreading further. As for the people inside the inn, the Oasis Knights had already evacuated them in advance. Now, only the Oasis Knights directly under the city lord and their targets remained inside, no unrelated individuals were present. Because of this, the Oasis Knights dared to use magic shells without hesitation, blasting the room apart without concern. After blowing open the room, they retreated from the sea of flames one by one to avoid being caught in the blast. Keep throwing. An explosion like that might not be enough to take down those two, especially the men. Still not satisfied, the captain of the Oasis Knights shouted the order loudly. None of the Oasis Knights thought his judgment was unreasonable. Even though the magic shells they used were powerful magic items developed by the City Hall's magic division, said to be capable of wounding a sword master with a single shot, and a concentrated volley could even bring down an expert sword master, they did not think their captain was exaggerating. They already had a basic idea of how strong that young man was. With a casual strike, he had crushed their captain, who was in the realm of expert sword master, and had effortlessly broken the combined attack of several ordinary sword masters. On top of that, he could also use an extremely dangerous magic spell. For someone like that, being killed by magic shells so easily would indeed be strange. As a result, several Oasis Knights once again took out magic shells, ready to throw them into the blazing room. Twin Maximize Magic, Chain Dragon Lightning. Suddenly, a cold chant rang out from within the sea of fire, and two bolts of lightning flickered to life at its very center. Not good. Scatter. Seeing the lightning magic, the captain's expression changed drastically before he ordered his subordinates. Unfortunately, the lightning magic was unleashed even faster. Boom. Two long lightning dragons suddenly burst out of the flames, roaring silently as they shot forward at high speed, rushing straight toward the Oasis Knights. With panicked faces, the Oasis Knights scrambled to dodge, but the lightning dragons moved as if alive, surging and flashing like thunder as they instantly closed in on several fleeing knights. Some knights continued to dodge desperately, others roared and swung their swords, while a few were caught directly by the lightning dragons. Arg. Those caught directly by the lightning dragons screamed in agony, their bodies wrapped in dragon-shaped lightning as electricity ravaged them from all directions, charring their skin black. Damn it. Seeing the scene, the captain cursed loudly as one of the lightning dragons chased him relentlessly. No matter how he dodged, ducked, or tried to escape, it continued to streak after him and close the distance. Get lost. With no other choice, the captain roared, pulled out a magic shell, and threw it at the pursuing lightning dragon. In the next second, the pale blue lightning dragon slammed straight into it. Boom. A violent explosion of flames and lightning erupted from the point of impact, creating a massive blast of lightning and fire that collapsed an entire hallway. As a result, the weakened structure began to give way, sending rubble and debris crashing down. Huffed. Letting out a faint breath, the captain's shoulders relaxed slightly upon seeing the lightning dragon vanish. What are you so relieved about? A voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Our matter isn't over yet, is it? The moment he heard the voice, the captain's pupils shrank to the size of needlepoints. Bang. Without the slightest hesitation, the captain stomped down on the floor and dashed through the collapsing hallway. In response, a flash of lightning struck, not from the thunder dragon earlier, but one brimming with sharp, lethal intent. Boom. Following the sound of thunderclap, the flash of lightning shot through the collapsing hallway and, in the blink of an eye, caught up to the captain, dyeing his entire field of vision in azure blue. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. As these indifferent words resounded, a lightning slash burst forth, striking the captain before he could even react. Poochie. Blood scattered through the air. Aarg. Struck, the captain let out a howl of agony as a vicious, terrifying slash tore from his left shoulder all the way down to his right abdomen, forming a perfect, backslash-shaped wound. Captain. Captain. Several Oasis Knights, some struck down by the lightning dragon and lying amidst the tattered hallway, others burned black and struggling to rise, cried out at the sight. Love breathing, second form, love pangs. A girl wielding a golden sword suddenly burst out from the sea of flames, her movements swift and feline. She leapt and darted forward, swinging an irregular slash like a supple whip, striking at the Oasis Knights one after another. Poochie, 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 Poochie. In an instant, the Oasis Knights who had just begun to rise were sliced open before they could even steady themselves. Blood sprayed out as they cried in pain and collapsed once again, losing all fighting ability. Amen. Cursing, the fallen captain's eyes were bloodshot, but his injuries were the most severe of all, he could no longer stand. Click. Riezel stood behind the fallen captain, slowly sheathing his sword while gazing down at the group of Oasis Knights with a commanding air. Relax. Riezel said faintly and slowly. I deliberately avoided your vital points, you won't die. Unfortunately, these words brought the captain no comfort whatsoever. Why? Staring fixedly at Riezel, the captain's voice was hoarse and strained. After taking that many magic shells, how could you possibly be completely unharmed? Whether it was Riezel or Lisbeth, both were in perfect condition, uninjured, and not even a speck of dust clung to them. You're asking why? Riezel glanced at him. Don't you know there's such a thing in this world as defensive magic? Back then, when the Oasis Knights had thrown their so-called magic shells at him, Riezel had cast Force Sanctuary. Well, the destructive power of those magic shells wasn't bad, probably on par with 7th tier magic or higher, but breaking through my Force Sanctuary to hurt me. Not enough. Riezel extended his hand, grabbed the captain from the pool of blood, and tossed him into a nearby room whose exterior was still intact, showing no gentleness despite the man's severe injuries. Bring the others too. Riezel turned toward Lisbeth, who had just put away Maslow, and looked relieved. Ah, yes. Lisbeth quickly nodded and began hauling over each Oasis Knight. It had to be said, the sight of a delicate princess carrying 2 towering knights, one in each hand, was nothing short of shocking. However, lifting hundreds of kilograms was nothing to a sword master. Lisbeth might have been small and slender, but her strength was far from weak, in fact, it was monstrous. Otherwise, during her first spar with Riezel, she wouldn't have made his arm go numb with her blows. Even though the little princess didn't possess Kenroji Matsuri's unique physique, she had been blessed with overwhelming strength since childhood. If anyone judged her by her young age, petite stature, and large chest, assuming she was too delicate to harm a chicken, they'd better be careful not to get crushed. Thud. When the last Oasis Knight was tossed into the room and piled together with the rest, Riezel and Lisbeth stepped inside. Talk. Riezel sat down on a chair, one leg crossed over the other, and looked straight at the group of Oasis Knights with an indifferent expression. What did you come here for? At this question, the Oasis Knights didn't answer immediately. Instead, they all glared at Riezel with undisguised hostility. Electrocution. Riezel raised an eyebrow, extended a finger, and cast a magic spell. Biribiri. A crackling surge of electricity rained down on the group of Oasis Knights. Aarg. One by one, they screamed in pain, each collapsing to the floor, unable to rise again. I have no interest in dealing with that group of knights outside. Riezel's voice slowly echoed in the ears of every Oasis Knight. So, either you tell me yourselves, or I drag you all to the city hall and have a nice talk with your lord in person. Your choice. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 567, Guess I'll pay this city hall a visit. Come on, choose. In a somewhat dilapidated room, Riezel looked calmly at the pile of Oasis Knights stacked atop one another like a human pyramid before him. Meanwhile, the group of Oasis Knights, still twitching from the electric shocks they had received, remained silent for a long time, until someone finally spoke up. No wonder you're the so-called criminal who snatched a forbidden item right under the noses of so many mercenary groups and underground forces. You sure talk big. Unsurprisingly, the speaker was none other than the captain who had been leading the Oasis Knights. Even though his wounds were far from healed, the vicious gash across his torso still sizzled with fresh blood, leaving his face pale. He still had the energy to mock Riezel when he looked at him. If you've really got the guts, then go to the city hall and face our city lord. If you can still talk like this in front of our Lord Sword Saint, then I, Bordeaux, will truly be impressed. Too bad, I doubt you'd dare. Speaking mockingly, the Oasis Knight captain who had introduced himself as Bordeaux let out a scornful laugh, clearly thinking Riezel was bluffing. What was the city hall? It was the heart of Siniel, the residence of the city lord, the administrative center that governed the entire city, and the official organization where countless powerful individuals and officials gathered. Not only did it house Oasis Knights who served directly under the city lord, but it was also home to the 4 great knightly orders, each numbering over 1,000 members. While most of them were stationed throughout Siniel, guarding the city gates and walls, patrolling important sites, or manning the district branches, hundreds of knight captains still remained within the city hall itself, keeping a watchful guard. To confront such an important place, even if all the local underground organizations joined forces, it would still be impossible to take the city hall, let alone for a mere outsider. More importantly, the city hall was also the residence of the city's most powerful and terrifying figure, the city lord, who was in the realm of Sword Saint. What were Sword Saints? Sword Saints were the strongest swordsmen on the Akashar continent, the highest ranked of warriors. Even among the 4 great countries, Genas had only 7 Sword Saints, and Ryberg had only 9. Given that, Sword Saints were far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. In some smaller countries, even the strongest swordsman might be nothing more than a slightly more seasoned sword master. If a Sword Saint were to emerge in such a country, it would instantly draw the attention of the great powers. Even if they did not feel threatened, they would still treat that country with utmost caution. It was precisely because Siniel had a Sword Saint that it could survive between the pressures of Genas and Ryberg, maintaining its autonomy. In the eyes of the local people, the city lord was a godlike existence, an invincible figure. Especially for the Oasis Knights who served directly under him, they knew better than anyone just how terrifying Sword Saints truly were, so they had always revered the city lord as if he were a god. And now, Riezel had said, right in front of them, that he would break into the city hall and confront the city lord face to face. To Bordeaux, that was nothing but a laughable and foolish claim. So, you're saying you won't tell me anything at all? Speaking in an offhand manner, Riezel withdrew his gaze from Bordeaux and the others, acting as if he had not noticed Bordeaux's contempt and mockery while toying with an hourglass-shaped item resembling a scale, which he had taken from the Oasis Knights. It was the magic item that had interfered with the functioning of his magic earlier. Its effect was rather peculiar, sparking some curiosity in Riezel. If not for the fact that its interference was caused by a spread of fine sand particles across the area, which could be dispelled simply by blowing them away, thereby restoring magic, then when the Oasis Knights had bombarded him with those so-called magic shells, Riezel would not have been able to activate Force Sanctuary so smoothly to defend himself. For that reason, Riezel could not help but play with it, his expression somewhat distracted, as if he did not even take the Oasis Knights seriously, an attitude that made them burn with anger. For a criminal like you, we have nothing to say. Bordeaux said, his tone was icy. All right. Riezel nodded unexpectedly in agreement. I wasn't planning on using Control Amnesia, a magic spell that could damage the brain, on you. But since you're so eager to embrace death, I'd be doing the name criminal a disservice if I didn't. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Oasis Knights changed instantly. Control Amnesia. A magic that could manipulate memories. He could use such a rare magic spell from the interference system. If you've got the guts, then just kill us. Bordeaux roared in defiance. Ignoring the hollow bravado, Riezel tossed the hourglass-shaped item to Lisbeth, then reached out and pressed his hand onto Bordeaux's head. Touch of Undeath. Bordeaux had just begun to resist when Riezel unleashed the magic that inflicted abnormal status on anyone he touched. Bordeaux's entire body instantly stiffened. Not only did all his strength vanish, but it also felt as if he had been electrocuted again, frozen in place, unable to move a single muscle. Under the effect of Touch of Undeath, Bordeaux was paralyzed. Captain. Captain. Bastard. Seeing their captain's condition, the remaining Oasis Knights shouted in alarm, some even hurling curses at Riezel. What did you do to the captain? Let go of the captain. Damned criminal. Riezel ignored their angry cries and, keeping his hand firmly pressed on the immobilized Bordeaux's head, cast another magic spell. Control Amnesia. As the magic activated, Riezel's consciousness began to delve into Bordeaux's mindscape. He first skimmed through Bordeaux's past experiences and found that this man had actually once been quite an upright and honorable knight. From childhood, because underground forces had persecuted his family, he had dreamed of becoming an Oasis Knight, serving the city hall, striking down crime, eliminating evil, and allowing the people of Siniel to live peaceful lives. After joining the city hall, through hard work and unwavering conviction, he became a sword master at the age of 33, receiving the Sword Master Medal. At 35, thanks to his great contributions, he was granted a special swordsmanship by the city lord. After 3 years of dedicated practice, he finally became one of the expert sword masters at 38, assigned as the captain of an Oasis Knight squad, earning the deep trust of the city lord. Now, just past 42, Bordeaux had already risen to become one of the top-ranking Oasis Knights. Among the Oasis Knights, his strength easily ranked in the top 5, and across all of Siniel, he stood firmly within the top 10. Although Riezel had easily defeated Bordeaux, and even the other Oasis Knights who fought alongside him were swiftly crushed, that was only because their opponent was Riezel. If it had been someone else, even Albert, reputed to be the best swordsman just below the Sword Saint, taking Bordeaux down would have been far from easy. Thanks to that, Bordeaux was quite famous in Siniel. He was on the blacklist of many underground organizations, either regarded as a thorn in their side or deeply feared by lawless individuals, and enjoyed high popularity among the common people. No one knew how many crimes he had eradicated or how many citizens he had saved. One could say that Bordeaux was the very image of a knight of the Round Table in Siniel, honorable and upright all his life, to the point where many believed he had a strong chance of reaching the realm of Sword Saint in the future. Well, damn, turns out you're actually a righteous guy, huh? Riezel found himself holding a bit more respect for Bordeaux. Guess I'll spare your life, then. Knowing Bordeaux's true character, Riezel began moving more carefully within Bordeaux's mindscape. Control amnesia did not always damage the mind, it only had the potential to. If the caster disregarded the target's well-being, recklessly delving deep, flipping through memories at will, and prying without restraint, such a violent lockpicking approach would inevitably damage the mind. However, if the caster exercised care and caution, using a gentler method to browse the target's memories and doing their best to avoid harming them with magic, the result would be entirely different. Even though this would reduce efficiency, make it harder to find the desired information, and consume more magical energy, with Riezel's mind recovery speed, such a cost was negligible. In the end, Riezel carefully sifted through Bordeaux's memories, focusing more on the most recent events. At last, Riezel found the information he was looking for. You don't actually know much, huh? Riezel released his hand from Bordeaux's head and curled his lip at him. Huff. Huff. Bordeaux collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, his head unbearably heavy and spinning with dizziness. Captain. What did you do? Let us go. As the Oasis Knights began shouting one after another again, Riezel ignored them, lost in thought. Just as he had said, Bordeaux didn't know much. He had only received intelligence from the city hall stating that a large-scale private brawl had broken out in the warehouse district and that someone had touched upon a forbidden matter. According to the intelligence department, it seemed that someone had obtained an item originating from a forbidden ancient ruin, sparking a bloody struggle over it. When this information was reported to the city lord, he flew into a rage and immediately ordered Bordeaux to lead his squad, which consisted of 100 knights, to punish the person who had come into contact with the forbidden item. And the order given by the city lord was dead or alive, it made no difference. For that reason, the Oasis Knights attacked on sight, acting with brutality and decisiveness, showing no intention of negotiating. City lord, huh? Riezel muttered flatly. For nothing more than an unproven crime of taboo, the city lord had issued a dead or alive order without the slightest hesitation. Just as the rumor said, the city lord was extremely sensitive to the matter. In that case, guess I'll pay this city hall a visit. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 568, Chaotic City Hall, Sigmund Bayard. Siniel, City Hall. City Hall was a mansion located in the very center of Siniel, though to call it a single mansion was inaccurate, it should be said that it was a complex formed by many mansions together. Much like how the base of the Loki Familia, the Twilight Manor, where towers were built on a narrow plot of land to form their base, the City Hall was built across an immense stretch of land, where mansion after mansion was raised until together they became the so-called City Hall. City Hall was not only the residence of the city lord, but also the headquarters of countless administrative institutions. The headquarters of the Oasis Knights and the Ordinary Knights were located here. The employed magicians, as well as the department dedicated to researching and developing various magic items, were also based here. The intelligence department, with its network of eyes spread throughout the city and its use of investigative magic, was stationed here as well. Alongside them were the treasury, which oversaw the economy, the land department, which managed agriculture and territory, the civil department, which handled population and livelihood, and many more. All the official institutions were gathered here, making the city hall the true administrative heart of Siniel. It was no exaggeration to call it the most important place in the entire city. Naturally, such an important place was heavily guarded. At this moment, the knights stationed inside the city hall stood watch at various positions or patrolled through different areas, making the exterior seem relaxed, while the interior remained extremely strict. The level of vigilance was so intense that even compared to the Mavros family in Bisser, it was in no way inferior. Such an important place in Siniel had never once been invaded in the past, or rather, no one had ever openly attacked or broken into it. If one were to speak of assassins sneaking in, that had happened before, and not just once or twice. However, those assassins' targets were usually officials working in the departments, never the city lord himself, simply because no one had ever succeeded in assassinating this sword saint. Yet today, an intruder had appeared brazenly, heading straight for the city lord. Boom. As the great gate of the city hall was torn apart in a massive explosion, the surging flames became a scorching wave that blasted the gate wide open. At the same time, a voice rang out across the sky above the city hall. "Where's the city lord? Come out." It was a calm, flat voice that shouldn't have sounded loud at all, but when it rang out, everyone in the city hall heard it, deafeningly so. Evidently, the owner of the voice had used magic, making it resound throughout the city hall and causing the eardrums of countless people to ache. In that moment, whether still on duty or already resting, everyone was startled awake, their faces filled with disbelief. It was only natural. An intruder? An intruder coming for the city lord? You've got to be kidding. Some refused to believe it, some exchanged confused glances, but once the shock passed, anger flared up all around. Someone dared to storm in like this. Unforgivable. At the same time, deep within the city hall, inside a mansion's bedroom, a man lying on his bed suddenly opened his eyes. He had a fierce face, and his build was neither sturdy nor frail, just average. He looked to be around 50, the corners of his eyes marked by wrinkles, yet his short hair remained dark, untouched by white. He could not be called young, nor could he be considered old. Nonetheless, although past his prime, he still carried a sense of vigor. He was none other than the city lord of Siniel, Sigmund Bayard. When that deafening voice echoed through the city hall, Sigmund slowly rose and turned his gaze toward the gate. Even though he sensed no aura or pressure, years of combat instinct and experience told him clearly that the culprit was there. Such courage. Sigmund said slowly. All these years, the city hall has never seen anyone charge in so openly through the front gate. For that reason alone, he had already decided, no matter who the enemy was, he would grant him an honorable death. Sigmund stood, walked to the corner of his bedroom, and opened a cabinet. Inside, a weapon glowing with an unusual light lay quietly. Boom. At the front gate of the city hall, a second violent explosion rang out. However, this time it was not caused by the intruder but by the defenders of City Hall. Knights and robed magicians had rushed to the ruined gate, launching their counterattack against the assailant. Guarded by knights, the magicians struck first, chanting incantations and unleashing their magic. Since it was mostly offensive magic, what they cast was all transformation magic, surging flames, roaring lightning, fierce winds, and storms. The overwhelming barrage spread across the entire gate, creating a shocking spectacle. Of the four major magic systems, the transformation system was recognized as having the most offensive magic and the most users suited for combat. As a result, most of the magicians stationed here were users of transformation magic. Once they struck, the onslaught of destructive magic shook the gate violently, explosions going off again and again. Yet this overwhelming barrage could not halt the intruder's steps, as he walked out from the flames unharmed, bathed in lightning, storms, and ice. Aside from his coat fluttering wildly, he remained completely unscathed. Looking closer, one could see a faint shimmering barrier enveloping his body, undoubtedly a defensive magic. What a powerful barrier. Are you kidding me? He blocked all of that. Hurry. Find a way to break his defensive magic. Seeing that their attacks had no effect, the magicians paled and shouted while retreating. At once, some of them began chanting different magic. This time, they were the users of interference magic, specialists in dispelling and disrupting magic. Clearly, they planned to interfere with the barrier protecting the intruder and strip it away, yet just as their chants neared completion, the intruder began to chant as well. Sacrament, will mirror. Following this voice, waves of magical energy erupted from the intruder's body, and in an instant, several magic mirrors materialized, rotating around him like exquisite shields of light. Buzz. Unfortunately, as the magician's interference magic struck, they were absorbed by the rippling mirrors before even taking effect. In the next moment, the stolen magic spells were reflected back at them. Several magicians were instantly struck by their own magic spells, their chanting disrupted, their magical energy flaring out of control. Cries of shock immediately erupted one after another. Sacrament, will mirror, was a supreme counter-magic that absorbed all magic and reflected it back at the caster. Its presence meant the magicians of the city hall were rendered useless. Unless someone's magic power and skill far surpassed the user of the magic, their magic spells could not touch the user. Worse, they would only backfire on themselves. Buzz. Once again, the mirrors rippled like water as they absorbed every offensive magic hurled at them, only to send it right back. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, explosions erupted among the defenders. Knights and magicians alike were blasted into the air, their screams echoing as the ground cracked and blackened under the chaos. Meanwhile, the one responsible strolled calmly through the inferno, as if walking leisurely in a park. You bastard. An Oasis Knight, fully armored and bearing the Sword Master medal, bellowed. Stop the magic department. Don't use magic anymore. Knights. Move up and block him. All Oasis Knights, charge with me. At his furious command, the knights roared together and charged at the slowly approaching intruder, the Oasis Knights especially shone with surging magical energy, moving like gales, like arrows loosed from a bowstring, speeding toward him. Still, the intruder did not stop walking. Sacrament, Aurora. At a time when all magicians were helpless, the intruder uttered a calm chant, and lights appeared behind him. In the next instant, those lights transformed into meteors, like a rain of falling stars, like countless arrows of light, and rained down on the charging knights. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions rippled again, tearing through earth and dust, blasting away knights mid-charge as their screams filled the air. Meanwhile, the intruder, surrounded by rotating mirrors, advanced step by step, unleashing lights in every direction and shaking the entire city hall with relentless bombardment. Stop. At last, a furious roar resounded. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 569, Genus's New Sword Saint. Riezel Brynhart. Stop. Above the city hall, where explosions boomed without pause, this furious shout struck like thunder out of nowhere. It burst forth suddenly, drowning out the blasts in an instant and suppressing all noise. Boom. A figure descended from the sky, landing heavily on the ground, the floor shattered beneath him, and the shockwave scattered the raging flames in every direction. An overwhelming aura surged from his body, tearing through the dark clouds overhead. From his eyes, a freezing gaze shot forth, and wherever it swept past, the air itself seemed punctured, the temperature plummeting sharply. As soon as he appeared, whether it was the Oasis Knights who had been barely holding on amidst the explosions, dodging in a wretched state, or the ordinary knights and magicians who had been blown to the ground and covered in wounds, every one of them revealed joy on their faces. City Lord. Sigmund Bayard had finally arrived. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent, the explosions, the screams, the furious roars, every sound was snuffed out at once. A young man surrounded by rotating mirrors, radiant beams of light shining at his back, finally stopped moving. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Sigmund. Sigmund returned the look with an icy glare, and the sharpness within it sent chills down the spines of any Oasis Knights who were caught by accident, their eyes stung, and none dared meet his gaze. City Lord. Many knights quickly gathered by Sigmund's side, with several high-ranking ones opening their mouths as if to speak. Sigmund, however, raised a hand to silence them, then cast a glance around, his eyes growing colder. At this moment, the city hall, Siniel's most important place, had become a ruin. Buildings were aflame, burning fiercely. Greenery and flowerbeds lay in ruin, the fountain smashed and spraying water in chaos. Knights and magicians were scattered across the ground, some groaning, others unconscious, their lives uncertain. Blood stained the floor, lending the once solemn city hall a grim air of slaughter and a stench of iron, telling Sigmund plainly that his domain had been violated. At last, Sigmund spoke. I'll give you one chance to name yourself. Sigmund's voice was terrifyingly cold. Who are you? As these words fell, everyone present felt the fury and murderous aura lacing Sigmund's tone. Clearly, Sigmund was truly enraged, and the reason he had not struck immediately was only because he wanted to confirm the identity of this reckless intruder. At Sigmund's question, the young man responded calmly. Didn't you just send people to my place? You even said it didn't matter if I was dead or alive. At this, Sigmund narrowed his eyes. You're the outsider who dared to touch the forbidden the moment you arrived in Siniel. Sigmund's murderous aura grew even thicker as he spoke. Yeah, that's me. Wearing a calm expression, the young man, Riezel, admitted it openly. In the next moment, with a wave of his hand, Riezel cast gate beside him, creating a circular portal of darkness. Soon, from the portal, one knight after another was tossed out. Captain Bordeaux. Seeing them crash to the ground, several Oasis Knights called out the name of their captain. I'm here to return them. Riezel pointed at Bordeaux and the others lying beside him, smiling faintly at Sigmund. And while I'm at it, I want to ask, how do you intend to decide whether I live or die? Riezel's tone and demeanor made it seem as if he were talking about something trivial. Sigmund, understanding Riezel's meaning, stayed silent as murderous intent burst from him, mingling with a surge of magical energy. Bang. Suddenly, Sigmund crushed the ground beneath his feet, launching himself like a cannonball. Boom. A sonic boom split the air, violent current surging as Sigmund's body tore through the sky like a raging storm before he appeared before Riezel in a blink. Sigmund did not draw his sword, did not use any weapon, but simply punched, driving his fist straight toward Riezel's face with immense force that detonated the air. As the gale struck Riezel's face, it whipped his hair wildly. Such a powerful strike, if it landed on someone's head, even if it were made of steel, it would be smashed to pieces instantly. Clearly, Sigmund, in his fury, had no intention of granting Riezel a dignified death. He wanted to shatter his skull, to crush him and leave him in a miserable end. Body of effulgent beryl. A transparent glow flickered in Riezel's eyes as he calmly invoked defensive magic, emerald light coating his body without moving a step. Boom. Sigmund's brutal punch crashed squarely into Riezel's head, the blast roared, wind surging outward and hurling dust into the air. Only then did the onlookers grasp what had happened. When they saw Sigmund's fist slam into Riezel's face, laughter erupted, for in their eyes, their lord's punch was enough to kill even a sword master outright. Even though they had no time to speak, a single thought rose in their hearts: serves him right. To them, such a bold and arrogant intruder deserved nothing less. Yet, boom. Another explosive sound rang out. Riezel, who had taken Sigmund's punch, suddenly kicked out, sending him flying. Riezel's kick was no weaker than Sigmund's punch; if anything, it was stronger. In an instant, the mighty city lord was hurled backward, crashing through the half-ruined fountain and shattering it completely as water sprayed everywhere. City lord! City lord! Every onlooker turned pale, their eyes filled with shock. Seeing their lord kicked away, utter disbelief overwhelmed everyone present. None could believe what they had just witnessed, a sight no one had ever imagined. Sigmund, as the sole sword saint in Siniel, was revered as invincible, and to those serving the city hall, he was like a god. Never had they seen him struck down, let alone defeated. In their hearts, Sigmund had always been absolute, unbeatable, but now, that absolute figure had been sent flying with a single kick, shattering the fear and reverence they held for him. Boom. Moments later, rubble burst apart as Sigmund emerged once more. Cough, cough. Clutching his chest, Sigmund staggered upright, glaring at Riezel with eyes full of fury and disbelief. You bastard. You're a sword saint. Sigmund's voice was heavy with humiliation, each word forced out. Upon hearing their lord's words, the onlookers' first reaction was almost to laugh. A sword saint? Did their lord just say the intruder, who looked no older than 20, was a sword saint? Even though it was Sigmund, their lord himself, who said it, they could not help but doubt his claim. If the intruder were a sword saint, then what about his magic? What about those revolving mirrors around him? What about those lights gathered behind him? They were unmistakably magic. Clearly, the intruder was, without question, a magician. Yet their lord claimed the intruder was a sword saint. Didn't that mean the intruder had mastered both swordsmanship and magic at an exceptional level? Was such a thing even possible? Confusion swirled through their minds, leaving them dizzy. Looks like the honorable and great city lord is starting to wake up a little. Riezel ignored the shock around him, patting his forehead as though brushing off dust, his face untouched even after taking a full-strength punch from a sword saint, without a single bruise marking him. Now you can tell me, right? How are you going to make me live or die without a care? Riezel's half-smiling words made Sigmund's face sink, growing uglier by the second. You're Gina's new sword saint. The one everyone's been talking about, Riezel Brynhart. Sigmund finally recognized Riezel. Honestly, it was not hard to guess. First, Riezel was far too young, not even 20. Never before had a sword saint appeared at such an age, until recently, when one emerged and shook the entire Akasha continent. Second, he was not only a sword saint but also a magician, with remarkable mastery in magic, just as the rumors described about the 17-year-old prodigy. Moreover, this new sword saint was not just any magician but a tactical class magician, one who fused swordsmanship and magic, a genius considered without precedent, perhaps one who would never be matched. With signs like these, unless someone lived in a backwater village with no connection to the world, it was impossible not to recognize him. And though Siniel was outside Genius's borders, it lay right beside it. As the city lord of Siniel, Sigmund could not possibly be ignorant of the prodigy who had shaken the entire continent, so when Riezel displayed immense magic power and strength great enough to kick him away, he no longer had any doubt about Riezel's identity. No wonder you dared storm my city hall. It was you, after all. Sigmund's emotions boiled, his eyes no longer held coldness but rejection. Why have you come to Siniel? What's your goal? Why did you touch the forbidden here? Your Genius had agreed with Siniel long ago, you would never interfere here. Are you breaking that agreement now? Sigmund's voice grew louder and louder. Seeing Sigmund's behavior, Riezel raised a brow, feeling that something was off. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones. Chapter 570, A Cautious and Narrow-Minded Sword Saint. Sigmund's state of mind had indeed become unstable. He had always rejected the presence of any other sword saint, believing that Siniel was his personal domain, where only he could be the strongest. He could not tolerate the existence of anyone else of the same rank within his territory. Because of the fall of his homeland, he was unwilling to trust anyone but himself. He especially distrusted great countries such as Genius and Ryberg, which were constantly embroiled in war. For ordinary people, Sigmund cared little. Relying on the strength of a sword saint, he was unconcerned with petty criminals or insignificant threats, which was why the underground forces of Siniel had been able to survive for so long. However, if someone of the same rank appeared, whether an outsider or a native, he would instinctively reject them. He could never allow such a person to remain in his territory, for they possessed the power to threaten him, to endanger his rule. For that reason, Sigmund only allowed one sword saint to exist within Riezel, himself. Even if a native of Riezel managed to step into the realm of sword saints and gained the power to threaten him, Sigmund would expel them without hesitation, driving them out, or even eliminating them. For example, Bordeaux. Even though Sigmund valued him greatly, if Bordeaux ever displayed the potential to ascend to the realm of sword saints, Sigmund would likely turn against him, drive him away, or even remove him altogether. Such was Sigmund Bayard, a sword saint who could not abide any threat. To put it nicely, he was cautious, and to put it bluntly, he was narrow-minded. Under such circumstances, the arrival of Riezel, the youngest sword saint in history and a tactical class magician, had already triggered Sigmund's wariness, pushing him into an excessive reaction. Worse still, Riezel had appeared so suddenly, so forcefully, so domineeringly, he was even prepared to touch upon taboos Sigmund allowed no one else to touch, which clearly crossed his bottom line and made him even more sensitive. Evidently, that was why Sigmund's reaction was so extreme, his gaze toward Riezel filled with rejection and hostility. Riezel, unaware of Sigmund's inner thoughts, narrowed his eyes at the excessive response. Whatever agreement Genius has with Riezel, what does that have to do with me? Riezel raised his eyebrows and spoke calmly. I may have been born in Genius, but I'm just a commoner. I hold no title, nor do I have any intention of pledging loyalty to it. City Lord, surely you're clear on that much. Since that's the case, I don't represent Genius, and Genius doesn't represent me. I'll do whatever I want, so stop trying to use Genius to pressure me. Upon hearing this, Sigmund's wariness did not ease, it only grew tighter. In that case, why have you come to Riezel? Sigmund demanded. Does that have anything to do with you? Riezel asked back with a faint smile. Nothing to do with me. Sigmund's anger twisted into laughter. I am the Lord of Riezel. I built this city with my own hands. You come here to stir up trouble and dare to say it has nothing to do with me. True, you are the Lord of Riezel, the founder of this city. Here, your word is law, and no one dares defy you. Riezel replied mockingly. But this city never had a rule that required newcomers to explain every reason for entering, did it? Must everyone who comes here report to you, City Lord? If so, why not make it an official rule and announce it to all? Sigmund was momentarily speechless. As a neutral city, Riezel truly had no such rule. Even though it had reached partial self-sufficiency, it still relied on imports from neighboring countries for certain resources. For Riezel to grow, it had to account for population. In other words, if Sigmund wanted to attract outsiders to trade or even settle in Riezel, he could not impose overly strict or exclusionary rules, or he would risk driving people away. Yet now, Riezel was using this very fact against him. Of course, Sigmund was not left without words. Riezel is just a small city built in the desert. What could possibly attract a sword saint like you? Sigmund pressed Riezel, unwilling to relent. Not to mention, the moment you arrived, you went after taboos, forbidden items. I have every reason to suspect you intend harm against Riezel. Perhaps in Genius you were spoiled, free to do as you pleased because no one dared oppose you, but this is not Genius, but Riezel, my Riezel. If you ignore the rules here and casually touch the dangerous items I, the City Lord, have forbidden, then what use is there for me to remain City Lord if I let it slide? By disregarding the rules I've set, you are provoking me, making yourself my enemy, and the enemy of Riezel. Sigmund then raised his hand. Bang. Around him, the knights immediately responded as if receiving a signal, stepping forward in unison, their boots striking the ground with a heavy thud. Today, I'll see for myself what makes the so-called Genius, renowned across the entire Akashar continent, so special that you dare disregard me and storm into my city hall so arrogantly. Sigmund gripped a sheathed weapon, his gaze toward Riezel icy cold. And I'll show you, rookie, that you have no right to provoke a veteran sword saint. With that, Sigmund slowly drew the weapon from its sheath. Riezel, about to speak, was immediately distracted by the weapon. It was a weapon that looked like a sword yet not a sword, like a blade yet not a blade. It was like a sword, for it had a hilt and blade, but no tip or cutting edge. It was like a blade, for its end slanted like one, yet still lacked both tip and edge. What it most resembled, in Riezel's eyes, was a ruler, a weapon the size of a sword, yet shaped like a metal ruler. Its material seemed special, its whole body glowing with an amber hue, beautiful, almost elegant. Along its amber blade were inlaid 12 gems of different colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gold, silver, black, white, and brown, 12 in total, shining vividly even in the pre-dawn darkness. However, this was not what drew Riezel's greatest attention. What struck him most was that both the 12 gems and the amber weapon itself flowed with subtle yet overwhelmingly powerful magical energy. Needless to say, this told Riezel that Sigmund's weapon was no ordinary weapon. In Riezel's eyes, its threat surprisingly surpassed even Raven's rebellion. Among all weapons Riezel knew, only Maslow ranked higher, so its quality was likely above even a divine-class item, comparable to a world item. What weapon is that? Riezel could not help but feel curious. Sigmund, however, paid him no heed. Magicians, withdraw. Activate the multiple interference barriers around the city hall. Regular knights, fall back. You are authorized to use magic shells and magic arrows for support fire. Oasis knights, surround him. Right before Riezel, Sigmund issued a series of commands. Clearly, Sigmund had no intention of fighting one-on-one, deploying his forces instead and relying on numbers to overwhelm. Yes, sir. At the commands, the surrounding knights and magicians immediately obeyed. Even knowing their opponent was a sword saint of the same rank as their city lord, and also a tactical class magician, their expressions remained calm and resolute, proof that their battlefield discipline was extraordinary. Buzz. In that instant, the retreating regular knights drew bows and knocked arrows forged of magic-infused metal, aiming at Riezel. At the same time, the Oasis knights advanced to encircle Riezel, cutting off every path. Meanwhile, the magicians within the surrounding buildings activated magic barriers, raising a transparent dome that enveloped the entire city hall. Once the barriers rose, the mirrors around Riezel and the light beams behind him flickered violently, as if disrupted by some unknown force, becoming unstable. Seeing this, Riezel immediately understood, within the multiple interference barriers of the city hall, magic would not function properly. Although it could not match Genus's Light of Heaven, a strategic class barrier capable of completely nullifying magic, the city hall's barrier still disrupted most magic spells, weakening their power or even causing them to fail outright. Needless to say, this was why many great powers did not fear magicians as much as high-ranking swordsmen. As the saying went, use magic to defeat magic. Great powers fortified their bases with protective barriers and traps to neutralize magic, preventing themselves from being assassinated by some unknown spell. Even the Frenzel family's main residence had such measures, so as the administrative heart of Siniel, the city hall naturally could not be without them. You regret barging into my territory so recklessly now, don't you? Sigmund sneered at the silent Riezel. Attack. At Sigmund's command, the knights loosed their bowstrings. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Instantly, a storm of arrows filled the sky, curving through the air as they rained down on Riezel. Buzz. If one looked closely, the arrows crackled with fierce magical energy. Heh. At the sight of the oncoming storm, Riezel chuckled before reaching for the sword at his waist, gripping it tightly. A bonus chapter for every 500 power stones.